Penniless, do not weep any longer. The man lying on the couch rasped, his voice strained and hoarse, followed by intermittent bouts of coughing that rose and fell uncontrollably. The young girl, her face streaked with tears yet unwashed, suddenly threw herself onto the man, sobbing heartily. Father, please do not leave us. Do not depart. Oh. Hearing the commotion within the room, a little girl rushed in, decisively kicking open the warped and aged wooden door, which creaked loudly in protest as it swung open to revolt. He seen, casting a glance at the weeping elder sister and the uncle beneath her, who struggled to breathe and seemed on the verge of departing this world, she sighed deeply in her heart. She darted towards the sole table in the room, swiftly poured a glass of water, and carefully carried it to the side of the couch. Elder sister, if you do not rise, you shall smother uncle. The tender voice of the 4 or 5-year-old girl held a hint of raspiness, marked by an unusual maturity for one so young. Panic seized the older girl as she hurriedly stood up. I did not mean to. Father. Tears brimmed anew in her eyes. Finally, she managed to take the water, sobbing as she attempted to offer it to her beloved father, hoping to ease his suffering. Enough, dear sister. Do not complicate matters further. The young girl could not help but silently criticize, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. God knows that the sister from her uncle's family has been steeped in tears, weeping day and night. Were it not for her uncle's injuries rendering him unable to leave the house and requiring constant care, she might have long since sought to end her own suffering in solitude. It is not that her imagination runs wild, but rather that in this oppressive era for women, enticing a lecher nearly cost her father his life. It seems that death is the only avenue left to affirm her innocence. Area, quickly bring some water for your father. His throat is on fire. The raspy voice of her father could be heard from outside, clearly indicating his desperate thirst. The girl, referred to as Arya, resignedly accepted this rather unrefined name. With nimble hands, she poured water for her hardworking father and carried it outside. She watched as he downed it with gusto, and even after finishing, he pursed his lips, indicating that it was still insufficient, yet he wisely refrained from asking for more. The day was oppressively hot, unreasonably so. The small creek by the village had dried up, and the water levels in several wells had significantly declined. The elders warned that disaster was imminent. Each household, day and night, hoarded water, reluctant to drink any themselves, instead pouring it onto the fields. With the spring wheat harvest approaching, they could not afford to jeopardize their efforts now. Still out in the field, sigh? What have we done to deserve this? Why must we endure such hardships? Your mother is from the city, having never worked the land in her life. Now she's out there under the scorching sun, cutting wheat that sickle is hardly effective and just sharpen. It takes half the day. We've been out since morning, and we haven't even harvested an acre yet in a modest household. A family of 3 found themselves in an unexpected predicament. Upon awakening, they realized they had been transported to another realm. The daughter mused that it seemed as though they had. Well, regardless of the circumstances, the family remained united. What could they do against the whims of fate? There was no avenue for protest. They embarked on a series of experiments, inflicting minor cuts on their fingers, hoping to summon some extraordinary artifact that would affirm their identities, but to no avail. The daughter then instructed them to call out various names. System, great system, little darling system. It was rather humiliating. Ultimately, their efforts yielded nothing. They resigned themselves to their fate and resolved to endure in this unfamiliar ancient world. Their sole consolation lay in the passage of time, for they found themselves rejuvenated by 20 years. Aside from the discomfort experienced by their daughter, both he and his wife were faring relatively well. The irretrievable youth that had slipped away. Alas, the living conditions were quite dismal. The home to which they had arrived was impoverished, lacking in every essential to complicate matters. There was an elder brother who had been injured, and had spent the last few days tending to his ailments. Through the incessant lamentations of their weeping niece, they managed to glean some information. Surprisingly, the elder brother was a scholar, a rare breed in these times when it was exceedingly challenging for a peasant to attain an education. The few who achieved scholarly distinction were indeed few and far between. The scholar's wife had perished during childbirth, leaving behind a son and a daughter. The nephew was studying in town, while the niece, at the tender age of 14, was still a child. Yet, she had caught the attention of a rogue who relentlessly pursued her, spreading scandalous rumors about their supposed romance, tarnishing her reputation in the process. Beset by both indignation and affliction, which exacerbated his delicate constitution, he was afflicted with a fever for several days. Though the fever has finally abated, his cough persists with tenacity. The physician declared his survival a stroke of sheer fortune, prescribing continued convalescence and revision. The prescription to prioritize restorative nourishment. His younger brother, by all accounts a reprobate, shuns agrarian labor and any form of industrious activity, preferring instead to lead a dissolute existence. He emulates his elder brother's pursuit of scholarly endeavors. Yet his erudition pales even in comparison to that of his own nephew. He spends his days carousing with companions at so-called literary gatherings, which are in truth mere excuses for indulgence and freeloading. relying shamelessly on his elder brother for sustenance. His elder brother, in his magnanimity, provided him with a house, a wife, and the means to raise his children. The two brothers share a common household, subsisting from the same pot. With the elder brother's wife having passed away prematurely, his sister-in-law presides over the domestica affairs, managing the sustenance and provisions for the entire family. Each month, the elder brother allocates a sum of silver for household expenses. Alas, their memories are entirely absent, leaving them utterly ignorant of the whereabouts of their funds. The expenses incurred for medical treatment have been charged on credit. They can only hope that the erudite elder brother possesses the means to settle the debts himself. Why, dear daughter, I have just discovered that there are outstanding debts. Yan, who is unaware of her given name, Area, responded. What debts are you referring to? To whom are they owed? And how much? Alas, gambling debts. 20 taels of silver are owed to the gambling house. I have examined the promissory note myself, and the fingerprints are unmistakably his. What are we to do? Fortunately, they spotted me as soon as I entered the village. If they were to come to our home, your uncle would surely succumb to apoplectic rage, and if he were to die from such vexation, we would have committed a grave sin. 20 taels. Yan LaEr gritted her teeth. Father, do you have any idea how much 20 taels were worth in ancient times? 1 egg cost one when a steamed bun 2-1, and 1,000 when equated to 1 tael. With 20 taels, one could purchase 20,000 eggs or 10,000 buns. Listening to his daughter fervently calculating the worth, Yan's father felt a profound sense of helplessness that he did not wish for this predicament, nor did he deserve it. Who could have foreseen that the village's notorious scoundrel, his own brother, would turn out to be such a lamentable character, relying on his elder brother, avoiding labor, and daring to gamble. Chapter 2. Uncle has reborn. I am aware, dear Bao Bao, you must quickly devise a plan for your father. The creditor has stated that they shall return in 3 days. What shall I offer them? Is fleeing a viable option? I dare not even broach this topic with our family leader, for life is already fraught with hardship. Should we burden ourselves with an additional 20 taels of gambling debt? I fear she may not withstand it. Oh, woe is me. Just last night, they had resolutely decided to confront reality, to relinquish the past, and to begin anew, to endure hardships with the hope of a prosperous future. Little did they expect that today would bring such a downfall, with the weight of 20 taels of debt upon them. Father, you must confess. Let us devise a strategy together. Given the current circumstances, without proper documentation, we cannot venture anywhere. Besides, how do we intend to escape? On foot? We lack even a mode of transportation, and it takes 2 hours to reach the nearest town. Uncle, who requires care, cannot be left unattended. Moreover, the eldest sister must be monitored to prevent her from falling into despair, especially with that rogue who has set his sights on her. If we depart, what shall become of her? Do not be deceived by her current appearance as a diminutive girl. She has been diligently forging friendships over the past days, gathering insights from the limited information available. The scoundrel who has fixated on the eldest sister hails from the Zheng family. This should have concluded the matter, but alas. The youngest son of the Zheng family is a thoroughly despicable character. As the conventional path becomes obstructed, he resorts to underhanded tactics. He brazenly proclaims his mutual affection with the eldest sister, declaring an engagement in a bid to coerce her into marriage through rumors. When uncle approached to reason with him, he was met with hostility and violence. The Zheng family conducts themselves with such audacity that even a scholar of repute dares to resort to physical confrontation. She truly fears that they may resort to even more extreme measures. Initially, I contemplated selling the wheat harvested from the fields to gather some capital for starting a modest business to earn a little living expense. However, with a gaping hole of 20 taels, even selling all our wheat would not suffice to fill it. The Yin family, being newcomers, had some assets inherited from my grandparents, who had amassed a considerable amount of land and were once small landlords. Unfortunately, after the passing of my grandparents, we faced numerous expenses for medical care and funerals, leading us to sell several acres of land. Over 2 generations, 3 members of the Yin family pursued education, resulting in significant annual expenses for tuition. Relying solely on agricultural income proved insufficient, and we were compelled to sell more land gradually. Presently, we are left with only 10 acres, consistently hiring laborers to assist us. This year's conditions appear particularly dire. The oppressive heat has persisted without rain for an extended period. Even managing our own fields has become a challenge, let alone those of others. There are families with many brothers who possess the strength to lend a hand, yet they typically offer labor for 21 a day. And now they demand 31. Our family cannot muster even a single large coin. Reluctantly, we have no choice but to work ourselves. We will discuss our situation in detail tonight. Yan LaEr lamented, as her family of 3 are the most ordinary of common folk. Her mother is a primary school teacher, while her father runs a stationery shop near the school. She graduated from university and is preparing for a civil service exam. Living in town, their expenses are modest, with 2 houses, a car, and savings in the 5-figure range that cannot be stretched further. Suddenly thrust into this unfamiliar life without mastering any particular skills, she considered attempting to sell recipes. Unfortunately, her father's culinary expertise is limited to home-cooked meals. Recently, her elder sister has been cooking, and they have subsisted on coarse grain pancakes and the wilted vegetables from their backyard. Thankfully, they still keep a few hens, providing a few eggs daily, which barely adds a semblance of meat to their diet. This household is undeniably impoverished, a stark reality rather than a mere fade. If circumstances do not improve, the only recourse would be to follow the ancestral path of the Yan family and sell land. However, all the land is registered under the name of the elder uncle, and selling it would necessitate his consent. Were it her in this situation, she would be utterly incredulous. The elder uncle currently lies incapacitated. Were he to learn that his younger brother has resorted to gambling and accrued a debt of 20 taels, it may well render him unable to rise again. What a tragic plight for the elder uncle. Alas, I shall endeavor to improve your condition. Yan father, despite his sighs of despair, does not neglect the care of the ailing. His family leader bears a heavy workload, and he has cared for both his elderly parents-in-law as they departed this world. Caring for the sick is his forte. He scoops half a ladle of water from the tank, the freshly dried cloth still radiating the warmth of the sun's embrace. Elder brother, I am coming in. He calls from the doorway, entering without awaiting a response from within. He gently pats his elder brother's head. It is not feverish. With a dampened cloth, he methodically wipes the head, neck, front and back, and limbs, an evident display of practiced efficiency. While tending, he speaks incessantly. Elder brother, please recover swiftly. Your illness has terrified our younger sibling. You are the cornerstone of our family. It is imperative that you remain unscathed. The daughter is correct. They have supplanted the original trio, and their mannerisms and speech are certainly altered. A plausible excuse must be concocted to navigate this change. With the pillar of their household fallen, they are engulfed in trepidation and uncertainty. May heaven protect. Yan elder uncle, he suddenly calls out, startling Yan father. This daughter, why does she not mention that her elder uncle has regained consciousness and can speak? A series of coughs ensues. Help me. Rise. Yan Huaiwen struggles to suppress the discomfort in his throat, speaking with great effort and deliberation. Alas, alas, I shall assist you. Father Yan fastened his inner garment, set down the cloth, and with a firm push, helped the individual rise. Supporting his back for leverage with one hand, he quietly inquired, Elder brother, do you require relief? Yan Huaiwen, having traversed 3 dynasties and elevated to the pinnacle of power, had indeed experienced the vastness of life. As a ruthless official, he remained unyielding, steadfast in the face of adversity, unmoved by the 8 winds. Even when faced with the absurdity of living a second life, he maintained his composure. His daughter had not succumbed to despair, hanging herself after being wronged. His son diligently studied at the town's academy, unscathed by his father's burdens, and had not fallen victim to treachery. As for his younger brother's family, they had not yet been driven to separation due to debts incurred from gambling. Chapter 3. Harvesting wheat this year, drought ravaged the land, leaving it desolate. Their village managed to gather a meager amount of grain, but after taxation, little remained. With hopes for summer sowing dashed, they had no choice but to leave their homeland in search of other opportunities. On the road of fleeing famine, 2 families became separated, destined to never reunite. Why must he divide their modest 20 taels with his younger brother, when their parents had repeatedly urged him to care for this Navi sibling before their passing? Knowing his brother's lack of understanding, why did he allow anger to fester? Was he truly so unfilial? It was precisely due to the division from his younger brother's family that wretched scoundrel exploited the situation and mistreated his daughter. Everything began with the expulsion of his brother's family. In recent days, his younger brother had been particularly attentive to him, prompting him to reflect on what he had overlooked. During his own illness, when he lay feverish and delirious, had his brother cared for him with such earnestness and meticulousness? After lying in repose for several days, with no one to manage affairs at home, his younger brother was reluctantly compelled to take on responsibilities, toiling for the family's livelihood. He was keenly aware of his sister-in-law's strong-willed nature. Their lives were frugal, and she endeavored to manage household matters, wishing she could split a single coin in half to make it stretch. In previous years, he had employed laborers to tend to the fields, but with his decline, Labor costs had risen, and his sister-in-law, hesitant to incur expenses, found herself harvesting wheat alongside her husband. It was a difficult situation for them, he pondered, while maintaining an outward calm as he undertook the significant affairs of life. Allowing his younger brother to once again take charge, he stepped back to let them manage. As the eldest brother, he felt no discomfort. He was quite at ease. Upon stepping out, Father Yan spotted his daughter squatting at the kitchen door, observing his niece stoking the fire. For ordinary folk, 2 meals a day sufficed, yet having grown accustomed to 3 meals, their bodies could endure. But their hearts yearned for sustenance, stirring a sense of longing within him that made him swallow hard. The eggs from their chickens were truly delectable, despite the infrequent laying. They were natural and free from harm, healthy indeed. How delightful it would be to savor a chicken, though he wondered when such a feast might be available. His elder brother's frail health prompted him to consider whether a chicken might be slaughtered for nourishment. Arya, with a glance instead of a gesture, attempted to learn how to ignite the fire. Her eyes conveyed, "I understand," while her hands protested, "No, I do not." She selected a particularly appealing piece of firewood and tentatively approached the stove, only to be promptly halted by her elder sister, who gently advised, "Arya, go play elsewhere. Be cautious of the flames." With that, she confiscated the wood from her hands and casually explained, "The firewood in the stove needs space. It cannot be packed too tightly, or it will not ignite." Understanding this, she acquired yet another nugget of knowledge. Arya nodded solemnly, and upon turning, she saw her father gazing hungrily at a few hens, saliva almost pooling at the corners of his mouth. She dashed over quickly. "Father, are you feeling peckish?" she whispered. "What? Not at all." Yan's father vehemently denied. "Do not forget that you still owe 20 taels of gambling debt." Arya scowled, declaring that a gambler had no right to indulge in meat. "How can it be said that I owe it? Isn't that Yan LaEr's debt?" Yan's father felt wronged. "You are Yan LaEr. Yan LaEr is you. Daughter, let us not jest. Your father is quite troubled. If there were a place in ancient times to sell blood, I would consider it. Even selling blood wouldn't suffice for 20 taels, father. That is 20 taels. Please do not emphasize it further. It gives me a headache. Did we not agree that you would call me father and not dad?" "Very well, father." Arya readily complied and proposed. "Then could you refrain from calling me Arya? I do possess a name. Can we even call that name? What if it reveals our identity? Would I not be burned as a monster? Your uncle calls me Tianyu, and I used to think Yan LaEr was named Yin Tianyu. Only recently did I realize that it is merely a nickname. To this day, I remain uncertain of Yan LaEr's true name." Yan's father felt equally helpless. The villagers simply referred to him as Yan LaEr, and his actual name was a mystery. "Father, you truly lack education. Tianyu is a courtesy name." "Is it not? In ancient times, scholars often had courtesy names. Those with closer relationships would address each other by surname and courtesy name, or simply by the courtesy name." Arya was a prodigy in her studies, yet her expertise held no relevance to their current predicament. How about a little knowledge of a minor language? She surpasses her parents in her fondness for binge-watching dramas and reading novels. Yet, something seems amiss. Did you not mention having seen the IOU? It ought to bear a name. Yan's father found himself at a loss for words, as if a lifetime of sighs had culminated in this very day. The signature of Yan LaEr was a flourish of elegant strokes, written in traditional characters, leaving me utterly perplexed as to its meaning. "Never mind, father," comforted Arya. "We will eventually uncover the truth." The toil of the harvest left little room for respite. He felt no joy in the labor. For cutting wheat was no task for the faint of heart, with one hand holding the stalks and the other wielding the sickle. His back ached as though it might shatter. His family leader was suffering immensely. On the Yin family farm, Lishueme stumbled and fell to her knees. The pain in her knees was fleeting, yet the persistent ache in her back tormented her nerves, compounded by the increasingly blazing sun that left her dizzy. She was utterly exhausted. "Wife, where are you?" Yan LaEr called out, frantic as he scanned the distance without sight of her. "Here." Lishueme shouted as loudly as she could muster, though she was fatigued and achy, utterly devoid of strength. "Oh dear, my wife, what has happened? Are you injured? Let me see." Yan LaEr rushed over, alarmed at the sight of his beloved leader kneeling on the ground. One hand braced against the earth while the other was entangled with a cloth around the sickle, his heart aching for her. What a troublesome situation. "I'm fine." Lishueme gasped for breath. "Just help me up slowly." He wiped his face and hastened to her side, adjusting her position as he spoke. "Not yet. Rest a moment longer. Let me massage your back to ease the tension." The fingers, applying just the right amount of pressure, focused on her waist and back. Lishueme could not help but exclaim in discomfort, both sore and aching. Hold on, she urged. Don't make a sound. We're still in the field. We mustn't give anyone the wrong impression about us. Yan's father had always been somewhat of a miser. Frustrated, Li Shuamei felt the urge to strike him. Be quiet. If I stop, let me get up. After a struggle to rise on her own, she sighed. Why are you in such a hurry again? My dear wife, you really need to temper that temper of yours. Here, it is frowned upon for women to bicker with men. Yan's father pressed her back down, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground beneath them. Why do you insist on being stubborn? Haven't I advised you to work moderately? Just lend a hand, and let me take the lead. How can you expect to finish 10 acres on your own? Whoever works, bears the burden. It's the same for everyone. Why not hire help? Huh? What do you think we can afford to pay? Shall you go ask your elder brother for money? Chapter 4. A windfall from the poverty alleviation platform. Well, it's not impossible. Yan's father steeled himself. If things truly became dire, he would have to come clean. If he didn't speak up, he could face creditors knocking on his door in 3 days, which would amount to the same dilemma. It was always better to hear such matters from family rather than from outsiders. He regarded his elder brother at home as quite decent, sparing with words, avoiding trouble, and seemingly possessing a pleasant disposition. It has been years since I've worked the fields, and look at Yan LaEr. Young, yes, but with delicate skin and lacking the constitution for labor, his strength is just too feeble. Yan's father harbored some grievances. Yan LaEr truly was weak, bringing shame upon his fellow men. Yan LaEr is quite the scoundrel, engaging in deceitful antics, indulging in gluttony, failing to excel in his studies, and shirking his responsibilities, merely a good-for-nothing. Li Shuamei lamented, our uncle has it tough. Since we are here, self-reliance is imperative. We cannot continue to depend on others for our livelihood. Yan's father nodded in agreement, affirming that they could no longer rely on his elder brother. Let us eat first, he said, as he began to lay out the provisions from his basket. Grain cakes, pickled vegetables, and wild vegetable egg drop soup. Li Shuamei sighed, expressing sympathy for the children. Indeed, the family's old hen laid only a limited number of eggs, and those were given to their uncle for his health, leaving scarcely any for themselves. The family's finances were likely managed by the Li family, and without funds, they had no means to procure additional supplies. They made do with what they had. Fortunately, they still possessed some aged grain from the previous year, along with the pickled vegetables prepared by the Li family. Their meals consisted of grain cakes and pickles day after day. The young girl understood the hardships of harvesting wheat. Not only did they need to supplement their lunch, but she also aimed to prepare something a bit more delectable. Thus, she exerted her utmost creativity to enhance the soup, incorporating eggs, water, and greens, rarefied ingredients in their current circumstances. The couple found the grain cakes much easier to swallow when accompanied by the egg drop soup. The two returned home only after the sun had dipped below the horizon, utterly exhausted and aching, parched from their labors. The young girl, feeling a pang of sympathy, hurriedly fetched water and food, tending to her parents until they had finished their meal before taking the soiled clothes to the kitchen. Yan LaEr quickly ventured into the east room to check on his elder brother's needs. Finding everything satisfactory and realizing his brother did not require his assistance at the moment, he picked up the yoke and water bucket and stepped outside. Each household was permitted to draw only 4 buckets of water daily, and they had yet to collect their share for the day. As Li Shuamei endured the pain, she gently kneaded various sore spots on her body. If these aching areas were not alleviated, they would only intensify by the following day. Feeling somewhat relieved, she mustered her resolve once more and embarked on a fresh round of searching. Arya held her breath, only exhaling when she could no longer contain herself. The smell emanating from her parents' clothes was overwhelming. In times of drought, water is a precious resource, and she was reluctant to use it for laundry. Yet, the wisdom of the ancients is boundless. While meandering through the village today, she happened upon an ant from the village who was using ash from plants to scrub her soiled garments. After scrubbing, she shook the clothes vigorously, sending ash swirling into the air. Though not entirely clean, they were certainly odorless. Arya was greatly inspired and resolved to follow suit. There wasn't much ash left in the stove, but she scraped together a small pile, pondering what to use for containment. Suddenly, a gentle female voice echoed in her ear. Dear citizen of the Summer Kingdom, ID number 371312XXXXXXXXXXXXX, greetings. This is the Summer Kingdom Support Trading Platform. It has been detected that you and your family have fallen out of this dimension, existing in an environment with low technological productivity, poverty, and hardship, meeting the criteria for platform assistance. Would you like to bind and activate? Arya stared blankly at the dialog box that had appeared before her. Would you like to bind and activate? The message was prominently displayed on the screen. She moved from side to side, and the screen shifted accordingly. Yes, yes, yes. Arya felt a surge of excitement. Was this not the system she had long awaited? Surely, one could not traverse realms without a system. How could someone venture forth without one? Binding in progress. Binding successful. The Xian nation supports a trading platform aimed at assisting compatriots who have been displaced by irresistible forces, such as time travel, reincarnation, narrative immersion, apocalyptic disasters, and the resurgence of spiritual energy to navigate through challenging times together. This platform adheres to the universal law of equivalent exchange, converting currency for transactions across various realms. Due to energy constraints, the platform operates irregularly. Users are advised to prepare in advance as per the notifications provided. The Xian nation assures that, albeit delayed, it will never be absent. Greetings, user 003-725-8258. Your archive, narrative immersion. Would you like to claim the new user benefits for exploring the dimensional world settings? Without hesitation, Yan LaEr exclaimed. Yes. Claim. Title, Rise of the Cold Door. Protagonist name, Yan LaEr. Synopsis. Yan LaEr's early life was filled with sorrow. He lost his parents, wife, children, and daughter. Upon discovering that those he trusted were merely using him, he resolutely aided the English king's rise to power while maintaining his dignity in the court, despite the murky circumstances surrounding him. Oh my! This familiar synopsis. She has read this book. It is an ancient tale set in a fictional historical officialdom, where the male lead endures numerous trials. His early hardships are indeed profound, and even as he ascends to greater power, he finds himself entangled in various dilemmas, weighing the pros and cons. From a disheartened scholar, he evolves into a formidable prime minister, a journey marked by immense struggle, with the author indulging in dramatic twists and emotional turmoil. The crowd below responded, "What a splendid tale. If the emperor is unfit, let him be replaced. If there is discontent, let it be challenged." She had just read the beginning, which described how old Yan lay gravely injured in bed while creditors from the gambling den came to collect their dues. In a fit of rage, he decided to sever ties with his younger brother's family. Coincidentally, old Yan's younger brother was named Yan LaEr, and her father's name was Yan. He married a woman from the Li family, and her leader, Li, had a daughter named Arya, and her own name was Yan Yu. Yes, she had now become Arya. Chapter 5, Expecting a Child in the Narrative. Yan LaEr not only accumulated gambling debts that nearly depleted the family fortune, but after the separation, he showed no remorse and instead intensified his reckless behavior. The meager portion of inheritance that old Yan had given him was squandered in gambling, and his daughter, Dia, was subjected to humiliation. He had an opportunity to intervene but chose to ignore her plight out of resentment towards his elder brother, leading to a tragic outcome. In the wake of such events, as the only female elder among the close relatives, Li should have offered comfort, perhaps preventing Dia from taking her own life. However, Yan LaEr refused, fueled by alcohol. He struck Li, resulting in a miscarriage. Yes, a miscarriage. At that moment, Li stood atop a cabinet, wielding a bamboo pole to scratch at the beams of the room. Frustrated, she swiped at the beams a couple more times, but finding nothing. She leaned on the pole to sit down, adjusting her position in preparation to jump down. The cabinet was not particularly high, and whether climbing up or jumping down, it was quite an easy feat, and you dared not allow her to leap down. If she truly were with child, what if something happened during the jump? It is always better to err on the side of caution. Mother, please sit down and steady yourself. Listen to me. Yan Yu rushed over, her little arms barely reaching her mother's calves. Exhausted, Li decided to take a moment's respite. An idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "My dear daughter, have you discovered something?" Without hesitation, she embraced her daughter, raising her head and breaking into a grin, her eyes seemingly twinkling with stars. "We have a system now, ha ha ha." What? Li and Yan LaEr, who had just entered, inquired simultaneously. She recounted the sudden emergence of the trading platform supported by the Xian nation and their peculiar existence within the confines of a book. Noticing their bewilderment, she even sketched the appearance of the light screen on the ground with a bamboo pole. After a considerable pause, the couple exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak. Li was the first to regain her composure, instinctively placing her hands over her abdomen. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Does this mean I am pregnant? Is this real? Is the act of traversing into a book genuine? Is the platform authentic? Could it all be an illusion conjured by the system my daughter has been yearning for?" Yan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, my leader, take it easy. Here, let me help you." Just shift a bit. Yes, just like that. He carefully assisted her down and ensured she was seated comfortably. Then, as he mulled over their daughter's recent words, he asked, what happened next? What does the latter part say? DeBeo has read this book. It's truly remarkable. I never imagined that the ailing elder brother would turn out to be so formidable, ultimately switching places with the emperor. Quite impressive. Yan Yu sighed. However, I lost interest in the latter part. Yan LaEr was far too extraordinary and shared a name so similar to yours that I couldn't bear to continue. Thus, I only read the beginning. The book was written a long time ago, and now, from this brief introduction, she can recall little. This is quite acceptable. Knowing something is far better than being completely ignorant, Li Shuime reassured. Indeed. At the very least we know that your uncle's illness is not grave, and that he will certainly recover, even to hold an esteemed position. However, the loss of a son or daughter. Yan Huayan furrowed his brow, unable to continue. In terms of his career, old Yan has been successful, but in other aspects, he is truly pitiable. We are all aware of this. It is imperative to avert such tragic occurrences. Yan Yu stated matter-of-factly. The legitimate son of the local official did not approach the eldest sister without reason. He desires to compel her into marriage in order to acquire our family's 10 acres of land. I recall that our land is located at the village entrance. Aside from our family, the surrounding lands have all been purchased by outsiders, who wish to consolidate them into a single expanse for a small farmstead, facilitating management. It is as simple as that. Perhaps an influential individual has taken an interest in the Yin family's land. Or it could be that a subordinate, seeking convenience, has sent a message to the local official, who then devised this insidious scheme. For, by all accounts, the Yin brothers would never consider selling their 10 acres of land. Yan Huaiwen, having achieved the status of a scholar, continues to teach while not relinquishing his aspirations for the imperial examinations. His eldest son has inherited his academic prowess and has performed admirably at the academy. This year, he is set to participate in the candidate's examination. Should he succeed, it will result in 2 individuals with official titles, a prosperous prospect for the family, where land is always deemed insufficient, never excessive. By the way, father, that 20 taels of gambling debt you incurred was also a scheme against you. Those who read possess an omniscient perspective. Certain matters have long been hinted at by the author. 20 taels? Gambling debts. Li Shuime fixed her gaze upon the father and daughter duo, her mind drifting back to the moment when Yan LaEr was summoned from the fields for a conversation. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, but upon reflection, the attire and demeanor of those individuals bore a striking resemblance to the enforcers of ancient debt collectors. Yan LaEr offered a sheepish smile. Shuime, allow me to explain. Li Shuime shot him a stern glance, retorting, what is there left to explain? The narrative has been laid out before you with utmost clarity. Our elder brother severed ties with us precisely because of this. Yan LaEr thumped his thigh in exasperation. Indeed, these individuals are exceedingly wicked. How could they engage in such unscrupulous acts? By the way, DeBeo, do you think our nation's system could lend us 20 taels of silver? Father, it is a platform, not a system, Yan Yu corrected. The term system and platform are fundamentally distinct. A platform signifies a venue for transactions, adhering to the principle of equitable exchange. They must possess sufficiently valuable assets to acquire what they desire on this platform. Regardless of the specifics, our country is truly benevolent. For the sake of these unfortunate souls, our motherland has exerted immense effort. The concept of support is especially commendable. They are indeed the very individuals in need of assistance. Without a doubt. Alas, the timing for platform transactions is unpredictable. The next session is scheduled for May 20th, which translates to Yan Yu, momentarily caught up in excitement, had overlooked the fine print below the lunar calendar, but now, upon closer inspection, realized it was June 18th. Li Shuime raised her eyebrows in astonishment, and Yan Yu's small eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement passing between them. He gently closed his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. To my astonishment, everyone has succumbed to the narrative, yet we remain ensnared by these vexatious days. Very well. It seems prudent to pay a visit to old Yan. Chapter 6. Setting off early, Yan Huaiwen appeared just as he always did, drowsy and lethargic after taking his medicine, occasionally rousing himself from slumber with a cough. Noticing his younger brother tidying the room with utmost care, he could not suppress a slight cough. Brother, you're awake, exclaimed Yan LaEr, hastening over to inquire, do you need to relieve yourself? However, Yan Huaiwen remained silent, subtly shaking his head. How is the wheat harvest progressing? Yan LaEr looked somewhat embarrassed, admitting their progress had indeed been sluggish, but he reassured, "Truly, we have done our utmost. Perhaps it would take a bit longer." He sheepishly added, "We should be able to store it alongside others. With such a significant head start in harvesting." The prospect of storing it with others seemed a distant dream. Yan Huaiwen silently shook his head. Time was of the essence. According to his vague and distant memories, the village well would soon run dry. Without water, the wheat would fall, leading to a severe reduction in yield, leaving scant grain to be harvested. They were comparatively fortunate. In the town, grain prices soared, and many could no longer afford food. Faced with scarcity of both grain and water, what could they possibly do? Initially, it was the affluent, well-informed families who fled, but as the numbers swelled, panic set in. It wasn't until they realized that half the townsfolk had fled to escape the famine that they began to worry. Yet they had already delayed their departure. On the road, all that remained for them was the barren roots and bark, devoid of any water source. This time, they had to set out ahead of the rest. "Tianyu, go fetch the village chief," Yan Huaiwen commanded. "Fetch the village chief? It is quite late." Yan LaEr, however, is not curious as to why the village chief is being summoned. He is a man of few inquiries. For delving too deeply could ensnare him in a web of trouble. Yan Huaiwen glared, asserting, "You must go." Yan LaEr complied and hastily departed. The village chief, though aging, remained steadfast by the village well. At just over 40, he is blessed with 3 sons, who in turn have bestowed upon him 5 grandsons, making his household the most prosperous in the village. Village Chief Luo has established a regulation. Each household is allotted 4 buckets of water per day, a standard dictated by his family's daily consumption. Should anyone claim this is insufficient, he intends to personally visit, accompanied by his sons and grandsons, to ascertain the matter. In truth, the chief has been discussing the wheat harvest with his eldest son. Without water, the wheat left in the fields is doomed to wither. It is better to gather it sooner rather than later. The villagers have not relinquished hope, diligently pouring their precious water into the fields, all for the promise of a bountiful harvest. Yet, alas, the heavens seem to deny them respite. "Father, if we harvest a day early, we shall surely lose much," Luo Laodao lamented, feeling the pangs of loss. Only those who toil upon the land understand the value of each grain of food. Especially with so many mouths to feed in their family, they rely on the fruits of their labor for sustenance. Am I not heartbroken? The chief shot him a stern glance, for the village elders lamented, "No rain, no rain. Have you not heard? The heavens do not bestow food." He sighed deeply. "Who goes there?" called Luo's eldest grandson, noticing the approaching figure. "Is that you, Daddy?" "It is I, Yan LaEr. Is your grandfather around?" Yan Huaiwen, weary and breathless, yearned to invite the village chief to his home, hoping to collapse into bed soon after. "Yes, Uncle Yan, why have you come again?" Santai, with a more vivacious disposition than Tai, was somewhat more familiar with Yan LaEr. He had often heard Yan LaEr boast. Regardless of whether Yan LaEr was indeed industrious, he certainly led a carefree life, free from labor and well provided for, savoring the finest delicacies. Ah, what a splendid existence. Not to mention others, Santai felt quite envious. My elder brother has invited him to his home. Upon arrival, Yan Huaiwen encountered the stern visage of the village chief. "Uncle Luo, you see." Without indulging in unnecessary words, village chief Luo instructed his son and grandson to keep a close watch on the well before rising to depart. Santai, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, called out, "Grandfather, I shall accompany you." After a moment's contemplation, Luo Laodao did not oppose. Yan Xiaotsai was the only scholar in the village with a degree, highly esteemed by the villagers. Yet this time, his family had unwittingly provoked the ire of the Lizheng family, who held sway over 10 nearby villages. They truly could not discern whether the 2 families were genuinely discussing a marriage alliance. The youngest son of the Lizheng family spoke with conviction. But if they truly intended to form a union, why would he strike his future father-in-law? The villagers were straightforward folk, devoid of intricate schemes. Luo Laodao suspected that Yan Xiaotsai would likely disapprove. The Lizheng family was notoriously domineering and would undoubtedly cause further turmoil. Inviting his father over at this juncture was likely a strategy discussion. The old man, remarkably spry, moved with remarkable speed, nearly leaving Yan LaEr behind. As they walked, he inquired, "Is Yan Xiaotsai feeling better?" "Much improved," Yan Huaiwen replied. The village chief inquired, "Did you take your wife to the fields today?" However, he let out a deep sigh and continued, "I do not concern myself with your mischief on ordinary days, but your brother is currently incapacitated, lying in bed. How could you conceive such an idea? Do you wish for him to witness your toil and suffer? And you even brought your wife along?" How audacious. I have heard that the cost of the medicine still hangs over your head. Yan LaEr, your brother has treated you well. Why do you not consider preserving some dignity for him, the scholar? All you do is scheme for money. Santai, noticing his grandfather's growing exasperation, quickly interjected. Grandfather, please watch your step. Yet, he was disinclined to converse with Yan LaEr, preferring to address the scholar directly, dismissing this scoundrel with a huff. Forgive me for summoning you at such a late hour, he said, clearing his throat. Yan LaEr propped himself up, gesturing for his foolish younger brother to fetch water. Upon receiving the cue, Yan LaEr sprang into action. The village chief sighed. Your mobility is limited. I ought to have visited you sooner. But as you know, the weather has been unkind of late, and I must keep an eye on things. Without your brother at the old well to maintain order, I fear it would have been thoroughly drained by now. 2 bowls of cool water were placed before the grandfather and grandson. Santai could not help but swallow his saliva. Despite guarding the old well, the water levels had not increased. Once his grandfather set the amount, they adhered to it diligently, even having to ration their own consumption to irrigate the fields. Seeing his grandson's yearning gaze, the village chief, unable to bear it, said, Go ahead and drink. With great eagerness, Santai quickly picked up his bowl, waiting for his grandfather to take the first sip before he indulged himself. Cough, cough. Please come, for this very reason. Chapter 7. Using grain as labor. What counsel do you offer, scholar? Inquired the village chief. This severe drought is likely to persist for an extended period. The village should prepare in advance, Yan LaEr replied earnestly. Goodness! Exclaimed village chief Luo, nearly dropping his bowl in alarm. What do you mean by that? Brother Wen, have you heard something in town? His anxiety was palpable, prompting him to call Yan LaEr by his childhood nickname. Santai cast a discreet glance at the scholar, relieved to see he was not angered. The elder had previously instructed them that Yan's elder brother was unlike the simple farmers. They ought to address him respectfully as scholar. Yan LaEr gazed at his elder brother in astonishment. What is happening? Does a learned man possess knowledge of worldly affairs without stepping outside? How could brother know of an impending drought so early? Could it be that their arrival altered the course of events? Yan LaEr was compelled to fabricate a plausible explanation to mask his uncanny foresight. Indeed, it is said that the Astronomical Bureau has predicted a severe drought. What bureau? The Luo family, unable to comprehend the significance of the term, nevertheless recognized its lofty connotation. They interpreted it through their limited understanding, believing it to be a place of profound insight. If such an esteemed institution had foretold the drought, it must be true. Only the scholar could acquire such valuable information. Having a title indeed made a difference. With experience of fleeing from famine, village chief Luo could no longer remain still. His words rang true. Preparations must commence without delay. The wheat in the fields ought to be harvested swiftly, and the water from the old well must be drawn out. While other villages remain unresponsive, we must act first. Years ago, the village chief was taken by his parents to flee from famine. The death toll along the way was staggering, and those who moved ahead had a greater chance of survival. The younger generation in the village has not experienced this, but the elders have all lived through that time and can grasp the crux of the matter immediately. Indeed, the most crucial elements are water and grain. Furthermore, there is one more thing I would like to ask for your assistance with. Yan LaEr turned to his brother and said helplessly, Huayan and his wife have been busy in the fields all day. They can wait, but the wheat cannot. I am unable to go out. So I trouble you to help find some people to harvest the wheat within 3 days. My family is willing to exchange grain for labor. The village chief nodded in understanding. This scholar is quite perceptive. At this time, finding short-term labor is not easy, as everyone is tending to their own fields. However, offering grain changes the situation. Even if the amount is modest, many are willing to lend a hand. Tomorrow, he will spread the word about this opportunity, and more people will eagerly rush to assist the Yin family with their harvest. Santai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their family has many mouths to feed, and even more hands willing to work. They can finish their own fields in no time, and helping the Yin family will not be a burden. Sir, Santai whispered. However, he was met with a fierce glare and fell silent. Rest assured, scholar, it will not take 3 days. Your few acres can be harvested in just 2 days. The village chief pondered for a moment before asking, Scholar, where do you think we should go? He felt lost, knowing they must escape to survive, but where could they possibly flee? The thought of abandoning the family business he had painstakingly built left him with a heavy heart. And he finally understood the feelings of his parents and grandparents from years past. It is truly a difficult decision. North to Guangzhou. Upon exiting the Yin family's dwelling, Santai impatiently inquired of his grandfather, Grandfather, why did you not inform the scholar of our willingness to assist him with the harvest? Such foolishness, lamented old Luo, exasperated by his grandson's naivety. Our family's circumstances are abundantly clear. Does he not realize how many able-bodied men we possess? He did not even mention it, yet expects us to help him find laborers, as if he intends to share the benefits with more of our neighbors. Among the younger generation, Santai is relatively astute, and I am eager to impart wisdom upon him. Our village is distinct from others. Each has its own lineage. To encourage everyone to join us on our journey, we must offer tangible benefits. Grandfather, I fail to comprehend. If they are unwilling to accompany us, why not simply go our separate ways? Santai pondered, still preoccupied with the grain promised by the scholar. You are still young and have little experience. You do not grasp the intricacies of this situation, old Luo explained. We are fleeing from famine, and we must decide which direction to take, which path to follow, when to depart, when to rest. And who among the old and young will require transport? We need someone to procure provisions and another to safeguard our belongings. It is essential to have both a leader and those willing to lend a hand. Only together can we forge a path to survival. The scholar is the most accomplished individual in our village, and everyone respects him. However, he seldom interacts with us. To unite our efforts, it is crucial for all to recognize that the scholar is generous, kind-hearted, and willing to support those of us who are struggling. As for why we must travel together, do you imagine the journey from our village to the town is a peaceful endeavor? Are we to believe that while we suffer from drought, neighboring villages are unaffected? Life has become unbearable. We must all depart. When hunger gnaws at a person, they are capable of anything. Those desperate souls will fight us for survival, seizing our provisions. How then shall we endure? Therefore, we must unite, safeguarding our resources and protecting the elderly and children of our village. Having resided in this village for decades, we know each other intimately. Is it not preferable to rely on our own than to ally with outsiders? However, our esteemed elder, the land belonging to the scholar's family yields little in grain tax. How many lives can that truly sustain? Will the villagers willingly follow suit? I have heard tales of great wealth to the south, where 3 harvests can be sown in a single year. Imagine the luxury of feasting on steamed buns made from fine white flour at every meal. The elders in the village speak of the bitter cold to the north, where one could perish from the chill. Even water freezes into icicles halfway through. Planting in spring and harvesting in autumn, we are only able to cultivate once a year. This is far inferior to our current situation. Santai harbors genuine concern. The issue of irrigation is paramount. What if the little birds freeze? Life in the north is not entirely unmanageable. Old Luo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, lowering his voice. We are harvesting wheat earlier this year than in previous ones. The grain tax officials won't arrive for another 10 days or so. 10 days. Santai shuddered. The yield this year is evidently less than in years past. How much will remain after the grain tax? But what if we refuse to pay the tax? In previous years, by the time the grain tax officials arrived, we would have long since vanished. We would have fled to escape the famine. Elder, Santai, filled with fervor, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Can we truly avoid paying? Is it not said that failure to pay taxes results in being conscripted for labor? Should we remain, we must re-establish our household registration, though words suggest otherwise. Old man Luo remained hesitant. Should he truly venture northward? Without the necessary tax documentation, this land might be seized by the authorities long before 3 years of neglect could pass. Deprived of land, they would become destitute wanderers. Ignoring his grandson's perplexity, old man Luo hastened homeward. It seemed he must consult with several elders. Chapter 8. Enlightening Father and Mother tomorrow. There will be no need to harvest the wheat. What a joy. Stand still. Yan Huaiwen would not allow him to depart so easily. The wheat in the fields required harvesting. Alongside other pressing matters, he could no longer permit him to shirk his responsibilities. Tomorrow, you shall visit Dr. Chui to borrow a donkey cart and accompany me to the town. Dr. Chui still had an outstanding debt. Please, brother, do not stir. It would be rather embarrassing to borrow a cart without having settled previous debts, Yan Huaiwen remarked. In addition to requesting leave from Xiang Hong, I must personally bid farewell at the academy. Yan LaEr found this reasoning compelling. He could no longer persuade him and reluctantly acquiesced. Yan LaEr instinctively weighed the cart. It felt light, though he was uncertain of its contents. Upon noticing this, Yan Huaiwen's expression darkened. Was he dissatisfied with the quantity? He turned away, refusing to look. Yan LaEr blinked. Was his elder brother concerned about his dignity as a younger sibling? It was somewhat embarrassing to reach out for money, yet it was not insurmountable. Old Yan, a good man indeed. He quietly exited, ensuring the door was securely closed. Contemplating the task for the morrow and his troublesome younger brother, Yan Huaiwen enjoyed a rare moment of clarity. Before my eyes, memories of my younger brother's attentive care during these days resurface, highlighting the sense of uncertainty and reliance that accompanies his role as the head of the family. He holds a prominent position in the court, overseeing numerous officials, yet he struggles to manage his indolent and carefree younger brother. Not only must he manage him, but he also bears the responsibility of educating him. In the past, he devoted himself entirely to his studies, neglecting his brother, who merely drifted through life, waiting for his elder sibling to succeed and provide a better existence. Once separated from him, how would he stand on his own? Now that he has a chance for a fresh start, he is determined to guide his brother diligently. If scholarly pursuits prove futile, he shall exert more effort in practical affairs. Behold, this is silver. Yan LaEr displayed a small piece of silver, allowing his wife and daughter to witness what ancient currency looks like, far purer than the silver ornaments found in the marketplace. Although their bodies have changed, the strength of their willpower triumphs over physical inertia. Unaccustomed to retiring early, they find themselves restless despite their fatigue. The mother and daughter exchanged sleepy glances, and upon hearing a sound, they opened their eyes. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, they discerned the object in his hand. Yanyu reached out with her small hand, turning it over and over, and inquired of her father, "How much does this weigh? Did you truly ask elder brother for money?" Li Shiwei questioned him. "Indeed, daughter." He recounted what elder brother had said when he summoned the village chief. "Isn't it true that the youngest son from that family intends to bully your older sister?" This is precisely where Yan LaEr sensed something amiss. Was time not slightly confused? According to the old Yan's understanding, they would be departing soon. But wait. Yanyu counted on her fingers, first dividing the family, then seeking refuge. After the division, her elder sister Dia was left alone at home, which provided a perfect opportunity for miscreants. She nodded earnestly, confirming that the book indeed stated so. Li Shuimei pondered for a moment and remarked, "Could it be that our presence has altered the course of the narrative?" The expressions of Yanyu and her father mirrored each other, both looking utterly bewildered. What had their arrival changed? Poverty remained unchanged, and debt collectors would undoubtedly arrive punctually. Once old, Yin discovered that his irresponsible younger brother had resorted to gambling. He would surely be furious and insist on the family division. Could it be that our attentive care for uncle has expedited his recovery, thus hastening the plan for seeking refuge? Yanyu speculated. Enough of this idle speculation, Li Shuimei interjected, feeling that if they continued down this path, the three of them would find themselves sleepless that night, as the duo could easily conjure an entire book from their musings. "I see you both are not tired. Let us take this opportunity to discuss the poverty alleviation platform. This platform opens intermittently, and no one can predict when it will next be available. We must seize this moment to address our most pressing needs. Today is the 18th of May. After midnight tomorrow, it will be the 20th, marking the arrival of 618. Yanyu cheered. "A day of exhilarating promise. Let us not just shop, but exchange. Therefore, we must hasten to consider what items we can offer in trade." Li Shuimei calmly stated. "Then, while we still have a full day tomorrow, we should endeavor to gather as much information as possible." She remarked on the phrase due to energy constraints and the necessity for advanced preparation, suggesting that the duration of the opportunity may be quite limited, perhaps even fleeting. The father and daughter pondered this and concluded, "Indeed, it is highly probable." With a meticulous approach, the diligent teacher Li Shuimei began her analysis. The aim is to assist compatriots who, due to forces beyond their control, have departed from their homeland, to overcome adversity and navigate through challenges together. The meaning was straightforward. Regardless of where we are, our homeland will not forget us. It will extend a helping hand to ensure our stable existence. Yet, the crux lies within the parentheses: traversing realms, rebirth, narrative immersion, apocalyptic disasters, and the resurgence of spiritual energy, among others. Shall you please enlighten us on what these terms signify? You are all familiar with narrative immersion. Traversing realms refers to the act of crossing through time and space from one world to another. Essentially, that is one way to understand it. Yanyu found herself at a loss for words. While she comprehended the material well during her reading, she struggled to encapsulate such intricate concepts succinctly. Rebirth is quite simple. It means to live once more. The apocalyptic disasters correspond to various prophecies concerning doomsday scenarios, extreme environments, searing heat, and frigid cold, the collapse of order. Rampant viruses, zombies, mutated beasts, and the invasion of alien species. In essence, it describes a survival environment that is exceedingly harsh. The revival of spiritual energy. The applications of this energy are exceedingly vast, creating a world much like our own, yet transformed by the resurgence of spiritual essence. It heralds the arrival of myths, the manifestation of deities, the evolution of species, and the intrusion of bizarre tales into reality. Moreover, it may even facilitate the opening of portals to other realms, leading to interdimensional conflicts. Chapter 9. The donkey hoof. Yan found herself at a loss for words, observing her parents gazing at her with incredulity. One was in awe, marveling at the remarkable intellect of his daughter, while the other was taken aback by her clandestine consumption of such an eclectic array of information. In a fit of determination, Yan enveloped her head with a blanket, cautiously peeking through a small opening to observe her parents' subsequent reactions. The action, executed by her short stature, appeared endearingly innocent. Li Xueme, upon viewing her daughter's adorable demeanor, found her irritation dissipating. Instinctively, she caressed her abdomen, where a new life was blossoming. Well, in comparison to what you described, we seem to fare quite well, she mused, lost in thought. Yan LaEr nodded vigorously in agreement. The notion of extreme environments, viruses, zombies, and mutated beasts is indeed daunting. Our classification is book crossing. Could there be other classifications? Other individuals who were also users of this platform? Li Xueme's thoughts began to unravel. So, is it a matter of trading with these individuals? Yan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing her own capabilities, as she believed she could surmise what they lacked and desired. After pondering for a while, Li Xueme concluded, "We are not certain yet, but we can certainly begin to prepare in this direction." Yan Yujin wrinkled her small nose, drawing upon the wisdom of a certain esteemed individual, and spoke slowly. "Food, water, medicine, various daily necessities." "Ah, my daughter." Yan LaEr sighed. "What you mentioned, we are also lacking." Yan Yu replied, "Isn't that the truth? Their family is also teetering on the brink of survival. Should I perhaps go and gather an egg tomorrow?" Yan Yu cautiously inquired. She had observed for several days and believed that 2 hens would lay eggs tomorrow. She might collect one. That wouldn't be too much of a bother, would it? Li Xueme opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Although the chickens were raised at home, it was all under the care of Dio alone. That child, though prone to tears, was remarkably sensible and endearing. "Tomorrow, I will visit Chui Longzhong to see if I can procure some medicine. If my daughter is going to pick up an egg, then this father must also make an effort. I shall dry the wheat and tidy up the house a bit." Li Xueme said, "Let us rest. We must rise early tomorrow." Yan Yu expected to find slumber elusive, yet to her surprise, her little head rolled twice before she fell into a daze. Just before her consciousness faded into silence, she contemplated first digging for some worms to provide a meal for the chickens at home. Chui Longzhong had previously been an apprentice at the town's pharmacy. His skills insufficient to secure a permanent position, yet they sufficed for a village doctor. During busy farming seasons, he toiled the fields, and in his idle hours, he foraged for herbs and concocted remedies himself. The neighbors from nearby villages sought him out, and he charged no consultation fees, only for the medicine, which was still several coins cheaper than that at the town's pharmacy. For minor ailments, the villagers turned to him, allowing his family to live comfortably. They not only acquired a donkey, but also constructed a new cart. Before dawn, Yan LaEr set out and arrived at Dr. Chui's residence just as the first light began to break. To his surprise, the entire Chui family was already up, gathered in the courtyard around their donkey. What could be the reason for such an early assembly? "Dr. Chui, are you at home?" Yan LaEr called out from outside the gate. "Ah, Yan LaEr, come in. What brings you here? Is your brother unwell again?" Dr. Chui inquired. No, Yan LaEr replied. "After taking your medicine, he has improved. I've come to settle the bill for the medicine. I've delayed for quite some time, and I feel quite embarrassed about it." He strolled into the courtyard and noticed several herbs drying on a wooden rack, none of which he recognized. Approaching, he presented a handful of silver coins. "There's no rush. We are all from the same village. You can settle the payment after your brother recovers," Dr. Chui said, his words courteous. Yet his hands were swift as he accepted the coins and tucked them into his sleeve with a fluid motion. "Wait a moment. I will prepare a few more doses for your brother. It will be 2 decoctions for 2 days. After this course of medicine, he should be nearly well. But from now on, he should focus on recuperating," Dr. Chui instructed while turning to gather the herbs. "If you could prepare a bowl of meat porridge for him daily, he would recover even faster." Yan LaEr nodded in agreement. His brother's illness had drained his vitality, and he needed proper nourishment. Initially, Dr. Chui's wife paid Yan LaEr little heed, but upon seeing the gleaming silver, a smile spread across her face. "Little pup, go fetch a stool for your Uncle Yan," she called out. "Oh dear, Sister Chui, no need to fuss. I'm not thirsty, I came well fed from home. Please, continue with your work." "I can manage on my own," Yan LaEr insisted, wanting to decline her hospitality. Still being polite. "Just accept it," Dr. Chui's wife replied, astonished that Yan LaEr had become so courteous since his brother's illness. Yan LaEr took the donkey's reins without taking a sip, gently setting them aside as he circled the creature. "Ah, this donkey," sighed Sister Chui. "Uncle Yan, you must have noticed too, right? This donkey's legs are problematic. It cannot stand straight." Yan LaEr responded, "What do you mean? Isn't it just the hooves that need trimming?" He examined the 4 hooves closely. The hooves had grown somewhat long, causing the legs to splay slightly outward for balance. It was nothing serious. A simple trim would suffice, he assured her. Observing the well-cared-for donkey at the Chui household, its coat shiny and robust, he speculated that it was seldom worked, enjoying a good diet and little labor, which explained the rapid growth of its hooves. "Where would we even trim? Can it still be fixed?" Sister Chui exclaimed, surprised. "Donkeys, horses, and cattle that move little yet eat well tend to have fast-growing hooves. They require regular maintenance. Otherwise, the hooves will continue to grow, and the donkey will lose its strength, unable to stand straight. Is there a sickle at home? I shall tend to its hooves." Yan LaEr thought to himself, how fortuitous. He had been pondering how to forge a closer connection with Dr. Chui. "You can do this too." Her astonishment was understandable. Yan LaEr prided himself on being educated, often looking down on the rural folk with an air of superiority. The eldest of the Yan family had recently fallen ill, barely managing a few words. And now he could even perform such a dirty job as trimming a donkey's hooves? She was skeptical of Yan LaEr's claims. Yet he spoke with such authority and seemed quite knowledgeable, which was indeed intimidating. Just as she hesitated, her eldest child darted off to fetch a sickle and handed it to Yan LaEr. He examined it, noting that it was quite sharp. "Now, let's find a piece of hemp rope," he declared, ready to proceed. Yan LaEr first bound one leg of the donkey, which remained remarkably docile, moving only slightly. He then picked up the sickle and began to work. Without the proper large or small shovels, he used the sickle to scrape away painstakingly, a laborious and slow process. However, given the circumstances, there was no room for complaint. Action was required. Chapter 10. Upon stopping, they found themselves at the door of the gambling den. Yan LaEr was hard at work, while Sister Chui and her children watched with rapt attention. The excess hoof shell was scraped away, revealing the pristine hoof flesh beneath. After a thorough scraping, he shaped the hoof appropriately. When he set the leg down, the donkey tentatively tested it. Remarkably, the leg stood straight. The second and third legs followed suit, eliciting even more enthusiasm from Sister Chui. "Drink some water, drink some water. Look at how hard Yan LaEr has been working. He deserves a good rest. We owe it to you. Otherwise, we might have thought this donkey was sick. Who would have thought it needed hoof care? Ha! Brother Chui, you usually hesitate to use it, but as you said, this donkey should work more in the future to wear down those 4 hooves, saving it from exhausting you. Do not stand on ceremony, Sister Chui. My brother's illness is largely due to Brother Chui's attentive care. We are so close. Just give a shout if anything arises. This is just a simple task. Not much trouble at all. If in the future you grow weary of seeking a farrier, just have the Guzi or Xiao Guzi call for me." Dr. Chui had stood there for a while, astonished. In a short span of time, I have transformed from Dr. Chui to Brother Chui, and Yan LaEr has become Yan LaEr? He knew his wife well. Just look at that smiling face, blooming with joy, feeling as if she had struck a bargain. Bubbling over with happiness. "Dear Brother Yan LaEr, my sister-in-law expresses her gratitude in advance." Sister Chui is so delighted that she can hardly keep her mouth shut. How could fixing a donkey's hooves possibly cost much? Saving is indeed earning. Sister-in-law will offer you some honeysuckle. Do not underestimate this humble herb. Brother Chui mentioned that brewing it in water is quite beneficial. It can. What was it again? Clear heat and detoxify, interjected Dr. Chui. Precisely. It is the best remedy for summer heat. Sister Chui gathered a generous handful, as this herb is collected from our own land, free of charge. Brother Yan LaEr's eyes lit up. It truly is a case of wishes being fulfilled. This is a marvelous gift. Thank you, sister. Dr. Chui cleared his throat and inquired. When did you acquire such a skill, Brother Yan LaEr? I had not heard of it before. Yan LaEr immediately replied, Oh, I merely dabble in it for fun. Brother Chui, Sister Chui, please do not mention it in front of my elder brother. The couple readily agreed, acknowledging that while skills are beneficial, The notion of tending to livestock's hooves does carry a certain stigma. There is also a matter to discuss with you, Brother Chui and Sister Chui. My elder brother wishes to visit the town's academy. Given his health, he would like to borrow your donkey cart, if it is not too much trouble. Yan LaEr earnestly inquired. It is quite convenient. Just take it, Yan LaEr. De Guzi, help your Uncle Yan with the cart. Sister Chui instructed her son, adding, this donkey must be put to good use. It cannot be allowed to be idle. Dr. Chui silently handed over the medicine bag to Yan LaEr. Thinking of the elder Yan's health, and cautioned, take it slow, avoid unnecessary jolting. Rest assured, Brother Yan LaEr knows better. Your precious donkey simply needs to be exercised. Chui Longzhong, I am not referring to the donkey. My concern lies with the patients. Thankfully, I possess this rather unconventional skill. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for words. Yan Laoji intentionally moved closer to his daughter, encouraging her to familiarize herself, saying, go on, take a whiff. In the future, I shall not pass this craft on to anyone else but my dear Debeo. I don't want it, ha. In ancient traditions, skills are imparted to males rather than females. When my brother matures, you can pass it on to him. I shall not hold your favoritism against you. Yanyu laughed. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, her small curls tousled in delightful disarray. Perhaps it could be a younger sister. Li Xuemei observed the playful antics of the two with a smile and pondered aloud. Should I consult Chui Longzhong for a pulse diagnosis? One cannot simply declare one's condition without verification. Just yesterday, I harvested wheat. Please prepare the straw for the journey, Li Xuemei suggested. I understand, Yan Laoji nodded. Although Chui Longzhong did not mention it, they were mindful of the need to prepare some fodder for the donkey. Yan Laoji, skilled enough to mend donkey hooves, found driving a cart to be a trivial task. The newly crafted cart frame, custom-made for him, was exceptionally well designed, featuring a canopy, railings, and a double-layered bottom. The lower level could accommodate various items, while the upper layer had a foldable design, allowing for expansion as needed. Yan Huaiwen, the patient, reclined comfortably within, shielded from the sun, with a gentle breeze wafting in, truly delightful. While stuffing the chopped wheat straw into a burlap sack, Yan Laoji also gathered a few handfuls of withered grass from the front, twisting and mixing it with the straw. The sack fit perfectly on the lower wooden platform. Dia busily prepared a variety of grain cakes and filled 2 bamboo tubes with water. All right, let us set off. The ancient wooden wheels of the cart cannot compare to modern rubber tires, and the unpaved road is far from smooth. Fortunately, Yan LaEr did not urge the donkey to move too swiftly. After more than half an hour, they entered the town. Yan LaEr stealthily pulled out a piece of cloth hidden in his sleeve, which bore a hand-drawn map of the town created by his daughter. Heaven knows how anxious he felt accompanying his elder brother to the town, given his complete lack of memory. Thankfully, his daughter had prepared in advance. Spending the past few days gathering information from the village children, she learned about a steamed bun shop in the town renowned for its delicious meat buns, Slurp. The last time they visited the town, his grandmother bought him malt candy on a certain street. His mother mentioned that the second shopkeeper at Xi's fabric store was quite generous, offering more fabric than Wang's fabric store. Once he had enough fabric, she promised to make him new shoes. How delightful. On their last trip, his father treated him to sweet candied hawthorn, delectable indeed, right at. With this compilation of information, his daughter had sketched a simple map for him. Luckily, the town was not large, and several key locations were marked clearly. Indeed. Despite their young age, these children had sharp memories and made no mistakes regarding where to eat. Heaven bless, stop for a moment. Came the voice of Yan Huaiwen from behind. Yan LaEr halted the cart and turned to inquire. What is it, brother? We have yet to reach our destination. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was taken aback. By heavens, isn't that a gambling den? They now stand at the entrance of the Shuani pawn shop, with the gambling den just across the street. Adjacent to the pawn shop is a public bathhouse, and beside it lies a quaint tavern, not far from which one can find a wonton stall. Their family is deeply troubled by the 20 taels of gambling debt, and Yanyu has marked a dark X over the gambling den on her makeshift map. Chapter 11. Old Yan's financial reckoning. As soon as the donkey cart came to a halt, the watchman at the gambling den spotted Yan LaEr. Before he could gather his wits, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from within, encircling the donkey cart. Fearing retribution, he thought it best to refrain from confrontation. Alas, Yan LaEr felt a surge of dread, his scalp tingling as he slowly turned to face his elder brother, Yan Huaiwen, who was now able to sit upright unaided. What money? Yan Huaiwen inquired. Yan LaEr, on the verge of tears, lamented that he had revealed too much too soon, utterly unprepared for the unfolding situation. They had hoped to settle the gambling debt with the assistance of the platform that very evening. Brother. I didn't. I am not. Yan LaEr was drenched in sweat, his face flushed with embarrassment. Woe is me. How can I defend myself? He claims it was not him. That he has nothing to do with it. Who would believe him? Who? This is an injustice. Though it is not yet June, oh heavens, please bring forth some snow. Ah. Look at my expression. Is that not the scholar? My apologies for the oversight. If you would do us the honor, please step inside for a cup of tea. The leader of the group, clad in neat attire and possessing a robust physique, spoke with remarkable eloquence. Your second brother previously gambled at our establishment and, unfortunately, lost. He owes a total of 20 taels of silver. Is that so? The man continued smoothly. Rest assured, we would never dare deceive you. Here is the promissory note written in your brother's own hand. What more could Yan LaEr say? He once again produced the promissory note bearing his signature, feigning nonchalance as he handed it to his elder brother. His brother accepted it, scrutinizing it thoroughly from top to bottom. After casting a glance at him, his brother turned away, his expression unreadable. Old Yan must be engulfed in disappointment and sorrow. He had always treated his younger brother with such kindness. Everything seemed to conspire against them, compounding their misfortunes. Yan LaEr wiped his face with fervor, resigned to his fate, and declared, Elder brother, I was wrong. I should not have gambled. The debt is mine, and I will find a way to repay it. You granted me 3 days, and the time has not yet elapsed. According to our agreement, you may come to me on the appointed day, and I, Yan LaEr, will repay you in full. The man scoffed, ignoring him. His gaze fixed intently on Yan Xiaozai, seated upon the donkey cart. Yan Huaiwen could not recall his past self's expression when confronted with this sudden gambling debt. Perhaps it was not so much forgetfulness as a reluctance to relive that moment. Back then, he had been dumbfounded, wearing a ghastly expression as if he had seen a ghost. The bitterness of his younger brother's thoughtlessness, the loathing for being compelled to sell land to repay debts, weighed heavily on him. Indeed, at that time, his younger brother had pleaded, Elder brother, I was wrong. Please, save me. If I cannot repay the debt, LaEr and ere you will be taken away to settle it. Elder brother, I have realized my mistake. I shall never gamble again. Please, trust me this once, elder brother. In his memory echoed the cries of Dia, the sobs of his sister-in-law, and the wails of Arya. He had not anticipated that the little girl would cry even more piercingly than her elder sister, eyes shut tight and mouth wide open. Such a small being could produce such a thunderous lament. His head buzzed, nearly overwhelmed by her weeping. Rather than allowing the family to perpetually dwell in apprehension, it would be more prudent to confront this matter head-on and resolve it within the town. Our family's holdings are meager, consisting solely of 10 acres inherited from our ancestors. With his eyes closed, Yan Huaiwen emitted a protracted sigh, assisting me as I dismounted, filled with indignation. Yan LaEr shoved aside the obsequious debt collector who was fawning over them, furtively observing Lao Yan's countenance as he gingerly helped him alight from the conveyance. Yan Huaiwen gradually extricated himself from his grasp, lifting his gaze to behold the signboard of the Shuani pawnshop, before deliberately stepping inside. Shuanqin, Shuani, merely by their appellations. It is evident that the gambling den and the pawnshop are one and the same. With a woebegone expression, Yan LaEr hesitated for a moment before following suit. He overheard his elder brother stating, Your establishment is not the sole pawnshop in this town. The silver owed by my younger brother can be adequately offset by 3 acres of land, according to prevailing rates. Yan scholar, you speak as a layman. Prime arable land fetches 7 taels per acre, but that is during bountiful years. With the impending reduction in yield this summer, should the heavens prove unbenevolent and not bestow a single drop of rain, the land will be downgraded, assessed as medium or even inferior quality. Furthermore, this humble establishment is a pawnshop, and pawnshops operate under their own set of regulations. Irrespective of the item being pawned, it is invariably subject to depreciation. However, the advantage lies in the prompt and unreserved disbursement of hard currency, a convenience indeed. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, Yan scholar struck a chord. Indeed, Shuani is not the only pawnshop in this town. Should they, through their actions, cause the man to depart and dispose of his land elsewhere, it would be a detrimental turn of events. It should be known that they have been coveting Yan scholar's land for quite some time. While other possessions may be difficult to liquidate, I have never encountered land that is unsaleable. It has invariably been in demand, exceeding supply. Should I disseminate word of my intention to sell the land, a transaction could be concluded immediately. Your words, esteemed manager, may deceive others. But do not attempt to delude me, Yan Huaiwen stated, unhurriedly and calmly. You assert this, yet you are willing to part with only 3 mu of land. Such a fragmented sale may not entice the affluent families, for they would likely find it unworthy of their effort. In rural areas, selling land necessitates inquiries among relatives and neighbors, and you are undoubtedly aware that it is challenging to find a suitable successor in a short span. Pledging with a pawnshop is most convenient. We need not inspect the fields or measure the land. For possessing the land, deed suffices to facilitate the division at the government office. Should you lack the time to visit, simply pen a note, and we shall attend to it without requiring Mr. Yan's intervention. The chief steward, with a broad smile and courteous demeanor, surmised that Mr. Yan would prefer not to personally approach the office. After all, as a man of letters, selling ancestral property is hardly a matter of honor. What is the valuation? Inquired Yan Huaiwen. Were another individual to come forth, not Mr. Yan, but someone else burdened with gambling debts, the likelihood of securing such an offer would be minimal. He would perhaps only concede 4 taels at most. Yet, Yan LaEr's debt remains modest, a mere 20 taels, which is insufficient. Yan LaEr grew anxious. 3 mu is inadequate. It must be 4 mu. This would amount to relinquishing nearly half of the family estate. Old Yan's decision to partition the inheritance is indeed justified. Yan Huaiwen shook his head. Rather than succumb to undervaluation, it would be wiser to sell all 10 mu, clear his brother's gambling debts, and retain the surplus to invest elsewhere. What? Sell it all? Yan LaEr was taken aback. Could old Yan truly be so resolute? However, upon further reflection, setting aside the sentimental ties to the ancestral land, from a purely financial standpoint, this indeed appears to be the least detrimental course of action. 10 mu would yield 70 taels. After settling the 20 tael debt, 50 taels would remain. Old Yan's financial reckoning is quite commendable. Wait a moment. Could it be? Old Yan is planning to depart? Is he preparing to flee from calamity? With a goal in mind, where was it that we were heading to? Oh dear, we cannot bring the land along, but we certainly can take the silver. A fortunate turn of events? Chapter 12. Bringing the nephew home, Yan LaEr waited in the shade of the trees at the academy's entrance alongside the donkey. He still felt somewhat dazed. The 20 taels of gambling debt that weighed heavily on their family had been settled. Their land had been sold off completely. His brother only carried the deed, which was handed over on the spot. It was Yan LaEr who could no longer bear it. He stepped forward, disregarding everything, and embraced it with determination. Hand it over. At that moment, old Yan seemed to glare at him, but he paid it no mind, chuckling to himself. Now it was their turn to count the silver. Oh, so this is the weight of 5 taels. To be honest, those small silver ingots look rather charming when gathered together. He dutifully returned all the money to his elder brother, and the 2 brothers exited the pawnshop, heading straight for the academy. Yan LaEr, under the pretense of looking after the cart, did not enter. How foolish. This was likely a place he frequented. If he were to encounter someone he knew and greet them, he would be at a loss for words, unable to recall anyone's name, which would be rather impolite. Moreover, he had observed that old Yan had a peculiar manner of walking. He tended to let others lead the way, while he leisurely strolled behind. Yan LaEr wished to offer support for them both, but old Yan refused assistance, insisting on walking independently. What was the point of such pride? After recovering from a serious illness, what harm would there be in accepting a little help? At home, he had never seen such formality. Weren't they quite close? But here he was, feeling empty inside, fearful of making a misstep. Very well, it was best to let old Yan manage on his own. Yan Huaiwen subtly broached his concerns regarding the drought with the headmaster, mentioning the rumors of well-informed, affluent families preparing to depart. He also mentioned receiving correspondence from a former classmate, seeking to arrange a connection for his soon-to-be appointed cousin, offering him a position as a private secretary. Upon hearing this, the headmaster ceased his attempts to persuade him to stay, instead instructing a servant to prepare a parting gift. He then inquired about various observations from the countryside before bidding him farewell. Yan Huaiwen stood motionless outside the window, listening to the resonant sound of students reading aloud. Through the latticed window, he could see his son, upright and steadfast as a pine, reciting classical texts with unwavering focus. The instructor, Gua, acknowledged him with a slight nod. As the midday recess arrived, the students eagerly poured out of the classroom after seeing their teacher off. They greeted him respectfully as they passed by. Teacher Yan, Mr. Yan. He smiled and nodded, gently urging, hurry along to the dining hall. Succumbing to their rumbling stomachs, the boys cheerfully rushed towards the refectory. Yin Xiangting, his gaze fixed upon him, asked, Father, why do you look so unwell? Are you fatigued? Should you rest? It is nothing, Do not worry. He looked at his still youthful son, his eyes brimming with emotion. Composing himself, he said, there are matters at home. I have already requested leave on your behalf. Gather your belongings. We shall return home together today. Yan Xiangheng was eager to inquire about the nature of the events that had prompted his father to personally fetch him. However, mindful of being in the academy, where many ears could overhear, he refrained from pressing the matter. Yan LaEr, noticing his elder brother leisurely emerging with a bundle, casually inquired, Brother, is that all you have? Where is my nephew? Yan Huaiwen settled into his seat, placing the parcel onto the vehicle, and remarked with a hint of indifference, This is a gift from the dean, a ceremonial item. Please tidy up my room while I rest here. I am rather fatigued. With that, he climbed onto the carriage, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. Yan LaEr was still trying to comprehend what the ceremonial item entailed, observing as old Yan arranged for his own repose. What else could he say? It was time to pack up. He had been pulling the child along, questioning him about their destination. The younger the child, the more he tugged. Ah, his nephew. Yan LaEr's eyes brightened as he greeted him warmly, releasing the child who had been guiding them. Your students are truly enthusiastic. They insist on leading me. Haha. Have you gathered your belongings, dear nephew? Come. Help your father with the packing. Yan LaEr entered the room with an air of familiarity, casting a quick glance around to assess the situation. What more could a scholar possess besides books and their related paraphernalia? Ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. These items are rather precious. Nothing must be overlooked. Clothes, shoes, bedding, and mats, everything must be packed. Some small items, being light, should also be taken along. Once he had meticulously organized the entire room, Yan LaEr felt quite satisfied. Having ensured the space was left clean and tidy for the next scholar's arrival. No need for thanks. He even took a moment to inspect his nephew's quarters, shaking his head in mild disapproval. Children, regardless of age, remain children. Without parental guidance, things tend to go awry. Is that water basin ours? And the bedding must be included as well. He endeavored to tidy up the space as efficiently as he had done for old Yan's room. Had it not been for his nephew's blushing admission that there were belongings belonging to other cohabiting students, he might have packed up the entire room without hesitation. Two individuals emerged, burdened with numerous packages, as Yan Huaiwen could not suppress a few coughs and quickly turned his head away. It was a sight too disheartening to behold. The items were plentiful, haphazardly piled, leaving Yan Huaiwen unable to recline, thus he could only sit. Tea on you, to the grain shop, Yan Huaiwen instructed. In that moment, Yan LaEr felt a profound sense of relief. He had diligently memorized the locations of the shops along their route. Yan Huaiwen visited the grain store, the oil shop, the bookstore, the general goods store, the fabric shop, the apothecary, the woodworking shop, the blacksmith, and the horse and carriage establishment. Good heavens! He nearly traversed every store in town, which were already scarce. Leading the donkey, he followed his father, observing him enter one shop after another, inquiring but not purchasing. Yan Xiangheng quietly whispered to his second uncle, Uncle, what is my father doing? What is he looking to buy? After searching so many shops, has he found nothing? What has transpired in our family? I see my father's countenance is not well. Is he ill? He has never asked me for leave, nor has he provided any explanation. Why do I feel so unsettled? Uncle, what is happening? Your father is merely inquiring about prices, comparing goods from different vendors. Surely he intends to purchase the most economical option, Yan LaEr replied, feeling a camaraderie with Yan Huaiwen regarding this matter. One cannot simply purchase whatever they desire without comparing prices and assessing quality. Is father preparing a dowry? Yan Xiangheng hesitantly inquired. What dowry? What have you heard? Yan LaEr immediately shifted his gaze, fixating intently on his elder nephew. Well, a classmate mentioned that our family is to be allied with the village chief's family. Yan Xiangheng stammered. A sigh of relief escaped Yan Xiangheng. That was reassuring, as he had heard unfavorable things about the village chief's youngest son. Unfavorable? That boy is utterly wretched. Old Yan has emerged once again. Yan LaEr cautioned his nephew. Do not mention these matters in front of your father. As for the delivery notes from various shops, Yan LaEr clarified it was not that he did not purchase them. Rather, he was instructed to collect them in person. Chapter 13. Old Yan purchased an ox cart. The return journey was swifter than the outbound one. As an underachiever, he faced this situation with remarkable composure. If he could not comprehend, so be it. Upon arriving home, Yan LaEr unloaded the goods and began searching for his wife. He needed to visit Dr. Cui to check his pulse, as he was quite concerned. What was Li Xuemei up to? She was busy with Dia. particularly airing out the winter quilts, cotton clothing, and bedding. They could not be washed with water, but sunning and beating them was permissible. She also checked for any signs of pests or moth damage, mending where necessary. She realized that Dia could not be left idle. When the child had too much free time, her mind wandered, leading to melancholic thoughts. It was better to keep her hands busy with chores. The two of them, under the blazing sun, were flushed and sweating. When Yan LaEr found her, she appeared as if she had just been pulled from a steamer. "Let me help," he exclaimed, feeling a pang of sympathy. "It is essential to take care of your youthful complexion. How can you expose yourself to such harsh sunlight?" He snatched the wooden stick and began to thump the bedding, releasing clouds of dust. Li Xuemei turned her face away and playfully punched him. "Watch it. You nearly blinded me. Is their lunch ready?" Yan LaEr inquired quietly, his stomach growling. His elder brother had not thought to procure any food for a snack. "Yes, it is cooking in the pot," Li Xuemei chuckled, amused by his hungry expression. "What are we having?" He hesitated to hope, yet could not suppress his anticipation, fearing it might not be millet pancakes. "Today we have something special. We are having thin porridge." As soon as Li Xuemei finished speaking, Yan LaEr turned and ran away, prompting me to take a look. His curiosity was not out of greed. He simply wished to see what the watery porridge of ancient times looked like. Upon entering the kitchen, Yan LaEr was taken aback by the sight of a pot filled with water. "What is this? Porridge?" No wonder his wife emphasized that it was thin porridge. It truly was quite watery. "Do you want to make sausage, father?" A weak voice came from behind him, belonging to his daughter. "Could you please move aside?" Yin understood her father's sentiments, for she felt the same way. After sending off her father and uncle in the morning, she began digging for worms, feeding one after another. The hens at home would cluck in alarm upon seeing her approach, their little heads swiveling in confusion, unsure which eye to use to locate her. Her efforts bore fruit when two hens she had been watching laid eggs. Seizing the opportunity while her elder sister was called away by their mother to perform various chores, she stealthily retrieved two warm, fragrant eggs. Having successfully completed her plan, Yin resumed her unfinished task from the day before, washing clothes for her parents. Rolling them 3 times in wood ash, she pulled them out and shook them vigorously. The dust dissipated, and to her surprise, they truly did not smell as bad anymore. Yin busied herself, treating all the clothes her family had changed out of with the same method, though there were only a few items. The pile brought her a sense of accomplishment. This was the natural laundry method of a peasant household. Just as she was about to step outside to reconnect with her village friends, an ominous sensation suddenly struck her stomach. Yin hastily made her way to the latrine, fearing that if she delayed any longer, she might think herself ill. Squatting in the pit, she exerted herself intensely. However, the food was too dry. Ultimately, Yan LaEr truly struggled with great effort to rise from the pit. The calves trembled. "As for the multigrain cakes, I stand resolutely opposed to you." What troubled her even more was the subsequent issue of cleanliness. Choose between bamboo strips and hay. Which would you select? Mother was right. One must seize opportunities to address the most pressing needs. In that moment, Yin was utterly convinced that toilet paper was their most urgent necessity, without exception. She quietly confided in her mother about her predicament, and thus, Daya, as if resuming a normal life, boiled a large pot of water and prepared a thin porridge. Yin eagerly consumed a bowl, and although the rice flavor was faint, on such a day, drinking porridge, especially a watery one, was rather delightful. However, after a while, her sentiments shifted. The porridge simply did not satiate her hunger. It wasn't long before she felt ravenous again and kept running to the outhouse. Each visit to the toilet felt like a battle, one she had never won. Thus, once more, she found herself in the kitchen, seeking her nemesis, the multigrain cakes. Upon hearing her daughter's experiences, Yan LaEr regarded the two types of meals with newfound seriousness. Multigrain cakes and thin porridge. I grant you both equal standing. At this moment, Yan LaEr also recognized the significance of cleanliness. After all, it was he who had added the hay and dry leaves. Li Xuemei, uneasy about her daughter, came to check on her. She first inquired about Yin well-being. Yin replied that she was fine, though she felt a bit restless lately. With a slight sigh, she acknowledged that her diet was unbalanced. Not only was her young body struggling to cope, but even she, as an adult, found it challenging. It was unclear whether to feel anxious or relieved about her frequent visits to the toilet. "By the way, can you help me identify these items? We must not make mistakes later on." Yan LaEr pulled out the receipt that old Yin had given him. Brown rice, coarse salt, cotton, tung oil, hemp rope, iron pot. Candles, ox cart. Li Xuemei took them, reading each item aloud. effortlessly deciphering the traditional characters. Upon reaching the mention of the ox cart, the family widened their eyes and repeated, "Ox cart?" The yellow cow, for years strong, stood at 4 feet 7 inches tall and 5 feet 3 inches long, paired with a cart frame valued at 28 taels of silver. Yin Yu, on tiptoe, swiftly recited the words on the paper. Hiss. A single cow costs 28 taels? Yan LaEr's tone shifted. Burdened by a gambling debt of 20 taels, he found the price of one cow excessively steep. Not only the cow, but the cart as well. All totaled 28 taels. Yin Yu explained, the cart frame is not easily crafted. It requires good timber for sufficient strength. The wheels must be meticulously shaped by hand, demanding significant time and effort. Their size cannot be arbitrary but must be tailored to the cow's physique. The completion of a cart frame is no quick endeavor. Furthermore, this cow, at just 4 years old, has just reached maturity and will serve well for many years. Yan LaEr glanced at his daughter and inquired, "How do you know all this?" Yin Yu slyly cast a glance at her mother, thinking to herself that reading had indeed bestowed upon her some peculiar knowledge. 50 taels, and after spending 28, that leaves 22. No wonder they were purchasing such inexpensive goods. Yan LaEr mumbled to himself. The rice was brown, the salt coarse. Alas, life is not easy. All one can do is sigh. Chapter 14. Today we feast on meat. Father, what do you mean 50 taels? Does our family possess 50 taels? Yin Yu's ears perked up. Well, I merely intended to report back to you this evening. Yan LaEr glanced furtively around. Speaking in a hushed tone, today, when I went to the town, I was intercepted by those at the gambling house, insisting on payment. Old Yin had to mortgage all 10 acres of our land. No, wait, there was no pledge seen. It must have been a sale of 70 taels in total. After settling that 20 I owed, I'm left with 50 taels. Isn't that just in time? Your uncle urged me to make another trip to the town to redeem these slips. With the noon hour approaching, I must first take a moment to catch my breath. Dabao, look at you, still unwilling to join me. How about accompanying me to the town this afternoon? I must say, your rudimentary map has proven quite useful. Without it, I would have been utterly lost. Yan LaEr expressed his relief. To the town? Yin Yu's eyes sparkled like little stars. That sounds wonderful. Li Shuimei listened to the enthusiastic exchange between the two, smiling helplessly at their excitement over the small town, which hardly boasted more than a few streets. The family had each consumed a bit of thin rice porridge, and Yan LaEr, accompanied by his wife, set off towards Dr. Chui's abode, returning the donkey cart along the way. Upon arriving at Dr. Chui's, he expressed his gratitude profusely, and after some insistence regarding the fodder prepared for the donkey, it was ultimately Mrs. Chui who decided to accept it. Dr. Chui checked Li Shuimei's pulse, confirming what she had long suspected. She was indeed with child. Although their daughter had mentioned it before, the doctor's affirmation brought a different kind of joy. It's been nearly 2 months now, Li Shuimei informed Yin Yu. Yin Yu beamed, his smile broad and infectious, exclaiming, in just a few months, our family will welcome a second treasure. Yes, a second treasure is on the way. We must begin preparations, Yan LaEr declared, invigorated. At first, there was certainly joy, but it was not long before some sorrow crept in. What harsh and difficult conditions they were enduring. How could one raise a child in such circumstances? Second uncle, father calls for you, the eldest nephew exclaimed. He responded and hurried toward the house. Upon entering, he mindlessly inquired, eldest brother, you want silence. Yan Huaiwen could not help but interrupt him. Finding his lack of perception intolerable, he was already capable of getting out of bed on his own, yet he continued to inquire incessantly. Why did you bring your wife along? Is sister-in-law feeling unwell? Yan Huaiwen vaguely recalled that his sister-in-law had fallen gravely ill around this time, but the specifics eluded him. She is with child. The excitement of Yan LaEr's second son had not yet subsided, and upon being asked, he eagerly shared. Dr. Chui checked her pulse and said it has been 2 months. Haha. Yan Huaiwen was struck with a jolt. 2 months of pregnancy. A serious illness. This child was likely not to survive. He reminded himself again that they must not separate their household. Looking at his second brother, how could he manage alone? He could not even safeguard his own child. The thought of a new addition brought a smile to Yan Huaiwen's face. He pointed to the offering of grains given to him by the head of the courtyard and remarked, our family's lineage is thin. Adding to our numbers is of great significance. Previously, I was thoughtless and purchased only coarse rice to stave off hunger. It suffices for us. But your sister-in-law's health is precious. You ought to go to the grain shop and buy some fine rice and flour. Yan LaEr's second son felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Old Yin truly was considerate. Even while suffering from illness, he remained concerned about this and that. Eldest brother, your health is also suffering. Relying solely on medicine is insufficient. You must eat well to restore your strength. Yan LaEr resolved to purchase more provisions, as not only did the pregnant women and children at home require sustenance, but he himself also needed to replenish his strength. Relying solely on medicine would not suffice. In a state of modest means, even the most ample preparations felt inadequate. Ultimately, financial constraints weighed heavily upon him, leaving him uncertain whether he could endure until the next town. Alas, Yan LaEr ultimately decided against bringing his daughter along to the market. As the afternoon sun reached its zenith and they set off on foot, his heart ached for the child. So he promised her that he would surely take her with him on the next occasion. With brisk determination, he made his way to the town, first retrieving the ox cart. The cart, worth 28 taels, was indeed exceptional, standing in stark contrast to the nearby mule and donkey carts. As he drove the ox cart to gather supplies, he finally arrived at the grain shop, where the extent of old Yan's investment became apparent. He purchased a full 4 bags of brown rice, and the attendant helped load them onto the cart. He attempted to lift one, only to find it exceedingly heavy. Additionally, he acquired some white rice and flour, and, upon noticing millet, he decided to weigh out some of that as well. He also selected a piece of meat with a balanced amount of fat and lean, picked out some meticulously cleaned bones, and engaged in prolonged negotiation with the butcher, ultimately persuading him to spare half of a pig's liver, with some silver coins still remaining. He was unsure of the exact amount, but knew there were 2 pieces of broken silver and a string of over a dozen copper coins. Illiteracy is not the most daunting challenge. Rather, it is the inability to count that poses a true concern. Upon returning home, he discovered that his elder brother had taken his nephew out. At long last, an opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal presented itself, and it was essential to prepare the ingredients properly. Unsure of how well his daughter could cook, as she had not had the chance to showcase her skills in recent days, he held firm confidence in her father's culinary abilities. Today, he resolved that Yan LaEr would personally take to the kitchen. A small basin of water would suffice. There was no need for pretension, as all the ingredients were sourced from the pig and no one should disdain the other. Thus, they would wash everything in a single basin. Yan LaEr finally managed to unload the 4 bags of coarse rice, and as he stood up, he felt the weight of each bag, approximately 100 pounds. After removing the cart frame and securing the ox, his daughter volunteered to take on the task of feeding the animal, allowing him to dash into the kitchen. "Let me handle it," he said, as the couple exchanged glances, eager to collaborate. Li stepped aside, bending down to inspect the stove. Yan LaEr weighed the kitchen knife in his hand, selected a large, coarse porcelain bowl, and began to sharpen the knife with a rhythmic sound. Hearing the noise, Yan hurried over, clinging to the doorframe, her gaze fixed intently on her father. With deft movements, he separated the fat from the lean meat, then proceeded to skin it. The large bones were chopped with vigor, and he ignited the fire, heating the stove. Daya, hearing the commotion, rushed over, witnessing her uncle chop the fatty meat into pieces that were soon sizzling in the pot. The meat shrank in size while the lard increased, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, bold and overwhelming. Chapter 15. The launch of the support trading platform in the past. Yan had little regard for the greasy morsels, but now she found herself salivating. As she tasted her father's cooking, she joyfully stomped her feet in delight. So fragrant, so delicious. Li took Daya's hand and forcefully stuffed a piece into her mouth. Daya, blushing with embarrassment, savored it slowly, reluctant to swallow. She, too, took a bite, and the flavor intensified with each chew. Naturally, Yan LaEr did not neglect himself. He poured the pork from the pot into a bowl and devoured 2 pieces of lard, finally satisfying his craving. A few pieces remained, reserved for Lao Yan and his elder nephew. Seizing the opportunity while the oil bubbled enticingly in the pot, Yan LaEr retrieved a cabbage. Do not underestimate this wilted cabbage. According to the vendor, it is usually sold at 2 coins per pound, yet now it is priced at 3 coins, which still seems advantageous for him. Were it not for his acquisition of her remaining wild onions and cabbage, she would not have lowered the price. 7 coins for 2 pounds would sell quite well. The wild onions were chopped and sautéed until fragrant. The outer leaves of the wilted cabbage were stripped away. There was no need for a knife, as he tore the cabbage apart with his hands. He poked the fire in the stove to make the flames burn brighter. The stir-frying continued incessantly. Yan Huaiwen prepared a porridge and a soup. The pig liver porridge was simmered to a tender consistency, while the bone broth was perfectly balanced in richness. He had intentionally reserved a few pieces of oily fish for the two of them, but he only tasted one, the rest finding its way into Xiangheng's belly. Others received an additional dish of stir-fried cabbage with meat. "Uncle, did you actually cook this meal?" Yan Xiangheng exclaimed in astonishment. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Although his uncle is not a gentleman, he has always adhered to the strict standards of a scholar. So how could he possibly cook? "Ha ha, your aunt is pregnant and cannot exert herself. My culinary skills are not too shabby, are they?" He offered congratulations to his uncle and aunt. Yan Xiangheng smiled. "Not merely satisfactory, it is utterly delicious. If it is delicious, I shall cook more often." The reason of pregnancy is indeed powerful. Henceforth, he could assume the culinary duties in place of his wife. As for his household leader's culinary skills, better left unmentioned. Yan Huaiwen cast a glance at him, remaining silent. He thought to himself that his younger brother's gluttony was truly severe, evolving from a mere love for food to learning how to cook. His sister-in-law's pregnancy was rather precarious, so it was better to let the second brother handle the cooking. As for the little girl, she devoured her meal with such fervor, not even lifting her gaze, lost in her food. Watching her, he unconsciously consumed half a bowl of porridge more than intended. He felt slightly overfilled. After dinner, Dia eagerly volunteered to tidy up, while Yan Huaiwen and his son organized the books and writing materials they had brought from the academy. "Why didn't Big Brother mention anything about dividing the family today?" Li Shuamei inquired. It wasn't that she was particularly yearning for it, but rather that a sense of unease lingered in her heart. To be frank, their family was not particularly ambitious, having never entertained thoughts of embarking on grand enterprises. Contentment with modest wealth sufficed, as long as the family remained healthy. Such was the aspiration of ordinary folk. Not only was the topic not broached, but they also appeared surprisingly calm. Yan LaEr, too, was perplexed. Li Shuamei further asked, "Does Big Brother still carry the land deed with him?" "Indeed. You should have seen the expression on that pawnbroker's face back then." "Huh?" Yan LaEr chuckled, having been taken aback as well. Regardless, selling land is a favorable endeavor. Having money in hand brings a sense of security. Now that we have an ox cart, along with the grain we purchased and the new wheat harvest, plus the items Big Brother bought, we seem well prepared for any potential famine. However, with all these goods alongside our household belongings, I fear the ox may struggle to pull much more. Yet, there appears to be no better solution. We certainly cannot purchase another cart. The ox's capacity is limited, and at best, it can carry his wife and daughter, while others will have to rely on their own legs for the journey. Such is the reality. We shall take one step at a time." Li Shuamei sighed, placing a hand on her belly. Yan LaEr, considering himself a scholar, had paper and ink readily available. She was cautious about waste, using the backs of previously practiced sheets to sketch, conserving resources. "Everything I've traversed is recorded upon them," Yan LaEr remarked. "Oh, your handwriting." Li Shuamei scrutinized closely. "Is it modeled after your style?" "Indeed. Parents, consider this. My father suddenly cannot recognize or write characters. Wouldn't my uncle be suspicious? I shall practice writing in case of unexpected circumstances. And father, you must also begin to learn. Characters require practice, and one must find time to read." Yan Yu stated earnestly. Li Shuamei agreed, saying, "What my daughter says is right. It prevents you from being a blind man, unable to recognize even a delivery note." Yan LaEr protested, "How can I not recognize them? I can identify those that look similar. I merely sought your assistance to avoid mistakes." Alas, why does Yan LaEr insist on becoming a scholar? He is not suited for academia. It is a waste of money and time. What is wrong with being an honest farmer, even if he cannot read? He reluctantly picked up Yan LaEr's book and began learning from the simplest text, the 1,000-character classic. Whenever he encountered an unfamiliar character, he would inquire, for both his wife and daughter possessed no reading difficulties, unlike him. "Look at the jelly I made. How does it look?" Yan LaEr boasted. "It is crystal clear. Though it could have been better if not for the lack of pigskin." Although Yan Yu had eaten a hearty dinner, the sight of the pigskin jelly instinctively made her crave it. "Father, why don't you fetch a spoon? How are we supposed to eat?" "No need to rush. We are not at a midnight transaction, are we? I secretly made this, and if we can exchange it for something, we shall. If not, we will consume it as a late-night snack." There was no intention of revealing anything further. "Wife, what have you done?" Yan LaEr inquired with great curiosity. Li Shuamei replied, "You will know in due time." The father and daughter exchanged a glance, creating an air of mystery. At midnight, a gentle female voice resounded once more. "Please confirm whether the surrounding environment is safe." After a sleepless night, Yan Yu suddenly felt a surge of energy. Indeed, Her exclamation startled both Yan LaEr and Li Xueme, causing them to jump in surprise. Although they were somewhat fatigued, they managed to muster their spirits. At this moment, however, their eyes widened in astonishment, completely dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. Chapter 16. Titanium alloy bionic cattle. Rows of shelves unfolded before her. Wherever Yin Yu pointed her finger, that particular shelf would draw nearer. She perused them one by one. Rice 2. 8. Flour 2. 4. Salt 1. Soy sauce 1. 2. Rice vinegar 0. 9. Pepper powder 24. 4. Chili powder 13. 9. Cumin 13. 8. Chicken essence 3. 7. Remarkably, there was even chicken essence, all unwrapped and haphazardly piled. Egg 0. 5. Pork 11. 9. Chicken 7. 9. Fish 9. 9. There was a basket of eggs, approximately 7 or 8. The pork, chicken, and fish were all frozen. Iron wok 22. Wooden bowl 0. 2. Ceramic bowl 0. 8. Ceramic basin 30. Kitchen knife 25. Scissors 16. Quite satisfactory. There were also utensils for dining. Coarse cloth 15. Cotton fabric 23. 5. Linen 6. Cotton 12. Cotton quilt 196. Hemp shoes 67. Straw sandals 4. 8. Cloth shoes 12. 8. Cotton shoes 18. 8. Single layer clothing 72. Cotton clothing 198. One might fear they would be left without proper attire. Bamboo mat 34. Straw mat 22. Bamboo woven basket 29. Bamboo rucksack 66. They seemed rather impractical. The last row was filled to the brim with bamboo slips, accompanied by several volumes of books, all simply labeled as handwritten copies. After a cursory glance, Yin Yu was deeply impressed by the platform's intelligence. Observing these antiquities, each item seemed perfectly in harmony with its surroundings. The fabrics and garments in shades of blue, black, and gray bore a striking resemblance to their current attire. What moved her most were the bowls, wooden and ceramic. She silently applauded the platform for its ability to blend seamlessly into the environment. As Yin Yu continued to browse, her gaze quickly shifted to a particularly appealing array of vegetables. Sweet potatoes at 2. 2. Potatoes at 1. 8. Corn at 1. 9. And bok choy at 2. Although the selection was limited, they all shared a remarkable trait: high yield. While there was an abundance of items, none met their urgent needs. Li Xueme felt a twinge of disappointment. What they truly desired was toilet paper. Daughter, what can we exchange? What items are suitable for trade? Yan LaEr inquired eagerly. Yin Yu noticed a row of 5 slots at the bottom of the screen. Tentatively, she placed the egg she had felt earlier onto one of the slots. It was done with such ease that she hardly gave it a second thought. To her astonishment, the current balance in the lower right corner jumped from 0 to 1. Before she could continue her experimentation, she noticed the upper right corner flashing with an option labeled Free Market. Intrigued, she clicked on it. Suddenly, the entire screen transformed into a video call. A steampunk-style gentleman appeared on the other end. Before Yin Yu could respond, the man unleashed a rapid barrage of words like a machine gun. Goodness, the connection was finally established. What type are you? Let me see. Book traversal, ancient setting. Who are the 2 individuals beside you? Never mind, that's not important. Are you a newcomer? This is your first time logging into the platform, right? Yin Yu, bewildered, nodded. The man quickly tapped around him, and a virtual screen swiftly materialized, hovering before them. He spoke at a breakneck pace. Each login to the platform is limited to 1 hour. Beyond the official marketplace, you may connect with 3 users in the free market, with each interaction lasting 20 minutes. Do you see the timer in the upper left corner? That indicates our remaining time. The official marketplace's inventory adjusts according to your environment in real time. The more frequently you log in, the more precise the offerings become, ensuring basic survival and sustenance. In the later stages, should it detect your capacity for resource regeneration, such as farming, it will provide you with additional seeds. I belong to the category of time travelers, specifically in the realm of technology, characterized by excessive resource exploitation and pollution, with nutrient solutions available daily. My demands include food, various meats and vegetables, as well as long-term procurement of ores and metals. I can supply numerous mechanical creations. However, given your current circumstances, they may not be applicable. Previously, I collaborated with a fellow who, like you, was situated in an ancient context, and he commissioned me to create bionic cattle, horses, and donkeys, which are exceptionally convenient for transportation and farming, equipped with voice control, intelligent recognition, and solar charging, capable of working for a month on a 3-hour charge. Guarding the house and tending to children poses no challenge. If one must conceal matters and feed with fodder, it can be compressed, dried, stored, and subsequently reused. The titanium alloy framework is resistant to high temperatures and oxidation, and both form and weight can be modified instantly to ensure it resembles the cattle in your yard perfectly. How do you know I have cattle in my yard? Goodness, Yanyu was nearly swayed by this sales pitch. Yet, she keenly noted this pivotal detail. I almost forgot to mention, my dear young lady, for the sake of convenience, the system defaults to scanning materials within 100 meters. You may adjust this to 10, 100, or even 1,000 meters to suit your needs. By swiping on the left side of the screen, you will unveil the hidden inventory. As Yanyu glided her finger across the screen, she was astonished to find an array of nutritional liquids. Why is it all nutritional liquids? She continued to scroll down and finally encountered some mechanical creations: household service robots, bionic mechanical cows, bionic mechanical horses, bionic mechanical donkeys, exploration and collection robots, and hovering vehicles. This is precisely why I desire to change my diet. Eating the same meals every day, the mere scent makes me feel nauseous. The uncle evidently had no fondness for nutritional liquids, his countenance filled with resentment. Isn't their food available in the official mall? Rice, flour, vegetables, meat, and eggs are all there. Yanyu inquired, puzzled. The uncle swallowed hard, enviously lamenting, to ensure our safety. The official mall does not stock items that are incongruous with your current world. Thus, you fortunate souls who traverse novels and are reborn are indeed very lucky. Difficulties are but fleeting. With the support of the platform, sustenance is assured. Do you know what occupies the shelves of the official store? Vegetable juice, fruit juice, oral nutritional solutions. How disheartening. In this moment, Yanyu found an unexpected sense of happiness in the presence of the elder. How does one exchange for your bionic cow? It must be said, the elder's bionic cow is indeed quite enticing. Let me ascertain, is the cow in your yard yours? The elder inquired cautiously. Indeed, I just purchased it today. The cow and cart were quite expensive. Yanyu replied. Chapter 17. Dynamic light waves. The divine cow emerges. Upon hearing this, the elder grew perplexed and asked, how can your family afford a cow and cart while the platform deems you to be living in dire straits? No. I mean to say, this platform specializes in poverty alleviation. Alas, it seems there are issues with basic sustenance, and the environment is harsh. Yanyu's small face wrinkled in distress. All the land has been sold, drought has struck, and we are preparing to flee. Upon hearing this, the elder ceased his inquiries. What more could he ask? Clearly, this situation meets the criteria for poverty alleviation: no land, disasters, and displacement. I have a conjecture, though its accuracy is uncertain. Little sister, you may assess for yourself. I mentioned earlier that the previous gentleman ordered multiple bionic animals, cows, horses, and donkeys, because he was unsure which one to exchange with me. He indicated that his family was impoverished. There was a donkey next door, and the wealthier family in the village owned a cow. Additionally, there is a post station about 4 or 5 li away from their village, which undoubtedly has horses. He was contemplating which to steal, so you see, I have everything prepared here. However, since that incident, that fellow has not reappeared. In an environment so vastly different from my original background, there should at least be one fixed user connected to me with a background similar to that of Huagua, whether modern or ancient, to facilitate mutual assistance. You help me with food, and I provide you with some conveniences in life. Yet, he never returned, and I connected with you again. I suspect it might not be ideal. If it weren't for personal issues, could it be that he was expelled by the platform? After all, he intended to engage in some nefarious activities. Yanyu found the uncle's speculation quite reasonable. A stringent crackdown on illegal activities is indeed warranted. So, uncle, do you wish to trade beef for beef? What uncle? I'm not that old. Ah, forget it. The title doesn't matter. Yes. Even though the bionic technology here isn't particularly advanced, it suffices for a casual assembly. However, according to the platform's exchange principles, only equally precious beef can facilitate this transaction. Beef? Do you think the beef would still be alive after the exchange? The platform prohibits trading living beings. Otherwise, I could simply trade myself over. I need to discuss this with my parents, Yanyu said. The person on the other side became even more envious. Incessantly chattering during the time the family of 3 was in discussion. Are you all going to wear matching outfits? Indeed, if it weren't for my original parents, how could they rest easy by my side? Ah, what a fortunate fate. Little sister, let me tell you, if your whole family works hard together, you will soon become prosperous. Wouldn't you want to add a few servants once you're affluent? Here, Dear brother, we possess a family service robot, capable of simulating leather in no time. It can cook, do laundry, feed pigs and chickens, craft garments and bedding, chop wood, and manage accounts. There are no limits to its capabilities. If you can envision it, it can accomplish it. Have you considered its intelligent learning features? Do you require pets, such as cats or dogs? They shed not a hair and possess an exceptional ability to charm. Even lizards and spiders can be accommodated. Customization of appearances is also an option. After a swift discussion among the three of us, Yin Yu glanced at the time in the upper left corner of the screen and, speaking at a rapid pace, said, "Uncle, the built-in functions of your bionic donkey and bionic cow are quite similar, yet the price disparity is significant. A single cow is worth several donkeys. This trade would be to my detriment. It would be wiser for you to wait until I purchase a donkey before we consider a swap." The uncle grew anxious, insisting, "How can a donkey be compared to a cow? The meat yield is considerably different." "Oh, sister, you must not focus solely on the price. You must also contemplate practicality. My mechanical livestock undoubtedly possesses superior hauling capacity. If it were a bionic donkey, attempting to pull 1,000 pounds would surely reveal its limitations. However, the cow is distinct. Its natural hauling capacity exceeds 1,000 pounds, and the parameters set for my bionic cow are not exaggerated. Moreover, its most significant advantage lies in its intelligent recognition system, which automatically scans its surroundings. When there are outsiders present, it behaves indistinguishably from an ordinary cow. My dear sister, you are investing the price of a cow while receiving a complimentary upgrade to an artificial intelligence bovine. When my cow relieves itself, does yours do the same?" Yin Yu, with utmost seriousness, engaged in the negotiation, stating, "My father asserts that cow dung can be used for fertilizer and fire, serving multiple purposes, and it is a renewable resource. As long as there is a cow, there will always be dung." The gentleman across from her wore an expression that was difficult to decipher. He realized that the young lady opposite him was attempting to haggle. However, the rationale she presented seemed rather formidable. As for composting, that aside, was it truly unpalatable to ignite a fire? I have also contemplated the matter of waste. You may set your preferences as you wish. Whether to dispose of it or not is entirely up to you. The voice commands allow for the random dropping of cow dung. You shall reap a variety of desiccated fodder. Not only can it be used for burning, but it can also be reused for feeding. It carries no scent and is unlikely to give away its secret. Yin Yu was utterly impressed. Her meticulous thought process was truly remarkable. Without further ado, she presented her terms. "If you could find a way to adjust the price difference, I would be nearly persuaded. Go ahead. For the sake of the beef." The gentleman continued to lower his gaze. "I will add 2 iron wheels for you, but bear in mind they will rust, as any exposed item should remain as authentic as possible. If discovered, it would merely be said that her family was extravagant." "Very well, it's a deal." Yin Yu was already quite satisfied, but acquiring additional perks would be even better. "What if the cow sustains an injury?" she inquired. "What happens if the skin is breached, revealing its metallic skeleton?" Yin Yu desired a lifetime warranty, for this contraption was a high-tech marvel, lacking even an instruction manual, leaving her feeling uncertain. Furthermore, if the cow appears neither aged nor deceased, wouldn't it eventually be exposed by the observant? The punkish gentleman, unable to relish the moment, patiently elaborated. "The synthetic skin possesses a degree of defensive capability. Minor wounds will not penetrate, while severe injuries may leave scratches. Beneath the surface lies a hematopoietic layer that simulates the entire process of wound closure. When subjected to immense external force, it autonomously assesses whether a shutdown is necessary. Should it decide to cease operations, refrain from restarting it for the time being. We shall reconnect later, and I will provide it with a new exterior." An aging cow undergoes the same treatment. A mere change of skin transforms it into a new creature. With the transaction concluded, Yin Yu, undeterred, approached the cow in the yard, taking advantage of her parents' cover. A step closer. Yes, that's it. An option appeared on Yin Yu's screen regarding the transaction, and with a decisive flick of her delicate finger, she selected yes. The screen emitted a gentle glow. The yellow cow before her suddenly vanished from view, only to reappear moments later, a mere 2 seconds apart. Had she blinked, she might have missed it. Yan LaEr and Li Shuime were left utterly astonished. Was this all it took? Had her family's cow transformed into an artificial intelligence cow? Yin Yu, the fastest to react, signaled her father to discreetly hide the 2 large iron wheels that had appeared so unexpectedly, softly reciting the activation command affixed by her uncle on the screen. She intoned, "Dynamic light waves, divine cow online." There were no dazzling light effects, nor sparks flying. It was simply an ordinary sight. Yan whispered to the cow, "I am the red boy." The artificial intelligence cow regarded her for 3 seconds and nodded. Li Shuime then declared, "I am Princess Iron Fan." The artificial intelligence cow acknowledged her in the same manner. Yan LaEr, having hastily obscured the 2 large iron wheels with straw, rushed over excitedly and proclaimed, "I am the Bull Demon King." The artificial intelligence cow scrutinized him for a full 5 seconds before nodding. What a ridiculous and embarrassing declaration of allegiance. There was no time to ponder the new cow. The 618 shopping spree was still in full swing. Chapter 18. The catastrophe. Why did my father linger for an extra 2 seconds when he acknowledged the master? Yan inquired. Wasn't that bull previously designated by that fellow? The Bull Demon King possesses primary authority, while Princess Iron Fan and Red Boy holds secondary authority. When conflicting commands arise, the directives of the higher authority will prevail. The uncle, brimming with excitement, was nearly compelled to dissect the bull immediately, yet rationality ultimately restrained him. Each moment the platform activated was exceedingly precious and should not be squandered. So what is your codename? This question stemmed purely from Yan Yu's curiosity. Hongjun. Well, you are formidable. But what if I wish to augment my authority? Secondary authority can be conferred through identification. Simply declare, that is the mother of the Bull Demon King. That is the brother of Princess Iron Fan. That is the sibling of Red Boy. And it will suffice. However, it is advisable to keep this bull for personal use, publicly. You should assert that your bull is unfamiliar with strangers, as it would be more manageable and safer. He kindly suggested. Yan nodded solemnly, recognizing the importance of this advice. Uncle, do you have any tissues to spare? Yan inquired without a hint of embarrassment. Why should one feel shy about matters of life? Ahem. Well, my dear brother, we have only intelligent toilets here, the exceptionally advanced kind. So such items are unnecessary. Though they are not completely unavailable, they certainly cannot be found in my living area, the 87th district, which is the lowest class, akin to a slum. Perhaps you might wait for the 2 unfortunate souls behind you. They may have what you desire. By the way, would you consider exchanging for some of this nutritional liquid? It is an essential for both home and travel. Just 1 bottle provides all the nutrients you need, particularly suitable for fleeing in times of distress. What do you think? Little sister, I see you have a bowl of pigskin jelly. Kiki, this isn't urgent. Uncle, you seem knowledgeable. Could you enlighten me on how to purchase items on the platform at a more economical rate? I can assist you in return. But you must trade that pigskin jelly with me. Uncle, what will I do after I give it to you? I will be left with nothing. Please guide me. If I comprehend these matters, I will be able to provide you with even more delectable treats in the future. He pondered for a moment. Indeed, he recognized the validity of her reasoning. His marketplace shelves bore no comparison to others. You should experiment with each item. Those with displayed numbers are the ones available for sale. As for whether they are a good deal or not, I am uncertain of the prices on your end. But here, they are quite reasonable. Generally, items from the official mall rarely result in losses. They may be of lesser quantity, but what is displayed is all that exists. Without any containers. When you make a purchase, keep this in mind and prepare your own containers in advance. I placed an egg atop the scale, and it registered as 1. Consider it as $1. If you only sell and do not buy, the balance will remain. However, I observed. She did not hastily click on the flashing free market, but instead attempted to select the cheapest egg. Purchase. Yes. No, yes. A pristine white egg appeared on the ground. Current balance. 0.5. I had thought that 0.5 represented the price for a basket of eggs. It turns out it was for just 1. Yan lamented, if only it were for a basket, it would have been a great profit, achieving egg freedom. The child remained silent, yet fortunately, it is merely an egg that has fallen to the ground. Had it been rice or flour, the wastage would have been considerable. Li Shuime, while speaking, gathers the sun-dried quilt and lays it on the floor. Let it be for now. This is certainly preferable to placing it directly on the ground. Yan retrieves the egg and places it back into the compartment. Li Shuime inquires, why is it that, despite being the same type, the eggs on the platform are cheaper? Yan, filled with indignation, still clings to the hope of reaping benefits from the official store. Li Shuime, caught between laughter and exasperation, responds, you two have done enough to care for us. Ah, Yan LaEr exclaims, ours are genuine farm-fresh eggs. The ones you purchased are probably fed with feed. Otherwise, how could they be cheaper than ours? Yan contemplates this assertion and finds it quite reasonable. She gazes at her father with admiration, exclaiming, Father, your understanding of life is truly remarkable. Indeed, Yan LaEr replies with pride, I frequently visit the farmer's market and supermarkets. This is what it means to be the head of the household, managing affairs both inside and outside. However, your uncle and elder brother are preoccupied with their books. He adds, very well. Yan LaEr agrees, turning to leave the room, only to be halted by his wife. You should bring those two large iron wheels inside. I cannot rest easy with them left outside. Yan then opens the free market page, embarking on her second connection. Surprisingly, each time feels akin to opening a blind box, leaving her filled with anticipation. The scene shifts, revealing a damp woman on the screen. Oh, a little sister I have not encountered before. Is this set in an ancient backdrop? Yan, emulating the manner of the punk uncle, concluded that this approach would expedite mutual understanding. Greetings, elder sister. I find myself in a narrative set in a fictional dynasty amidst a parched climate. With my family in dire straits, the provisions and necessities here resemble those of ancient times in our nation. Today marks my inaugural entry into this platform, and I am yet to fully grasp its intricacies. My foremost desire is to procure toilet paper. Ah, little sister, you are quite the quick learner. I too am a novice, as this is my second venture into this platform. You should be able to see my category, also set in a narrative concerning natural disasters. I do have some toilet paper, but... She hesitated, turning away to rummage for some time before producing a clump of disheveled white material, bashfully remarking, take a look, it appears just like this. Yan responded, upon seeing this mass, I would not have recognized its original form had you not mentioned it. Sister, how long has it been raining at your place? Several months, I suppose. It's as if the heavens have sprung a leak. I reside in a coastal city, where the flooding is particularly severe. Hence, my greatest need is for a boat. Perhaps an inflatable raft, as I wish to travel to an inland city where conditions may be more favorable. The elder sister spoke slowly, contemplating several months of rain. The natural disasters are indeed terrifying. Is the environment around that individual not secure enough? Or is there a lack of items to exchange? The woman gradually articulated her speculations. Yan surmised that it was likely the former. There was little to trade, yet her curiosity compelled her to glimpse what lay beyond. Aside from a boat, I am in need of warm clothing, medicines, and food, though preferably hot. A woman articulated her needs, explaining, here. Both power and communication have been severed. The majority of people are congregated in the higher floors of the buildings. Initially, there was some relief, but now it has become nearly non-existent. The rain has been incessant, and the tools capable of igniting a fire are dwindling. Many individuals are unable to cope and have fallen ill. Chapter 19. The many balances of Sister Yan and Li Xiume whispered softly. I do have some clothing, albeit of ancient style. I am uncertain if you can adapt to wearing it. As for medicine, even if I were to exchange it with you, it would be challenging for you to brew it, as it consists entirely of herbal remedies. Consuming it should pose no issue, and I still have a bit of bone broth left at home that can be heated quickly. Bone broth? That is splendid. It has been ages since I've savored warm soup. Water is also a precious resource. Despite the continuous rain outside, the water is not drinkable. We are left with only bottled water and packaged water. If it weren't for the availability of food and water at the platform, I would have long since been unable to endure. Li Xiume adjusted her clothing, noting that her winter coat was not immediately needed and could be exchanged. After a moment's thought, she suggested to Yan, little you, inquire about what items she has available in her market. Following her advice, Yan asked, and the woman across responded truthfully. Umbrellas, raincoats, rain boots, swimming rings, bottled water, milk, 8 treasure porridge, sausage, canned fish, luncheon meat, hand warmers, and plastic bags. Yan listened, her mouth watering. It was utterly different from what she had on her side. It seemed that in the modern context of natural disasters, ready-to-eat products were available, rather than mere raw materials. However, what on earth was a plastic bag? Why would there be plastic bags? Yan inquired with curiosity, sister. Despite such dire circumstances, you continue to contribute to the cause of environmental protection. I noticed an outdoor charcoal stove among your supplies. What is it like? Here it is. Take a look. Is it of any use to you? Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had assumed there were only charcoal canisters, but to her surprise, there was also a ceramic teapot. This was exceedingly convenient. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and rummaged through her belongings, retrieving a clay pot. This was something I traded for previously, back when conditions were not as grave. At that time, I could still find some usable items, charcoal, alcohol blocks, and the like. A small pot for boiling water, a larger one for cooking porridge or noodles, and it could also dry damp clothes and blankets. But now, none of it is of any use. Summoning her courage, she stated, "If possible, I would like to exchange for your thin cotton jacket and the blanket on the ground." She had taken a liking to that blanket at first glance, yet she was acutely aware of its value in a historical context. Without something of equivalent worth to offer, she felt hesitant to make her request. However, her desire was overwhelming. Her own blanket had been taken from her, and in such a damp environment, after just 2 nights, she felt her health beginning to decline. If this continued, she would surely fall ill. Would you part with it? You have no need for it, do you? What if the platform later offers charcoal? Yan queried, discussing the matter with LaEr. I also possess stainless steel items, the woman responded, which are still quite easy to trade for at present. LaEr felt slightly disadvantaged in this exchange, and despite the sympathetic remarks about the woman's plight, their own family faced hardships as well. Yan agreed with her mother's perspective, and thus she continued to sift through the list of supplies, finally settling on her selections. Sister, you wish to savor the rich bone broth while also requiring warm clothing and blankets. However, these demands alone are insufficient. A gentleman once informed me that adherence to the platform's exchange principles is paramount, lest one fail to consummate a transaction. I notice you possess a barrel of corn oil and a tin of milk powder. With these additions, I shall request my father to prepare dumplings to complement the bone broth, perhaps with an egg as well. What do you think? Dumpling soup? With an egg? Like a thief. Yan LaEr stealthily transported 2 large iron wheels inside, and before he could even catch his breath, he seized the coarse rice and several chunks of coarse salt, only to be dispatched to concoct dumpling soup with the egg procured at the expense of 0.5 large sums by Yan. Upon hearing that milk powder was to be exchanged, Yan LaEr wiped his face and hurried to the kitchen. Had it not been for the allure of the milk powder, Yan would never have offered such a hefty price, nor taken on such a considerable risk. Heating the bone broth in the middle of the night could be justified as a precaution against spoilage, but the dumpling soup must be foisted onto the unsuspecting siblings, attributed to their cravings. Sister, apart from plastic bags, what else have you sold on the platform? Yan yearned to comprehend the platform better, not merely her own dealings but those of others as well. Given that each individual's platform is unique, one must consider not only what can be obtained from the opposing realm, but also the rumored, ever-evolving shelves therein. The platform accepts nearly everything, provided it is clean. It matters not if it is new, as long as it is clean. This is the principle I have disowned. For instance, clothing that is damp, worn, and slightly soiled is acceptable, but items tainted with pathogens are certainly rejected. This understanding has taken me considerable time to grasp. This is also the reason why she distanced herself from the crowd and chose to live in solitude. There are too many sick individuals, and being in the same environment makes it difficult to avoid contagion. She collects various utensils. As long as they are not damaged or rotting, they can be sold. Yan pondered, her eyes widening as she asked, Sister, do you not have a substantial balance? The woman smiled shyly, nodding gently as she replied, I have sold quite a bit, but I later realized that the platform can only ensure my survival. It is in the free market that I can exchange for things I truly desire. Therefore, I now keep whatever I find to see if anyone wishes to trade with me. Surely the items on the shelf can also be exchanged? Yan inquired. The woman paused for a moment, then sighed. Seizing the opportunity, Yan promoted, Sister, look, this pork skin jelly is made by my father. It is absolutely delicious. The last gentleman who wanted it, I couldn't bear to part with it. Just imagine, while you sip on your curd soup, enjoying the pork skin jelly, how delightful that would be. The woman across from her chuckled, nodding in agreement, then let us make the exchange. Yan swiftly navigated her screen to the platform interface. Likely the other party had switched to purchase canned luncheon meat. Holding the bowl of pork skin jelly, she waited in blissful anticipation. Soon, she noticed the free market flashing again. She clicked in and saw that the woman across had acquired a can of luncheon meat. Unlike Yan and the gentleman, her luncheon meat was still packaged. They both confirmed the exchange. The bowl of pork skin jelly vanished, replaced by a neatly packaged can of luncheon meat. The woman was clearly experienced, having prepared a stainless steel bowl in advance, perfectly fitting for the pork skin jelly. Yan remarked, this is worth a chicken egg. Natural disasters, though tragic, occur against a backdrop where regulatory oversight is not particularly stringent. And the lack of packaging is one such example. If one were to commence operations after a fortnight, procuring sufficient provisions of food and water could indeed ensure one does not go hungry. Chapter 20. The house is cleared out. I once dealt in ornamental plants, which held the highest value among all items. During the wait for the dumpling soup, the two engaged in conversation. Ornamental plants? What species? Yan inquired. I truly do not know. I have never cultivated such flora, the woman replied, shaking her head in ignorance. On my shelf, there remained a collection of bamboo slips and handwritten books, the purpose of which eluded me. Yan remarked, they are quite expensive, with bamboo slips priced at 500 and handwritten books at 2,000. Is that so? Then let us see if we can trade mine, she suggested. Retrieving the rudimentary map she had initially sketched for her father. It was merely a piece of cloth adorned with a few lines and sparse words. The outcome was the same, trade was not possible. The room was filled with a tantalizing aroma. The enticing fried egg mingled with the dumplings, seemingly beckoning, come and eat. Li Shuime located a small jar for pickled vegetables, 2 bamboo tubes for water, and a clean cloth bag. Upon confirming the trade, a wondrous scene unfolded. Golden, clear corn oil appeared in the small jar, and after filling it, it miraculously sought out the bamboo tubes, distributing itself evenly until each was nearly full. The sweet, creamy scent of milk powder wafted gently, resting quietly within the cloth bag. The carbon tube stood less than a foot tall, accompanied by a modest small pot. Li Shuime inspected it and found it quite appealing. This would make boiling water and cooking exceedingly convenient. Yan LaEr carefully weighed the bag of milk powder, a silly grin spreading across his face. Our family leader and daughter need a good supplement. This milk powder is truly excellent, indeed worth the exchange. Yan was forced to mute her screen. The sister across the way, cradling a quilt imbued with the warmth of the sun, hummed blissfully. Following that, the sound of hearty eating ensued, with no one willing to wait even a moment longer. The fried egg, when bitten into, oozed with golden yolk, still runny. It was too tempting. Yan resigned herself to continue exploring the official platform, drawing from the wisdom of her predecessors. She believed that bamboo slips and handwritten manuscripts must hold some value. Once she found prosperity, she vowed to acquire a few for her collection. She then began to survey the entire house, searching for items that could be sold. Mother, as you've been tidying up the house these past few days, is there anything unnecessary we could try selling? Li Shuime became animated at this suggestion. I'll fetch it for you. You can start with that brown rice and coarse salt. Yan LaEr urged, go on, give it a try. Selling a little won't matter. Your uncle won't notice. The brown rice and coarse salt were placed in the compartment, and immediately the balance reflected a change. Next came 2 large bags of old clothes, scraps of cloth, scissors, a sewing kit, pillows, curtains, mats, and mosquito nets handed over by her mother. They even went so far as to lift the cabinet with care. Yan exclaimed, Mother, what are you doing? Isn't this excessive? Li Shuime set down the cabinet, took a couple of breaths, and then picked up the oil lamp from the table to hand it over. And this too, let us sell whatever we can. While Yan busied herself with communication, her parents were also deep in contemplation. Seeing that old Yan had no intention of sending them off separately, it was clear they would embark on this journey together. With the advent of artificial intelligence, it is evident that not everything can be transported. Sacrifices must be made. Old Yan has been frequenting the other side, and Yan LaEr has a good grasp of the situation. The luggage of my elder nephew at the academy was also packed with his assistance, coupled with Li Shuime's recent fervor to search every nook and cranny of the household. The two of them exchanged glances, and it was clear they understood one another. Naturally, the journey could not be as comfortable as their home. Yan did not foresee that after years of consuming rice, they still had some calculations to make. Regarding accommodation, it was certain that men and women would cluster together. With the sweltering heat, blankets would offer little comfort. Yan LaEr could share a space with his elder brother, while Li Shuime and Arya could squeeze in with the items such as mats, quilts, and mosquito nets were abundant at home and would be of no use. Moreover, the sewing kit was a source of embarrassment today as Li Shuime and Deyo attempted to mend garments together as an adult. Her needlework paled in comparison to that of a young girl. To avoid revealing her lack of skill, it was imperative to sell it. And those pillows, were they even worthy of being called pillows? They resembled bricks more closely. Eventually, Yan was persuaded. A sudden realization struck her. Indeed, they were all departing, and it was impractical to carry all these items. Discarding them would be wasteful. If they could sell a few, it would be worthwhile. When their balance exceeded 3 digits, the family of 3 felt a surge of excitement. It's true, indulging in buying is addictive, but selling holds its own allure. Onward they went. If the platform was as the woman claimed, there was no item they would not accept. Among the most valuable were the cabinet and the table. Yes, they decided to sell the table as well. Perhaps the bed could go too. They could make do with sleeping on the floor. Yan LaEr was enthusiastic about selling. In such weather, it was manageable. Li Xueme was busy, perspiring profusely. They decided against moving the bed and signaled for her daughter to come over, intending to handle it herself. In the past, Yin swiftly extended her hand, and, lo and behold, the last significant item in her household was sold. The bed, once a mere piece of furniture, now occupied the pinnacle of the price hierarchy, surpassing all others. How much? Yan LaEr's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his daughter's report on the figures. Alas, Yan lamented, I forgot about the free market. There is still one unfortunate soul, no. Another individual yet to be connected. The free market flickered intermittently, its urgency palpable, though the duration of its flashing remained a mystery. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with the visage of a youth whose face bore the weight of sorrow. Why am I only being connected now? Each word he uttered was a heartfelt accusation, laden with emotion. I forgot. I was too engrossed in selling my belongings. Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Glancing at the time, she realized with a start that less than 5 minutes remained. Ah, my apologies for keeping you waiting so long. With resolute determination, Yin pivoted the conversation. I find myself in a fictional ancient realm, amidst a severe drought and poverty. Within the platform's marketplace, there are provisions and garments, and I wish to exchange for toilet paper. Do you have any? The youth, visibly agitated, produced a large, unopened package of toilet paper from behind him. It was the kind sold in supermarkets, sturdy enough to stand upright on its own. Yin's attention was immediately captivated. Her small face blossomed into a radiant smile as she sweetly inquired, What would you like to trade for, dear sir? Soil. Yin responded, perplexed. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Ah, I see. Though the young man did not elaborate, she surmised it must pertain to issues of pollution, even the soil being tainted. Such was the plight of those struggling to survive. It was indeed a challenging existence. Chapter 21. Bye, father. Please go to the yard and dig up some soil. It's urgent. With a commanding tone, Yin prompted Yan LaEr to spring into action. In moments of urgency, there is no time to inquire about the reasons behind a request. The young man's complexion had improved slightly, yet it still bore a grim expression as he stated firmly. Everyone's time is invaluable. If it's inconvenient to connect, one should simply close the platform, allowing for a natural redistribution of users to prevent wasting anyone's time. Yin maintained a cordial demeanor, nodding repeatedly. I understand. I will certainly be more mindful in the future. Young sir, what is the situation on your end? Could you elaborate? In the category of traversal, it is an apocalyptic scenario, a global biohazard crisis, the young man succinctly replied. Yin, taken aback, pressed further. Are there zombies involved? Oh dear, there are far too many films and novels of that nature. Truly, it is beyond description in its brutality. The young man tightly pursed his lips and nodded, adding, zombies, mutated beasts, and aberrant flora. Wait, does this soil pose a risk of contamination? Is cultivation impossible? Not at all. The young man glanced at the time and explained, the soil outside may conceal imperceptible insect eggs. Non-mutated. High-quality seeds are exceedingly rare and should not be risked lightly. Moreover, high-temperature sterilization cannot guarantee the complete eradication of insect eggs, while potent pesticides can alter the soil's composition. Thus, soil procured from the free market is far more secure, as it can be validated by the platform, providing a dual layer of assurance. So, even if there are insect eggs in the soil I trade, they would be eliminated, correct? Just like cattle, the platform prohibits the trade of living creatures. This serves as a mechanism to prevent species invasion. The young man, despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, responded with earnestness. Each interconnected world may appear similar, yet in truth, they are distinct. From the grand scope of the universe, through the sizes and trajectories of celestial bodies, to the evolutionary paths of species, the levels of technological advancement, and the understanding of civilization, even the slightest alteration can render the future profoundly unpredictable. The platform, by its very nature, cannot furnish us with goods that surpass the capabilities of our civilization. However, perhaps due to the harshness of our living conditions, it has opened a channel for unrestricted trade, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange to balance transactions among users. Suddenly, Yan LaEr entered, carrying a burlap sack, which upon inspection revealed a substantial amount, nearly half full. The boy's expression softened, his brows relaxing considerably. Let us confirm, Yan said, tapping his fingers, causing two neatly arranged rows of toilet paper to shed their packaging while maintaining their upright stance. Yan LaEr casually grabbed one, causing a flurry of paper to scatter. At that moment, Li Xueme exclaimed, Xiao, you hurry. Buy rice, flour, condiments, eggs, meat, and vegetables. Get everything. Yin realized his oversight, exclaiming, "Oh dear. In my haste to sell, I forgot to purchase." With the countdown clock ticking down to the final minute, Yin unleashed her remarkable typing speed of 1,000 characters per hour. Tap, tap, tap. Buy. After sweeping through all available food items, she discovered that rice and flour were still purchasable. She continued clicking fervently, oblivious to the number of purchases made, until the rice and flour were sold out and the shelves were bare. With only a few seconds remaining, she urgently inquired, "Mother, should we buy bamboo slips? It seems we still have enough to purchase them." Li Shuamei felt a flutter of anxiety, acutely aware that time was running short. Without hesitation, she decided to purchase. Yin glanced at the clock, and just as the countdown reached 3 seconds, he clicked on the bamboo scroll for the third item, securing the last purchase. The tension in his heart dissipated instantly as he exhaled deeply. Just as he intended to check his balance, the screen abruptly went blank. "Yin, I was just about to take a look. Couldn't they allow me a mere glimpse?" Yet, he understood that they had indeed struck a rich haul this time. They had acquired nearly everything deemed useful from the platform's shelves. Alas, his mind was in a whirl, only recalling a figure in the hundreds, but the exact number eluded him. Oh dear, what to do? I've forgotten the balance. Yin tapped his head, feeling utterly muddled. Yan LaEr, forget it. What is the big deal? We can check next time. Don't bang your head too hard. You're still young, and your skull isn't sturdy yet. Li Shuamei exclaimed. Thankfully, we exchanged the teapot and the clay pot earlier. Look, otherwise, this soy sauce and vinegar would have gone to waste. The two men looked and indeed saw that the soy sauce had monopolized the clay pot, while the vinegar was relegated to the teapot, which was too small to contain it all, necessitating a portion to be poured into a small basin that had previously held pigskin jelly. They had all arranged themselves quite well. Well done. As for the various seasonings, they were neatly piled like rice and flour, each unbothered by the others. Independently splendid and sensible. Yin pointed at them and asked, "How do we pack these? We don't have that many bags, do we?" Li Shuamei was also taken aback. They had sold all the cloth scraps and sewing supplies. Otherwise, they could have sewn a few bags. Yan LaEr, I'll go search the kitchen again. Father, perhaps it's best to refrain from that. There are only a few bowls and basins in the kitchen, all of which we have utilized. It will be difficult to explain tomorrow. By the way, if we prepare gnocchi soup in the middle of the night, simply say it's because your younger sibling in my mother's womb is quite hungry, understood? Yan LaEr chuckled heartily, finding this reasoning rather amusing. Li Shuamei accepted it in silence. What choice did she have? With so many items at hand, it would be challenging to justify to the family. Father, we must venture out tomorrow. Let us depart early. The pristine rice and flour, along with the baby formula, are currently quite precious commodities, not to mention the various spices, which are also rather costly. We must devise a plan for their origin. Yin then glanced at the frozen chunks of pork, chicken, and fish. Touching them, she found them icy to the touch. We shouldn't have purchased so much meat, alas. The haste was unnecessary, one would have sufficed. Buying it all leaves us with no room to store it, leading to waste. Li Shuamei sighed, slightly blaming herself for her flustered state. Yan LaEr weighed it in his hands, feeling it was about a pound in total. With so many of us, it would be consumed in a day. Father, have you noticed that outside they sell only chicken breast and fish that is already filleted and deheaded? Yin lamented over the chicken and fish. Oh, that's easily remedied. Let us chop them all together. Who can distinguish between the types of meat then? Dumplings or buns would suffice. I just happened to prepare some dough, originally intending to steam buns tomorrow. Thus, we shall make buns, and I'll chop the filling finely. I assure you, they will only know the delightful aroma. Yan LaEr stated confidently. When combined, there are 3 pounds. Too much, don't you think? Li Shuamei picked up a small cabbage, weighing nearly a pound. We can't have a filling that is purely meat. Let us add some vegetables and calculate the quantity. Yin pondered seriously and ultimately made a decision. Father, mother, there are many things in our lives whose origins we cannot clearly explain. For a time or two, it may be manageable, but if it becomes frequent, suspicion will inevitably arise. It would be best for us to keep our secrets to ourselves. It is not that we are stingy, rather, the circumstances truly do not allow it, especially considering Uncle, the protagonist of this story. He later became a high-ranking official, even replacing ministers for the emperor. What sort of intellect does that require? Among the 3 of us, even if we were bound together, we would not match his capabilities. If we can merely hide these items and use them sparingly, that would be commendable enough. Why would we then willingly offer them up, essentially handing over our leverage? Chapter 22. The continuous development of the cow's function. Xiaoyu is right, Li Shuamei said solemnly. Now that our family is living together, Uncle is well aware of our financial situation, how much we possess, and if we were to carelessly reveal our resources, he would only think we are frivolously spending again. We must remember that Yan LaEr has just squandered 20 taels of silver. Yan LaEr responded, I understand your concerns. Safety must come first. However, if we all travel together, we may find ourselves with little opportunity to carry our burdens. Are we to let these items rot away simply because we fear others discovering them? He sighed dramatically and said, Have you all forgotten who I am? I am Yan LaEr, infamous for being lazy and indulgent, a mere leech living off my elder brother. Do you not think that with my reputation, I ought to secretly stash away some treasures? Perhaps to hide a little private silver? Shouldn't I cultivate connections with capable individuals through unconventional means? Upon hearing this, Yanyu was astounded. Father, you are truly remarkable. How did you come up with that? Indeed, Yan LaEr undoubtedly associates with a number of dubious friends. We are aware that he is a sun-seeker, with nary a coin in his pocket. What others may not know, perhaps even his uncle cannot accurately gauge. This persona is simply splendid, siphoning money from his uncle, draining his lifeblood, extracting every last bit of marrow. Alas, enough of that. Yan LaEr hastily silenced his daughter's fervent outburst, suggesting they should discreetly save a little money and procure some fine goods to mask their activities. What more mischief do you wish to inflict upon your uncle? Yanyu chuckled foolishly, as if all her dilemmas had suddenly unraveled. She did not wish to be a self-serving individual, but she was genuinely apprehensive about their irregularities being discovered. All right. Let us tidy up swiftly and take a moment to rest. Are we not set to leave early? Li Shuamei remarked, glancing around their empty dwelling. If I stay home, I must be wary of Diya's arrival. If we are all gone and the door is locked, with your uncle's family upbringing, they would not intrude, and thus would remain oblivious to the secrets hidden within our abode. The oil lamp has been sold, with only the faint moonlight to guide you. Do not strain your eyes, hasten to sleep. With Li Shuamei's authoritative tone, Yanyu obediently rolled onto her prepared bedding. Yan LaEr, equally exhilarated, struggled to close his eyes and exclaimed, Do you know why my fortune has come so swiftly? It is thanks to our new ox, which assisted me in plowing. I initially intended to work near the ox, hoping it would shield me from prying eyes. To my surprise, the beast proved remarkably intelligent. Upon seeing me toil, it began to scrape the ground with its hooves. In no time, I had nearly half a bag. Truly impressive. That ox possesses quite the discerning eye. Yanyu praised. With sparkling eyes, she nudged her father and exclaimed, Father, do you think I could ride it? I've never ridden a cow before, huh? It should work. I must try it tomorrow. Yan LaEr joined in the merriment, saying, I'll go first. If all goes well, then you can have your turn, haha. When I was a child, I always wanted to ride the big dogs I saw. When I was younger, I would tug on the fur of my cousin's dog, trying to climb on. Both of you be quiet. It's time for bed. Li Shuamei could no longer bear the nonsensical chatter. One moment, they were discussing riding cows, and the next, dogs, such silliness. Before dawn had even broken, it was unclear which rooster in the village had taken the honor of crowing first each day. Yan LaEr suddenly sat up, shaking off his sleep, and noticing that the two women were still soundly asleep, he quietly took a piece of luncheon meat into the kitchen. He planned to finely chop the meat to prepare a porridge. He recalled the words of Dr. Cui, who had advised that old Yan should consume more meat porridge for nourishment. It was not just old Yan, the entire family required it. He gathered firewood, rinsed the rice, and chopped the luncheon meat into small bits. Standing at the kitchen door, he glanced at the cow in the yard, which was returning his gaze. He waved at the cow, asking it to help keep an eye on the fire and to call out when the water boiled. Could it manage that? The cow nodded. Filled with joy, Yan LaEr decided to give it a try, and to his surprise, it actually worked. He returned to the house to rouse the two women, then began to carry things outside. Hearing a low moo, Yan LaEr hurried back to the kitchen, adding 2 sticks of wood to the fire, reducing it from a roaring blaze to a gentle simmer. He stepped out to caress the cow's head, praising it. You are indeed quite helpful. Yan LaEr lifted a thick layer of wheat straw from the cart and discreetly concealed his belongings within. He then carried a basin, filled with a modest amount of water, to his wife and daughter. After hastily rinsing his mouth and wiping his face, he dampened his hair, which had not seen water for several days. An irksome thought crossed his mind. Why did the ancients choose to wear long hair when short hair is so much more convenient? In this sweltering heat, unable to wash it, he contemplated shaving his head entirely. The family gathered in the kitchen to sip some warm porridge, and LaEr decided it was prudent to inform DY, lest the family worry. Yan LaEr also roused his eldest nephew, instructing him that their family planned to visit the town, and that there was porridge simmering in the pot. Seizing the moment while his nephew and niece were still groggy, he hurriedly exited the house. Little did he know, he would have the chance to experience the joy of a driverless journey in his lifetime. Yan LaEr mused. One by one, the family reclined on the ox cart. Early in the morning, when the heat was still bearable, the ox trotted steadily, a gentle breeze caressing them, with the thick straw cushioning their seats, providing merely a slight jolt. Yan LaEr hummed an off-key tune at a speed of 20 miles. My heart is free and unfettered. After singing a few misplaced lyrics, he paused to remark, we've traveled quite a distance. If we continue, we shall soon reach the town. Yan sat up, straw adorning her head, and gazed around. We shall go that way, she pointed out. The ox, responding to her direction, began to turn. Finding a secluded spot, Yan LaEr set about lighting a fire. They intended to experiment with salting the meat to preserve it as jerky. They could not indulge in immediate feasting. Preparations were necessary for the journey ahead. LaEr busied herself with the salt, while Yan LaEr collected twigs and hay nearby. Yenyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she climbed onto the bull's back from the cart. As she ascended, she murmured softly, Oh, dear bull, you know who I am, right? I'm the red boy. Please remain still while I climb up. We'll take a few rounds together. The bull stood motionless, and when she finally perched herself atop its back, grasping the reins, her voice became uncontrollably high-pitched. Turn left and proceed slowly. Just a gentle trot, not too fast. A bit quicker now. Ah, how exhilarating. Let us gallop. Chapter 23. Bamboo Scrolls 3. How long must this be smoked? Yenyu inquired. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to the meat hanging above the charcoal stove. The moisture must be dried out to transform it into jerky for preservation. Yan LaEr explained. A spark of inspiration struck Yenyu as she glanced at the bull that had just set her down. She asked, Oh, bull, can we compress and dry the fodder? What about the meat strips? Both Yan LaEr and lifeblood turned their heads in unison to regard the bull, which nodded in affirmation. Yenyu erupted with joy, clapping her hands. Come quickly. How shall we proceed? Can you open your belly for us? We could place the meat inside. The bull ambled over nonchalantly, first shaking its head, then opening its mouth. Yan LaEr was the first to voice the burning question on everyone's mind. If you process it in your belly, where does the jerky emerge from? They all hoped it was not what they were imagining. The bull's tail pointed accurately towards the direction of their apprehensions, leaving the three of them thunderstruck. Fortunately, the bull's mouth opened and closed, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The entrance and exit are quite satisfactory, upon reflection. It seems rather trivial and not particularly impressive, merely two openings that are essential for the authentic bovine experience. Yet, I find myself grappling with an internal obstacle. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yan LaEr tentatively inserted a long strip of meat, and after a few moments, the cow expelled a piece of jerky. Ha ha. Yenyu was nearly in fits of laughter. We have struck gold. In the future, we could even process jerky for others and profit from it. Could we not also create 5-spice jerky or spicy jerky? But what if we simply stored it inside without expelling it? She glanced at the cow, which nodded in agreement. Yenyu burst into another fit of laughter and continued to inquire. If meat can be made into jerky, can vegetables and fruits be stored as well? She dashed around the cow, asking, Your belly has ample space. Can it not accommodate other items? Can they be stored categorically? The cow persistently nodded in affirmation. Lifeblood interjected, But what about its feed? It cannot go without food or water. People would notice. If categorization is indeed possible, then eating and drinking should not be affected, correct, dear cow? The cow's tail pointed once more towards the rear exit. Yenyu understood. You mean that if it eats and drinks normally, it will not affect what is stored inside, but if it were not allowed to relieve itself, there would be consequences? The cow nodded again. Perhaps it is for the best that it cannot speak. This is what a true cow should be like. Lifeblood did not desire a talking cow. A simple moo would suffice. If it were to suddenly call her Iron Fan Princess, she might faint from fright. Cow, can you generate coolness? Yenyu's imagination began to soar. Can you stir-fry? Braise? Stew? Why not steam? You can dry things, and with a little water, you could steam them as well, correct? Very well. Can you breathe fire? Perhaps ignite a pile of wood? Can you dissipate heat? Serve as a radiator. Do you know what a radiator is? No. It is a heating device that alleviates the cold through the warmth it provides. Can you manage that? Haha. Yan LaEr, oh. Fresh meat rubbed with salt sent inside will emerge as savory jerky. Each person and their cow work in perfect harmony. Alas, if only I had brought along some Sichuan pepper, chili powder, or cumin. Otherwise, we could have prepared several varieties of jerky. Yanyu expresses a slight regret. The weight of the jerky is considerably less than that of the raw meat, so it is best not to store it. Each person takes a few pieces to keep on their person, ready to eat whenever hunger strikes. After tidying up, they set forth on their journey. Upon reaching the town, they head straight to the fabric shop. Words alone could not express the sorrow. Selling was joyous, but later they realized how useful those scattered fabric scraps could be. They could be sewn into bags of various sizes. They also required some wrapping cloth to conceal their meager possessions. Li Xuemei, suppressing her heartache, bartered for fabric, negotiating skillfully, and managed to acquire 6 feet of cloth for just 2 copper coins, spending a total of 118 won. Never again will they purchase fabric from outside. Li Xuemei regrets it deeply. The fabric on the marketplace is much cheaper. We will buy from there in the future. Let's buy several bamboo tubes. Yan LaEr strides towards the bamboo vendor's stall. They are considerably less expensive than water bags. For items like oil, soy sauce, and vinegar, bamboo tubes are preferable to jars, as they take up less space when stored upright. Father, look at those cartwheels. Yanyu's keen eyes caught sight of the ox cart wheels wrapped in hemp rope as they passed by. Yan LaEr let out a grunt and turned to purchase some hemp rope, imitating the method he had observed. To his surprise, it proved quite effective. When wrapped in 2 layers, the wood within was entirely concealed. Father, how much money do we have left? Yanyu inquired. Yan LaEr counted and replied. We have a small piece of silver and these 7 copper coins. Then let us refrain from buying any more. We should save some for emergencies, Yanyu suggested. We cannot go about with empty pockets. If we wish to purchase anything, we would have to rely on Uncle. Li Xuemei took out the bamboo slips. She had not had time to examine the previous day, reading each character slowly. They were not in traditional script, but rather in seal script. Her pace was deliberate. Yanyu glanced at it and felt dizzy. Mother, what does it say? Look, there are even illustrations in the middle. She pointed out. Yanyu bypassed the text, examining the individual illustrations, which depicted a story of a person creating charcoal using only wood and clay. Remarkable. It appears quite simple, but it is of no use to us. Yanyu lamented. Mother, I made a mistake. I should not have chosen bamboo slip 3. I should have selected bamboo slip 1. Those slips must correspond to various skills, and I purchased the least useful one. How can it be useless? Yan LaEr interjected. Daughter, it is indeed valuable. Have you forgotten we are heading north, where it is exceedingly cold? This method of charcoal making is immensely useful. Let us not even discuss selling it. Just think how convenient it would be for us to make our own charcoal. We need not conserve. We could burn it day and night. Imagine how warm our home would be. Li Xuemei, your father is right. Once we reach the north, with this skill of ours, we can certainly make a living. Far more reliable than selling dried meat. Spicy dried meat, how fragrant it is. Yanyu murmured softly. Yanyu, mother is correct. That little bit of chili powder we have is barely enough for ourselves. Chapter 24. A scene unfolds. Yan LaEr, stop. I said stop. Do you hear me? A voice akin to a duck's quack shouted insistently. If you don't halt, I will come after you and make your scholar father lie in bed for another 10 days or so. This remark compelled Daya to come to an abrupt stop, her body trembling in fear. Why you? Don't come any closer, please. As she observed the figure drawing nearer, Daya sensed an impending danger. Yet she dared not flee and could only retreat incessantly. The voice belonged to none other than the youngest son of Guolijian. The boy was furious upon receiving the news. This was supposed to be a splendid opportunity. Marrying Daya would grant him a scholar for a father-in-law, a matter of prestige. Yan LaEr had incurred gambling debts and had deceived his father-in-law into selling land, hoping for a generous dowry in return. It was a win-win situation, elevating their status while securing both wealth and connections. Yet, all their schemes unraveled when the scholar father-in-law unexpectedly exposed Yan LaEr's gambling troubles and promptly sold the land at the pawnshop. Their family had been busy with this affair, yet they ended up with nothing to show for it. Well, it seems one must settle for something, even if it's not ideal. Yan Daya was quite attractive, and compared to the girls in town, she did not fall short. Her father-in-law's reputation remained, and this marriage was still feasible. I won't go to your home. My father would never agree. Daya stammered, her voice quivering, as the surroundings grew eerily deserted. Guo Xiaoxiang's malevolent intentions began to surface. The scholar's father-in-law looked down upon him, yet he was determined to compel Yan Shoucai to acknowledge him as a son-in-law, regardless of his disdain. In a swift motion, he lunged forward and seized Yan Daya's arm, forcibly dragging her towards a more secluded area. "Let go of me. Release me." Daya cried out, terrified and in pain. "I will scream for help. Go ahead and shout." Guo Xiaoxiang retorted menacingly. "If you do, I'll tear your clothes off. Scream if you dare." Daya was utterly frightened, rendered powerless and too afraid to call for assistance, resorting instead to silent sobs. This infuriated Yin Yu immensely. "You scoundrel! Not only do you disregard the rules, but you've also terrified my sister Daya to the point of pallor, her entire body trembling." "Sanbao, charge at him," Yin Yu commanded. Having named their cow after pondering the name throughout her journey, she was Daobao, while her sibling was Erbao, and this cow was affectionately referred to as Sanbao. As the cow charged at Guo Xiaoxiang with wild abandon, he stumbled sideways, instinctively releasing his grip. Daya, her legs weakened, collapsed onto the ground. The cow rushed past him, turning with the cart to charge once more. Guo Xiaoxiang scrambled to his feet and fled, glancing back in sheer terror, shouting, "Ah, Yan LaEr, stop it. Grab hold of it. If that cow strikes me, I might not survive. Stop, stop," Yan LaEr commanded, halting the beast. Li Shuame, clutching her stomach with one hand and gripping the cart frame with the other, gritted her teeth and refused to relent. Upon seeing the cow come to a halt, she seethed. "Why stop? Go ahead and trample him." Yin Yu, filled with resentment, shouted at the ox, "Sanbao, heed my command. Charge at him." Yet, Sanbao remained utterly motionless. Yan LaEr leaped from the vehicle to assist Li Shuame in disembarking, then firmly lifted his daughter down. At that moment, Guo Xiaoxiang had already fled a considerable distance away. "Daya, it's all right now. Do not fear. Your second uncle and aunt are here," Li Shuame spoke softly. Upon seeing her family, Daya's tears flowed even more profusely. "Second aunt. Whoa. I was terrified, utterly terrified." Her entire being was rigid, but under Li Shuame's soothing presence, she gradually relaxed. She struggled to stand, fearful of inadvertently harming her second aunt's unborn child, clutching the hem of Li Shuame's garment as if it were a lifeline. Yin Yu picked up the distant fallen bamboo basket, with several half-yellow wild vegetables scattered about. The breath she had been holding finally escaped her lips, and a sense of dread washed over her. Thankfully, they had arrived in time. Had they been even a moment later, Daya would have been dragged far away. And even if she had screamed, they would not have hurt her. Once a tragedy is set in motion, it becomes the end of a vibrant life. Their entire family understood the potential fate that awaited Daya. This was why she and her mother had been so agitated, wishing fervently to end his life. Yan LaEr held back his anger, knowing that his wife and daughter merely spoke out of fury. They did not genuinely wish for that young man's demise. Such words were born from a moment of rage. They likely forgot that Sanbao was a mechanical bionic ox. If commanded to charge, it would indeed cause irrevocable harm. Arya glanced at her father and fell silent, adhering to his wishes. Once they had distanced themselves, Yan LaEr quietly dismantled the cart, patted the ox, and coldly instructed, "Sanbao, go and give him a kick, aim for the chest, but do not kill him." The first-level authority had spoken. Sanbao dashed after the direction in which Guo Xiaoxiang had departed. Meanwhile, her mother directed Jie to tend to some chores, asking her to assist in sewing pockets, while remaining close by, occasionally whispering gentle words. Yin Yu heard the soft patter of light footsteps and sprang up in excitement. Indeed, it was Sanbao. "Father, Sanbao." She waved her hand eagerly. Yin Yu hurriedly shut the courtyard door and quietly inquired of her father, "Father, where have you been? Did you go to confront that scoundrel? Were you able to catch up?" Yan LaEr responded affirmatively as he proceeded to the eastern room with her. As Yin Yu followed Sanbao's trail, she suddenly exclaimed, crouching down to scrutinize a suspicious hoof print. On the left hind leg of the cow, 2 dubious red droplets caught her attention. Leaning closer to sniff, she realized it was blood. "Sanbao, did you kick him? Or was it my father's doing?" Yin Yu implored urgently. Sanbao responded with a low moo. "Was it my father?" Sanbao shook her head. "It was that scoundrel you kicked." "Well done." Yin Yu praised her before asking, "How many times did you kick him?" If they were entangled in a case of manslaughter, it would spell doom for their entire family. And for a scoundrel, it hardly seemed worth it. Yet, her father had allowed them to leave first, indicating he had a plan in mind. Now it appeared that her father was indeed shrewd, opting for Sanbao to deliver the blow instead. It would hurt more. San Bao let out another moo. After a moment's pause, Yin Yu, wide-eyed, asked, "Is that all? Just one kick?" San Bao nodded. Yin Yu, her indignation mounting, remarked, "Humph. He got off too easily." In a fit of frustration, she scooped a handful of dirt and tossed it onto the cow's leg, kneading some wheat straw in her hands as she vigorously rubbed and rubbed. Once the bloodstain had faded to near invisibility, she discarded the straw and scampered towards the eastern room, her legs in motion. Chapter 25. Change. Yan Huaiwen was engulfed in a wave of trepidation. If he were to live again and could not save the lives of his daughters, if he could not rectify the wrongs of the past, then what purpose would his existence serve? In that moment, he profoundly realized that circumstances were not immutable. Ever since he had awakened with the memories of his previous life, nothing was certain. Yet, regardless of the external changes, the corruption of the human heart remained immutable and challenging to alter. He would no longer be confined to a corner, but would take the initiative, selling land to repay his debts. This disrupted the schemes of the village head's family and prompted Guo Xiaoxiang to arrive in the village prematurely. The ox cart was intended for his journey to Guangzhou. The funds for purchasing the cart were derived from the sale of land. Upon reflection, it was indeed a tightly woven web. Should even a single strand falter, the outcome would be drastically different. Yan Huaiwen fell into deep contemplation. "Father, we cannot let that scoundrel off lightly. Let us go to the yamen and submit a petition, beseeching the magistrate to administer strict justice." Yan Huaiwen glanced at him, furrowing his brow slightly before relaxing it. Fortunately, Hung Er did not suggest going to the yamen to file a complaint or to implore the magistrate for punishment. One must not underestimate the significance of this slight distinction, for it bore entirely different implications. The latter would escalate the matter to court, potentially bringing it to the attention of the magistrate, who might or might not deal with it according to the law. Moreover, the reputation of their daughter was at stake, which would bring misfortune upon the Yin family. As for submitting a petition, seeking the magistrate's private reprimand, what could they possibly hope to achieve? Merely a fade of justice, perhaps some monetary compensation. The eldest daughter had only been frightened. It was likely that even the few blows she might receive would be spared, resulting only in a fine. Must he endure once more the experiences he had already lived through? The eldest daughter's suicide would resolve everything. The dead could not contend with the living. The Guo family would deny all accusations. What other options does he have besides knocking out teeth and swallowing them? Exhuming the body for examination? Hunger, do not be foolish. If such matters come to light, how can Daya continue to live? Yan LaEr genuinely wishes to awaken his nephew. Do you believe we reside in a society where the law is firmly established? Even in this new society, women who have suffered are not leading easy lives. Their bodies and minds endure tremendous trauma, particularly psychologically. Daya is not a resilient individual. She is a delicate girl, nurtured in tears, exceptionally fragile. Have you not observed how his wife dares not leave her side, fearing that solitude may lead her into despair? Elder brother, Xiang, as an uncle, I must speak. If you truly care for Daya, this matter should never be mentioned again. She is thoughtful and sensitive, easily shaken. Today has truly frightened her. Her body stiffened in shock, and it took a long while for her to recover. If this matter is not resolved, the child may dwell on it excessively. And should her thoughts stray, she could commit a foolish act, leading to irreversible regret. Yan LaEr, old Yan, you understand well. Yan Xiangheng is merely naive, not foolish. With a moment's reflection, he can discern that his father and second uncle have considered everything thoroughly, aware of the gravity of such matters. Yet, he remains unwilling to accept. It cannot simply end like this. Yan Huaiwen fixed a steadfast gaze upon his younger brother. Yan LaEr felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Heaven help us, what have you been doing just now? Yan LaEr rapidly navigated through his thoughts, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. What is the current state of Guo Xiaoxiang? Yan LaEr, you could deduce this? Elder brother, how did you know? Yan Huaiwen, I know nothing. I merely sought to tease you. Yan LaEr pondered that Guo Xiaoxiang had not been kicked to death. He still retained his life, and certainly he would speak if given the chance, as there was no need for concealment. By the way, we had just acquired a cow, which had a rather irritable temperament. It had gotten too close and received a kick. Yan LaEr artistically embellished the tale, subtly planting the seed of caution regarding San Bao's timid nature, an admonition not to approach carelessly. Perfect. Yan Huaiwen was not surprised. It was common knowledge that his brother was not the most amiable of characters. He lacked the reputation for vindictiveness, merely because he was an educated man. From a young age, he had been petty, often envious of his father's favoritism towards him, calculating, and always competing. Not until their parents had passed, leaving only the two brothers, did this flaw begin to diminish. As for how a cow could kick a person, that was of little consequence. Is it serious? Yan Huaiwen inquired, infused with a hint of anticipation. He had witnessed how challenging it was for a cow to accurately strike the chest. One would first need to be knocked down and, under the condition of utter helplessness, be kicked. Should fortune be unkind and one lay with their back to the sky, they would need to be turned over. His Sanbao had certainly endured much. Yan LaEr asserted with conviction. Satisfied, Yan Huaiwen resolved to personally feed the cow later as a gesture of commendation. Yan Xiangheng found his father and second uncle's personas somewhat transformed today. His father remained calm in the face of adversity, wise to the ways of the world. His uncle, meanwhile, would consider the family, even resorting to underhanded methods. Is the scholar at home? Someone shouted at the courtyard entrance. Yin Yu, who had been eavesdropping by the east room door, stood up and stomped his feet excitedly. Calling into the house, Uncle. Uncle Chi has come to bring us wheat. Yan LaEr was the first to emerge and, upon seeing his daughter standing at the door with a silly grin, he affectionately ruffled her hair, cautioning her to be mindful of her growth. Yin Yucai, however, remained unfazed, retorting that such concerns lacked any scientific basis. Following closely behind was Yan Xiangheng, who noticed her pause and gently admonished, Area. Whatever happened today must not be mentioned to anyone, nor should you bring it up in front of your elder sister. Do you understand? Yin Yu, with her innocent face lifted, replied brightly, I understand, big brother. Yan Xiangheng nodded and hurried off to assist. Yin Yu peeked into the house, where Yan Huaiwen waved at her. She trotted over with her little legs and chirped, Uncle. Area, what is your elder sister doing? She asked, sewing with mother. Yin Yu, filled with concern, asked, Uncle, will that bad man come again? My elder sister is scared, and so am I. Fear not, once we finish grinding the wheat, we shall leave, and he won't be able to find us, Yan Huaiwen reassured her. Shall we take Sanbao with us? Sanbao is very obedient. Sanbao is our cow, that is what I named it. Amda Bao, the one in Mother's belly, is Air Bao, and Sanbao is our cow. Yan Huaiwen was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently become the cow's uncle. Can Sanbao understand us? Yes, yes. Sanbao is very clever. He lets me pet him and even ride him. Yan Huaiwen dismissed it lightly, noting that the cow's gentle disposition likely stemmed from good training by its previous owner, hinting at a slight understanding of human nature. Chapter 26. Grinding wheat. The Qi family consisted of 3 brothers supporting their elderly mother. In her youth, Qi Laonyang toiled late into the night, lighting lamps and boiling oil, which ultimately impaired her vision. Now, she perceives the world around her as a blurred haze, finding solace only in the familiar confines of her own courtyard, rarely venturing outside. The Qi family was once larger, comprising 5 brothers rather than just 3. The second and third brothers could not sustain themselves, leaving Qi Da to manage the household with limited land. Qi Si worked as an apprentice at the town's coffin shop, while Qi Wu, introduced by Qi Si, became an apprentice under the skilled carpenter Liao, who specialized solely in coffins. The family, composed of earnest individuals, lived quietly, their humble nature recognized by the villagers. However, the profession of Qi Si and Qi Wu, shrouded in a certain social stigma, resulted in minimal interaction with others, rendering them somewhat invisible within the community. Every year, Scholar Yan required labor assistance for his fields, yet Qida had never managed to secure a position. This year, however, a severe drought compelled villagers to focus solely on their own meager plots of land, inadvertently benefiting him. When Yan's family announced their offer to exchange grain for labor, a wave of envy washed over many. The village head, Luo, had his reasons for choosing the Qi family. Their limited land meant that Qi Si and Qi Wu were available to assist, providing an excess of labor. Moreover, the Qi brothers possessed robust physiques, towering and strong. Otherwise, the coffin shop owner would not have employed Qi Si as an assistant, as he could easily handle the workload of 2 men, effortlessly lifting and moving heavy items. Qi Wu too stood out, for Liao the carpenter was unlike others, focusing exclusively on crafting coffins, utilizing thick solid wood that most could not manage. Qida, steadfast in his simplicity, remained silent except for the occasional call from outside the courtyard. He methodically unloaded stacks of bundled wheat from the handcart, carefully arranging them within the yard. Qi Si accompanied him, being accustomed to the town's interactions, and though his work involved coffins, he engaged in a few polite exchanges. Brother Yan LaEr, I see that the wheat at your home is already sun-dried. When do you plan to grind it? Do extend the invitation to us brothers. To be honest, there is indeed some urgency. I intend to head over this afternoon, especially since we have recently acquired a cow. Yan LaEr thought that they could let the cow do the grinding, as its speed would surely be commendable. However, he was interrupted by his elder brother, who remarked, with the new cow at home, it would be convenient to take the wheat along, thus avoiding multiple trips. I would trouble you, dear brothers Chi. With the task of grinding the wheat, there is no need for fine milling, just enough for consumption. Chi Si's face lit up with joy, assuring the scholar that they would handle it. Cheetah also smiled broadly, appearing quite pleased. The two brothers, upon exiting the courtyard, made it seem much more spacious. Elder brother, our cow can certainly handle the grinding, Yan LaEr hesitantly stated, considering that using sambao for milling incurs no cost, whereas enlisting the Chi brothers would require compensating them with grain. You save a little wheat, and the cow tires out. How will you carry me to Guangzhou then? Yan Huaiwen particularly disapproved of Yan LaEr's frugal demeanor. Sambao is strong enough. It's merely grinding. What's the big deal? Yan LaEr quietly countered. To speak frankly, if old Yan didn't glare, his words flowed quite smoothly. However, once he glared, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Yan Xiangheng leaned closer and whispered, Uncle, are we truly going? Why to the north? Did your father not inform you? Yan LaEr inquired. Father merely mentioned that we cannot survive this drought and that we should take the villagers north to Guangzhou. But uncle, have we really reached that point? Just wait until you fetch water and see that our village's old well is completely dry. Yan LaEr must surely cooperate with old Yan in this matter. How serious it is to say, you have been confined within the academy, oblivious to the circumstances of the town. Those affluent families have long since fled, leaving us here foolishly lingering. If this continues, and the rain does not fall, can you imagine the dire situation we shall face? Yan Xiaogang followed his thoughts. Soon, we shall be required to pay grain taxes, and half of our wheat will be taken. If the rains do not come, wait, that is not right, uncle. Father intends to grind all the wheat. What shall we use to pay the taxes? Yan LaEr shot him a fierce glare, muttering under his breath. Nephew, kindly keep your silence. Have you wasted your education asking such foolish questions? When did your father say we would leave? In the next couple of days. Then why are you not hastening to pack your belongings? Oh. Yan Yu, with his hands tucked away, squatted to the side and called out, Father, Debeo, must we remain squatting like this? Why are you squatting with your hands in your pockets? Why not learn something from your uncle? You resemble an old farmer. Even the barbarians would find it difficult to squat like this. Humph, has she grown too proud? Father, do not always belittle my elder brother. If he does not understand, he is merely asking a question. What is wrong with that? Both your and uncle's attitudes are quite problematic. Uncle speaks incompletely. And you tell my brother to be silent, yet you do not teach him properly. Yin Yu offered his father some candid advice. A mere boy ought to endure the trials of education, to ponder and comprehend on his own, for that is how one matures. Yan LaEr had his own set of twisted reasoning. Since childhood, he has always been attentive to his numerous nephews and nieces. After all, those relatives often brought up the fact that he had a daughter, and he cherished her dearly. Indeed, he was a devoted father. My elder brother treated me quite well. He recently inquired whether I had brought any snacks from the town. When I replied in the negative, he generously slipped me 2 coins, instructing me to wait for the traveling vendor to bring sweets to our village. Yin Yu opened her palm, revealing the 2 glimmering copper coins to her father under the sunlight. Yan LaEr raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. His nephews and nieces hardly ever managed to pry money from his daughter's hands. Yin Yu continued her complaint. I also heard Sister Dia say she would sew me a cloth bag to play with. Father, as your duty as an uncle, you should show some concern and express gratitude to brother and Sister Dia. Yan LaEr was amused by his daughter's antics. Fine, I shall remember this. Do not worry, I shall ensure it is not neglected. However, my dear daughter, must we always take advantage of your youth to eavesdrop at the door? It is not proper to be seen doing so. Yan LaEr added, you are already a child. You ought to behave like one. Yan Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly raised her voice. Father, I am hungry. I want to eat meat. I want meat soup. I want meat porridge. Yan LaEr replied, aren't you being a bit too demanding for your age? He had steamed buns with the dough he prepared last night and made egg drop soup. Meat? What kind of household consumes meat every day? Meanwhile, San Bao assisted in timing as the fragrant black buns were taken off the stove. Yin Yu, unable to wait for them to cool, took a bite. What is this gritty texture? She looked at her father in astonishment. Yan LaEr sighed and asked, shall I sing? Within this narrative, there exists bran, the outer layer of wheat, which has not been ground finely enough. As you just heard your uncle mention, henceforth our family shall consume this, gradually acclimating ourselves to it. What about our white flour? Yin Yu inquired with a hint of grievance. I waited, both rice and white flour amounting to 10 pounds each, for 2 weeks. That totals 20 pounds, and in a month, merely 40 pounds, insufficient for our needs. Yan LaEr tenderly stroked his daughter's soft hair, offering gentle reassurance. Didn't we say that your father should make a gesture? Look at how grand this gesture is. We shall dine together. It does not matter if Lao Yan joins us. The effort to secure provisions is solely for the sake of convenience. Although the grain purchased by Lao Yan appears substantial, if one calculates carefully, considering the span of a month or two with so many people, when the time comes, it matters not whose household it is. Neighbors cannot simply stand by and watch others starve. Yin Yu took another large bite, chewing vigorously. Father, you are right. We remain ensnared in poverty. We must devise ways to earn money and procure more food. A platform. A heart filled with gratitude. Thankful for your presence. Chapter 27. Lao Yan acquires livestock for the village. In recent days, village head Luo has not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. For this matter concerns not just 1 or 2 families, but the entire village. The more prepared Scholar Shio becomes, the more anxious the villagers feel. One cannot deceive oneself into believing that perhaps the heavens will show mercy and bring rain in a few days. Each day grows increasingly hotter, and the village well yields but half a bucket of water at a time. The 4 buckets of water that village head Luo had allocated for each household daily have dwindled to just 1. Everyone is gathering their strength to harvest the wheat. And following Yin Xiao, they are gradually completing the urgent collection. The village's threshing ground was adorned with the grains of each household. At the solitary stone mill, the wheat of the scholar's family was being ground. Each family awaited anxiously, yet none dared to urge the process along. The Qi brothers toiled diligently, their efforts not lost on the onlookers, who knew that had they been in the same position, they would not have worked any faster. The order of arrival was unspoken, as every household was acutely aware. Following the scholar's family was the village chiefs, fortunate due to their numerous sons. Next were the Qi brothers, who owned little land. And after them, the home of Aunt Wang, who, despite having only 2 sons, benefited from the industriousness of her daughters-in-law. Yan LaEr stood off to the side, unnoticed and alone, his social standing evidently lacking. Bored, he surveyed the villagers, observing their harvest and the number of children each family had. He noted the greetings exchanged among families to familiarize himself with their identities. In the distance, Yin Yu spotted her father, seemingly forlorn and isolated. She hurried over, calling out, "Father." As she leapt into his embrace, Yan LaEr quickly stood to catch her. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Uncle and elder brother are behind me," Yin Yu whispered. "Father, uncle and brother have gathered their things, and I notice they are all books. They might inquire about our belongings, but they didn't ask mother or me." "Rest assured, I am well aware," Yan LaEr replied. "Arya, you've come as well. Let us go play." "Arya, come quickly. I have something wonderful to show you." Yin Yu flashed her father a proud expression. Look, this is what comparison looks like." In the circle of children, Yin Yu is quite popular. She has become considerably more cheerful and understanding than the past, and she can also make various exaggerated facial expressions to join in when other children show off. She can weave grass ropes with the little girls and dig for worms alongside the mischievous boys. In just a few days, she has seamlessly integrated with the village children. Yin Yu was taken away by the children. Yan LaEr awaited his brother and his nephew. "Brother, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Although Yan Huaiwen had recovered from his illness, his health had not fully returned, and venturing out in the sweltering heat undoubtedly meant there was a matter at hand. "How much wheat have we harvested?" Yan Huaiwen recalled that this year's yield had been rather poor. After paying taxes, there wasn't even enough for half a year's worth of rations. "Less than 200 caddies per mu." Yan LaEr grimaced. "With our 10 mu of land, that amounts to around 1,800 caddies. We possess prime farmland, while others fare even worse. The weather has a tremendous impact on crop yields. Initially, I thought we could manage without the grain tax, but now it seems there may be a significant shortfall." Scholar, village chief Luo, and several elders gathered around. Unsurprisingly, Yan LaEr was pushed out of the circle. He let out a huff and turned, pressing closely to his brother's side. "I'll hear what you all have to say." Yin Xiangheng averted his gaze from his uncle, but, after a moment's thought, stealthily leaned closer, standing behind his father with ears perked up. "I have prepared some silver and intend to purchase 2 livestock for the elderly in the village to aid their mobility," Yan Huaiwen said, retrieving gleaming silver from his robe to hand over to the village chief. No, no. How can we allow the scholar to bear such expenses? We can manage. We have carts at home, and the boys can push them. Indeed, scholar, how could we dare to take advantage of your kindness? Your generosity is overwhelming, yet we, with our frail bodies, feel unworthy of such grace. Wherever we may wander, we shall go, sighing. Were it not for my deep concern, I would prefer to remain, sparing my descendants from added burdens. With the addition of livestock, we must also prepare their fodder, which seems impractical. It would be far more judicious to have the young ones of the family take turns assisting us, providing them with sustenance instead, thus saving the expense of keeping animals. Esteemed village elders, livestock could indeed serve as a means of transportation, expediting our journey. Furthermore, should we find ourselves in dire straits, we could resort to slaughter for sustenance. Yan Huaiwen remarked. Yan LaEr could not contain his interjection. Let each family bring their wheat straw. It serves both for cooking and feeding the animals. As for water, while it may be scarce initially, if we travel swiftly, we shall soon escape this parched land and reach a place abundant with grass and water, where all shall be well. Surely, we shall not find ourselves devoid of provisions along the way. Having already received word and journeyed for several days, I refuse to believe we cannot find sustenance. Along our path, there are mountains and forests. We shall pause and search thoroughly, for water must surely be found. Yan Huaiwen cast a glance at him and said, indeed, where there are mountains and forests, there must be a water source. Yan LaEr continued, my brother is a kind-hearted man, unable to bear witness to the suffering of others in our village. When outside, we must unite, pooling our resources and strengths. Our household possesses little wealth, yet I believe purchasing 2 mules would suffice. With 2 beasts of burden, we could advance more swiftly, alleviating your hardships and sparing our young ones from excessive toil. The village elders were moved to tears, while their families, concerned that something was amiss, hurriedly gathered to inquire. After listening to the elders' accounts, the families expressed profound gratitude. Yan Huaiwen and the village elders established a departure time and set off with his son, wishing to avoid being besieged by the villagers' endless thanks. Although he had performed a virtuous deed, Yan Huaiwen was acutely aware of his own selfish motives, which were quite substantial. He desired the company of the villagers, seeking comfort in their collective presence. As agreed, Yan LaEr arranged for the chief family to receive their grain. Once they were out of sight, he instructed Sambao to take the wheel. He extracted a cloth to wipe his daughter's face and hands while ensuring she stayed hydrated. Look at you, drenched in sweat, and you can't even take a bath. How smelly. Father, look. My little friend found these worms for me. I'm going to feed them to the chickens. Perhaps they'll lay a couple more eggs. Yan Yu was unconcerned, chattering away. You have no idea how hard it was for Xiaogo to find these worms. He said he dug several holes before he found them. Is he the son of Dr. Cui? Yes, we even borrowed a donkey cart from their family. You don't know how much Xiaogo admires you. He thinks your skills in hoof trimming are incredibly impressive, haha. Yan LaEr continued. Your uncle is providing funds to buy livestock for the village elders to facilitate their mobility. I need you to ponder this matter. He explained the situation to his daughter. Chapter 28. Uniting the community, uniting the community. Yan Yu exclaimed, her education clearly evident in her thoughtful response. Father, consider this. In ancient times, families rarely divided. Decisions were made by the elder generation. If uncle treats them well, their families will undoubtedly reciprocate kindness towards us. Our family is small, and with the support of the villagers, our journey will be much smoother. In the event that an elderly individual perceives themselves as a burden and refuses to depart, the entire family is likely to remain behind as well. The severity of the current drought is truly alarming. If they choose not to leave, Yan Yu has now realized that they must vacate before the tax on grain is due, in order to secure a greater quantity of provisions. Should they stay, they will be compelled to pay taxes, and with the ongoing drought, there will be no food or drink. Can we not purchase grain for their use? That would be the money we earned from selling our land. Yan LaEr lamented. Although he spoke boldly at that moment, it was merely because old Yan had initiated the conversation. As the younger brother, he could not falter. Since we have already contributed financially, we must ensure that our efforts are acknowledged by the villagers. Given that old Yan is so eager to lead the villagers in their departure, it is only fitting that he offers his support and paints a bright picture. Yet, how can he not feel a pang of sorrow? Their own family is already struggling for sustenance. The thought of using that money to buy grain and savoring the food later is quite painful. Yan Yu continued her analysis. If it is our livestock serving the villagers, it will undoubtedly lack the same dedication as if it were their own. In the face of adversity on the road, if the animals do not belong to them, they might simply abandon them. However, if it is a collective effort, with their own parents involved, they will surely strive to protect what is theirs. Moreover, our family is the only one with cattle in the village, while the Chui family has donkeys, which stands out too much. Having a couple more animals would certainly alleviate the situation. Wouldn't you agree, father? Yan LaEr pondered for a moment. If the entire village embarked on their journey all on foot, while his family rode in a cart pulled by cattle, that would indeed be quite conspicuous. As his daughter would say, it would be quite the eyesore. Yet, father, you often say that we should care for our fellow villagers. We cannot simply watch them suffer in hunger, can we? Why then act so petty? Yan Yu teased her father. But can they truly be compared? Your uncle tightly clutches the meager sum obtained from selling the land, barely leaving anything behind. Once we reach the north, we must establish a home, and everything requires money. Yet he, without a second thought, squandered 15 taels of silver, neglecting to consult the family. That money was derived from the land. Indeed, I am entitled to half of that land. Therefore, I should also possess half of the silver. Having spent 20 taels, those 15 should belong to me. Yet he did not even bother to ask. Yan LaEr casually remarked, merely speaking for the sake of it, jesting idly. Yan Yuling's mind sparked with an idea. Yan LaEr suggested, how about you feign a little drama, stir the pot, and see what your uncle thinks. Then you can pretend to be swayed. Avoiding unnecessary conjecture between us, Yan Yuling continued to encourage. Wasn't my previous discourse of righteousness and warmth for naught? Yan LaEr was unwilling. Father, based on what I've gathered from my companions, you cannot act without reason. Each time you cause a commotion, your uncle inevitably ends up providing you with money. Alas, my uncle is far too generous. Yan LaEr would never admit that it was the promise of money that swayed him. What if your uncle, in a fit of anger, decided to sever ties with us? Thus, father, tread lightly and seek clarity without overexerting yourself. Yan LaEr remarked, this is certainly a misguided notion. Brother, why did you not consult me regarding such significant matters at home? Yan LaEr quietly inquired. Are you referring to the sale of land to settle debts or the purchase of livestock for the village elder? Yan LaEr, lowering his head, reluctantly asserted. I am entitled to half of the proceeds from the land sale. Why should we purchase livestock for the village elder when we can barely feed ourselves? Yan Huaiwen remained silent for a moment. You did not express such sentiments at the granary. Yan Huaiwen's emotions became somewhat complicated. It turns out that his seemingly inept younger brother still knows how to protect his elder brother's interests. However, his vision remains somewhat limited, as he tends to focus solely on their own meager possessions. He forgot to consult with the second brother, not out of malice, but simply due to his habitual inclination to make decisions independently. Tianyu, not inquiring further, inadvertently let this matter slip from his mind. Indeed, although the 10 acres of land is registered under the elder brother's name, we have not formally divided our assets. Thus, the proceeds from selling the land should rightfully be shared equally between us, as Yan Huaiwen articulated. Upon hearing this, Yan LaEr was taken aback. Elder brother, I. Yet, Yan Huaiwen interrupted him, continuing, not consulting you was an oversight on my part. I assure you, I shall not repeat this mistake in the future. Yan LaEr stood there in a daze, listening to his elder brother speak of their family's precarious situation, emphasizing the importance of solidarity with their neighbors for safety. Much like the advice his daughter would provide, there were indeed insights they had not previously considered. Our village may not be filled with relatives, yet it feels akin to family. To outsiders, we are not easily intimidated. In this time of famine, we shall venture northward first, as the masses of refugees will follow suit. Perhaps some will accompany us to Guangzhou. Our respect for the elderly and our care for the young will not go unnoticed. It will foster a sense of propriety among us. Once we arrive in Guangzhou, the scattered populace will surely be allocated to various villages. Given our numbers and willingness to cultivate new land, we should be able to settle together in one place. Our village is composed of honest folk, devoid of petty thieves or unscrupulous individuals, which is indeed a rarity. As brothers with limited familial ties, we are fortunate to have supportive neighbors. Should I ever need to travel, you can remain here with peace of mind. Yan Yu squatted at the doorstep, deeply appreciating his uncle's foresight and gaining valuable insights. In the end, his uncle even bestowed upon him some silver, much to his delight, uncertain if it was merely a matter of habit. Whenever his younger brother caused a ruckus, he would pacify him with a few coins. Nevertheless, Yan Yu still felt dissatisfied with her father's performance. His character portrayal lacked depth, and his overall demeanor could be summed up with a single word: cowardice. "Father, your performance was inadequate. Your presence lacked vigor," Yan exclaimed. "Am I not feeling a bit guilty? I just settled my gambling debts a few days ago," he replied. "Are you afraid that uncle will partition our family?" Yan LaEr remained silent. The more they lived together, the less they desired to part ways. The three of them were utterly oblivious, unaware of the potential deceit that could ensnare them. Moreover, the old Yan was genuinely a good man. "Uncle, won't he do that? Haven't you noticed? He has forgiven you. As long as we abide by the rules and refrain from any impropriety, Uncle will not separate us. Once he ascends to a higher office, we shall be part of the official entourage, basking in his light and earning a bit of fortune. Becoming a wealthy gentleman will surely pose no problem. Oh, just thinking about it is delightful. Your uncle has truly given me silver. Just consider how much Yan LaEr has squandered. He is truly worthless. Father, let us use it to buy eggs. We can exchange one for two." "No, eggs spoil easily. We should purchase grain instead. Let us buy all grain." Chapter 29. Yan LaEr's abilities. Before long, Yan LaEr was afforded another opportunity to venture into town. The villagers were deeply moved by the actions of the scholar, and they resolved to pool their resources, hoping to acquire 1 or 2 more livestock. The scholar was indeed correct. They would serve both as transportation and sustenance, effectively acting as reserves. Village head Luo sprinted to the Yan household with the collected funds, followed closely by the eager young men wishing to accompany him. Without hesitation, Yan LaEr began preparing the cart. The village chief's eldest son, Luo Lauda, along with his grandson San Tai, Dr. Chui, and his large dog, as well as Chi Si and Wang Erlang, all of whom are skilled in various trades, ventured together to the local livestock market. Upon arriving at the town's horse and mule dealership, they found the marketplace had shifted once more. The number of sellers had increased, causing prices to plummet. Just a few days prior, a mule commanded 7 taels of silver, but today it had fallen to 6 taels and 5 coins, while donkeys had dropped from 3 taels to 2 taels and 6 coins. This was still the price for those with carts, marking a significant liquidation sale. Yan Huaiwen contributed 15 taels from the village, and each household pooled together an additional 6 taels. The individuals present were nearly at their wits' end, struggling to calculate the costs of 2 mules and how many donkeys they could still afford. Yan Laodi, unable to bear the situation any longer, approached the 2 men selling mules to negotiate. "These are donkeys and mules, not horses. How can you dare ask for 6 taels and 5 coins? 5 taels would be more reasonable. Let me examine the teeth. Raise the hooves. I need a look. This one do. This mule must be quite old. How many more years can it still work? If you want to lower the price, I shall go check on the donkeys." He then turned to the donkey seller, launching into another round of scrutiny. "Look at this poor creature, so emaciated. Hold it still. Let me feel its belly. I must ensure it harbors no ailments. Yes, open its mouth. Let me inspect. My word, this cart, is it ancestral? How many generations has it been passed down? It appears far too antiquated. It may fall apart at any moment. This donkey is shedding its coat. Surely it must be ill? And you still dare to ask for 2 taels and 6 coins? I will take it for 1 tael and 5 coins, and walk away with it for meat." He proceeded to disrupt every seller in the livestock market. Much to their irritation, they could not comprehend why he would haggle so nonsensically. Chui Longzhong recalled the craftsmanship of Yan LaEr in shoeing hooves, and suddenly it dawned upon him. How foolish are these individuals, he mused, to overlook someone so knowledgeable. Yan LaEr, adept at hoof care, undoubtedly had more experience dealing with these beasts than they did. "Brother Yan, come here and assist me with some calculations," he beckoned to Yan LaEr. Yan Lao approached with a lively demeanor and inquired, "What are you contemplating? What do you wish to purchase?" Wang Erlang responded, "I have heard that mules can haul more than donkeys, and since mule carts are larger, we intend to acquire 2 mules." Luo Lauda added, after purchasing the mules, "We wish to buy some donkeys as well." Yan Lauda nodded in agreement. "Very well. Give me the silver, and I shall procure them for you." The group exchanged glances, and Luo Lauda, with resolute determination, handed over the tightly wrapped silver, feeling uneasy yet reassured by Yan LaEr's presence, as he had a significant stake in this transaction. They then observed Yan LaEr moving about in the cattle and horse market with an air of familiarity, as if it were his own home. With deft movements, he quickly finalized the purchase of 2 mules, one priced at 6 taels and the other at 5 taels and 8 chien. He then proceeded to acquire 4 donkeys, priced at 2 taels and 3 chien, 2 taels and 1 chien, 2 taels and 2 chien, and 1 tael, and 5 qian. Indeed, he even included the ailing donkey that was shedding its fur. The group remained silent, mentally calculating the expenses, confident that the initial acquisitions were worth it, though uncertain of how much meat the sick donkey would yield. After securing the 2 mules and 4 donkeys, they found themselves with a surplus. Yan LaEr weighed the remaining silver, which amounted to over 9 taels, and declared, "Let us be on our way." As they led the mules and donkeys, they suddenly realized that they also needed to account for the large dog, which brought their numbers to just enough. Yan LaEr bought grain with the silver provided by old Yan, then procured saltpeter, and spent the remaining money extravagantly at the meat stall. The onlookers simply observed his purchasing spree, hesitant to comment. Without Yan LaEr, such smooth transactions at such favorable prices would have been unattainable. Thus, it seemed inappropriate to fuss over the remaining few coins. However, upon reaching the village entrance, Yan LaEr took the initiative to address the matter. "Let me tally the accounts for you. The 2 mules cost 11 taels and 9 coins, while the 4 donkeys amounted to 8 taels and 1 coin 5. In total, we spent 21 taels, leaving us with 9 coins and 5. This surplus was just enough to treat the ailing donkey, which was not a serious issue. Mixing saltpeter with lard to create an ointment, a few applications would suffice for recovery. The saltpeter cost 5 coins, but the lard, well, it was tricky to calculate. If we bought too little fatty meat, it would be insufficient. Let us consider that we purchased lean meat instead, valuing the fatty meat at 4 coins and 5. Does that sound reasonable to you? Yan LaEr, wouldn't that be a loss for you? Fatty meat is certainly more expensive than lean meat, San Tai chimed in, glancing at Yan LaEr, who had managed to secure such deals in town, saving them 2 donkeys in the process. Chi Si remarked, "Brother Yan, that sick donkey only cost 1 tael and 5. If the ointment proves effective, it will save us at least 6 coins. We are the ones benefiting from your generosity." Yan LaEr, both amused and exasperated, replied, "I am not at a loss. Our family simply prefers lean meat. Moreover, I am sharing this account with you so that you can keep track, preventing any confusion if questioned later. The funds were pooled from each household in the village, and the livestock is for communal use. Thus, the accounts must be clear." Dr. Choi nodded in agreement, stating, "It is essential for everyone to be aware. Without Brother Yan, we would not have been able to procure such bargains. Moreover, Brother Yan LaEr, your ability to settle accounts is truly remarkable." A few others chimed in with praise, causing Yan LaEr to feel a bit bashful. "What is this?" It is merely the level of an elementary school student. The villagers were taken aback, wondering if this was really Yan LaEr with such prowess. The capable Yan LaEr was currently applying ointment to a shedding donkey. "Father, here, taste this and see if it's sweet." Yan Yu offered a piece of roasted sweet potato. "Who roasted this?" Yan LaEr asked, salivating at the aroma. "Mother said to just throw it in the stove. So I tossed in 2, Yan Yu replied. "That one is for uncle, big brother, and big sister. This one we 3 will share." Yan LaEr took a bite from his daughter's hand, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "It's truly sweet. Mother is preparing coarse salt with big sister Dia, saying it will be hung up to dry later. Hee. How is big sister Dia doing? She seems fine now. But mother said I should sleep with her tonight. No one will disturb us in our room, right? Rest assured, father, we have been outside all day. The door is still locked. I made arrangements with Chi Si for his brother to help build a shed, as the wheat in the village is ground quite coarsely. And I wonder if we will finish in time." Chapter 30. A salted fish without aspirations. Chi Wu has been an apprentice under Liao the carpenter for only a few years. Despite only crafting coffins, there is much to be learned. He is the type who may be slow to absorb knowledge but is diligent in his efforts. Although he has not memorized many of the lessons, he has certainly mastered the art of smoothing and shaping wood to perfection, proving himself ready for the profession. Some discerning families do not allow the use of a single nail, thus he excels at crafting snug mortise and tenon joints. Yan LaEr was quite pleased. He simply intended to construct a carport, eschewing any ornamentation in favor of durability and sturdiness, which were his primary requirements. Chi Wu felt somewhat anxious. He lacked the skills to carve or polish, and the items he produced appeared rather clumsy, much like his own demeanor. The villagers seldom interacted with his family, making Yan LaEr the first individual to seek his craftsmanship. "Yan LaEr, go, my master specializes in crafting coffins. Does that not give you pause?" Chi Wu remarked. "Promotions and wealth. The symbolism is splendid. Come, Chi Wu, take a look at the design I sketched. Do you think it can be realized?" Yan LaEr replied without further ado, revealing the blueprints. The collaborative effort between him and his daughter was a true labor of love. Chi Si and Chi Wu regarded him with newfound respect. To their astonishment, Yan LaEr could draw designs for wooden structures. Chi Wu, in his straightforward manner, confessed, "Yan ergo, I cannot read and do not understand such drawings. Could you describe to me the carport you envision?" Chi Wu had been fortunate enough to glimpse his master's intricate plans, filled with dense text and only a small illustration, rendering it quite incomprehensible. How could I not look? My daughter and I invested so much thought into this. Dear brother Chi, this is the carport I desire. It must be capable of supporting heavy loads, ideally resembling the original frame, accommodating several individuals comfortably. Surrounding it should be a fence, preferably around 4 feet high. Isn't it quite straightforward? Just a matter of a few wooden beams. Chi Si leaned in closer. Yan ergo, are you suggesting a raised bed to place atop it? Yan LaEr exclaimed in realization, scrutinizing the design closely, and indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Indeed. Let's enhance the bed by extending its 4 legs for ease of movement beneath it. Additionally, I wish to adorn it with a railing, atop which I plan to place straw, grains, an iron pot, and luggage. Does this not seem rather straightforward? QW nodded in agreement. It is feasible, yet. YNRG, this structure will be quite heavy, especially with the items you mentioned. Surely, the ox cannot pull such a load. Do not use solid materials. Simple wooden slats will suffice for the railing, and we can assemble the bedboard from smaller planks instead of a single large sheet, YNLOR suggested. Cutting corners, QW grasped the intent behind YNLOR's words. Admittedly, this approach does indeed lighten the load considerably. Furthermore, since I have a 2-wheeled ox cart, I fear that placing heavy items on top may render it unstable. Hence, I propose adding 2 more wheels to transform it into a 4-wheeled ox cart. QW, my brother, take a look at this diagram. We can attach a small cart to the rear, securely fastening the 2 carts with planks. Wouldn't that complete the task splendidly? QS and QW exchanged glances. Had another person been present, they surely would not have engaged in such folly as YNLOR. Not only QW and QS, but even QD came to lend a hand. YNLOR, having no pressing matters at hand, stayed back to assist. Li Xiumei and her husband had spent last night packing their belongings into cloth bags. Primarily, these contained various seasonings. In the interest of convenience, salt, ground Sichuan pepper, and chicken essence were mixed together, while chili powder and cumin shared a bag as well. The latter was a stipulation from YNLOR. As his daughter adored barbecued meat, with these 2 ingredients, any meat would be delectable. One must always harbor dreams. Who knows? Perhaps one day they will achieve the freedom to indulge in meat. As for the rice, flour, and vegetables, Lao Yan paid no heed to their origins. Ultimately, they had traversed the road of life, leaving only the elusive toilet paper unaccounted for. Nothing must be revealed. The brightness of that color is too glaring. Now that they have resolved their significant life matters, they must dig a pit for themselves. Yan LaEr stealthily smuggled several stalks of wheat into the house. At present, Li Xiumei is diligently engaged in her final task, packing the wheat stalks for concealment. There is no alternative. Their sales have been too conspicuous, and in the future, they will need to transport certain items, necessitating some cover. Upon a quick glance, it appears they possess a considerable amount of belongings. Did you sleep well last night? Li Xiumei inquired of her daughter. Absolutely splendid. Mother, there is nothing quite like the comfort of a bed, Yan Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Li Xiumei chuckled. You are merely seeking to avoid work. Look at how busy your father and I have been. We have only just finished tidying up. Yan Yu casually asked. Where's father? Where has he gone? To the Chi family to work on the shed you drew, replied Li Xiumei. Haha. Mother, father hasn't had breakfast, has he? I shall take it to him later. He can endure a meal's absence. If you wish to go, then go, but do not bring anything. The Chi brothers are quite genuine. If you take food to him, they will certainly prepare a spread for your father. In our village, hospitality means serving the very best. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiumei imparted wisdom to her daughter. I understand. I shall go shortly. Suddenly, she recalled something, Mother, regarding those illegible characters on the bamboo slip. I copied them down to consult Uncle. Li Xiumei pondered for a moment before asking, Little you, do you think we could directly present that bamboo slip to your uncle? My thought is to say it was something your father stumbled upon. After all, Yan LaEr still upholds a scholar's reputation, and it wouldn't be out of line. Yan Yu shook her head like a rattle drum. Mother, this is bamboo slip 3. There will be bamboo slips 1 and 2, as well as manuscripts 1, 2, and 3, and perhaps even more. It would be wonderful to take them all out together. I am only taking a few characters to inquire. An uncle will not notice anything amiss. He will merely think they are obscure characters from some book, and it will casually reveal that your daughter can read. Mother, I certainly do not wish to remain illiterate. Li Xiaomei pulled her closer and restyled her hair, speaking softly. Little you must understand that in ancient times, even a woman of great talent had no opportunity to showcase her abilities. She was concerned about her daughter experiencing a psychological gap. I simply wish to be literate. To read books and engage in painting and writing would not be surprising, much like the shed I painted with father, allowing me to express my thoughts in a limited way lest my mind grows rusty. Li Xiaomei sighed in relief. Unable to contain her laughter, she found it utterly delightful. Chapter 31. The Guo family causes trouble. Uncle, I am coming in. With a response, Yanyu naturally pushed the door open, only to find her uncle packing clothes, sweat streaming down his forehead. Uncle, let me help you. She dashed over, immediately climbing up to assist, folding the long garments, left sleeve, right sleeve, stacking them together. Yan Huaiwen exclaimed, they're all wrinkled. Who taught her to do this? Yet, upon reflection, he recognized it was his own fault for not overcoming the habits of his past life. Now, he was merely a poor scholar. What did it matter? While Yan Huaiwen was lost in thought, our little girl did not pause in her efforts. There were not many of Uncle's clothes, but they were all of the same style, long robes. Being short and having small hands, she had to turn in circles to fold them. Subsequently, the elder uncle took it upon himself to pack, but her strength was insufficient, resulting in a loose bundle. Uncle, is there anything else? She inquired, eager to continue. Upon receiving a response that there was nothing more to pack, Yanyu gazed regretfully upon the room filled with belongings that could not be taken. Alas, such a pity. Did your mother style your hair? Not bad, remarked Yan Huaiwen, finally noticing his niece's peculiar appearance, resembling that of a young boy. Mother said it is more convenient this way. In truth, Yanyu had requested this herself, believing that while she was still young, it mattered little. However, as she grew older, it would be more advantageous for a boy to traverse the world. Uncle, take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Yanyu had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. Yan Huaiwen accepted the paper handed to him by his niece and immediately recognized it as something his brother had used for practicing calligraphy. The reverse side bore several characters, rendered in seal script, large yet impeccably clear, without any errant strokes. Did you write this? Yan Huaiwen inquired. Even if Tianyu were to falter, he could not produce such unsightly characters. Yes, uncle. I do not recognize these characters, so I traced them to ask father, but he is not here. That is why I came to consult you. Did your father teach you to read? He did, teaching me a few characters at a time. Write down what you know for me to see. Yan Huaiwen was curious about the extent of his brother's teachings. Yanyu shook her head innocently, stating, I cannot. Father said it is sufficient to recognize them. Writing is not necessary. Then read this page for me. See if you can recognize it. To rid herself of the stigma of illiteracy, Yanyu put forth her utmost effort. This character is, and this one is. After a mere few characters, Yanyu obtained her results and swiftly departed. Yan Huaiwen stood in a daze. His younger brother struggled with his studies, yet his niece displayed remarkable intelligence. It was apparent that her father would not provide meticulous guidance. She could memorize numerous characters simply by recognizing them, which was indeed a rare talent. Given her innate gift, it should not be squandered. A daughter, when nurtured well, could rival any son. As Yan Huaiwen silently resolved to prioritize his niece's education, he pondered whether his brother's career could still be salvaged. In the northern regions where literary pursuits were languishing, perhaps in Guangzhou, he could allow Tianyu to try his hand at it. Unbeknownst to Yan's younger brother, he was being outsmarted by his daughter, as he was engrossed in a vigorous endeavor with the Qi brothers. What appeared to be a simple task was, in reality, quite laborious in the ancient world of manual craftsmanship. Merely shaping 4 wooden pillars of uniform height proved to be a considerable challenge. Fortunately, this was the only particularly time-consuming aspect. The dimensions of the bed's boards did not require meticulous precision, and the fence could be constructed from scrap wood, which Yan's younger brother could easily manage. Once the 4 of them collaboratively hoisted the structure onto the cart, Yan's younger brother felt little strain in the endeavor. Sambao, obediently, strolled around the courtyard a few times, confirming the stability of the overhead framework. Yan's younger brother circled it once, then suggested to the Qi brothers, perhaps we should add a roof. Here, they faced not a drop of rain, yet as they journeyed northward, they could encounter unpredictable weather. It would be prudent to prepare thoroughly, for the road would not be as accommodating as home, and procuring materials could prove difficult. Adding a cart would pose no challenge. Securing a few boards would transform Yan's ox cart into a four-wheeled, extended double-decker vehicle. Yan's younger brother had come equipped with flour, for he possessed no currency. He had learned to settle debts with grain from his elder brother. Brother Yan LaEr, what are you doing? A mere few pieces of wood, hardly valuable. Cannot be taken away, and left here they will rot. If you can make use of them, it would save them from ruin, said Chi Wudao. Chi Si added, indeed. Brother Yan LaEr, thanks to your family's generosity in providing funds for livestock in the village, our mothers can ride in donkey carts. It seems we owe you a debt of gratitude. Yan LaEr, unable to argue further, was being pushed by the three, nearly forced out of his own courtyard. All right. Just take me away. We brothers have plenty of time ahead of us. At that moment, Guolijing stormed into Yan's courtyard, accompanied by a group of people. Yan Shotsai, I respect you as a learned man and wish to marry your daughter to my son. If you refuse, that is one thing. But how dare you let Yan LaEr resort to violence? Where is your Yan LaEr? Bring him out. We shall take him to court. I assure you, this matter will not go unchallenged. As for Yan Dia, the fortune teller said that Xiang'er must have a joyous occasion soon. If you do not hand over Yan LaEr, I shall take Yan Dia with me tonight for the wedding. Upon hearing the commotion in his own courtyard, Yan LaEr urged Sambao to hasten. As he approached, he caught Guolijing's words clearly. You speak nonsense. Yan LaEr retorted as he burst into the courtyard. Who struck him? Which of your eyes witnessed my hand raised against him? I have not laid a finger on him. Your unfortunate son must have committed some misdeed. This is merely retribution. You old man harbor a wicked heart. You wish for my daughter to bring him good fortune? Let me tell you, our Yan family's daughter is blessed. Your son, with hardly any weight to his bones, cannot possibly bring about joy. It would only lead to his demise. Guolijing's mustache was blown askew with indignation. The doctor indicated that his son was not well, harboring some internal injuries, and it seemed he would be incapable of performing strenuous labor in the future. For a peasant lad, this was tantamount to being rendered useless. It was you who incited your cattle to kick him. It was you. Xiang'er spoke these words with certainty. There could be no mistake. Oh dear, listen to this. Does this even sound like human speech? Your family also possesses livestock. Show me, command one to kick me. Come on. Hurry up and let me have a taste of it. Yan LaEr's words were as infuriating as they were provocative. Those are mere animals, not people. How could they comprehend human speech, let alone be commanded to harm a human? Yan Huaiwen interjected at the opportune moment. Guolijing, without evidence or proof. Be wary of your reckless words. Should this reach the court, you might find yourself accused of slander. Yin Xiangheng, listening intently, was flushed with excitement. His second uncle had always been a troublemaker, but never had he imagined this spirit would manifest so fiercely in public. Yin Yu tugged at her elder brother's sleeve. Yin Xiangheng glanced down at her. Brother, there are too many people. You must hurry to the wheat field and rally more support. Yin Xiangheng was suddenly jolted into awareness. Indeed, Guolijing had gathered quite a number. If a brawl ensued, they could very well be at a disadvantage. Chapter 32. Don't hit my brother. Upon hearing that Guolijing's family had come to confront the scholar, the entire wheat field was stirred into action. When Yin Xiangheng relayed the news, not only the able-bodied men of the village, but even the elderly with canes were incensed and ready to join the fray. What is this nonsense? That is our esteemed scholar, a kind-hearted and good-natured person. How can your child be so misled as to pin the blame on him, claiming it was Yan LaEr who commanded the cattle to kick? Such absurdity. This is an egregious affront. A throng of individuals hastened towards the Yan residence, their exuberance palpable. The children, drawn by the excitement, flocked together, their spirited shouts and frenzied running surpassing the commotion of the grain fields. Father, uncle, hurry up. If you're late, there will be no chance to fight. Area, we are here to rescue you. Charge. Let us vanquish the villains. Guolijing, still composed, dismissed the significance of Yan LaEr. A mere beating would not alter the situation. What truly mattered was Yan Dia. Capturing her would mean seizing control of Yan Xiaozai and his entire household. Search inside. Bring out Yan Dia. Guolijing bellowed. Yan LaEr, filled with urgency, seized the sickle at the entrance, brandishing it defiantly. I dare anyone to approach. His eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the faces of the crowd. My brother is a scholar, a man of distinction, unlike you peasants who bow and scrape before the gentry. He is registered at the yamen. When we step outside, who would not show us respect and address us as master scholar? Today, should you dare trespass upon my home, it shall be a matter of life and death between the Yan family and you. Yan LaEr could not allow these intruders to breach his threshold with Dia's temperament. If she were captured, Could she possibly survive? Yan Huaiwen believed himself adequately composed, yet in this moment, his rage surged uncontrollably, causing him to tremble. What my second brother declares, I too declare. Whoever dares to advance today will be an enemy of the Yan family. It shall be a fight to the death. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Guo Lijing's men, intimidated by the brothers' fierce resolve, began to reconsider their intentions. We merely sought to play the part of the villain. To abduct a young lady. Why does this feel so daunting? It was Yan LaEr who wielded the knife, while we were left utterly defenseless. Yan Yu had already taken her mother and elder sister, Dia, to hide inside the house. Sensing the impending danger, she urgently called for Dia to help her push the cabinet to barricade the door. As they pushed, she reassured her mother, "Fear not. Mother, sit tight. It's nothing. Brother has gone to the wheat field to summon assistance." Li Shuamei was sweating profusely. How could she remain seated? Yet, in front of Dia, she had to maintain her composure. Anyone daring to trespass upon the Yan family's threshold ought to first consult the villagers, both young and old. She harbored no other concerns, except for the apprehension that her husband might not exercise prudence, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yan Yu thought to herself, "Mother, you truly speak boldly. Father has always been a master of bluster. If you only dared to peek out the window, you would see him wielding the sickle as if to draw blood, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Who would dare approach? Who indeed?" Yan LaEr brandished the sickle, gesturing menacingly, and spat, "I'm ready to fight to the death with you." He waited, anxious and restless. Why hadn't help arrived yet? He had clearly seen his nephew rush out to call for aid. Oh, if only he could survive this ordeal. He would certainly have to train his nephew to run faster. The lad was far too slow. If help did not come soon, his second uncle might not hold out much longer. Yan Huaiwen was genuinely touched by his brother's fervor. In moments of crisis, one's true kin are indispensable. LaEr was truly committed to the fight. Emboldened by this camaraderie, he stood alongside his brother and proclaimed loudly, "In battle, fathers and sons unite. Brothers fight side by side. Heaven bless, I stand with you." Yan LaEr cast a glance at his brother, nearly succumbing to tears. "Brother, when we engage in combat, can we not arm ourselves with something? Coming unarmed puts me in quite a predicament." As Yan LaEr grappled with a tumult of emotions, the long-awaited arrival of his fellow villagers finally materialized. "Scholar, what is the matter? We cannot allow anyone to bully the scholar. If there's to be a fight, come at us." With a sense of relief washing over him, Yan LaEr stumbled in place. Old Yan, Guo Lijing and his entourage. Caught off guard by his own bravado, Yan LaEr realized he had faltered. Moments ago, he had exuded courage, yet now found himself resembling a timid creature. Embarrassment flushed his face, prompting him to raise his voice defiantly. "Do not lay a finger on my brother. Come at me, even if 10 of you strike one. I fear you not. I shall vanquish you." His proclamation, however, had unintended consequences. The village men, believing this gang had assaulted the scholar, could not stand idly by. The simple-hearted villagers, recently indebted to the scholar, rushed forward, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury. "How dare you strike our scholar? How dare you?" Those trailing behind were bewildered, witnessing their compatriots engaged in a fierce melee with outsiders. With their numbers on their side, they hesitated, uncertain whether to join the fray. Just then, Yan LaEr shouted, "Do not hit my brother. Brother, flee quickly." Fueled by an explosive surge of anger, he charged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks against the outsiders. The scene unfolded into a true brawl, with those like Guo Lijing, who typically evaded retribution, now facing the wrath of the villagers. Even he himself could not discern who had struck him. He had endured countless blows and was knocked down by a flying kick. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to tumble and scramble onto the ox cart, disregarding everyone else, eager to flee. Once he escaped the village, he vowed to break their legs if they dared pursue him again. Breathless, village chief Luo finally arrived to put an end to the one-sided brawl. Luo's second son led a group of men, keeping a vigilant watch on those exiting the village. Yan Huaiwen gazed at the villagers who had come to his aid, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. "I sincerely thank all of you for your assistance today," he expressed earnestly, bowing deeply. "Esteemed scholar, we cannot accept such gratitude." "It is our duty," they replied in unison. "How can we allow our village to be bullied? We will not stand idly by while someone dares to come and abduct our own, to humiliate our esteemed scholar. That would be akin to desecrating our village." The crowd chimed in energetically, united in their resolve to defend Yan Huaiwen. Yan's second son remarked, "Today we struck Guo Lijing. We must be wary of retaliation. How is the milling of your wheat progressing?" He had merely incited a little commotion, never anticipating such fervent support from the villagers. The group of ruffians had fled in disarray. Good riddance. At that moment, village chief Luo felt a tinge of anxiety. Guolijing was not to be trifled with. Today, he had come with a mere handful of men, which had led to their misfortune. We are almost done. Only a few households remain, and we should finish by midday. Brother, shall we? Yan's second son looked eagerly at his elder sibling. We shall depart at the hour of the rooster today. Chapter 33. We are fleeing from disaster. Yan Yu observed her mother, who was intent on taking this and that. Unable to suppress a sigh, she exclaimed, Mother, our vehicle cannot accommodate any more. Please refrain from taking additional items. What do you mean it cannot fit? You two have managed to convert this space into a bunk bed. How can there possibly be no room? Li Shuime replied without lifting her head. Their home had been entirely emptied, but that was inconsequential, as there was still the kitchen. Once the kitchen was organized, it revealed a considerable number of items. Jars and containers that would all prove useful. Under Li Shuime's insistence, the Yin family's spacious bus made use of the space beneath, tightly securing several bundles with twine. Yan LaEr cast a glance at his brother's room, contemplating what valuables might be worth taking before their departure. The sight of Yan Huaiwen's eyes, ever restless, caused him a slight headache. Who taught you this? To bluster and fabricate, and that fall of yours, was it truly an accident? We could have departed tomorrow morning. Yet because of you, we must travel tonight, Yan Huaiwen retorted. Yan LaEr, unwilling to concede, argued, Isn't it better to leave early? Did you not say we should depart as soon as possible? What is wrong with traveling at night, when it is cooler? Your reasoning is flawed. Traveling by night is perilous. The villagers, already anxious about leaving their homes, will only be further troubled. Brother, given the circumstances today, do you believe that if we do not firmly deal with Guolijing, he will not attempt to take you away? Yan LaEr inquired. Reflecting on the domineering behavior of Guolijing's family in his previous life, Yan Huaiwen replied softly, It is likely. They may be beaten, but that is preferable to us suffering such fates, Yan LaEr asserted confidently. The villagers are kind-hearted and generally avoid addressing critical matters directly, with the exception of that remarkable lad, Santai, whose impressive flying kick was truly spectacular. Had it not been for the lack of collaboration, Guolijing would have found it exceedingly difficult to depart. Yan Huaiwen, aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from allowing his younger brother to become overly embroiled in inciting tensions. The villagers' support for the Yin family is something we must cherish, and we should not take for granted the contributions made by our family in acquiring livestock for the village. Yan LaEr nodded vigorously, saying, Brother, I remember. Look how late it is. Let me assist you in loading the goods onto the cart. His brother acknowledged with a nod, prompting Yan LaEr to spring into action. Yan Huaiwen watched his brother's busy figure with a mix of concern and astonishment. The ox cart, the ox cart. His lips twitched as he felt a wave of shock. How could his brother have made such a mess of a perfectly good ox cart? Worry crept into his mind. Would it still be able to carry the load? Yan Huaiwen hurried over to inspect it closely. The four wheels were bound with hemp rope, and the cart attached at the rear was half the size of the front, swaying slightly. The wooden pillars supporting the structure fit tightly together, and the loading platform was covered with thick wheat straw, beneath which lay all the quilts from home, while his little niece rolled about on top. The upper part of the cart was laden with various items, grains, luggage, iron pots, and chopping boards, alongside an assortment of jars and containers of various sizes. Dia handed up books and writing materials for him and Hunger, who, crouched atop the cart, dared not rise, trembling as he placed items into a large wooden box. A familiar straw mat was tied to the top of the second-tier cart, after loading the luggage. His brother seemed dissatisfied with its flimsy appearance and proceeded to secure the mat from Hong's room as well. His sister-in-law was busy hanging the meat, which had yet to dry properly. The second brother seized the sickle, hoe, and rake, securing them to the sides of the cart. His little niece began to chase the chickens once more. Ultimately, it was the eldest sister who gathered the laying hens one by one, binding their legs with her aunt and tossing them into the rear of the small cart. His brother sighed heavily at the water tank, disheartened by the inability to take it along. The sister-in-law beckoned him into Hunger and the eldest sister's room, where the two of them emerged with a substantial pile of items. His son and daughter, feeling quite embarrassed, rushed forward to explain that those were mere remnants, utterly unfit for further use. Yet, their uncle and aunt remained insistent. The two children could not resist and thus assisted in tying them up, securing them to the back of the cart. When Tianyu entered his room once more, an ominous feeling washed over him. Indeed, he soon beheld Tianyu, beaming with delight. as he hoisted his writing desk out, positioning it horizontally atop the ox cart. Yan Huaiwen pondered, what were they planning to do? Ah, yes. They intended to flee from the famine. Although he had earlier advised them to prepare, this preparation seemed rather excessive. Eldest brother, I shall make a brief visit to the chief family, Yan LaEr urged as he prepared to drive away. Yan Huaiwen glanced at the sky and replied, let us go together, directly to the chief family before gathering at the wheat field. He feared that if he lingered any longer, his brother and sister-in-law would dismantle the beds and cabinets within their home to take along. All right, children, come aboard. Yan LaEr called out. Arya, eyeing the angle, took a running leap and landed directly onto the cart, then scrambled to make room, joyfully shouting, Uncle, Mother, eldest brother, Sister Dia, hurry here. Yan Huaiwen, maintaining his composure, remarked, you all sit. I shall take a stroll. Li Shuime settled herself into the cart, letting out a sigh of contentment, relishing the long-missed feeling of comfort. Dia settled beside her aunt, while Yan Xiangheng sat opposite them. Yan LaEr shouted, Sanbao, let's go. The ox cart began to move, surprisingly smooth and effortless. Far from the anticipated hardships, Yan Huaiwen watched as the ox trotted away with a lively and vigorous gait, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon arriving at the Chi family, Yan Huaiwen found the Chi brothers already altering their table. The legs were sawed short, and the tabletop was halved. In just a few moments, it transformed into a petite low table, perfectly fitting on the cart. Yan Huaiwen's brother was reluctant to part with the cut-off tabletop and fashioned 4 slender stools from it. Yan Huaiwen's perception of his younger brother was once again redefined. However, upon reaching the wheat threshing ground, Yan Huaiwen realized that his brother's efforts paled in comparison. Had it not been for his strong objections, the village elders would have insisted on moving the stone mill from the threshing ground. Just past the hour of you. Families gathered in unison. All eyes were fixed upon Yan Huaiwen, who felt the weight of their trust. He longed to utter some encouraging words, yet found himself at a loss. The journey ahead was long and fraught with challenges, rendering him incapable of making any promises. He even dared not contemplate whether everyone would reach Guangzhou. Yan Yu nudged her father, glancing towards her uncle. Yan LaEr understood and called out, Villager leader, let our family lead the way. Fellow villagers, follow closely. Should anything arise, please come forward to notify us. Village leader Luo nodded. He and several elders were assigned to a mule cart, loaded with some belongings, but in that moment, the Yan family's ox cart was truly unparalleled. Contrary to Yan Huaiwen's expectations, the villagers' sorrow at leaving home was entirely dispelled by the rhythmic sway of the Yan family's ox cart. The Yan family led the charge, while murmurs of discussion arose from the trailing procession. The ox is indeed expensive, but it is justified. Look at how much it can pull. Sister-in-law Yan is quite adept at managing life. Just take a glance at all the items she has brought along. Oh, why didn't I think to bring the soy sauce jar? When we stop, dear husband, do scatter the wheat stalks for our parents and spread the quilt. It is quite heavy to carry. It would be much more comfortable to sit on it. I said bringing the chicken was a good idea. It hardly consumes much. Just tie a rope and let it forage for food on its own. It can lay an egg in a few days, and when it stops, we can slaughter it for meat. Why didn't we consider making a canopy for the cart? The scorching sun is quite unbearable. Fortunately, I brought a mat from home. I'll search for a few poles along the way to set it up. Chapter 34. We are all night blind. Yan LaEr finally comprehended why old Yan remarked that traveling at night is perilous. He realized he was afflicted by night blindness, as were his entire family and even the whole village. At home, things were manageable, but now, while walking outside, they had all become effectively sightless, able only to discern the path immediately beneath their feet. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, illuminated solely by the moonlight, rendering it impossible to see what lay ahead. A gust of wind rustled through, and suddenly, a shadow darted through the air, sending chills down their spines. The villagers had lit only 4 torches, one at each end. In this manner, even though the path was obscured, they could follow the flickering flames and avoid losing their way. They had been walking for 2 hours, directed by his brother along a route less traveled to the town. Initially, they traversed narrow country paths, but just recently, they had stepped onto a relatively smooth dirt road. The imperial roads that connected the various prefectures and counties were now before them. Yan Huaiwen commanded the company to halt, allowing everyone a respite to rest their limbs, feed their livestock, and partake of some sustenance before resuming their journey in a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing that they had but a brief interlude, the entire entourage stirred into a flurry of activity. Elders were assisted in dismounting to stretch their legs, Families seized the moment to eat and drink, and the necessities of nature were attended to in turn. Quilts and mats were hastily arranged upon the carts. Frightened chickens flapped their wings in agitation, while the donkeys added to the cacophony with their braying. It was indeed a vivid tableau of rustic travelers creating a commotion on the road at night. This ox of ours, Yan LaEr mused, his unease growing with each step. He had ridden in ox carts and horse-drawn carriages alike, yet he had never encountered an ox with such vigor as this one. Yan LaEr chimed in, feigning distress. Are you regretting the purchase? Brother, you must take me along when you buy things in the future. You have no skill in bargaining, and you waste money needlessly. If I had been there, I could have saved at least 2 taels of silver. That's not it. It's just that our ox seems unusually strong, Yan LaEr clarified. Yan LaEr retorted, so what? Some people are strong, and perhaps our Sambao is simply a powerhouse among oxen. He added, yes, I must fetch some fodder for it. After some contemplation, Yan LaEr conceded that there was merit to the argument. Just as people differed, so too could oxen not be judged by a single standard. Yan LaEr made a show of feeding the ox, and Sambao readily accepted the offering without fuss. However, when Yan LaEr inadvertently overfed it, Sambao refused to eat any more. See, didn't I say our ox was intelligent? He exclaimed, marveling at the animal's lifelike behavior. Brother, how much further do we have to go? Yan LaEr inquired. And station every 30 li. It shouldn't be far now. We'll settle down to rest near the station when we arrive. Yan LaEr replied, will the post station accommodate us? Yan LaEr posed a rather foolish question. Yan LaEr gazed at his ill-educated brother and sighed. The post station only welcomes officials. We cannot approach and must keep our distance. If it were a large-scale migration due to famine, it would be a different matter, but they departed too early. Should we encounter officials during inspections? It would indeed pose significant trouble. First, we lack a travel permit, and more importantly, the entire village has fled to evade tax obligations. Are we afraid of the authorities? Yan LaEr then realized, indeed, we are no longer law-abiding citizens. Not paying taxes or providing grain means we are what the girl referred to as refugees. So why should we travel the official roads? We shall take the back roads instead. A sense of urgency washed over Yan LaEr. Not only was survival a challenge, but now their identity was also in question. Without traversing the official pathways, how could they ascertain their direction? Yan LaEr's expression darkened. Yan LaEr fell silent, reluctant to inquire further. Yan Yu stealthily approached her father while her uncle and older brother were preoccupied. Father, do we possess any detailed maps? I saw my uncle with a route chart, but it only details one post station after another to avoid errors. We must also avoid the post stations and take the back roads. How many unnecessary detours must we endure? Look at those behind us. They are utterly exhausted from walking. Yan LaEr felt sympathy for those trudging behind. If only you could acquire that route chart to show Sambao. I believe it would alleviate many difficulties. Sambao should be able to calculate and correct how many miles we've traveled and whether our direction is accurate. This is its most fundamental function. Father, we must relentlessly develop Sanbao's capabilities. It is currently our greatest asset. Yan Yu whispered. Yan LaEr surveyed his surroundings and remarked, my dear daughter, we had an agreement. We cannot replace the mules and donkeys in our village with intelligent ones. What if one day we decide to slaughter them for meat? Good heavens, the knife would surely fly out of hand. Besides, those mules and donkeys do not belong to us. Yan Yu added, Father, you must take turns driving the cart with uncle and your elder brother. We cannot walk the night road every day. Let them drive during the day and rest at night. You should assume the night watch duties. It will be more convenient for us to carry out our tasks under the cover of darkness. In an instant, Yan LaEr comprehended that his daughter was referring to the platform that opens at midnight. Indeed, it would not do to let the two of them remain idle while I bear all the burdens. Yan LaEr nodded in agreement, certainly. I have noticed that your uncle, with his scholar's airs, is quite reticent, often leaving half his thoughts unspoken without giving others the chance to prepare. If you don't ask him, he won't say a word. As we older folks embark on this journey, we cannot simply walk on indefinitely. How long shall we travel, and how long shall we rest? We ought to communicate these matters. The people in our village are genuinely straightforward. They follow along without asking questions. There are many issues to consider, such as how far we will walk each day, when we will take breaks, when we will eat, who will keep watch at night, how much grain and water each household will bring, how long it will last, and whether it can be preserved. We must at least make a rough estimate. When dawn breaks tomorrow, I shall count how many elderly and children are present, how many people will ride in the cart, and how many will walk. Those who appear frail must be given special care. We cannot afford to have anyone fall ill on the road. Oh dear. Managing a group entails so many responsibilities. Yin Yu felt a headache coming on, and Yan LaEr found himself equally overwhelmed. The last time the platform connected the three companions, they discovered a grave issue. After securing basic sustenance, their most pressing threat was illness, particularly in their current environment, where medical resources were scarce. There was only one physician, Dr. Chui, and he was the sole apothecary. The entirety of their medicinal supplies depended on him. Whatever he could carry on his journey was all they had. In Chapter 35, Old Yin is directionally challenged. After traversing for nearly an hour, they finally caught sight of the dimly lit relay station in the night. Yan LaEr promptly halted as a group began to search for the junction between the main road and the path. After walking a considerable distance, they chose a spacious and level area to settle down. They had been traveling for approximately 4 hours, and as the hour of Z approached its midpoint, the villagers were utterly exhausted. Some, lacking in decorum, simply rolled out a tattered blanket and fell asleep. Those with elderly and young ones could not afford such luxury. Instead, they scattered wheat straw on the ground and laid down grass mats or thin quilts. The previously boisterous children quietly drifted into slumber, while the elders curled up, eyes shut, uncertain whether they had truly fallen asleep. Village Chief Luo, accompanied by his son and grandson, wielded torches to gather some firewood, igniting 3 bonfires. They dismantled the carts to allow the livestock some respite. The men, stifling their fatigue, instinctively gravitated toward Yan's abode. This marked their first night spent in the open, and the discomfort of the outdoor setting evoked a longing for their cozy homes. In times of insecurity, individuals subconsciously seek the proximity of the strong. At that moment, Yan Huaiwen embodied the strength they revered. A scholar, a talented individual with academic accolades, he seemed to possess an aura that rendered him capable of anything. Today, everyone is utterly fatigued. Each household will designate one person to keep watch through the night while the others retreat to rest. Tomorrow, we shall set out a bit later, and we can discuss matters in the morning, so declared Yan Huaiwen. Yan LaEr, feeling a sense of duty, promptly joined others to organize the schedule. His eldest nephew, unable to withstand his exhaustion, succumbed to slumber, while his brother, brimming with vitality, fervently scribbled at the small desk he had fashioned. "Brother, why are you still awake?" Yan LaEr inquired, glancing at the nearby fire pit, his brow furrowed. "You should write tomorrow instead. Your eyes are suffering." "Come take a look," Yan Huaiwen replied, extending several sheets of paper. Upon seeing the content, Yan LaEr felt a wave of despair wash over him. The characters were minuscule and densely packed. Even if the letters were larger, he would struggle to comprehend them all. Resolutely, he refused to look. "My eyesight is poor. I cannot see clearly in the dark." He deftly concocted a perfect excuse for himself. "Oh," Yan Huaiwen exclaimed in realization, "no wonder my younger brother never studies diligently at night. I have transcribed the details of each family, including the number of members, their ages, and categorization by gender. The men are divided into those who are of age, those who are not, while the young boys are classified into infants and toddlers, and the elderly are sorted according to their mobility. Tomorrow we must alter our approach. Aside from the elderly who struggle to walk, infants, and those in poor health, everyone else will alternate between walking and riding. Those of age shall travel for the longest duration, followed by the younger ones and women, with the elderly taking the least turns. Each day, we shall journey for 3 hours, splitting the time evenly between morning and afternoon, reserving the 2 hottest hours for rest. We will have 3 meals daily. And for the night, each household will assign one person to keep watch." "Brother, you are truly talented," Yan LaEr praised, before taking a moment to ponder the implications of his brother's words. The previous suggestion of alternating travel by foot and carriage resonated well with him, as he had also considered the benefits of walking. It is indeed invigorating to exercise, while prolonged sitting in a carriage is detrimental to one's health. On that day, there were no objections regarding the 3 meals and night watch. However, walking for 3 hours daily, which amounts to 6 hours in total, felt rather brief. "Brother, isn't 3 hours of walking each day somewhat insufficient? At this rate, when shall we reach Guangzhou?" The villagers, burdened with families, were indeed moving at a slower pace. Yet there was little choice. The women and children possessed lesser stamina, and it was a considerable feat for them to keep up without falling behind. "For now, we shall endure this arrangement, and when the weather is no longer so scorching and everyone has acclimatized, we can reassess our plans," Yan Huaiwen remarked. "Brother, may I have a glance at your itinerary?" Yan LaEr felt fortunate to have remembered this term. "Isn't it out of your sight?" Yan LaEr replied. I shall examine it tomorrow morning. For now, let it rest with me. Brother, while I have no objections to everyone having 3 meals a day, the villagers do not have abundant provisions at home. Is that feasible? I have considered that as well, he acknowledged. But if we refrain from eating, I fear our bodies may falter. Therefore, it is preferable to have multiple smaller meals. Once we have traversed the boundaries of Chishan Prefecture, conditions should improve. Brother, this is my perspective. Do indulge me. Please proceed. If we solely adhere to the official roads, we will encounter few villages along the way. And being distant from the mountains and forests makes it inconvenient for everyone to find water and food. Since we have already confirmed the locations of nearby relay stations, why not follow the direction indicated on the itinerary? Even if we stray slightly, it is of little consequence. We can always inquire for directions. As long as we avoid venturing into deep mountains or dense forests, we shall inevitably find our way. Yan Huaiwen pursed his lips and said, Heaven bless. Do you ever get lost? Not at all. My sense of direction is quite sound. Yan LaEr shook the odometer and said, Elder brother, trust me. By the break of dawn tomorrow, I shall devise a route that is both swift and direct, allowing us to avoid endlessly meandering around the post station. And we can do so without the fear of being discovered. However, I must make it clear that my vision is only reliable during the day. Do not seek me out at night, for I am utterly blind in the dark. Yan LaEr candidly laid out his limitations. He still struggled to deal with written matters alone, but during the day, his wife and daughter could assist him in navigating through the complexities. Yan Huaiwen felt relieved, realizing that even his brothers had their imperfections. Tianyu, for my brother, has a notoriously poor sense of direction. While he can manage familiar surroundings, he is utterly lost in unfamiliar territory. Yan LaEr remarked, So, elder brother, is your reluctance to travel along the main road and your tendency to avoid the post station due to your navigational ineptitude? Observing the elder Yan's moment of embarrassment as he lowered his head, Yan LaEr quickly understood the delicacy of the situation. This is precisely where we complement each other. Elder brother, rest assured, I shall take charge of the route. I guarantee it will be flawless. Alas, as your elder brother, I have failed in my responsibilities. I was unaware of the severity of your night blindness. Wait, are you still planning to drive tonight? Yan Huaiwen inquired, puzzled. Unfazed, Yan LaEr continued to fabricate. My night blindness is merely a figure of speech. It is not as if I cannot see at all. Besides, you will be guiding me, will you not? Wherever you point, I shall follow. It should not pose too much of a problem, aside from the fact that the small print in books is truly indecipherable at night. The following morning, Yanyu awoke amidst a cacophony of sounds. The sun shone brightly, and she had enjoyed a restful night. Upon glancing beside her, she discovered that her mother and elder sister were absent, leaving her sprawled out in bed. She turned over, not in a hurry to descend, but rather gazed down from her elevated vantage point. Her father was instructing her elder brother on driving, repeating the same few phrases over and over. She found it quite amusing after listening for a while. The 3 treasures operated entirely through voice control. What more skills were needed? A mere ability to speak sufficed. However, in order to conceal their secret, her father truly racked his brains and toiled hard. The women from each household, mothers, aunts, daughters-in-law, were busy preparing meals. They gathered several large stones and simply stacked them to create a stove, cooking in a single pot, taking turns to make pancakes with their respective bowls of batter. Yanyu rested her chin on her hand, captivated by the scene. She calculated how many pancakes could be made from a bowl of batter. If they were to use just one pot, would their surplus pots go to waste? Steaming buns consumed water, yet yielded a greater quantity. Which option was more economical when compared to batter? With so many people surrounding a single pot, there was a significant waste of manpower. Although they only had this short period to cook, any effort to gather firewood or collect a handful of grass was preferable to merely standing idle. Chapter 36. An idea. Dang untied one leg of the chicken, securing one end of the rope to the cart. The 4 hens fluttered down, constrained by the rope. Could only circle in place. She tossed them some of the still slightly green grass she had gathered early in the morning, but unfortunately, the hens showed no interest and did not even peck at it. Li Shuai-mei was busy cooking porridge. Upon witnessing this scene, she yanked a handful of wheat straw, cut it into small pieces, and found some coarsely ground flour, sifting it lightly. The fallen bran was gathered into a pile and mixed with the chopped straw, which she poured onto the ground. The hens perked up, beginning to peck eagerly at the offerings. The fragrance of brown rice wafted invitingly into the air. Yanyu caught a whiff of the aroma and her stomach began to signal its hunger. She descended from above, agile as a little monkey. Sister Daya, Come lend me a hand, she called, as she intended to bring down the small table from the cart. She took it upon herself to transport the matching small benches. Once arranged meticulously, Yin sat upright, awaiting her meal. With the table and benches set, it was time to enjoy the feast. The villagers around cast envious glances in her direction. Moreover, the porridge was being prepared, a significant use of water, something they could hardly spare. The ceramic jars and pots were indeed exquisite. No one harbored any resentment in the hearts of the humble villagers. It was only fitting that the scholar's family should dine better than they. As the warm porridge filled her belly, Yin squinted her eyes in delight. Li Xuemei sliced a small dish of pickled vegetables, and Yin eagerly picked one, savoring it alongside her porridge. Truly a delightful experience. Yan LaEr urged his nephew to eat first while he went to call old Yan. Yan Huaiwen was discussing the arrangement of taking turns in the cart with the villagers. Village Chief Luo was the first to respond. We are not yet too old to move. We can keep up. Indeed, scholar, we are fit enough. Let the elderly, children, and women at home take a longer ride. Just then, Yan LaEr arrived, joining the lively chatter among the villagers, each asserting their ability to walk rather than ride. You folks do not recognize what is good for you. My brother only wishes to spare you from exhaustion, yet you refuse the carriage, he remarked. Yan LaEr stepped into the circle, casually pointing at individuals. You, and you, and you. Look at how frail you are. Under this scorching sun, what if you faint? Brother, go ahead and eat. I will speak with them. Yan LaEr pushed his brother aside and began a straightforward discourse on the importance of proper nourishment. Why do we eat 3 meals a day? Can the body endure merely walking without sustenance? A day or two may be manageable, but over time, it remains true. If you collapse, who will bear the consequences? If you fall, who will care for the mothers, wives, and children at home? Without good health, once our provisions are depleted, how will you seek sustenance? Will you even have the strength to do so? Furthermore, if we encounter those with ill intentions seeking to rob us, you will be as feeble as a reed, easily toppled. What then shall we do? Shall we simply watch as they seize our belongings? Village Chief Luo nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. Indeed, those with malevolent hearts, unable to find food for themselves, resort to plundering others. Yan LaEr continued, focusing solely on conserving a meager amount of food. How much can you truly save with your mouths? Even if you abstain from eating and drinking, that scant supply will not suffice to nourish your family until we reach Guangzhou. We must regain our strength and, together, venture into the woods, climb the mountains, catch wild chickens, and fish in the river. We must aspire for greater things, rather than fixate on insignificant immediate gains. What? Yan LaEr. Where are there wild chickens or rabbits? And what river? Where is it? Just follow us. Once we leave this parched land, everything will be available. All right. We shall heed your advice and eat 3 meals a day to conserve our strength. Yan LaEr added. The same principle applies to changing seats in the cart. Though we are men, we are not made of iron. Why can't we take a moment to rest? The elderly, children, and women, being physically weaker, should likewise walk a bit each day. Sitting in the cart continuously is not advisable. Inactivity breeds illness. Then let us sit less, just for a while. Primarily, if we are in the cart, who will push our family's cart? Wait a moment, I will arrange that for you. Yan LaEr had not anticipated this. Did every family in your household push a cart? Quite so. Although there are 6 carts in the village, they can hardly accommodate many belongings. Our family's possessions, including freshly ground flour, must be pushed along. Yan Huaiwen, upon hearing his brother's words, remained indifferent. Just after leaving the village, each household still had ample items. But as they traveled further, the load would diminish. Naturally, the cumbersome and useless carts would be discarded. Yin exchanged a secret glance with her parents. After their meal, the Yijia began to tidy up. Yin tugged at her mother and pulled her father, insisting they needed to address a significant matter. The 3 of them found a secluded spot and spoke in hushed tones. Parents, it's not just those carts. I've noticed that many families have overlapping cooking utensils. They rise early to use a single pot, taking turns to prepare meals. If, as Uncle suggested, they later deem these items unnecessary and dispose of them, it would be wiser for us to sell them to the platform in exchange for food. Li Xuemei replied, your thoughts are commendable. But once the items are in our possession, they will vanish, and everyone will certainly grow suspicious. Yin added, to rationalize the transactions with the platform. I have a vague idea that may or may not work. What idea? Yan LaEr was more inclined to trust his daughter, as she was educated and quick-witted, growing increasingly resourceful. Father, have you shown Sambao the route map? Has it memorized it? Can it guide us? Yan Yu suddenly inquired. Yan LaEr was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted to Sanbao. It should have seen it. I've asked it several times, and it kept nodding. He not only inquired whether Sanbao could remember the route, but also asked if Sanbao could lead them along the most direct path. Without a moment's hesitation, Sanbao nodded repeatedly. This implies that we can rely on Sanbao not only for navigation but also to discover certain villages. Yan Yu's speech quickened. We are carrying things that every household commonly uses. We can bring them directly to the doorstep, akin to a traveling merchant in the village, exchanging them for food and necessities. The essence lies not in what we trade or whether it is suitable, but in the circulation of these items. Ideally, it would be best for Father to take charge of this endeavor. If we maintain our usual routine and only introduce a few items every half-month, the villagers will remain oblivious as they cannot comprehend the changes. Yan LaEr remarked, so you are taking advantage of their poor arithmetic skills. However, although this method may be a bit cumbersome, it is quite secure if approached cautiously. How can we control the timing to find a village for trading every half-month? Li Shuimai felt there were significant loopholes. This depends on the specific situation. It is merely a preliminary idea. Yan Yu shrugged. I am not omnipotent. I cannot calculate or forecast. Chapter 37. Trading Old Goods. Your uncle mentioned that in the future, we will rest for 2 hours during noon, and our evenings will be ample. I can easily undertake these tasks alone, riding on our Sanbao. Where can I go? Yan LaEr recalled his daughter's previous advice about thoroughly exploring Sanbao's capabilities. By relying on that, isn't a plan forming? Whether or not we trade is secondary. The crucial point is that we have a source for these items, and we can assist the villagers in clearing away the burdens they no longer need. As Yan LaEr pondered the situation more deeply, he sought affirmation from his daughter. Debeo, do you think this is correct? 2 liang of flour for a steamed bun, he proposed. Li Shuimei chimed in. Yan Yu, perplexed, inquired further. Yan LaEr explained. In the old canteen, one could exchange 2 liang of flour for a large bun. We need not ask for flour tickets. Instead, we shall have them trade flour directly. Furthermore, we need water. Let me calculate. A pound of flour can yield approximately 6 to 7 buns. Li Shuimei and Yan Yu gazed at him intently, aware that this was a realm of knowledge beyond their grasp, relying solely on Yan LaEr's calculations. With 1 pound of flour and half a pound of water, one could produce 7 buns. Yan LaEr deduced that the only cost would be the firewood. The idea of bartering buns could indeed be realized, Li Shuimei remarked. While steaming buns, we can also boil water. A large pot each day would suffice for everyone. She had observed that many villagers were drinking untreated water, which posed health risks. If they were to boil their own water, some might find it troublesome. Thus, 1 pound of flour and 1 pound of water could yield both buns and boiled water. Yan Yu pondered for a moment before suggesting to her father, Father, you must steam a batch so they can see the size of our buns. Yan LaEr agreed. Very well, I shall demonstrate my skills. Delegating the task of driving the cart to his eldest nephew, Yan LaEr began to weave through the crowd, eager to gauge what the villagers had brought with them. After gathering sufficient inquiries, when noon arrived, Yan LaEr dug out the old sourdough he had previously saved and began kneading the dough with vigor. The villagers watched in astonishment. Who is that? Yan LaEr? He knows how to work in the kitchen? Yan Huaiwen maintained his composure, sharing meals and lodging with his companions. In a close-knit community, no family could keep secrets for long. Eventually, everyone would come to know. As the dough was left to rise, Yan LaEr and his brother exchanged greetings before setting off on their trusty cow, Sanbao, while many villagers busied themselves foraging for firewood and wild grasses. Yan LaEr was undoubtedly the only one riding a cow, the pride of the village. Sanbao mooed 5 times, indicating they were 5 kilometers away, not too far, especially considering the steed he rode. Sanbao, keep an eye out. If the path is clear, gallop freely, but if there are others around, proceed cautiously. We mustn't attract attention. Yan LaEr instructed, securing himself atop the cow's back, brimming with enthusiasm, ready to embrace the thrill of off-road riding. As they galloped wildly through the landscape, exhilaration coursed through him, until Sanbao finally slowed down, leaving Yan LaEr feeling queasy. Moving forward, he resolved never to allow Sanbao such unbridled freedom again. With a weary sigh, he untied himself and led the cow into the unfamiliar village. Selling second-hand goods? The elderly woman harbored doubts, yet seeing a man arriving on a cow assuaged her concerns. He likely wasn't a thief. Indeed, while they may be old items, they remained functional affordable and practical. How do you sell them? She inquired. Bartering for money, grain, or goods is all acceptable. It depends on what you seek and what you possess. This transaction is merely a negotiation. Once we agree, it shall be settled. Yan LaEr replied with an earnest smile. Then let me first see your wares, the elderly woman responded, peering behind her for a long moment. But where are your goods? Oh dear lady, you have truly wronged me. The drought persists, and rain remains elusive. Life is indeed arduous. I have journeyed from afar, hoping to earn a modest sum to sustain myself. What deceit could I possibly conjure against you? Your discerning eyes reveal your wisdom. You do not strike me as one easily deceived. The lady, upon hearing this, smiled brightly, her countenance transforming. You perceive quite accurately, dear lady. Your eyes are indeed sharp. Alas, heaven shows no mercy, and you too have your struggles. Just the other day, my grandchild broke a bowl. If you happen to have one, do send it my way. However, it must be an old one, and I would appreciate a fair price. Would you prefer a ceramic bowl or a coarse porcelain one? The coarse porcelain is intended for my little grandchild's use. What would you accept in exchange? I still have some vegetables in my backyard. I could offer you some. That would be splendid. Yan LaEr, filled with surprise, inquired, Dear lady, is your water supply abundant? Would you consider an exchange? In this season, it is certainly possible to cultivate vegetables, which implies a rich water supply. No exchanges for water, the lady replied firmly. She watched him depart, only to slap her thigh in realization. Oh dear, I forgot to tell him to bring more items. That fool, for the sake of a bowl, made a trip all this way. He trudged under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat, his mind swirling with thoughts of how he had fallen to such depths. Why does it seem that tasks are never-ending? What merit does he possess to bear such burdens? Before he could unravel his thoughts, Sanbao had already arrived beside his cart. This return journey was indeed remarkable, so precise. He had found a village where a lady wished to exchange a coarse porcelain bowl for some fresh vegetables. Yan LaEr, filled with joy, boasted, homegrown. Perhaps we could barter for some water? Indeed, the two were on the same wavelength. Yan LaEr shook his head, realizing that merely spotting some green vegetable leaves was already a stroke of luck. He had never anticipated such smooth sailing. Yan Yu handed his father a steamed bun. They had not lit a fire for lunch and had brought along leftover buns from before. They had only boiled a small pot of water. Yan LaEr found delight even in the simplicity of having buns with water. Their household lacked any surplus bowls. Li Xuanmei, having tidied the kitchen, was well aware of what was available and what was not. Surely, others had extras. You could pick some light and easily transportable items. And I will take them over to see what else we might barter for. Chapter 38. The psychological barrier Yan LaEr discovered in nearby village. He struck up a conversation with the locals, mentioning that he needed a bowl and was willing to exchange some vegetables from the backyard. Yan LaEr inquired if anyone had a coarse porcelain bowl to trade. Was there any doubt? Everyone would be eager to oblige. In the village, every household began rummaging for bowls. At this point, could anyone still afford the luxury of one bowl per person? It sufficed for the entire family to share one. Yan LaEr gazed at the pile of bowls presented before him. From the fervent glances of his fellow villagers, he could feel their enthusiasm. Now, let us be careful and not break anything. I don't mind whose bowls these are. Just take a few at random, and when the time comes, whoever it is will be clear. Yan LaEr, how is it that you are so resourceful? Exclaimed Sister Chui, as she triumphantly broke through a throng of women. My family has plenty of things. Come with me to take a look. We may not have much grain, but your brother Chui has an abundance of medicine. Let us see if we can exchange for some vital supplies. Any amount would be welcome. Yan LaEr eagerly followed Sister Chui. He wished to ascertain the quantity of medicinal herbs his elder brother Chui had brought. Chui Longzhong was diligently massaging his own legs, sighing inwardly. It turned out that he too was a traveling doctor from the surrounding villages, and it had not been long since he purchased his donkey cart. Even this short journey had proven somewhat taxing. How embarrassing. Hurry up, dear husband. Sift through the surplus herbs you have, and let brother Yan take a look to see if we can exchange them for some provisions, urged Sister Chui anxiously. Sister, is there a shortage of provisions at your home? Inquired Yan LaEr. Sister Chui replied, Not exactly, but isn't more always better? Having grain at home brings peace of mind. What good are these insufficient herbs if we cannot fill our bellies? It is far more practical to exchange them for food. Sister, you are mistaken. How can you deem the herbs useless? These are life-saving items. Yan LaEr declared with utmost seriousness. As we traverse these open fields, should we encounter a headache or fever, the herbs brought by Brother Chui will surely come in handy. Are they really useful? Sister Chui pondered. Consider this, sister. We are not at home, with no village nearby and no shop in sight. If someone falls ill, where else could we procure medicine apart from Brother Chui? Yan LaEr sought to impress upon Sister Chui the significance of medicinal resources. He sighed. If only I had the funds, I would purchase even more herbs to stockpile. In that case, sister, should you find your provisions running low, come to me, and I shall find a solution. Does that sound agreeable? Indeed. Since you have said so, I can rest easy. She was not so oblivious as to disregard such wisdom. With Yan LaEr's assurance, she felt considerably more at ease, knowing that the Yin family had many resources and that Yan LaEr was quite resourceful. Chui Longzhong listened intently, considering that some medicines, if left too long, might lose their efficacy. If there were any urgently needed, exchanging them would be permissible. Chui Xiaonyang was taken aback. Do we have any medicines that have been stored for long? Haven't you sold most of the surplus to the apothecary in town? Chui Longzhong turned his head away uncomfortably and murmured, there are some prepared medicines that the customers did not take, and since they cannot be repackaged, they remain. Such occurrences would not happen in a pharmacy, where prescriptions are filled freshly. However, the villagers, being pragmatic, believe that once they feel better, they are reluctant to consume any excess, preferring instead to return the remaining medicines. What can he do but refund them? After all, who does not care for their health? It is a matter of poverty. His wife is particularly fond of money, hence Chui Longzhong chose to conceal this matter discreetly. There were only 3 or 4 prescriptions left. Chui Xiaonyang, infuriated, contemplated tugging at his ear but decided against it, recognizing the inconvenience for others, and thus remained silent, merely glaring at him. What ailments do these treat? Chui Dage, please let me note them down. Yan LaEr not only inquired in detail about the ailments but also repeatedly confirmed the duration of the medicine's efficacy. When he later recounted this to his wife and daughter, Yan LaEr felt a sense of admiration. Though Chui Longzhong's medical skills might be average, his character is truly commendable. Were it anyone else, the question of refunds would be moot. They would simply repack and sell the medicines again. To the untrained eye, these were all common herbs, and it is not as if there were any significant issues. Yet, Chui Longzhong, mindful of even the slightest potential impact on the medicine's efficacy, chose to keep them until now, a rare quality indeed. Meanwhile, the matron was engaged in conversation with the village women about the peddler who came to sell second-hand goods at her home earlier that day, when unexpectedly, just past noon, he returned once more. Goodness, you're quick on your feet. You must not live far, the elderly woman greeted him with a cheerful smile. And you've brought quite a few things? That's the way it should be. One can't arrive empty-handed. She hastened over, eager to get a glimpse of his wares. But the other women were even quicker. Young man, where did all these goods come from? We won't take anything subpar. Aunties, these items all come from families in my village who are struggling to make ends meet, alas. He replied, to be frank, if it doesn't rain in the next couple of days, we'll have to, alas, go elsewhere to see if we can survive. Ultimately, they couldn't overcome the moral dilemma in their hearts and decided to reveal a bit more. As they said, bartering wasn't the primary goal. It was to provide a plausible origin for the goods they were offering. What was the purpose of all this effort? It was simply a desire for everyone's lives to improve. When hardship strikes, who can remain untouched? Hearts are made of flesh and blood. He exchanged goods for rice and grain from these people, hoping that when the time came for them to leave, they would remember him and not resent him as a heartless peddler. The women fell silent. My, is it that dire outside? One of them asked cautiously. A person is worth less away from their home, young man. You must be prudent. Well, our village chief advised us to prepare early. Auntie, take a look at this bowl. Old Yin had already decided that, at worst, he would use his own possessions to barter and sell them when the platform opened. It couldn't possibly become unsellable, could it? Old Yin responded and followed. There are still many good people in the world. The elderly woman genuinely only picked the outer, grown leaves of the vegetables for him, gathering a large bundle that weighed about 2 pounds. Moved to speechlessness, Yan LaEr fished out a couple of eggs and, along with the bowl chosen by the old lady, offered them to her. Chapter 39. The steamed buns emerged from the pot. Yan LaEr deliberately brought a few eggs, intending that should the old lady have a change of heart and decide against exchanging, they could be used to barter for the villagers' bowls, effectively stockpiling in advance. Oh dear. Young man, being so honest won't do. You'll end up losing money in business. The old lady, using the newly exchanged bowl, poured him a glass of water. Drink up, young man, quench your thirst. Old lady, please, drink without concern. It's no trouble for me. Upon Yan LaEr's return, he drew the attention of the entire village. They were eager to learn what items had been exchanged from their homes and what had been procured. Those who found nothing were exuberant. One such villager was Sister Chui. Her bowl was new, albeit made of coarse porcelain, adorned with a few painted flowers, clearly appealing to others. She returned with an ample harvest of greens, her smile broad and radiant. Her eyes sparkled as she boasted to anyone who would listen about her purchasing prowess and fortunate luck. She praised Yan LaEr, proclaiming that she had always known him to be a capable individual, someone worldly and distinct. You wouldn't believe it, but Yan LaEr can even shoe livestock. She chattered on. As the villagers gradually dispersed, the incident lingered in their minds, and throughout the afternoon journey, they occasionally referenced it. Sambao led the group along the newly planned route, with Yan LaEr still at the helm of the cart. He could not bring himself to inform his elder brother that he had no need for his younger sibling's navigational guidance, for as long as there were oxen. That was sufficient. The narrow path is not as easily traversable as the main road. Fortunately, everyone takes turns, and thus does not feel overly fatigued. Occasionally, we encounter individuals who hastily approach, inquiring about our destination and purpose. We candidly respond, we can no longer sustain our lives. We are fleeing from famine. The expression on their faces resembles that of encountering a ghost. Observing the exaggerated ox carts at the forefront, along with the mule carts, donkey carts, and hand carts laden with bags that likely contain grain, they wonder how we could possibly be fleeing from famine. Yet, when we mention the village well, from which not a single drop of water can be drawn, they empathize deeply. Those quick to react hasten back to their village, while those a bit slower, after we have moved on, also make their way homeward in a hurry. Uncle, is it all right if we say it this way? Yan Xiangheng asked quietly. What could possibly be wrong? Yan LaEr, noticing his elder nephew crawl over, gestured for them to change places. It is essential to nurture his nephew through practical experience. These individuals see us departing. Surely, they will follow suit. Yan Xiangheng, unfamiliar with the concept of herd mentality, based his thoughts on his own observations. Should he encounter such circumstances, he would undoubtedly make a similar choice. Do not worry, they cannot catch up to us. Yan LaEr radiated confidence, for it was a route meticulously planned by his family's Sambao, a shortcut that would surely place them ahead of the rest. Uncle, I am not concerned about that. Yan Xiangheng took the reins, sitting upright and earnestly practicing his driving skills. What I mean is, they originally had no intention of leaving, but upon seeing us, they now wish to depart. Yan LaEr felt weary. Why does my nephew incessantly question me? I am illiterate. Why not inquire with your father instead? Are you suggesting that it is we who have led them to this decision? Let me ask you, nephew. If the weather were favorable and we spoke of fleeing from famine, how would they perceive it? It is certain that our fellow villagers believe we are all of unsound mind. Moreover, would they depart if it were not for us? The calamity that compels everyone to abandon their homeland is the relentless famine that renders life unbearable. Yan Yu's small ears perked up, and as her father finished speaking, she silently added in her heart, there is also the ineffectual tax-collecting officials. In the face of such a severe drought, should they not report and request a tax exemption? As public servants, what have they done while their subjects are perishing from thirst and hunger? She cast a furtive glance at her uncle, hoping that in the future, he would rise to a prominent position and decisively deal with these incompetent officials, thereby improving the lives of the common folk. Yan Huaiwen sensed her gaze and looked up at her. What are you reciting? Yan Yu replied, unfortunately, I have been caught. I can manage it. Caught between concealing her shortcomings and hastening the end, she chose the latter. Go ahead, Yan Huaiwen encouraged. Upon hearing his daughter stammering through her recitation, Yan LaEr felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Thankfully, old Yan had not set his sights on him. Suddenly, he was struck by a sense of urgency. He truly needed to prioritize learning to read and write. What if one day old Yan asked him to write something? How could he possibly evade that responsibility? Could he claim that his hands were uncooperative? As evening fell, Yan LaEr showcased his adeptness in steaming buns. Each dough ball appeared as though it had been measured with precision, all looking remarkably alike. 1 pound of flour yielded 7 buns, neither more nor less. While waiting for the buns to be ready, Sister Chui cheerfully brought forth a large bowl of vegetable soup. The vegetables were scarce, and the soup was meager. Yet at this moment, who could afford to be picky? Fresh greens were the most substantial fare one could present. Sister Chui remarked, please add a dish for Brother Yan LaEr. Running around in the midday sun is quite taxing. In the future, I may trouble Brother Yan LaEr often, so allow me to express my gratitude in advance. Yan LaEr, however, did not engage in any awkward refusals, understanding that the distinction between genders made such interactions inappropriate. Just then, the steamed buns were ready. As the steam dissipated, plump, round buns emerged from the pot, their fragrant aroma prompting the onlookers to swallow in anticipation. Yan LaEr poured the vegetable soup that Sister Chui had brought into his bowl and placed a large bun into her empty bowl. He graciously accepted her offering. It would have been unbecoming to decline in front of so many witnesses. To refuse would have embarrassed her, and as a kind-hearted brother, he had no ulterior motives in accepting the bun. He wanted everyone to see that he was not at all like the rumors suggested, but rather a good person, just like his scholar brother. Sister Chui felt justified in her actions, believing that the villagers' camaraderie warranted sharing food. However, it was essential to maintain a balance in giving and receiving to foster closeness. Chapter 40, Out for Fresh Air 1 and 2 Taels. And if we include the portion just given to Sister Chui, it totals nearly 1.5 gene, he observed. See how high the scale is. While it certainly cannot compare to the buns sold in town, as our flour is coarser than theirs which is finely milled, it is still far superior to flatbreads that are tough and difficult to chew for the elderly and children alike. Moreover, we must refrain from drinking raw water in the future as it poses health risks. From now on, we will share this pot of water daily to avoid the need for boiling more. Yan LaEr explained to the group. The Yin brothers. Might we exchange one for a taste? Thanks to Sister Chui's relentless praise, the villagers harbor great admiration for the large steamed buns. The Yin brothers are quite clear in their discourse. We shall not compare ourselves to the fine flour buns sold in town. If it weren't for Yan LaEr steaming this batch of buns before their very eyes, they would have remained oblivious to the fact that using the same dough, transforming pancakes into buns yields such an abundance. If one desires an exchange, how might the Yin brothers accommodate such a request? Sister Chui chimed in, stating, I have fewer family members, and if we exchange a pound, it would go to waste. For those wishing to trade, we can do half a pound of flour and half a pound of water. How does that sound? The wife of Cheetah tugged at her, whispering, Let us combine our resources and exchange half a pound. Yan LaEr hastily called out to the two women, Ladies, the water dough brought over will only be ready for steaming tomorrow morning. It requires time to rise. We understand, Sister Chui replied with a roll of her eyes. We are well aware that the dough must become larger and stickier before it can be placed in the steamer. Indeed, had we known it was this simple, we would not have purchased from town. Making it ourselves is far more economical. She pulled Chi Da's wife along, muttering as they departed. With a leader emerging, families began pairing up to bring in a pound of dough, gradually delivering an abundance of water dough. Yan LaEr adeptly managed the situation, and once everyone had left, he accurately noted the contributions from each household. Yan LaEr remarked, What is this? For a small business owner near a school gate, this is merely basic practice. Children often forget to bring money yet still wish to indulge in ice pops, if my memory falters even slightly. How could I possibly navigate the demands of those little rascals at the school gate? Li Xiumei observed him kneading the dough, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and her heart ached for him. Tomorrow, you should teach them how to do it themselves, she suggested. Yan LaEr, while shaping the dough, replied, They won't even spare a drop of water to wash their hands. How can they be expected to do this? Let us gather a few people to supervise right under our noses. You can act as the overseer. Otherwise, with so many tasks in a day, you won't be able to manage, Li Xiumei proposed. Yan LaEr agreed, saying he would mention it to them the next day and see who was willing to join. The following day, Yan LaEr rose early, steaming 2 large pots to ensure there was enough, having borrowed steamers from various households the night before. Otherwise, he would have been laboring indefinitely. That morning, everyone enjoyed steamed buns made from their own wheat, savoring the broth left from steaming. The meal was exceptionally delightful. The women from each household were eager to learn the art of steaming buns, arriving early with their dough. Yan LaEr, generous in his teaching, patiently explained each step. With only one stipulation, their hands must be impeccably clean. Hygiene was paramount when it came to food. As for the irregular shapes of the dough they kneaded, that was inconsequential. Anything was edible. Being the ones who managed the cooking at home, the women quickly became adept at the task. With a sense of relief, Yan LaEr sought the group's consensus and selected 3 particularly efficient and tidy sisters to continue the important work of transforming dough into buns. The community expressed their gratitude for his selfless instruction in this culinary skill. It was evident that the Yin family had reaped some benefits, albeit modest, and their efforts were appreciated. Each household agreed to assist in gathering firewood for the steaming process daily. For those not chosen, Li Xiumei suggested they take the time to weave more straw sandals. As everyone walked daily, and their footwear was wearing thin. Although cloth shoes are durable, straw sandals are far more convenient to source, being readily available everywhere. With a swift hand, one can weave a pair in no time during the daily commute. Furthermore, due to Yan Huaiwen's arrangements, they have ample leisure time. The rural folk possess an innate restlessness. When their hands are idle, they feel an unsettling emptiness within. Ever since they heeded the advice of Yan LaEr, they gather together to weave straw sandals, with the skilled ones guiding the novices, sharing laughter and conversation, thus alleviating much of their homesickness. Yan gazed at the growing collection of straw sandals hanging in a row, her heart ablaze with excitement. Each string of sandals represented a splendid potential accumulation in her eyes. She counted the days eagerly, and finally, on the 30th of May, the countdown for the platform commenced. "Father, could you take me out this afternoon?" Yanyu implored her father with a pitiful expression. She could no longer endure the torment inflicted by her uncle. As if reciting books was not enough, he now insisted on supervising her writing. She must maintain the correct posture and grip the pen properly. Oh, her delicate little wrist, so frail, should not bear such undue burdens. While the carriage moved, she recited her lessons. When it halted, she practiced her calligraphy. What a childhood is this for a child? She is still but a baby. Even her elder brother looked at her with sympathy. The most lamentable aspect is that although her elder sister is also studying, the pace and intensity of her learning are worlds apart from her own. The comparison only amplifies her distress. Yan LaEr carefully glanced at the distant figure of old Yan. "My dear daughter, your uncle believes you possess enough intelligence, which is why he wishes to teach you more. Old Yan's focus on her, after all, would only serve to liberate me." Yan LaEr smiled ingratiatingly. "In order not to be illiterate, let's strive." Yanyu replied, "I never expected you to be such a father." "Father, don't think I am unaware. Uncle is in charge of me, leaving him no time to oversee you. Is that not so? If you don't take me out, I will tell Uncle that you have forgotten everything you learned before and can barely recognize any characters now." Yanyu, in a fit of anger, wielded her trump card. "Oh dear, my precious, let us refrain from mutual harm." "Very well, I shall speak with your uncle and request a leave for you," Yan LaEr conceded. It was not out of fear of his daughter's potential denunciation, but rather a sincere affection for his beloved child, witnessing the pressure she was under. "Brother, I wish to take you out for a stroll," Yan LaEr murmured. Yan Huaiwen regarded him for a moment before responding with an affirmative grunt. Instantly, Yan LaEr's face lit up with joy, his expression becoming animated. He cheerfully went to find his wife. Li Shuimei had recently become close with the grass-weaving brigade and was currently learning how to weave a proper pair of straw sandals. Upon his arrival, the young daughter of the Hu family presented him with a small straw hat. "The sun is fierce. You must shield yourself properly, or you will suffer," she advised. Chapter 41. Charcoal Burning Sandbow. Run along. Yanyu laughed joyfully, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom as she departed from her uncle's presence. Yan LaEr had already secured both of them on the back of an ox, one hand symbolically grasping the reins, while the other helped his daughter hold onto her hat, which threatened to fly away at any moment. After Yanyu had her fill of exuberance, the two of them dismounted from the ox and strolled leisurely. "Father, it seems the water supply in each household is dwindling," Yanyu remarked, observing several empty water jars belonging to the villagers. The quantity of buns exchanged reveals a stark truth. While we still partake in 3 meals a day, the portions have diminished significantly. Yan LaEr, too, has taken note of this change. "Sanbao, can you locate a water source?" Yanyu inquired, her voice laced with hope. Sanbao shook his head, lacking such capabilities. Yanyu sighed heavily. Yan LaEr remarked, "None of us are in a favorable position. One survives solely on nutrient solution. Another, despite the abundance of water all around, cannot drink it and relies on bottled water provided by the platform. The last, while possibly having access to water, faces the grim reality of his environment, where obtaining food and water is a relentless struggle. Why have we not yet escaped the drought's grasp?" Yanyu expressed her growing frustration. Their decision to take a shortcut has led them further away from the official road, distancing them from towns and villages. At times, there is no clear path ahead, and they are forced to forge their own way. Surrounding them are vast stretches of parched, desolate land, fetid pools that have yet to dry under the sun, and barren stone mountains standing stark against the horizon. "I long for that uncle's exploration and collection robot. It would make finding water and food so much easier." Yanyu lamented. "Dear daughter, awaken to reality. That is indeed a robot, even if it were encased in synthetic skin. How do we explain the sudden appearance of this new entity?" Yan LaEr gently tapped her on the head. We have already traveled quite a distance. At our current pace, we can cover over 20 kilometers a day, and in the past 2 days, we have improved significantly, likely covering around 30 kilometers. If we continue at this rate, that is quite substantial. Within half a month, we should reach our first small goal of exiting Chishan Prefecture. Yan LaEr hesitated for a moment before adding, "Very well, I shall show you." Yan Yu responded with a puzzled expression. "What are you looking at?" The two individuals mounted the bull once more. This time, Yan LaEr meticulously inspected, binding them tightly. Yan Yu was uncertain of the reasons. Yet she began to feel a sense of anticipation, sensing that her father was about to unleash something extraordinary. "Sambao, ascend the mountain. Go." Despite having mentally prepared herself adequately, Yan LaEr was still disoriented. In contrast, his daughter could hardly contain her excitement, her little voice hoarse from cheering. "Oh my goodness! Sambao, you are incredible! You can leap so high and jump so far. How are you so amazing?" Yan Yu showered him with praise. Upon reaching the peak of the highest stone mountain nearby, she finally beheld the long-awaited greenery. Though the verdant peaks lay far from them, it mattered not. She had glimpsed hope. "I see you," Yan Yu proclaimed boldly. "Wait for me." Yan LaEr was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling that if he opened his mouth, he might relinquish his breakfast right then and there. As they descended the mountain, Sambao endeavored to be gentle, yet Yan LaEr was still overwhelmed, taking a considerable time to recover. Yan Yu anxiously offered him a bamboo tube. "Father, are you all right?" Yan LaEr shook his head, feeling utterly drained. "Why aren't you dizzy?" Yan Yu blinked. "It just feels exhilarating. I truly don't feel dizzy at all." The ancient, natural stone mountain was exceptionally irregular, shaped by nature's own hand, growing as it pleased. There were no man-made paths to ascend. It was purely reliant on mechanical brakes to navigate the terrain, which was undeniably thrilling. He closed his eyes, listening as his daughter recounted. "There are plenty of pots and basins, but we cannot exchange them all at once, at most 2. There are indeed many straw sandals. How wonderful it would be to sell them all on the platform, but alas, we can only sell a portion. The 4 prescriptions from Dr. Chui consist of 2 for treating diarrhea and 2 for alleviating cold symptoms. If that sister were to exchange them and clarify her needs, the efficacy might be slightly diminished. As for the cart, the villagers could manage to squeeze out 2 more without issue. However, selling it poses some challenges. So it is best to set that consideration aside for now. Each household possesses a considerable amount of clothing and bedding, which complicates matters. Father, what do you think about me secretly selling a couple of books from Uncle?" Yan LaEr, upon hearing this, opened his eyes wide. "Wouldn't your uncle be furious with you? Just look at him and your elder brother. Both are bookworms who seize any chance to read. Moreover, Father, how are you progressing with the charcoal production? Have you arranged things with the Chi brothers? They plan to gather wood at noon and attempt to burn it in the evening, each day during their leisure time. The villagers have to search for firewood, sometimes finding it easily, and other times having to travel quite far. It might be more prudent to experiment with the method of using bamboo slips to produce charcoal, which is more convenient to carry. This provides a perfect excuse to keep an eye on the woodpile from a distance." Realizing this, Yan LaEr chuckled. "Indeed. We'll just start making charcoal on the day the platform opens, regardless of whether it will be needed." Yan Yu swiftly rushed over and noticed that the piece of dried meat hanging from their cart had diminished in size, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Mother, are we having meat today?" Li Xuemei wiped her brow and replied with a smile. "Today is our lucky day. I found a small handful of wild vegetables to stir-fry with the meat." After pouring in a bit of oil and adding the sliced meat, the aroma burst forth after a few moments of stirring. Then she added a handful of wild vegetables and sprinkled in some of her homemade seasoning mix. The smell was utterly enticing. Everyone's gaze seemed irresistibly glued to the pot of the Yan family. Even Yan Huaiwen put down his book, wandering nearby, unable to refrain from glancing over repeatedly. As a small table was set, the Yan family members instinctively took their places. The moment the tender meat entered Yan Yu's mouth, she was engulfed in immense bliss. "Ah, the meat is simply exquisite." The Chi brothers gathered a considerable amount of wood, both thick and thin. This was also suggested by Yan LaEr, who was uncertain about which type of wood would yield the best results, so they decided to experiment with all. By evening, the 4 ventured further afield to find a suitable spot near the riverbank. The 3 Chi brothers began to stack the wood vertically, as instructed by Yan LaEr, and then excavated river mud from the still moist riverbed to coat the wood pile, leaving a hole at the top. They stuffed a large handful of dry grass into the hole and ignited it. Yan LaEr personally took charge, digging several small ventilation holes at the base. "This should suffice. Now we wait." The Chi brothers exchanged glances. Is that all? Is it really this simple? Can this truly produce charcoal? Where on earth did Yan LaEr learn such an unreliable method? Will it even work? Chapter 42. The first charcoal burning results. Yan LaEr believed he had thoroughly grasped the charcoal burning method outlined in the third bamboo slip. Yet when it came to practical execution, he still found himself in a state of fluster. Following the instructions from the bamboo slip, he dug 8 ventilation holes at the bottom. Once the flames ignited at the top, he had to carefully observe the holes below, blocking any that emitted flames with mud. In reality, the first issue arose at the top of the earthen mound, which cracked under the heat, the fissures widening alarmingly. Yan LaEr felt a headache coming on and hurriedly pulled out the bamboo slip to closely examine the illustrations. The simplistic drawings rendered on bamboo slips evoke an image of clarity, allowing one to grasp a general idea, a testament to the artist's exceptional skill. Faced with confusion, Yan LaEr could resort only to the most rudimentary method, continuing to apply mud above. There was no alternative. If he ceased, the earthen mound would surely collapse further. Initially, the Chi brothers found the situation rather absurd, but upon Yan LaEr unfurling a scroll of bamboo slips, the 3 brothers silently resumed their labor, diligently focused on their task. With the bamboo slip in hand, Yan LaEr furrowed his brow in concentration, exuding an unspoken intensity. In that moment, they felt an extraordinary sense of involvement in a significant endeavor. They waited until Yan LaEr announced the sighting of flames within the lower openings, at which point darkness had fully enveloped the sky. One by one, they sealed the 8 holes below and meticulously covered the large opening at the top with river mud. Yan LaEr insisted on removing the Chi brothers from their post. Chi, still determined, was supported by Chi Si, who, being the most astute among the 3, recalled something important and helped drag his elder brother and younger sibling away alongside Yan LaEr. Chi, though reluctant to voice his thoughts, demonstrated his support for the 5th brother through action. Brother, old 5, what can I say to you? Did you not see the bamboo slip that Yan LaEr presented? The charcoal was ignited according to the instructions inscribed upon it. Each family possesses skills passed down through generations, and if it's recorded in a book, just think, how precious and valuable must it be? The initial details seem trivial, yet the crucial elements likely lie ahead. Yan LaEr cannot openly express this, forbidding us from following. Why are you so obtuse? Chi Si lamented, feeling the strain in his arms from the effort of pulling. He clapped his thigh, a look of realization dawning upon him. Indeed, my master has always treasured that wooden artifact, refusing to let us even glimpse at it, claiming it would be passed down to whoever would support him in his old age. Chi Wu, aware of his own limitations and slow learning, knew he would not be the one to enjoy such a privilege. He would be content merely to steal a few glances, thereby broadening his horizons. Chi, with his earnestness, nodded repeatedly. That cannot be done. Chi Si, with a semblance of cleverness, remarked, not only must we refrain from approaching, but we must also prevent others from gathering to gawk. Yan LaEr, oblivious to the fact that the Chi brothers were inadvertently aiding him, was currently reporting to his brother, intending to observe the bonfire. Where did you learn the method of charcoal making? Yan Huaiwen inquired. By chance, I stumbled upon it, Yan LaEr replied, not intending to show his brother the 3rd bamboo slip to avoid future complications regarding the numerous scrolls he had accumulated. Since you wish to pursue it, then give it a try, Yan Huaiwen acquiesced, for the reason provided by Yan LaEr was compelling. He envisioned that upon reaching the northern regions, he could profit from selling charcoal to support his family. Calculating the time, they would arrive in Guangzhou just as the weather began to cool. If he succeeded in the production, the venture would prove quite lucrative. Furthermore, with a hint of embarrassment, Yan LaEr mentioned that he had been working hard lately and wished to slip away from the group to prepare some food for himself. Yan Huaiwen had no objections, and he kindly reminded his younger siblings to take care of their health, suggesting they need not skimp on meals and encouraging her to prepare something special for him. Li Shuime exchanged a few words with Dave before quietly leaving the group with Yin Yu and a cow. Yan LaEr waited in the middle of the road, catching a glimpse of the silhouette of the ox, and broke into a wide smile. He approached with enthusiasm, leading the way cheerfully. Not far ahead lay the charcoal burning site. Upon arrival, Yan LaEr touched the earthen mound, still warm to the touch. Li Shuime spread a small mat on the ground and removed the carbon cylinder tied to Sambal. Whether the charcoal had been successfully produced would soon be revealed. If not, it was no matter. Through trial and error, success would eventually come. Li Shuime then unfolded a large bundle of straw sandals. There were 37 pairs, just enough for half the village. Little did they know how swift her hands were. This was after excluding the pairs worn by families over the past few days. Every villager now sported these straw sandals except for our eldest brother. The elder brother was not accustomed to them, yet I find them quite comfortable, airy, and light. However, my dear wife, your craftsmanship requires further refinement. Look. My toes are peeking out again. Yan LaEr lifted his large foot to show Li Shuimei. After inspecting it, she casually plucked a few blades of grass from the nearby thicket and deftly began to weave, quickly mending the flaws. Aesthetics were of little concern. It sufficed that the holes were closed. When Yan LaEr deemed it nearly time, he cleared away the earthen mound. The fruits of their first charcoal-burning endeavor lay before the three of them. Yan prodded with a small stick, noticing some pieces were only partially burnt. A small, dark pile remained, a noticeable reduction compared to the original logs. Such is the nature of charcoal production. There is inevitably some loss, though the extent varies with technique. Yan LaEr scrutinized the remnants, uncertainly stating, "These few unburnt pieces appear to be those placed at the edges. Could it be that they were covered in mud and thus failed to ignite?" In the midst of it all, the fire had burned excessively, leaving only ashes. The flames were unevenly distributed. Li Shuimei concluded, there must be something amiss. The low yield of charcoal was anticipated, while the uneven burning of wood posed a technical challenge. "You've done remarkably well for the first attempt, father. I have faith in you. Success does not come easily." Yan encouraged her father, shaking her tiny fist in a gesture of support. Yan LaEr, chuckling, replied, "Indeed, I must say, the process of charcoal production is rather intriguing. Next time, I shall bring you along." Yan nodded vigorously in agreement. Li Shuimei meticulously selected the poorly burned pieces, stuffing them into the charcoal barrel, adding a handful of dry grass. Without the need for kindling, a few gentle puffs elicited wisps of smoke. Yan LaEr rushed over, blowing forcefully, quickly inserting a few small twigs, and the flames brightened. Yan placed a small ceramic kettle filled with water atop the fire. The trio exchanged glances, pleased with their collaboration, and shared a smile. Chapter 43. The second platform opens. Li Shuimei and Yan stirred milk powder into their bowls, savoring it in small sips, their eyes squinting in bliss, perfectly in sync. Yan LaEr felt a surge of joy merely watching the two of them, his gaze drifting downward to rest on his wife's belly, a wide grin spreading across his face. His wife had even brought along dough, a clear sign of her craving. Yan LaEr needed a lump of dough, and even while kneeling on the ground, he could craft a pot of commendable handmade noodles. With eggs, soy sauce, and a pinch of dried meat for flavor, he added both of his family's special mixed seasonings. As the oil heated in the pan, a savory and spicy aroma wafted through the air, awakening Li Shuimei's appetite once more despite having just enjoyed a bowl of milk. Once the noodles were cooked to perfection, Yan could hardly contain her eagerness. She tossed in the braised meat and eagerly began to eat, slurping delightfully. The little cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hiding a mouthful of hazelnuts. A gentle, tender female voice inquired, "Please confirm whether your surroundings are safe?" Yan, unable to focus on the noodles filling her mouth, responded affirmatively. Rows upon rows of shelves, the very shelves she had longed for, stood neatly arranged. With a few swift motions, Yan swallowed the noodles, scarcely pausing to finish her meal. She passed the bowl to her father and began to quote prices rapidly. Rice at 2.8, noodles at 2.4, salt at 1. Learning from the previous experience, they vowed to memorize the prices this time, ensuring clarity on what items fetched higher or lower prices, maintaining a mental tally. The icon of the free market flickered incessantly, yet Yan pressed on. She was invigorated to discover the changes in the products on the shelves since her last visit. Brown rice 2.8, thick noodles 3.9, green beans 4.2, red beans 5.9, black beans 6.6. Not only were there new items, but the quantities appeared to have increased as well. With no time to linger, she continued her recitation. Dandelion 12.8, elm seeds 53.8, purslane 14.6. No. Her heart ached. Where were her sweet potatoes, and corn? Li Shuimei and Yan LaEr were writing in the dirt with sticks, one recording names and the other noting numbers. The two worked in tandem, efficiently completing their task. Yan gloomily opened the free market interface. A punk-styled uncle appeared online. "Hey there, little sister. What are you up to? Why did it take so long to connect? You nearly drove me mad." Upon seeing Yan, he beamed with joy. The beef is simply delectable. He handled the meat with utmost care, meticulously dissecting it, sparing not a scrap from waste. The leather was entirely stripped from the cow, filled with a preservative gel, and carefully preserved as his most treasured possession. Even if it were never to see the light of day again, merely gazing upon it brought immense joy. Yan Yu's small face was scrunched up, exuding an aura of pitifulness. The uncle, devoid of any sympathy, chuckled heartily. Did I not mention that the items in the store would change? It scans your environment and adjusts accordingly. Are you surrounded by wild vegetables? Are you currently in the wilderness? How astute of you! Yan Yu praised without any hint of spirit. Then why not put more items on the shelves instead of removing them? Alas, enough of this. Uncle, you are aware of my situation. What do you wish to exchange this time? Haha, my mechanical bionic cow is quite effective, isn't it? Shall we procure another? The uncle incessantly promoted, "You're out in the wild," making it the perfect time for an exploration and collection robot. If you want, I can exchange it for a pig, sheep, or donkey. I assure you it will be worth your while. How about transforming it into a cat, dog, or even a small bird for convenience? If that's not possible, the spider or lizard you mentioned before would suffice. The appearance is secondary, practicality is paramount. Absolutely, no problem at all. Customer satisfaction is my priority. But let me clarify, the humanoid exploration and collection robot serves dual functions. If you wish to alter its appearance, you must forego some features, effectively rendering the collection function nearly useless. I can dismantle it for you. Cats and dogs are acceptable, but for spiders or lizards, the speed needs to be adjusted. It cannot be excessively outrageous. Yan Yu said, if you don't elaborate, the exploration feature alone is quite commendable. However, your remarks make me feel as though I've suffered a great loss. Why is there such a disparity? Uncle, please refrain from downgrading. The transition from high specifications to low is unsettling for me. Furthermore, I currently have no means to acquire pigs, sheep, or donkeys, as I lack the funds. Yan Yu's voice was tinged with a hint of despair. She was a pitiful little creature with a visage cleaner than her pockets. Is hunting an option? Aren't wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild boars often depicted in novels as easy to catch? The uncle, feeling a sense of urgency, offered her a suggestion. Whether they could procure meat depended on this young girl from a bygone era. As for the other companions, he referred to them as misfortunate souls, an utterly candid assessment. Only this little sister before him was his most significant client since he began his career. Hunting? Yan Yu pondered the verdant peaks adorned with greenery. But no one in my family knows how to hunt, and I fear the woodland creatures might be elusive. Can your robot detect prey? The uncle's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Searching is certainly feasible. As long as you specify what to look for, it can accomplish that. However, let us first address the matter of hunting. Little sister, skills are developed from nothing, and I believe you and your family could cultivate this hunting ability. Just think, you are currently in the wilderness. How convenient. If by some stroke of luck you stumble upon a game, it would be a pity if you were unskilled in hunting. But fear not, for I am here. I shall be your support. Creating a crossbow is remarkably simple. You could craft one in no time. All you need to do is practice your aim. The matter of the scope is indeed complex. It is difficult to enhance it, as the materials exceed our original specifications. As he spoke, he busily tapped away at the virtual screen beside him. By the time he finished speaking, the design was complete. He pulled the virtual screen closer and pointed it out to Yan Yu. Look, this is undoubtedly a retro bow and crossbow, compact and exquisite, with impressive range and power. Paired with alloy arrowheads, any prey that crosses your path will succumb at your feet. Ha! Yan Yu, why are you even more excited than I am? Chapter 44. We are selling again. Upon hearing Yan Yu's words, Yan LaEr became animated. Let us trade, trade, trade. Li Xiume and Yan Yu exchanged glances with him. Trade what? We haven't even settled on what to exchange yet. We need to see if they agree, and we must also consider the platform's valuation. Even if we do not hunt, keeping it for self-defense is quite beneficial. Li Xiume nodded in agreement. Yan LaEr was even less hesitant. He fully concurred. Uncle, is the bow and crossbow dangerous? Could it harm oneself? Safety must be assured. We are merely ordinary folk and have never encountered such hazardous restricted items. Rest assured, I have designed a safety latch. It remains secure during normal use, and when needed, you simply release it. Fire one arrow, and you can swiftly load another. Then it will be shooting away effortlessly. The uncle demonstrated for Yan Yu. Yan Yu, is the finished product ready in such a short time? I will provide you with 10 alloy arrowheads. Even if you encounter a tiger, you will be well equipped to shoot it directly in the forehead, piercing through its skull. This size can be wielded with one hand, but when shooting, it is advisable to support it with the other hand, as the pure metal carries some weight. The gentleman sought to impress by shooting arrows at the wall, yet alas. His aim faltered, sending the arrow beyond the confines of the screen. Yin remarked, I fail to perceive any precision in your aim. What would you like to exchange? You are well aware of the items upon my shelf. She doubted that the gentleman would take an interest in pots, basins, or straw sandals. Rather, the medicinal herbs from Dr. Chui would likely be of greater necessity to the sister affected by calamity. Huh, look at you, so reluctant, she teased. The gentleman chuckled heartily, replying, this time, I truly offer a bloodletting clearance sale. Simply hand me that iron pot. However, let us agree that when you indeed secure your quarry, do not forget about me. Fear not, dear sir. I still have my sights set on your exploration and collection robot, Yin said, promptly painting a vivid picture of their promising future. The two solidified their transaction, an iron pot exchange for a crossbow. It was evident that the gentleman had incurred a loss in this trade, as the platform took an eternity to deliver the items. It seems there is a hint of hesitation, they both acknowledged. It appeared that their recent dealings had indeed swayed the equilibrium, brushing against the threshold of their exchange standards. Dear sir, might you spare some of your nutrient solution, vegetable juice, or fruit juice? Yin inquired, wishing to procure some for her mother, pouring it into a bamboo tube so that none could discern its contents. Nutrients are easily absorbed and beneficial for the baby. Since you lack a refrigerator, I shall provide you with a bottle. The gentleman sifted through his options, selecting 3 bottles, corn-flavored nutrient solution, carrot, cucumber, and celery juice, and kiwi, orange, and pear juice. How does that sound? If you dislike them, we can always trade again. There are plenty of flavors to choose from. Yin responded, nutrient solution sounds rather enticing. While vegetable and fruit juices hardly stimulate one's appetite, what do you desire, rice or white flour? She is now a person with 2 varieties of grains on the shelf, quite affluent. Rice. He now feels a tinge of regret, wishing your potatoes were still around. They pair exquisitely with beef. Yin, visibly agitated, remarked pointedly. Initially reluctant to haggle, she found the uncle exceedingly infuriating as he continued to provoke her. 1 pound of rice in exchange for 4 bottles, and perhaps you could add. She scrolled through the uncle's inventory, landing on banana-flavored nutritional liquid. Agreed. He did not perceive himself as the loser in this exchange. While the nutritional liquid was genuinely nutritious, its flavor was subjective. However, during the transaction, the two encountered a complication. The platform disallowed the deal. Yin, with an impassive expression, reluctantly relinquished a portion of her rice, enabling the exchange to proceed. The uncle opposite her erupted into laughter. Haraha. Uncle, do you have much water? Care to trade a bit? Yin fought to suppress the flush rising to her face, feeling humiliated by being thwarted by the platform. I have some, but my water is severely contaminated. Drinkable water is exceedingly precious. To be frank, exchanging with me would not be advantageous. You would certainly have to offer far more than if you traded with someone else. Yin pondered her current possessions, sighed, reluctant to part with food, and realizing the uncle had no use for what she could offer. By the way, uncle, have you ever tried growing anything yourself? How wonderful it would be to cultivate something. The uncle gazed out at the hazy sky beyond the window. The air purifier ran continuously indoors. 1 unit was insufficient, requiring at least 3 to prevent sudden malfunction. Even if the indoor conditions are satisfactory, cultivating anything still requires sunlight and water. While light can be simulated, water is prohibitively expensive. Alas, Yin, regrettably, could not execute this no-cost venture. Without waiting for the elder gentleman across the way to nod, Yin swiftly switched screens. The gentleman remarked, "What an impatient young girl." Glancing at the time, there remained over 5 minutes. Quite impressive. This was the time she had painstakingly carved out. Well then, let us commence our sales. She first took a look at the balance. Mother, please note that the current balance is 294. Goodness. Their family was indeed impoverished, having sold a house. This was all that remained. Li Shuamai recorded the information in the dirt with a twig. All set, you may start selling the straw sandals. Yin replied, certainly. Let us first examine the products of our straw weaving team, the sandals, to see how much we can sell them for. Ding ding ding. The sandals were priced at 2.4. Oh, how surprising. So this is the nature of your platform, slashing the price by half. Yin sold them by the pairs, tirelessly announcing the prices 2.4. 2.4, 2.4, 3, 6. Wait, 3, 6? How did that pair of sandals slip in here? Everyone else is selling for 2.4. Why do you command a price of 3, 6? Instinctively, she glanced at the sandals in her hands and placed them on the counter. Again, A price of 3. 6. Li Xuemei examined the remaining sandals, and mother and daughter swiftly identified the distinction. The ordinary sandals, regardless of size, were priced at 2. 4. While the pair commanding a price of 3. 6 had additional floral patterns intricately woven into them. It was likely this slight variation that accounted for the price disparity. Yan lamented. This is the upgraded version of the straw sandals. The innovation and artistry of the craftsman are truly manifested here. Li Xuemei divided the remaining straw sandals into 2 piles and handed the ordinary ones to her, urging her to sell quickly without any nonsense. After selling the sandals, the mother and daughter proceeded to sell a quilt. The market price was 196, but they only received 39 this time. It was unclear how the platform calculated the amounts. Yan LaEr left behind 2 pairs of insoles, each priced at 5, a miserly 0. 5, barely enough for an egg. Shall we sell them? Yan Yu paused after selling one. Sell. Yan LaEr decisively replied. What use is it to keep them? These burdens can be sold off bit by bit on the platform. So what if it only gets us an egg? Do you look down on eggs? Eggs are a source of nourishment too. Chapter 45, With Fire Comes Hope. For clothing, Yan Yu dared to sell just 1 piece. The door curtains taken from her uncle and elder brother sold for 3 or 4 each. The candlestick from her elder sister's room fetched 19. As Yan Yu hesitated over whether to sell the small straw mat her mother had laid on the ground, the time came, and the free market began to shimmer once more. Upon clicking in, the figure of her elder sister appeared in the video. Cough, cough. The moment the connection was made, a fit of uncontrollable coughing ensued. Sister, what's wrong? Are you ill? Yan Yu's heart tightened. The strong winds of recent days had affected her. She coughed again. The woman's complexion was indeed poor, wrapped in the quilt from Yan Yu's home, shivering slightly. I've already taken medicine, but it won't take effect immediately, she forced a smile. I have medicine here as well. It's for colds. You should switch to it quickly. Yan Yu hastily displayed the medicine packet in her hand. Traditional Chinese medicine. Cough. Must be boiled. My lighter won't ignite. Cough. The woman spoke with great difficulty. Yan Yu was at a loss, stamping her feet, unsure of what to do. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? What has happened? Li Xuemei asked, noticing her daughter's anxious expression. That sister from the disaster zone is ill, looking quite unwell, her face frightfully pale. She said she has already taken medicine. Probably Western medicine. I thought of exchanging her medicine package with mine. It shouldn't cause any harm together. But she said her lighter is broken and 1 catch fire. This is unacceptable. When one is ill, they must drink hot water. How can that be without fire? Given her damp surroundings, she needs to warm her body. Li Xuemei glanced at the brightly burning charcoal stove. A spark of inspiration igniting within her. My dear, do you think we can trade this charcoal? She was not referring to the charcoal still piled in the earth, but to the glowing embers within the stove. Trading burning charcoal? Yan Yu, adopting a desperate but hopeful demeanor, replied, let us give it a try. Sister, find something. See if the charcoal I have burning can be traded. She called out loudly, worried that the woman across might not hear clearly. All right. Thankfully, although the woman appeared weak, she still managed to respond. With great effort, Li Xuemei used 2 long wooden sticks to pry the charcoal from the stove. After several failed attempts, she finally managed to extract a few large pieces. Flames licked up the sticks, prompting her to drop them, disregarding the searing pain in her hands. Xiaoyu, come here. Yan Yu rushed over, while the woman across grabbed 2 uncooked sausages. The transaction was confirmed. The charcoal on the ground was gone, leaving only 2 unwrapped sausages that had fallen on the ground. In that moment, the cleanliness of the ham sausage on the ground became utterly irrelevant. Yan Yu anxiously inquired of the woman across from her, how is it? Is there any fire? The woman replied, her voice trembling, the fire has gone out. Woo-woo. At that instant, she could no longer contain her sorrow, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. It was too difficult. Living was too arduous. Li Xuemei, unable to see, could only ask her daughter anxiously, You, is it all right? Yan Yu, feeling a profound empathy, had tears welling in her eyes as she replied with a quivering voice, Mother, the charcoal extinguished the flame. The fire is out. Initially, Li Xuemei expressed regret, but then suddenly rallied. Hurry, blow on it. Oh dear, what are you crying for? It's not yet the end of the road. Try again. Blow gently, and see if there are any sparks. The woman across seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, mustering all her strength to blow fervently. A few embers flickered, brightening momentarily. There is. Truly there is. Without needing her to say it, Yan Yu spotted it too. At that moment, Yan LaEr returned from fetching water. Nature calls. and it is not bound by time, beyond one's control. Quickly, help me gather some straw, Li Shuamei instructed urgently. Father, hurry, it's an emergency, urged his daughter. Yan LaEr hastily began to tug at the surrounding grass. As he pulled, he pondered, who on earth is so unfortunate? Even grass is in such short supply? What a fine predicament. Ah, we have plenty of this. After exchanging the dried grass along with a small pile of charcoal, Yinyu was rewarded with 4 sausages. She refrained from letting them touch the soil again. The woman, with great effort, continued to blow and fan the fire. Finally, through her relentless endeavor, she succeeded in igniting the flame. She procured 2 small iron buckets, evenly distributing the charcoal, placing one on each side of her. The flickering flames illuminated her face, dispelling the pallor that had settled there. Thank you, she choked out, nearly believing she could no longer endure. At the moment the fire blazed forth, life seemed to regain its luster. She retrieved a metal water kettle and a modest clay pot, setting them atop the glowing iron buckets. With haste, she uncapped a bottle of mineral water, pouring it out in succession. In her urgency, she had only traded a portion of the charcoal, fully aware that the woman across from her was in greater need. Ahem, little sister, what would you like to exchange? Sister, if you have plenty of water, could you spare some for me? If not, I'd be happy to trade for something else. By the way, has there been any change in your shelves? Any new arrivals? Yinyu lifted 4 packets of medicine, presenting them to the woman opposite her. 2 packets were for treating colds, and the other 2 for alleviating diarrhea. She believed the sister could benefit from all of them. The woman, her face a canvas of gratitude, replied, my marketplace has stocked bottled water and, inflatable boats, as well as canned fruits. Canned fruits? Yinyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with envy. In that moment, she understood the sensation the uncle felt upon hearing about the offerings in her official store, uncontrollably salivating. The woman continued, I have 2 barrels of bottled water, both can be exchanged with you, and I'll also give you a can. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she had a total of 2 cans but wished to keep one for herself, having not tasted canned food in quite some time. In her childhood, whenever she fell ill, her mother would buy her a can of food, which seemed far less bitter than medicine. Yet, Yinyu was not truly a child. Deep within, she possessed the discernment of an adult capable of perceiving subtleties. Moreover, the longing evident on the sister's face across from her was unmistakable. She pondered whether exchanging 2 barrels of water would pose any issues. Yinyu muttered to herself, while Li Shuamei busily instructed Yan LaEr to arrange the wooden buckets, jars, and bamboo tubes. Their primary objective this time was water, and they had made ample preparations. Chapter 46. New companions. The sister across the way swiftly finalized the purchase of 2 barrels of water. The transaction was completed, and the call was severed. Yinyu and Li Shuamei exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. Yan LaEr cautiously inquired, what's wrong? Is it serious? He sensed it was akin to the illness of the woman who had endured months of relentless rain. Alas, Li Shuamei lamented, how pitiable, all alone, suffering from illness and managing only a bit of medicine to endure, without even a sip of warm water. Mother, I'm truly frightened, fearing that next time, or the time after that, I may never see her again, Yinyu said, her head bowed, lacking vitality. That won't happen, we will all be fine, Li Shuamei replied, uncertain whether she was reassuring her daughter or herself. Both women were somewhat shaken. Feigning nonchalance, Yan LaEr suggested, let us focus on our immediate concerns. After exchanging so much water, and with my charcoal pile reduced to mere remnants, how do we explain this? Do you think they would believe us if we claimed extraterrestrial beings descended from the sky, taking away the charcoal and leaving behind the water? It would be far more credible to say we encountered an old man with a white beard or some fairy. Ancient people were more inclined to believe such tales. Yinyu murmured in response. Li Shuamei took a deep breath and clapped her hands, saying, my dear daughter, lift your spirits and continue selling. With the platform backing us, how can we not thrive? We shall live better than anyone else. Indeed, Yinyu nodded emphatically, echoing, the platform is my benefactor. I must not let it down. I will conquer the drought and turn the tide against adversity. Yan LaEr declared earnestly, let us safeguard the old yin. In the future, we shall enjoy the fruits of our labor together. Through the recent events, he had come to a profound realization. One must not isolate oneself. Especially in the face of difficulties, it is essential to come together for warmth and support. Wait, what did you just call the platform? Yan LaEr exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Yinyu stuck out her tongue and hummed a nursery rhyme. leaving Yan LaEr both amused and exasperated. Mother, shall we sell the straw mats as well? Yanyu regained some energy. Sell them. Li Shuamei had come to terms with it. What was there that could not be sold? You two, hurry and finish your noodles. Don't hog the bowl. Let us sell everything, Yanyu declared, shoveling the remaining noodles into her mouth, gulping them down. Once finished, we'll sell the bowl directly to the platform. She continued, somewhat incoherently, bowl 0. 5. Straw mat 8. She squatted down to gather some grass, attempting to list it, but the platform showed no response. There's discrimination. They looked down on grass. Yan LaEr swallowed the last bite of noodle, realizing this was meant for the women affected by the natural disaster, but not wanting to waste anything. He had to finish it himself. Rising to his feet, Li Shuamei grabbed the small stool he had just occupied, handing it to her daughter along with the bowl in Yan LaEr's hands. Yanyu was still advertising, bowl 0. 5. Stool 8. 4. How could we sell the stool? Yanyu inquired. What will we sit on for our meals? Li Shuamei, contemplating the price of 8. 4. Casually replied. We can make another one. I noticed Chi Wu works quite swiftly. It's not even quality wood, merely the leftover scraps from the small table refurbishment. As soon as the words left her lips, Li Shuamei felt a fleeting sense of having overlooked something significant. Are the beds, cabinets, and tables in our home not selling for a handsome price? She questioned uncertainly. This left Yanyu in a quandary. During their previous sale, they had been so caught up in the excitement that they hadn't paid attention. The more Li Shuamei pondered, the more she affirmed. Look at the items we sold today. The clothes were quite inexpensive, and the quilts fetched little. Those 3 door curtains were even less. Our initial substantial earnings must have been from the furniture. If a simple stool can sell for 8. 4. Those larger items should surely command a greater price. Yan LaEr wholeheartedly agreed, recalling that in the past, regardless of craftsmanship, any solid wood item could fetch a good price. Let us try selling next time, Yanyu suggested, glancing at her meager balance, which had hardly increased. Father, mother, what should we purchase this time? Should we buy rice and flour? Li Shuamei approached the spot where Yan LaEr had recorded their expenses. Let us secure the vegetables first. The wild greens are exorbitantly priced, significantly more than regular vegetables, Yanyu murmured, yet her hands moved deftly, gathering hemp cloth, coarse fabric, and cotton. Yanyu complied. She selected newly stocked brown rice, coarse flour, and various beans, red, green, and black. Meat and eggs as well, she continued to purchase. Are we not overspending on bamboo slips? Li Shuamei lamented slightly. After checking the balance, Yanyu replied, it's insufficient. Yan LaEr lifted his head from the flurry of packing and straightened his posture. The mother and daughter duo shopped with glee, yet his weary back bore the brunt of it. Looking at all these items, I feel invigorated once more. Yan LaEr threw a couple of left and right hooks. Yanyu mercilessly teased, Father, you resemble a dog paddling. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with my dog paddle? As long as it works, it's fine. Yan LaEr proudly puffed out his chest. Unlike you two, who are hopeless in water. He. Li Shuamei furrowed her brow and inquired, Xiaoyu, hasn't the third person arrived yet? Yanyu exclaimed softly, glancing at the time and then at the icon of the free market. The hour had struck. Why wasn't it flashing? The third individual should be that cool young man. What could have happened? They did not have to wait long, as the free market icon finally began to twinkle. Yanyu hastily clicked on it. However, on the other side of the video call appeared a woman, equally adorned in traditional attire. To emphasize, she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Brimming with emotion, her delicate nose and lips complemented her willow-like figure. Her lush black hair was loosely gathered, with a wooden hairpin elegantly inserted. Yanyu was momentarily stunned, for this woman was not only stunning but also radiated an ethereal glow. Little sister, do you have anything to eat? The softness of her voice was enchanting. Yes, indeed. What would you like to eat, miss? The beauty across the screen smiled, her charm akin to flowers swaying in the breeze. Can I still place an order? You are quite amusing, little sister. She gently suppressed her smile and spoke softly. Anything ordinary will suffice. However, I possess only one item to exchange with you. I wonder if you would be willing. What do you have to say, miss? Here lies the Valley of Serpents. She spoke with an apologetic tone. Only various kinds of snakes, large and small. Little sister, are you afraid? Would you dare to eat them? Yanyu. I am indeed afraid, and I wouldn't dare to eat them. However, there must be those in our village who would be bold enough. Miss, where are you? How can there be a Valley of Serpents? Just the sound of it is terrifying. Yin suddenly remembered that she hadn't introduced herself and decided to give the young lady a brief introduction. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am from a book classification. Set in an alternate ancient era, currently fleeing a disaster. Chapter 47. Changing Snakes. Yin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. Is it really that sophisticated? Platform Daddy, you are impressive. So, dear lady, what do you have on your official mall shelves? Yin Yu asked, a bit dazed. The beauty across from her chuckled lightly, saying that every person connected to her had posed the same question, with a smile. There are talisman papers, some blank and others adorned with unknown designs, brushes, vermilion powder, and water. Can you draw talismans? I only know a few simple ones, enough to deal with snakes. So, do you eat snakes regularly? The beauty shrugged. What else can I do? I dare not wander about. Aside from snakes, no other small creatures present themselves, so I must eat them. Are there venomous snakes? Yin Yu inquired cautiously, her heart racing. Naturally, there are, but fear not. I only exchange for non-venomous snakes that I have previously consumed. So, does that imply you have eaten venomous ones before? Yin Yu proceeded to introduce the items on her own shelf, emphasizing rice, flour, and seasonings. Indeed. The young lady showed great interest. What to do? I wish to make a change. She found herself in a dilemma. However, here, the snakes of small size are quite rare. I fear that the larger ones may be inconvenient for you. Larger ones? No. Please, keep those for yourself. Moreover, this was my first encounter with the realm of ordinary individuals. I am uncertain whether the snakes here would be appraised at an exorbitant price, making them difficult to trade. She sighed and said, let us give it a try. I shall require 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, salt, and cumin. When the two of them clicked to confirm, an issue indeed arose. Yin Yu remarked, the platform seems to have singled me out today, denying me any advantage. Yin Yu did not believe that the shortfall was on the part of the young lady opposite her. Rather, she recalled a crucial point. The other side was a world of cultivation. Surely, the snakes there could not be mere ordinary snakes. They must be extraordinary. Therefore, it was certain that she had received less than she should have. After conversing with the young lady, Yin Yu subsequently added chili powder, chicken essence, Sichuan pepper, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, bowls, and 4 eggs. Only then did this transaction come to fruition. The moment the items vanished, Yin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She too had to manage her resources judiciously. Fortunately, the young lady was not particular, smiling as she patiently awaited Yin Yu to replenish her supplies time and again. If you come across realgar, please save some for me. I wish to see if it has any effect on these snakes, the young lady said with a smile. Yin Yu nodded while retreating, wishing to distance herself from that enormous serpent, further and further away. Is this what the young lady referred to as small-sized? The young lady across from her chuckled incessantly. I left the snake's head for you, lest I frighten you. Rest assured, consuming this snake meat is beneficial for ordinary people. Yin Yu felt compelled to clarify. This detail was of utmost importance. Sister, is it akin to the washing of marrow in the I Ching? Does it involve purging the body of impurities, or perhaps cleansing the intestines? Haraha. The lovely young lady nearly burst into laughter. Fear not, neither is the case. For an ordinary person, it merely serves to strengthen the body, providing a sense of lightness and ease. Oh, Yin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had hoped it would endow her with greater strength. I am uncertain how much longer I shall remain here. If I were to escape, it may be swifter to connect with others. Some realms possess evolutionary potions that can augment strength with relative ease. Thank you, sister. Your words are unfamiliar to me. Yin Yu's eyes sparkled, as if a new world had unveiled itself before her. No need for thanks, dear sister. Time is drawing near. Farewell. The beautiful young lady waved at her. Yin Yu too raised her small hand, striving to wave back. Goodbye, sister. Mother, shall we exchange rice for flour? The last time we cleared the shelves, they are now stocked double. Li Xuanmei gritted her teeth. Let us purchase it. Whether this speculation holds merit is uncertain, but it is worth the endeavor. After Yin Yu procured the rice and flour, some time remained. The three of them exchanged glances, pondering what else could be sold. Li Xuanmei hesitated, eyeing several tattered garments, akin to the one they had sold, patched upon patched. How could she explain their sale to the villagers? Yan LaEr urged insistently. Sell it, sell it. What purpose does it serve to keep them? One cannot be troubled by excessive debt. This little matter is trifling. Do you see me troubled? I am not. When one is pushed to the brink, they naturally devise clever solutions. Li Xuanmei closed her eyes. Sell it. Let it all go. Upon witnessing her renewed vigor, Yan LaEr thought to himself, this is where coordination is essential. Yan Yu and her father are of the same ilk. Do not let them stray from propriety, lest they succumb to madness. My dear, you should also refrain from wearing that. Come, let us sell it. What is there to fear? We have plenty of straw sandals. Yan LaEr snatched the straw sandals from Lishuame. Upon witnessing this, Yan Yu thought, how could I allow you to outdo me? She untied the small hair ribbon from her head and sold it. Ha ha ha. Father, what do you think of my appearance? Yan Yu, with her hair disheveled, resembled a little wildling. Yan LaEr wore a face of regret for losing a prized possession, expressing his admiration. Lishuame felt exasperated, wishing to reprimand the two of them. Helpless, she hastily tied her daughter's hair back. Then, she clenched her fists and struck Yan LaEr, bitterly exclaiming, what a disgrace. Is this how a father should behave? Look at your daughter. You two are hopeless. Yan LaEr grinned sheepishly, then began to plead for mercy, admitting that his body was not what it used to be. If she continued, he might just collapse. Could she believe that? What shall we do about the water? Yan LaEr earnestly shifted his wife's attention, suggesting they allow Sanbao to empty his stomach to store water. Yan Yu grinned. Lishuame and Yan LaEr exchanged glances. Finding the proposal acceptable, Yan LaEr added, but we must first clear the feed from his system, then let him drink some water to cleanse his belly. Yan Yu gave her father a thumbs up, commending his thoroughness. Lishuame inquired, and what about the snake? It must be at least 3 meters long. Yan LaEr, however, was hesitant to approach it. Who would not be intimidated by such a creature? The snakes sold in the market pale in comparison to this one. What do you think of our find? It was sheer luck that we stumbled upon it, completely unaware, Yan Yu offered. But this is impossible to catch. No. It won't do. Yan LaEr shook his head repeatedly. Should we say that it was you who killed it, father? Look at our feet. Our shoes are all askew. Yan Yu became more fluent in his fabrication. We've lost quite a few things. All gone. Haha. How could I have killed it? Just look at it. Is it something I could slay? Yan LaEr rolled his eyes. If I had such prowess, wouldn't I be soaring to the heavens? It must have been our Sanbao who trampled it. Yan Yu suggested quietly. He is the only one here capable of dealing with this serpent. Yan LaEr gazed affectionately at Sanbao and exclaimed, Sanbao, this snake was slain by you. Did you hear? Sanbao calmly regarded him. If you say so, then so be it. But what about the snake's head? Did we dispose of it? Lishuame inquired. Yan LaEr replied nonchalantly, of course. It was a bloody affair. Chapter 48. Grilled snake meets Sanbao. Cow dung falls freely and randomly. After Yan Yu issued the command, the family of 3 did nothing but wait, their curiosity piqued. The similar yet distinct dried fodder plopped onto the ground, a true eye-opener. Each type of meat, chicken, fish, and pork amounted to nearly 2 pounds, alongside rice, flour, and seasonings. Perhaps due to their previous emptying of the shelves, the platform deemed them in need of more and increased the quantities. They proceeded to make jerky as usual. Yan LaEr offered Sanbao some water, advising him to wash thoroughly, and then poured all the water from the jars into Sanbao's mouth. You still let him drink and cleanse himself? He must have consumed nearly half a bottle. Lishuame remarked while mixing dandelions, elm seeds, and purslane together, claiming this was their own foraging. Yan Yu. It is essentially a psychological effect. Sanbao can effectively eliminate harmful substances from the feed at high temperatures, rendering the contents of the stomach far cleaner than the exterior. She also used a small amount of water to wash the 2 sausages that had fallen on the ground. Although the dish is rich in starch and lacking in meat, it matters little, as it is the flavor that truly entices. The absence of packaging is indeed troublesome. One must consume it quickly to prevent spoilage. Yan LaEr commented as he snatched the remaining sausage from his daughter's hand, devouring half of it in one bite and finishing it in 2. It is said that each time the platform opens, they are filled with heightened anticipation and excitement. Before the opening, there is hope, and after it concludes, there is the joy of harvest. Lishuame, having sorted the wild vegetables, began to prepare the beans. This is perfect for making a 3-bean soup, particularly delightful in summer, as it cools and refreshes. The platform is quite considerate. Yan Yu pondered for a moment and nodded emphatically. Sister Yu's side has arranged for her the inflatable boat she desired. Once she recovers, she will be able to venture to the inland city, where conditions should be much improved. Yet, one might wonder, will it not rain in the inland city? Yan LaEr was skeptical, believing that true safety would only come when the platform provides her with a boat. Alas, is it windy there again? If the winds are stronger, a larger vessel would be necessary for stability. Ideally, something akin to an aircraft carrier, ensuring a lasting solution. Father, your imagination surpasses that of even novelists, Yan said, genuinely impressed. Hee, we can finally shed those burdens. They were filled with wheat straw. Yan LaEr thought of the few mules and donkeys in the village. I shall discreetly feed the livestock shortly. A horse cannot thrive without evening fodder. What distinguishes mules from donkeys? Everyone enjoys a midnight snack. He resolved to also deal with Sanbao's affairs. The person across nodded in agreement and raised their torch. Yan whispered, Father, it's only been a few days, and you've already devised a secret code. Yan LaEr lowered his voice in response. In this pitch darkness, if we don't create some kind of signal, a sudden shout would surely awaken the villagers. He deliberately led the ox away from the common grazing area. With utmost caution, he set down several bags. Upon reaching their own cart, the family of 3 further muted their movements. Yan LaEr and his wife worked in unison to replace the empty packages, while Yan vigilantly kept watch, her eyes wide with seriousness. Fortunately, everyone was deep in slumber. They mixed the green fodder with the dry feed, and the mule and donkey instinctively approached, burying their heads into the food. Daya, half awake, noticed her aunt and younger sister climbing up and shifted slightly to make ample space for them. Li Shuime stretched her back, and, as soon as her head touched the pillow, fell into a deep sleep. Yan yawned and unreservedly embraced Daya, soon drifting off into a light slumber. He picked up some dirt from the ground, patted his face, and tousled his already disheveled hair to regain his composure. Then took Sanbao to seek out the Chi brothers. Eldest brother Chi, 4th brother Chi, 5th brother Chi. Wake up. Yan LaEr's voice trembled. Had it not been for the Chi brothers' robust nerves, his late-night summons might have startled them into fright. Is it Yan LaEr? What is the matter? Eldest brother Chi was the first to awaken, followed quickly by 4th and 5th brothers Chi. Keep your voice down and follow me, Yan LaEr urged, bending low as he climbed onto the ox, offering no explanation, only pressing them to hurry. The 3 brothers, being straightforward men, believed him and promptly followed. Yan LaEr rode his ox, followed closely by the 3 brothers of the Chi family, and they soon arrived at their charcoal-burning site. Yan LaEr tumbled off the back of the ox, pointing with a shrill voice toward a certain spot. Look over there, my heavens. It nearly scared me to death. The Chi brothers, brandishing their torches, turned to gaze in the direction he indicated. Goodness, such a monstrous serpent. Instantly, they grew tense and hurriedly stepped back to create distance. Upon realizing that the snake was lifeless, the trio, aided by the flickering light of their torches, scrutinized the creature closely. That was close. I nearly met my end here, Yan LaEr exclaimed, his face a portrait of terror. I have no idea where it emerged from, so massive it was, chasing after me. I lost my shoes and my charcoal. Thank goodness for our ox. Chi Wu approached and measured with his hands, noting that even at its thickest, it could not be encompassed by both hands. What a scare, Yan LaEr. This snake is terrifyingly large. It must be a spirit. I've heard that cows can eat snakes. And it turns out to be true. Chi Si observed that the way Sanbao looked at the ox had changed. It was a protector of its master. Imbued with spirit. Working as an assistant at a coffin shop, he had heard many strange tales, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yan's ox seemed to have cultivated itself to repay a debt of gratitude. Cheetah heartily patted Yan LaEr on the back, repeatedly assuring him, It's all right, it's all right. Yan LaEr replied, If you weren't patting me, I'd feel even better. After recovering from their fright, the Chi brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement. This was meat, an abundance of meat. As their perspective shifted from a fearsome beast to a delectable feast, they could not help but salivate uncontrollably. The 3 brothers of the Chi family have never managed to outdo Yan LaEr in the task of carrying the snake. Yan LaEr expressed concern about frightening the women and children, suggesting they handle the situation first, a notion the Chi brothers found reasonable. With a straightforward and somewhat crude approach, they swiftly skinned the snake and chopped the flesh into large chunks. They gathered several basins, piling the fresh snake meat together. The early rising children, disinterested in breakfast, clustered around the meat, unable to tear their eyes away, their fingers instinctively licking in anticipation. Yan LaEr, in a generous spirit, called for a fire to be built. I shall turn this misfortune into a fortune, he declared, encouraging everyone to forego their breakfasts as they would all partake in the tasting of this little dragon's meat. Everyone pondered this, realizing it was indeed a rare opportunity to encounter such a large snake, aptly dubbed a little dragon. Even those who initially had no intention of taking advantage of Yan LaEr's generosity found themselves longing for a taste. In Chapter 49, The Treasure Within. Dr. Chui meticulously cleaned the snake's skin. Using a scraper, he carefully removed the remaining flesh clinging to the inner side, spreading it out with bamboo sticks to dry. He looked at the skin, resembling something a dog had gnawed upon, and couldn't help but lament, such a waste, an utter waste. However, as the aroma of the roasting snake meat wafted through the air, he abruptly fell silent, swallowing hard. The scent was irresistible. The dripping fat sizzled on the fire, creating a tantalizing sound. Soon, the entire village converged at the scene, watching Yan LaEr direct others in skewering the meat, turning it over the flames, and liberally sprinkling salt. The savory aroma made mouths water. After a brief breath of hot air, they eagerly tasted the meat. The sizzling and hearty chewing filled the air, igniting their taste buds in a symphony of flavor. The coarse salt, not fully dissolved, clung tightly to the meat, melding together as the flames danced around it. The surface exudes a tantalizing aroma, while the interior remains delectably tender. Before one can fully savor its flavor, the throat instinctively swallows it whole. Yan LaEr resolutely indulges in another skewer, his mouth brimming with meat. An overwhelming sense of happiness envelopes him. In this moment, it feels as though the world has ascended to a higher plane. It is simply divine. Oh, how I despise my lack of eloquence in articulating the exquisite taste of this snake meat. There is not a hint of fishiness. Rather, it possesses a faint, delicate sweetness. Come, everyone, do partake. He enthusiastically beckons his fellow villagers while deftly seizing a freshly grilled batch of skewers to offer to his family. Li Xuemei maintains a semblance of restraint in her eating, but in stark contrast, Yan Yu, though so small, exhibits remarkable skill in devouring skewers, taking large bites of meat with joyous abandon. The peeled meat bears no resemblance to the grandeur of the serpent. It only evokes a primal longing for the essence of meat. Yan Yu consumes the morsels with a ferocity that suggests he has been famished for days. Only when his little belly can hold no more does he reluctantly cease his indulgence. Yan Huaiwen takes a bite of meat, raising an eyebrow as he swiftly dispatches a skewer, then graciously accepts a second skewer from his brother. Yan LaEr chuckles, not only indulging himself but also ensuring his family is well fed. His eldest nephew is at a growth spurt and must eat more. At first, Dia hesitated, her fear of snake meat holding her back, but her uncle insisted, and she had no choice but to take a bite, and then, slowly but surely, she devoured 3 skewers. Gazing at the 3 bare wooden sticks in her hand, Dia felt a flush of embarrassment. She had eaten too much. Yan Yu, noticing her staring at the sticks, snatched another skewer from her father's hand and handed it to his sister. Sister, do eat more. Despite uncle's recent recovery from a serious illness, it is evident that you are the most fragile in the family. Each meal resembles the act of swallowing medicine, with only a few morsels consumed, and seldom is there anything palatable. Come on, sister. Especially since that sister has already mentioned that consuming snake meat is beneficial for one's health. Li Xuemei certainly does not require anyone's supervision. She diligently eats and stops as soon as she feels a sense of fullness, for she dares not overindulge. Subsequently, she discreetly slips into a familiar group of women. Yan LaEr refers to them as the Strawcraft Women's Brigade, while his daughter is dubbed the Strawcraft Girl Group. It was there that she overheard a conversation that left her utterly astonished. Sister Chui, in a hushed tone, remarked that Yan's cattle are no ordinary beasts. They possess an aura of spirituality. Qixi himself claimed to have witnessed that bull trample a great serpent. Oh dear, this must be an act of gratitude. Others chimed in, affirming that is indeed a benevolent bull. They speculated about whom the bull was indebted to in the Yan family. Surely it is to the scholar. Our scholar is a reincarnation of the literary star and may have saved this bull in a previous life. Thus, upon his reincarnation, the bull followed him. Alas, Yan LaEr's wife, just in time you arrived. Quickly share with us any miraculous tales concerning your family's bull. The women, with eager curiosity, turned to her in unison. Li Xuemei, mustering her courage, replied, Our bull is quite ordinary. It is merely a bit timid and does not allow strangers to approach. Is this not the case? Why should it only recognize your family? No wonder that bull is so strong and obedient, allowing Arya to ride it. Yan LaEr seems to manage the cart with little effort. Li Xuemei felt increasingly uncomfortable and hastily departed to find Yan LaEr. Did Qixi really say that he witnessed our cow trample a snake? Yan LaEr was taken aback by the question. What? I never taught him to say that. Yan Yu leaned in, unable to contain her laughter before she could even speak. Father, just go over there and listen, and you'll find out. She pointed towards a cluster of men in the village, where Qixi stood at the center, animatedly recounting something. He was extolling the legendary tale of our family's 3 treasures, claiming that our 3 treasures was a benevolent cow. How extraordinary. Ha! Li Shuime quickly grasped the situation. It was likely a case of misinformation, where the story had morphed through retelling. The men and women of the village seldom gathered in one place, making it easy for someone to overhear a snippet and add their own embellishments. The entire village feasted on a large snake, and yet there were still leftovers. Yan LaEr understood that the villagers were too polite to take advantage of him. But they certainly absorbed the good fortune he spoke of. Everyone, young and old, had a taste of it. After pondering for a moment, Yan LaEr decided to salt the snake meat and turn it into jerky for better preservation. Due to the preparation of the roasted snake meat, their departure was somewhat delayed. They walked longer into the afternoon, only stopping just before noon. Strangely, they felt no fatigue today. In fact, their energy seemed to increase with every step. Had it not been for Yan LaEr, who led the group and eventually halted, they could have continued walking. Yan LaEr felt invigorated as well. The effects of the snake meat were indeed remarkable. If they could indulge in it daily, they might traverse hundreds of miles with ease. Dr. Chui approached Yan LaEr, saying, "Brother Yin, that snake skin is quite substantial. How long was the snake you caught?" Apparently, he had heard about the snake they had slain together with the Qi brothers. It was rather long, probably around 10 feet. Yan LaEr knew he could not deceive Chui Longzhong, who had been handling snake skins and had a general idea. Such a long snake, every part is valuable. "Have you not seen the snake gall?" Chui Longzhong inquired persistently. He had not found it and wondered if Yan LaEr had tucked it away. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to broaden my horizons," Chui Longzhong hastily clarified, lest Yan LaEr misconstrue his intentions. "If it were available, I would certainly send it to you. Brother Chui, I would not dare to keep it myself." "That is not keeping, that is preparing," Chui Longzhong corrected him. Yan LaEr replied, "Indeed, preparing. We have no idea how to store such a thing. I truly have not seen it." Chui Longzhong nodded with a pained expression. "It likely fell somewhere inadvertently. By the way, Yan LaEr, I will give you the snake skin once I have it dried. There is quite a bit. If you pass by the county town, you might inquire at the pharmacy whether they are purchasing. Brother Chui, could you enlighten me on what ailments this snake skin can treat?" Yan LaEr thought he would not part with even a fraction of the snake skin. Brother Chui had a valid point. This snake is indeed a treasure. The snake skin dispels wind, calms fright, counters epidemics, sharpens vision, detoxifies, and is particularly effective for sores and boils. Chui Longzhong added, "However, this medicine is not widely used, so I fear the price may not be too high." Chapter 50. The world in turmoil on a sweltering midday. Yan LaEr rode off again on his ox, carrying large and small bundles. The villagers had grown accustomed to his daily excursions. Perhaps due to having consumed meat in the morning, everyone felt rather unhungry, merely nibbling on some steamed buns without even lighting a fire. Li Shuime also brought Dia in to help with the tasks. They had woven plenty of straw sandals, sufficient for a while, and decided to weave straw mats. During the day, each family's mat is tied to the cart for shade, and at night, it is spread on the ground, worn thin with time. The sister-in-law's words are quite trivial. What value does a straw hat hold? It was a gift I bestowed upon Arya. The youngest daughter of the Hu family interjected, feeling embarrassed, saying that sister-in-law and Yan Ergu insisted on borrowing it, which mortified her. However, unexpectedly, everyone truly awaited the outcome. Have those straw sandals been sold? Indeed. Yan LaEr, with a radiant countenance, fortuitously encountered a traveling merchant who, seeing my low prices, purchased them all. I thought that any sale, no matter how small, was better than none, so I did not mind losing a few coins. The merchant also acquired some old clothes. When I inquired about their purpose, he remained silent. Soon after, he collected some grain from a neighboring village. The iron pot was left behind by the villagers, as it spared them the trip to the market. The medicinal pouch prepared by my brother Chui proved useful. The heat and perhaps some unwholesome food had caused discomfort for an elderly man in the village. When I mentioned that our medicine treated various ailments and listed the ingredients, those knowledgeable in the village decided to keep it. Yan LaEr spoke animatedly, his enthusiasm infectious, persuading the entire village. A small sack of coarse flour was shared among everyone, and no one pondered whether it was fair or not. Their eyes sparkled only with the joy of acquiring food. The youngest daughter of the Hu family received a larger share, as it was said that the merchant, admiring the exquisite straw hat, had purchased it as well. She felt dizzy, wondering how a straw hat could even be sold. Yan LaEr discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. In their desperate quest for sustenance, The villagers faced tremendous challenges. Stealthily, without uttering a word, one must concoct justifications, pondering whether one can convince others. Fortunately, such affairs do not require daily engagement. Dr. Chui believes that during his respite, he might venture further afield to seek out medicinal herbs, amassing a greater stock. As one can never predict when Yan LaEr might sell them. In the words of his wife, Yan LaEr is quite resourceful. The women of the village have also tasted the fruits of this endeavor, planning to return to their former trades of weaving mats and continue crafting straw sandals. Perhaps even adding straw hats to their repertoire. One might ponder, what does the peddler want with old clothes? This thought crossed some minds. Naturally, others responded. Old garments have myriad uses. They can be fashioned into shoe soles or made into garments for the less fortunate. If we were to create shoes, I wonder if Yan LaEr could assist us in selling them. What are you thinking? With our resources so scarce, how could we possibly make a paste? It wouldn't hurt to produce a few insoles. We could prepare several. If they don't sell, we can keep them for ourselves. What say you, Yan LaEr's family? When Li Shuomai was queried, she chuckled and replied, I find wisdom in my sister's-in-law's suggestions. It's prudent to prepare a variety, for one never knows what others may desire. What are you planning to make? Someone inquired upon noticing her current task. Well, since her father always returns home laden with bundles, it's rather inconvenient. I thought I would craft a larger bag for him to place on the back of the ox, alleviating his burden. And what design do you have in mind? Oh, what is that? It resembles a cloth pouch for carrying children. Li Shuomai beamed. Indeed, I was inspired by seeing you carry children. I intend to create a few backpacks, allowing our hands to be free for other tasks. How delightful. If your creation proves satisfactory, we shall each have one. Is this artwork by Arya? I noticed that your Arya has recently been learning characters with the scholar from the academy. Her uncle, having some leisure time, has been teaching her a few characters, but primarily focusing on my nephew, under his strict supervision, allowing no leniency whatsoever. Yinyu is currently on the upper bunk, diligently recording accounts in the notebook sewn for her by her mother. She meticulously notes the selling prices of the goods on the shelves, the quantity of items sold, as well as those acquired from the free market and received from the villagers, all must be documented. Look what I brought for you. Li Shuomai climbed up to showcase her treasure. This is a charcoal stick, wrapped in cloth, which can be used for writing and drawing on paper. They utilize this to trace patterns, and I find it far more practical than a brush. You should give it a try. Yinyu, in her excitement, nearly splashed ink on her face. Mother, you have truly rescued me. If only father could refine my form. Wouldn't it be akin to a charcoal pencil? Oh, how I wish you had brought it earlier. My little wrist is about to break from writing. Yet, practicing the brushwork is essential, otherwise I shall not pass my uncle's scrutiny. Li Shuomai concurs with her uncle's insistence on honing the girl's skills. After all, proficiency is never burdensome. It was your sister-in-law, Luo, who mentioned the backpack illustration after seeing your drawing. Otherwise, how would I have known such a thing existed? Yan LaEr approached stealthily, beckoning to the two. Yinyu neatly organized her ink and brush, tucking the notebook into her bosom. The three of them, in silent accord, made their way towards the place meant for carrying burdens. I have discovered a nearby town, rather sizable, significantly larger than our own. Yan LaEr whispered. Yinyu replied, Must we not avoid the officials? At the town entrance, there were officials guarding the area. Upon entering, one would be subjected to questioning and demands for money. The town appeared quite chaotic, and I observed that the officials were few and indifferent, paying no heed to the comings and goings of the common folk. Li Shuomai's expression turned grave. Why the lack of oversight? Please elaborate. What manner of individuals are entering and exiting? Well, Yan LaEr pondered deeply and suddenly sensed something amiss. The people passing through were of all ages, families in tow, laden with various belongings. Although he stood at a distance, unable to discern clearly, he sensed an urgency among them. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, Yinyu blurted out, Could they be, like us, fleeing from famine? She noticed her parents staring at her in silence, a chill creeping over her. I was merely speculating. Li Shuomai responded earnestly, Let us calculate the timing. It should be just after the grain tax has been collected. The food harvested has likely been turned in for taxes, leaving little behind. If we were in their position, what would we do? Isn't it obvious? They exclaimed. Their presence here clearly indicates they must be fleeing from famine. Chapter 51. Entering the town, the three of them felt it imperative to discuss this matter with old Yan. After hearing the younger brother's account, Yan Huaiwen immediately instructed, Gather a few individuals and investigate the situation further. It would be best if you could enter the town. Li Shuamei clenched her fists, while Yan Yuan find her friends who were carrying ropes to catch chickens. Yan Huaiwen summoned the village elders for a meeting. Yan Xiangheng and several young men from the village were dispatched to seek out more information. Yan LaEr enlisted Qi Si, Qi Wu, and San Tai for this task. The Qi brothers were robust, providing a sense of security, while San Tai was particularly astute. As for Qi Da, it was only fair to leave a man behind to watch over the household. After a little more than an hour's journey, the town described by Yan LaEr came into view from a distance. Yan LaEr noticed a peculiar trend. Fewer individuals were entering the town, while a greater number were departing. As they had suspected, these departing souls appeared hurried and sorrowful, families either hastily driving carts or pushing handcarts, their backs burdened with bundles, all heading in a singular direction. The four of them observed for a while, and seeing that the officials paid no heed, they mustered their courage and followed the crowd into the town. Mixing in among the throng, upon entering, their hearts raced with trepidation. The majority of the shops along the street were shuttered. A grain store, crowded with desperate patrons, was in the process of closing. The clerk, while shutting the door, impatiently shouted, "Clear the way. There is no grain. I've told you. Why can't you comprehend?" Outside, voices pleaded, "Shopkeeper, please, I beg you, sell me some grain. My family awaits this sustenance. I am willing to pay a premium." Others echoed, "I, too, implore you. Do not close the door. Just the other day, I saw ample rice and flour in your store." Frustrated, the clerk retorted, "If you saw it the other day, why did you not purchase it? Did you find it too expensive? Today, no matter how much silver you possess, there is no grain left. Now, step aside. Do not delay me in shutting the door." One voice rose in indignation. "Surely you must have grain. All the grain stores in town are closed. What a coincidence. You unscrupulous merchants must be hoarding grain to sell at inflated prices." Upon hearing this, the clerk flung open the door again, declaring, "Come in and see for yourselves. If there remains even a single grain, I shall eat this door." He continued, "This year's harvest was poor. We are selling only our previous stock. Why then are all the grain stores closed? All has been sold out, with only outgoings and no incomings. Is there ever a time when we do not run out? The calamities across the regions are severe. Our household cannot spare any grain. And while you seek to purchase, we too wish to procure. Hurry and disperse, for your presence is futile. When we say there is no grain, there is indeed no grain." Seizing the moment while they were momentarily distracted, the attendant swiftly cleared the remaining boards. Gradually, the crowd that had gathered around the granary, filled with despair, began to disperse. Yan LaEr and his companions gleaned the general situation before moving on to other areas. As they ventured further, they encountered another throng of people. They hurriedly approached, only to discover it was at the entrance of the yamen. This sight startled the four, prompting them to conceal themselves within the crowd, afraid to show themselves. They could hear the mournful cries of the people, pleading with the magistrate to waive taxes and open the granaries. Yan LaEr, curious, stole a glance. These individuals were clearly not ordinary folk. The leading figures were well-dressed, exuding a commanding presence, and most notably, they were portly. In these times, such corpulence often signified wealth. Observing the commotion, he noticed that those causing the ruckus were clad in similar attire, evidently servants or retainers. Suddenly, there was a stir as the magistrate, with an air of authority, emerged. Upon his arrival, he cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. "Gentlemen, esteemed gentry, lend me your ears," he proclaimed. Yan LaEr quickly stole another glance, realizing that the magistrate appeared rather unremarkable. "Your Honor, while we possess a meager yield, our fellow villagers have persistently come to plead for grain. We truly cannot withstand any longer. Esteemed Lord, it is not that we lack respect, but rather, these days have become intolerable. Our fields have yielded a meager harvest. Should we pay our taxes, we shall face starvation. Yet if we fail to fulfill our obligations, we shall incur punishment as per the law. If it is at all feasible, we beseech you, gracious Lord, to grant us a reprieve, allowing us to endure this summer and settle our debts in the autumn. We implore you, kind Lord, we implore you." Yan LaEr grasped their plight. Their requests were twofold. Firstly, they sought the opening of the granaries to aid their fellow villagers. Without such assistance, they would find it difficult to dismiss those who came seeking help, and they would inevitably have to part with some of their meager supplies. Yet, this year, the situation is dire, and even the landlords have no surplus. Their requests are reasonable enough. You are placing me in a difficult position. The Lord's expression was one of deep sorrow, leaving no room for further discourse. And he departed. Yan LaEr was left bewildered. What is the situation? Is there no definitive answer to their plea? The crowd gathered at the yamen seemed to comprehend the unspoken message, dispersing quietly. He decided to inquire with Lao Yan, to see if he understood the complexities at hand, for his mind was not suited to such convoluted matters. Yan Huaiwen sighed heavily. Even if they were permitted to defer their tax payments until autumn, it would ultimately be of no benefit. The drought-afflicting Qishan prefecture has persisted for an entire 2 years. The grain dispatched from the various offices of the prefecture is insufficient to meet the needs of the populace. A multitude of disaster-stricken individuals have fled to the prefectural city, which itself struggles to survive, while these refugees continue to spread to the surrounding estates like locusts, consuming everything in sight that might quell their hunger. Those who arrived early fared somewhat better, but those who lagged behind faced dire circumstances. In the realm of the grassroots, even the humble bark holds value. The desperation of consuming earth leads to cannibalism. The decree of tax exemption from the court arrives tardily after the autumn harvest, leaving the local gentry uncertain about their fortunes for the coming year. Yan Huaiwen patiently instructs him. Within the bureaucratic sphere, those who prioritize self-preservation are numerous. They remain silent and non-committal, ensuring that if trouble arises in the future, they can easily disavow any responsibility. Chapter 52. Walking together, Yan LaEr casually remarks, "So, it seems that the high official is indeed a decent man." Yan Huaiwen scoffs lightly. He is soft-hearted yet fearful of accountability, relying on his superior's benevolence rather than striving for improvement. Under his administration, he exhibits incompetence, while below, he achieves nothing of merit. Is such an official truly commendable? At the very least, he has tacitly permitted the gentry to extend taxes. Yan LaEr contemplates this perspective and finds merit in it. Should the court pursue matters rigorously, this high official may remain unscathed, yet the gentry cannot escape culpability. After some reflection, Yan LaEr acknowledges the validity of this reasoning. These individuals, clinging to outdated principles, adhere to the belief that doing nothing is preferable, unwilling to take even a single step further. Their conduct is balanced and unremarkable, resulting in no significant errors. They remain unchanged from their arrival to their departure, earning the populace label of clay statue bodhisattva. Yan LaEr inquires with curiosity, what does that mean? In everyday life, they are revered and maintained. Yet, when calamity strikes, seeking their aid proves futile, as they cannot even safeguard themselves. Yan LaEr, the common folk's assessment is quite intriguing. Yan Huaiwen cannot help but ponder the myriad officials, each embodying the diverse tapestry of human existence. Are people inherently wicked? Perhaps not. These individuals possess kind hearts, filled with compassion for the suffering of the common folk. Upon witnessing the plight of the people, some are even moved to tears. They express their self-reproach, lamenting their own incompetence and shame as officials. One finds oneself at a loss regarding how to address such individuals. Though insufficient grounds exist for their dismissal, they remain in their posts, rendering them mere figureheads. At times, he perceives these ineffectual beings as more despicable than those who engage in corrupt practices. The latter may at least endeavor to maintain a facade of respectability, whereas the former are left with nothing but their incompetence. I have conferred with the village elders, urging a swift departure from this place, and should we encounter refugees along the way, we must remain vigilant. Yan Huaiwen is acutely aware that the recently displaced populace carries with them some provisions, which does not yet pose a significant threat. Today's journey will conclude at the hour of the pig, and we shall set forth again at the second watch of the tiger on the morrow. May heaven grant that we refrain from venturing out during these days. Yan LaEr assents to this plan. After counting the members of their party, they commence their journey. With a substantial escort now accompanying them, the previous complexities have been alleviated, allowing them to traverse the official road directly. Accustomed to the narrow paths, they suddenly find themselves on the main thoroughfare, experiencing a newfound sense of vigor. As they encounter more refugees fleeing famine, they often travel in small family groups. Yet they have yet to witness a gathering as large as theirs. The Yin family's two-wheeled cart stands out conspicuously, with able-bodied men visible outside, accompanied by several mule-drawn carts. Had they not departed earlier with the scholar, the provisions left after paying their taxes would scarcely suffice to reach this point. Having traversed the rugged rural paths, the villagers find themselves somewhat disoriented by the presence of so many people, particularly as these individuals incessantly scrutinize them and attempt to initiate conversations. Questions arise. Which village do you hail from? We have not encountered you before, and where do you intend to go? This road does not lead to the capital. Are you also bound for Lesan? We are en route to Lesan to visit relatives. What about you? The village elders specifically instructed us to keep our mouths tightly sealed, to refrain from speaking if uncertain about what should or should not be said. Fortunately, their pace was swift, and they managed to leave behind any lingering conversation, falling behind in no time. Even those who hurried after them, panting and stumbling, could not catch up. They surpassed several groups of travelers and eventually caught sight of the post station. The station was entirely occupied by refugees, leaving only a single clear path for official traffic. Observing the sky, it seemed they were due for a rest. Yan LaEr drove his cart through. The onlookers had long since spotted his peculiar ox cart. Initially, they presumed he would halt nearby to lodge at the station, but unexpectedly, this group passed straight through when those who had been chasing finally arrived at the station. Breathless and weary, they inquired, "Fellow villagers, have you seen a convoy with a double-decker ox cart? Where have they gone? They set off long ago and did not stop at all. Do you know them? If you know them, why did you not wait? We merely encountered them on the road. I saw they had a large group, including the elderly and children, and wished to accompany them. Yet, they moved so swiftly that my donkey cart could not keep pace. It was evident they were not in want of people or provisions. Look at that robust young man. His physique is quite impressive. It is only natural for them to be impatient in continuing their journey. Many aspire to join them. See over there and beyond. They are all gathering their belongings, preparing to pursue. How is it that everyone shares the same thought as I do?" After engaging in conversation with several groups of people who had caught up, Yan LaEr agreed to allow them to trail behind the procession. However, he cautioned that they were all farmers, accustomed to a brisk pace. Those who could keep up should do so, while those who could not would not be deliberately waited for. "Why must we include them?" inquired village chief LaEr and the elders, recalling the earlier advice to be cautious and refrain from revealing their circumstances. Yan LaEr's brother remarked, "If we continue to hide, it may arouse suspicion. In any case, they will only accompany us to Lesan Prefecture, which is not far along our route." Yan LaEr explained to the group that the roads ahead were primarily official pathways, and their presence could provide a degree of cover for them. However, there was a concern that the number of followers might continue to grow. The experienced LaEr noted that those fleeing disaster tended to congregate, and a large crowd could easily lead to trouble. "If it becomes untenable, we shall take a smaller path. They won't be able to pursue us." Yan LaEr was quite pleased with himself. Yan LaEr cast a glance at him and addressed the others, saying, "The situation in Lesan Prefecture remains uncertain. Most of these individuals are likely seeking relatives, and we might seize this opportunity to gather some intelligence." Indeed, in that year, not only Chishan Prefecture but also Lesan Prefecture had reported disasters, though the latter was less conspicuous in the shadow of the former. The two prefectures were neighboring, both characterized by the mountain radical in their names. Chishan Prefecture was predominantly flat with few actual high peaks, whereas Lesan Prefecture was replete with undulating mountains. Yan LaEr's intention was to navigate through the mountain range for a shortcut, as traveling the official road was not the most prudent course. Just as village chief LaEr had feared, the number of followers began to increase behind them as more and more individuals trailed along. Their swift pace proved futile. These individuals gritted their teeth and followed, even though they had altered their daily journey to 8 hours, merely extending the vast throng of refugees. As night descended and silence enveloped the surroundings, a palpable tension gripped the group. Distant echoes of various sounds reached their ears, the curses of men, the shrill cries of women, and the piercing wails of children. It was as if, with the onset of an inexplicable day, these sounds would abruptly cease upon their emergence, as though someone had seized them by the throat, creating an eerie silence. The atmosphere within the refugee procession grew increasingly grave, suffocated by the blazing sun and stifling heat, leaving them gasping for breath. Chapter 53. The Tale of the Snake. The night watchman dared not even blink. Yan LaEr was on edge, sensing an unsettling presence nearby. Sanbao could discern the proximity of others, yet could not ascertain their intentions. Yan LaEr felt his nerves fraying under the strain. There it was again. That damned sixth sense of heightened awareness. "Who goes there? I see you. What are you up to? Come here quickly." Yan LaEr's well-rehearsed words never failed him. "Uncle Yan, it's me. How is it that you noticed me from such a distance?" A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, causing Yan LaEr to exclaim in surprise. nearly toppling over. Uncle Yan, why did you shout? You startled me. Airtie patted his chest, feigning a look of shock. You little rascal, where have you been? How did you come from that direction? You nearly scared me to death. Airtie muttered, can't you see me? Yan LaEr could have claimed that he struggled to see clearly at night, relying solely on his sixth sense. Uncle Yan, upon hearing from Santai that something seemed amiss behind, I ventured to investigate. Although Airtie from the Luo family was not as clever as Santai, his courage was commendable. Santai had merely mentioned it in passing, yet this lad dared to sneak out in the dead of night to gather information. You reckless child. Upon hearing this, Yan LaEr, incensed, grabbed his ear. How dare you be so audacious? Running off without informing an adult. What are you thinking? Do you wish to cause chaos? There are matters that require adult supervision, and you needn't concern yourself with them. Oh, Uncle Yan, please let go. Allow me to explain. Airtie felt exasperated, not anticipating that Yan LaEr possessed such a skill. He had barely been seen before being caught by a critical weakness. Now, speak. What did you see or hear? In truth, he had long wished to investigate the situation himself, yet lacked the audacity of Airtie. The rear was indeed frightening. Airtie recoiled slightly, observing the familiar faces of those near him, while the individuals further back appeared increasingly strange, resembling people who had gone days without food. Their faces gaunt. He pulled his chin down, touching his own cheeks, contemplating whether he was thin enough. Enough with the trivialities. Just speak plainly, Yan LaEr scowled. Airtie continued. There is a group of people at the very back. It seems they have hoarded everyone's rations, piling up several carts of supplies. What kind of people are they? Did you see them clearly? Yan LaEr pressed for details. I dared not approach too closely. They had ignited several fires, and fearing discovery, I chose to observe from a distance. The group consisted of elderly individuals, women, and children huddled together, while the men stationed outside were few in number. It was peculiar. The village seemed to lack an adequate number of men. Yan LaEr, regardless of his thoughts, was mistaken. The ratio of elderly individuals, women, and children should not differ so drastically from that of the men. I inquired, are those emaciated individuals not all men? I hoped his assumptions were misguided. It seems so. Ertie scratched his head. Should I go take another look? Stay put. Yan LaEr insisted firmly. You're so full of energy. Why not take my place and keep watch? Do you hear me? No wandering off. Ertie was quite pleased. Rest assured, Uncle Yan, I'm here. You go ahead and sleep. Why should a young lad not keep watch? Did they look down upon him? His vigor was certainly not inferior to that of the village's adults. At least it surpassed that of Yan LaEr. Yan LaEr contemplated the need to see for himself. He beckoned Chi-Si and Chi-Wu. Without a word, the two brothers accompanied him, circling around to approach from the side. Just as Ertie had mentioned, several bonfires blazed brightly. After surveying the scene, Yan LaEr silently resolved to teach the villagers how to count properly. Was there not a significant disparity between the numbers of the elderly, women, and children compared to the men? Indeed, the difference was substantial. Upon closer inspection, the fires illuminated the elderly, children, and women, encircling them, while the men keeping watch outside were few. Yet, under the flickering light, any movement within was distinctly visible. Grains lay beside them, surrounded by numerous individuals who appeared to be dozing off while guarding the food. They crouched slightly, inching forward, for to do otherwise would expose them. As Chi-Si and Chi-Wu were quite tall. As they drew nearer, Yan LaEr decided to lie flat on the ground, crawling forward. Chi-Si and Chi-Wu followed suit. The three gradually approached, their vision sharpening enough to discern the features of the elderly, children, and women in the center. Yan LaEr narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing everyone he could see. The night was profoundly dark, yet some elderly women remained awake. Their gazes lingered on the men keeping watch, a blend of curiosity and fear preventing them from being discovered. More eyes were cast into the distant shadows, where it was nearly impossible to discern. Yet it seemed to be a gathering of people. He began to crawl away slowly, turning to distance himself and scuttle to the other side. Yan LaEr realized whom the elderly women were observing, the emaciated men described by Airtie. Yet, Airtie's depiction was exaggerated. They were not as fearsome as portrayed. Their faces bore signs of malnourishment, lacking vitality, but they seemed manageable after all. It appeared as he had surmised. Those elderly, children, and women belonged to the same family as these gaunt men, while the watchful figures were likely not benevolent, perhaps employing some means to control their kin and seize the grain. This seemed nearly certain. The village elders were summoned, and upon hearing Yan LaEr's account, village chief Luo spat disdainfully and remarked bitterly, that is akin to consuming a serpent from the tail to the head. These individuals are devising ways to subjugate a family, casting the men out into the wilderness, compelling them not only to fend for themselves, but also to procure sustenance for their captors. Should they fail to find provisions or neglect to deliver them, their family members would face starvation. An elder from the village remarked that those who travel alone or become separated from their groups are the most susceptible to being targeted. Initially, they capture a few families and then coerce the subdued individuals into gathering information, which enables them to ensnare even more victims with ease. Another elder expressed that once the captors have consumed the supplies brought by these families, they will offer a bargain. If the captives assist in encircling others ahead, their own families may be released. Alas, this forces these individuals into a desperate struggle. With their provisions depleted and their families abandoned on the road, how can they survive? Such wickedness. Allowing these scoundrels to flourish would be disastrous. The remaining individuals in the rear appear truly foolish, remaining utterly silent. Perhaps they have never experienced such treachery and cannot fathom it. What a predicament this poses, with these malevolent figures trailing behind, posing a grave danger. It is uncertain when they might turn their attention towards us. The village elders fervently debated, their bodies trembling with agitation. In Chapter 54, plans change swiftly. Yan LaEr pondered deeply. Do these individuals not have families? Where might their loved ones be? Are they among the ranks? The elders ceased their trembling at once. The more they contemplated, the greater their fear became. Scholar, could this truly be the case? Yan LaEr responded, it is not without possibility. Unless they are indeed ruthless bandits. How could they lack family ties? Those individuals, they are utterly devoid of conscience. What shall we do now? Yan LaEr felt his mind becoming increasingly overwhelmed. First and foremost, we must ascertain whether they possess any weapons. Yan LaEr's voice remained as calm as ever. The village elders nodded in agreement. If these miscreants are armed, what more can we say? We must flee at once. They undoubtedly possess tools such as sickles and hoes. Yan LaEr himself has a crossbow, quite formidable indeed. If we confirm they are farmers, it will be easier to address the situation. After all, fathers and sons, brothers often share similar features. Those few male relatives who bear a resemblance to them are most likely their kin. Once we identify these individuals, we can circumvent them and devise our strategy. Yan LaEr listened as his elder brother plotted how to ambush the camp, how to rescue the captives amidst the chaos, and how to make a discreet exit afterward. His heart filled with emotion. Look, success is never mere coincidence. Even in times of despair, the old Yan family has exhibited a remarkable prowess. Yan perked up her little ears, whispering to lifeblood, Mother, look at how foolishly attentive father has become. He might think he needs to rally a group to confront them and then shout, release those hostages. lifeblood retorted, you've watched too many cop and robber films. Your father is under your uncle's influence. lifeblood's insight was sharp. Deep down, she harbored a profound admiration. With such intellect, her uncle is truly impressive. Yan smacked her lips, remarking, no wonder he is the hero of the story, but my father is no less remarkable. He has already identified the target early on. Clinging to uncle's support is undoubtedly the right strategy, and we must resolutely carry it out. Could it be a tad risky? lifeblood expressed her concern, despite meticulous planning. There remains the possibility of unforeseen errors. Yan pondered seriously. If it were merely ordinary individuals committing malevolence, her uncle's plan, though seemingly perilous, would indeed minimize harm. Just imagine, Mother, the men in those households have been starved so severely, it is undoubtedly due to a lack of manpower. When chaos erupts, the first instinct of any individual will invariably be to protect their family, inevitably leading some to venture forth for reconnaissance. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? At their current pace, they should be nearing the junction of Chishan Prefecture and Lesan Prefecture. Surrounding them are mountains, yet the men of the village must confront these assailants. Is there truly no more prudent strategy? Yan LaEr would certainly be among them, and her concern weighed heavily. Mother, you must believe that the people of our village will certainly be the swiftest in retreat. Yan lifted her chin with pride. Moreover, who decrees that only humans can perpetrate wrongdoing? Do we not possess the three treasures? Let the three treasures take action, she asserted confidently. lifeblood blinked and suddenly broke into a smile. Indeed, they have the three treasures. Yan enthusiastically incorporated the three treasures into the plan, chuckling to herself in delight. Perfect. Yan LaEr scheduled the operation for the midday rest. At this juncture, everyone had just walked for 2 hours and were thoroughly fatigued. As Yan LaEr noted, The resemblance among the few men was striking, yet it was difficult to fathom that those with both elders and children could engage in such wicked acts. The air was dry, and caution was advised regarding fire hazards. The most likely catalyst for unrest would be arson. The elderly and children remained in the cart, not permitted to disembark. The women of the village huddled together anxiously. A handful of young children and a few remaining adult men stood guard near the cart, prepared to flee at the first sign of turmoil. The double-decker ox cart belonging to the Yan family was exceedingly conspicuous. However, it was of little concern, as they could simply unload it. With a carpenter in tow, they exhibited a certain audacity. Sanbao gallantly sprinted, and wherever it passed, a path was forged. The items stacked on both levels were heaped together, and with a change of oxen, it became truly unmanageable. Li Xuemei, Dia, Arya, and several women, who were not particularly swift, stood guard in that place. A spark landed in the midst of the crowd, prompting an alarmed cry. Fire! Fire! Those who rushed forward failed to extinguish the flames. Instead, the fire grew ever larger. The scattered wild grass on the ground soon coalesced into a vast expanse. Before the crowd could react, a group of masked individuals hurled their torches into the fray. Ah! Run! There are bandits! Bandits! Hearing such shouts, an increasing number of people joined in the frenzied cries. Everyone flee! Mountain bandits are here to abduct us. Take the elderly, children, and wives, and run. The front of the procession descended into chaos. Fortunately, they had only just settled, and there was little to gather, allowing them to flee with alacrity. Those behind, seeing the front running, panicked further, scattering like headless flies. Indeed, several individuals from that group surged forward. Yan LaEr, mounted on his ox, bellowed, Sanbao charge. Sanbao unleashed its power and surged ahead. The village men, wielding sticks, followed closely but could not keep pace with it. Sanbao's primary target was those nefarious individuals. With an indomitable spirit, it galloped toward them, while Yan LaEr, filled with excitement, shouted exuberantly, not forgetting to toss aside his own torch. The assailants were driven away, and the ox's head turned, charging toward the grain cart. At this moment, the height of Qi Si and Qi Wu became their advantage. Their long legs allowed them to sprint ahead of the entire village. Observing the scene, the villagers exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the grain cart was originally pulled by mules. But a makeshift arrangement with oxen would suffice. Why bother with carrying grain bags when they could simply seize the cart? In a moment of inspiration, the two brothers exchanged glances. Qi Si brandished a stick, determined to keep the others at bay, while Qi Wu energetically drove the oxen. Yan LaEr, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing? This is not part of the plan." Qi Wu remained silent, his movement swift and decisive. Seeing this, Luo De rushed over and realized that Qi Si and Qi Wu were reliable. "Quick, block them," he shouted, mimicking their actions with a stick. Despite the villagers wielding sickles, hoes, and axes, none compared to the length of their sticks. Qi Wu finished loading the cart and called out, "Yan LaEr, run." Yan LaEr responded, "Aren't we here to rescue the hostages? How did it turn into a grain heist?" Chapter 55. Unexpected gains. Sanbao effortlessly shed the pursuers behind him and reached the designated location. A group of men exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. "Longzi, you're impressive. You ran so fast. When it comes to fighting, we must rely on the Qi brothers. Their stick work is truly exhilarating." Laughter erupted. "Haha, Wang LaEr. Where are your shoes? Did you lose them while running? Ouch. Why do my soles feel so fiery?" They were all of similar age, recalling their childhood antics of teasing cats and dogs in the village. Who would have thought they had all grown up and could still experience the thrill of being chased like naked little children by the livestock? Yan LaEr gazed at the grain cart behind them, a headache forming as he asked, "Brothers, let us not get carried away. What are we going to do about that cart of grain? Are those whose family members were apprehended still around?" During the grain heist, the atmosphere was quite exhilarating. After the plunder, Qi Si and Qi Wu, bewildered, remarked, "Brother Yan LaEr, those people have long since vanished." Old Luo interjected, "They are not foolish. After such a commotion, why would they remain?" The others, upon reflection, felt a sense of relief. Yan LaEr, having completed a noble deed, discovered the grain weighing heavily in his hands. In moments of uncertainty, one turns to the elder Yan. Yan Huaiwen scrutinized him from head to toe and concluded, Splendid. You are unharmed. You may stay." Yan LaEr, taken aback, was momentarily speechless, accustomed as he was to returning lost items to the police. a hallmark of the new enlightened middle-aged. His intention to restore what was rightfully owned was commendable. His younger brother, having finally done a good deed, likely sought affirmation. Yet the reality was that they could not afford to delay their journey for these individuals. Yan Huaiwen spoke earnestly. What we have seized is ill-gotten wealth, not the sustenance of the common folk. This distinction must be made clear to you. To not covet, to desire restitution, is the hallmark of a gentleman's integrity. To remain composed is to be at peace, for we have no guilt in our hearts. Village Chief Luo resolved to distribute the grain among the families. The villagers rejoiced. In their quest to save lives, they had not contemplated the intricacies. They merely pondered how such individuals could be so vile and heartless, creating a ruckus that allowed the unfortunate to escape. As for what transpired afterward, it had not crossed their minds. After all, must they be responsible for you for a lifetime just because they saved your life? Furthermore, these materials were unloaded from the second-floor vehicle of the Yan family. Finding timber of such durability and precise dimensions would not be an easy task. Chi Wu approached, saying, "Brother Yan LaEr, if I come across suitable timber on the way, I shall craft an identical frame for you. I have all the tools with me." Yan LaEr gazed around and replied, "Brother Chi Wu, there is no rush for that frame. As we are about to enter the mountains, I believe our vehicle may need some modifications. Allow me to ponder for a moment. Once I devise a plan, I shall let you know what I require." Chi Wu chuckled. "That's fine. I shall follow your lead, Brother Yin. Just instruct me, and I shall comply." That evening, Yan LaEr resolved to treat everyone to a feast of meat. The finest ingredients often do not demand elaborate preparation, and snake jerky exemplifies this notion. The grain they had seized included both brown and white rice. Each family received the coarser variety, while the village head, Luo, allocated the finer rice to the Yin family. "Indeed, I am a biased village head," Luo proclaimed. In a spirit of generosity to celebrate their collective victory, Yan LaEr decided to contribute the white rice, while each family provided water, resulting in 3 large pots of fragrant rice porridge. The snake jerky was chopped into small pieces and added to the pots, stirring it all together. Instantly, it transformed into snake meat rice porridge. The aroma was irresistible, even causing the weaned infants to cry out in longing. The mothers meticulously skimmed off a bowl of porridge oil, patiently blowing away the steam before feeding it to their little ones. The transition from tears to laughter was that simple. Everyone received a warm bowl of meat porridge, and the remnants at the bottom of the pots were devoured by the village men, who eagerly wiped the pots clean with steamed buns. Yin Yu glanced at the bottom of her bowl, yearning to lick it clean. She observed her mother and imitated the villagers, using her bun to scrape every last bit. Nothing was to be wasted. That day, the great snake was finally consumed entirely by the entire village. Uncertain whether it was the good deed done today that uplifted their spirits or the delightful meat porridge they had consumed, everyone felt particularly invigorated. The night watch duties were eagerly claimed. Just then, they stumbled upon the barrel of his brother's gun. "Heaven help us! What is this? Where did you acquire it?" The object in Yan Huaiwen's hand gleamed with a cold metallic luster, unmistakably not his crossbow. Yan LaEr, taken by surprise, stood momentarily stunned. "What? How did you find it, brother?" "It's far too dangerous. Hand it over. I shall stow it away." He attempted to feign ignorance. "Do you comprehend what this is?" Yan Huaiwen inquired sternly. "Isn't it merely for hunting?" Yan LaEr attempted to sidestep the issue. Yan Huaiwen was tempted to hurl the crossbow at his face. "This is a crossbow, utilized by the military. Speak truthfully, from whence did you procure it?" Yan LaEr, at a loss, began to fabricate a story again. "It belonged to that family over there. They claimed it has been passed down for generations. The arrows came with it as well. It's lightweight, easy to carry, and has a long range. I had to bargain with them for quite some time before they agreed to sell it to me." "Such a military weapon cannot simply belong to an ordinary person," Yan Huaiwen retorted skeptically. "Perhaps their ancestors were not ordinary. Maybe they were even generals," Yan LaEr replied defensively. Regardless, he was adamant that he had indeed purchased it. Yan Huaiwen was taken aback by his brother's ignorance. Trafficking in military arms was a serious crime. "Isn't this the treasure you want, father?" Yin Yu interjected, her expression suggesting she had caught them in a bind. "You're reluctant to let me see it? Humph. What is so special about this dark and unremarkable thing?" Yan Huaiwen narrowed his eyes and beckoned her closer. "Arya, do you know where this came from?" "Of course. It was won by my father." She suddenly covered her mouth, glanced at her father, and whispered to her uncle, "Uncle, my father doesn't allow me to speak with others. It was won." Yan Huaiwen gritted his teeth. He was uncertain whether to feel pleased that the crossbow was not purchased or to be vexed that his younger brother's gambling tendencies seemed to have long been established. Chapter 56. Modifying the vehicle. Brother, what's wrong with winning a bet? Yan LaEr suddenly boasted, I neither steal nor rob, I won it by skill. So what? Every weapon bears an inscription, and there are records within the army. Do you think that by denying it, others cannot uncover the truth? Yan LaEr declared, the injustice shall soon be avenged. He took a deep breath and said, Brother, you insist this is military equipment, but what if it isn't? Are you wronging your younger brother? Yan Huaiwen instinctively glanced at the crossbow. Such a finely crafted instrument could not possibly originate from anywhere but the military. How could there exist individuals in civilian life with such extraordinary skills? Yan LaEr stepped forward, turning the crossbow over repeatedly. Look, is there any mark? None. This is simply passed down from our ancestors. Not a single mistake, and has nothing to do with military equipment. Besides, do I possess the ability to acquire military arms? Brother, tell me, are you wronging me? Yan Huaiwen could hardly believe it, scrutinizing the crossbow carefully. Indeed, it seemed, unjustly accused Tianyu. But this crossbow appeared remarkably new. How could it be an old item? Yan Huaiwen sought further points of suspicion. It was well maintained. Clearly, someone had taken great care. If it weren't for being frequently displayed, how could it have come to his attention? Yan LaEr admired his own quick wit. While Yan Yu secretly gave her father a thumbs up. Before Yan Huaiwen could say more, he was interrupted by Yan LaEr. Brother, I feel aggrieved. I have turned over a new leaf, yet you still do not believe me, he said, lowering his head in despair. Yan Huaiwen replied, I have been misled. It is my fault for making assumptions too hastily. Then, brother, promise me one thing. What is it? I find it impossible to concentrate on my studies and do not wish to engage with books any longer. Yan Huaiwen remained silent for a long while. Yan LaEr, filled with hope, asked, Is that acceptable, brother? With a complicated expression, Yan Huaiwen responded, Tianyu, let us be clear. I have acknowledged my wrongs regarding your grievances. But the matter of abandoning your studies shall not be broached again. It is utterly out of the question. Beginning tomorrow, you shall. No, Yan LaEr exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Brother, we are about to venture into the mountains. I must lead the way and also discuss modifications to the cart with Chi Wu. There are too many matters at hand. Please do not assign me any tasks. Once we reach Guangzhou, yes, once we arrive in Guangzhou, I will resume my studies. Is that agreeable? Yan Huaiwen nodded. Very well. Li Shuime consoled him. Ultimately, the crossbow has passed the threshold. Have you not always wished to practice? Now you can use it openly. Yan LaEr finally resigned himself to his fate. All right, from this moment on, I shall strive to be a cultured individual. How did old Yan even notice the crossbow? Yan LaEr pondered. Is it not because you were overly excited, wanting to take it but hesitating? You took the scythe instead, leaving the crossbow carelessly behind. When brother moved the items, he detected something amiss. Sighing, Yan LaEr chastised himself for his lack of caution, yet as his wife said, the crossbow can now be utilized in this world, ha ha ha. In the early hours, the villagers discovered that Yan LaEr had acquired a rare treasure, a diminutive yet exquisite bow. Yan LaEr practiced with it enthusiastically. Although they did not grasp the distinction between a bow and a crossbow, they clearly recognized Yan LaEr's remarkable accuracy. What was this accuracy, you ask? It was akin to a sharp arrow. After swiftly shooting, he would expend considerable effort searching the ground for his arrows. After witnessing this, Village Chief Luo informed every household that children were strictly forbidden from approaching. This marked the third day of their expedition into the mountains. The arduous mountain paths were not merely a figure of speech, they were a testament to the absence of a proper trail. The so-called mountain paths had no inherent route. They only came into existence through the passage of many feet. The mule, with only 4 hooves and lacking wheels, could not forge a path. For the village's mules and donkeys, the cart behind them became a burdensome load. The uneven terrain, fluctuating road widths, and numerous stones frequently ensnared the cart. Modifying the cart frame was imperative. The distance between the 2 wheels needed to be narrowed to facilitate easier navigation through the mountains. The cut boards could be elevated. Similar to what Yan LaEr had previously crafted, perhaps adding 2 layers. Would that suffice? It would indeed. Yet it would be prudent to add only 1 layer and ensure it was not excessively high, lest the mules and donkeys struggle to pull it. This modification of the cart was a collective endeavor, with several skilled drivers convening to deliberate. After traversing such a lengthy journey, They had a rough understanding of their mules' and donkeys' stamina and their hauling capabilities. Yan LaEr, how do you wish to modify your ox cart? They inquired with a chuckle. Yan LaEr laughed before speaking. Our home doesn't require much alteration. Like yours, we shall simply add another layer above. However, this time, the 4 supporting pillars will be slightly shorter. As long as there is enough space beneath for people to sit, it will suffice. In case we venture into the forest later, excessive height may become a hindrance. Moreover, it would be ideal if the upper layer could be entirely removed. Think about it. There are many snakes and insects in the mountains, and the ground is not a suitable resting place. If it can be taken down, wouldn't it serve as a bed? He gazed at Chi Wu with eager eyes and inquired, Brother Chi, do you think this can be accomplished? The others pondered and found the idea appealing, simultaneously turning to Chi Wu and asking, is it feasible? Can it be done? Chi Wu replied, do you harbor any misconceptions about my abilities? I cannot construct such a thing. His candid response disheartened the group. Lifting it up and down daily would require exceptionally sturdy materials to prevent damage, and the vehicle's base cannot securely hold it. It would be far too heavy. What if we fashioned a bamboo bed instead? During the day, we could place it atop the vehicle and bring it down for rest. Suggested Chi Si. If feasible, we could allow our parents and children to sleep on it at night, given the abundance of insects in the mountains. Where can we find bamboo along this route? One remarked. Let us take note of it, and when the opportunity arises, we can deliberate further. Very well. Let us prioritize modifying the vehicle. Yan's family's cart was the first to be completed. The changes were superficial, merely lowering its height, which meant that those beneath had to stoop to enter and exit. Yan Huaiwen found it less convenient to board and alight from the cart. He suspected that Tianyu had done this intentionally, yet he lacked concrete evidence. For Tianyu's reasoning was entirely valid. It would be challenging to navigate a high vehicle in the forest. They halted for 3 days to implement the modifications. The men divided into 2 groups. One ventured into the woods to fell trees, while the other engaged in splitting, sawing, and chiseling. During the initial 2 days, progress was sluggish as no one grasped how to coordinate their efforts as articulated by Yan LaEr. He was burdened with explaining to one individual after another. By the 3rd day, however, clarity emerged. By focusing solely on their respective tasks and disregarding others, their efficiency significantly improved. The robust style favored by Chi Wu remained, albeit coarser than before. The timber required no sanding, nor did it necessitate uniformity in dimensions. Stability was the sole criterion. The upper structure continued to consist of several planks, roughly laid, varying in length but sufficient for the purpose. Chi Wu was entrusted with the critical task of creating grooves and mortises. Despite its unrefined appearance, the construction was undeniably sturdy. Though the vehicle was smaller, it was no less effective than its predecessor. Items could be placed atop, with individuals seated below, merely adding the weight of the wooden frame. The mule and donkey could easily manage the load, and due to its compact size, maneuvering through narrow paths was effortless, allowing them to circumvent depressions and large boulders. Chapter 57. The wild rabbit traversing the mountain paths proved more arduous, prompting Yan Huaiwen to adjust the daily walking duration to 6 hours. He continued to divide the journey into morning and afternoon segments. Compared to the lengthy 8-hour treks alongside numerous disaster-stricken civilians on the official roads, the change was met with a palpable sense of relief among the group. They were unaware of the exact distance covered each day, but Yan LaEr was acutely conscious. During midday and dusk, he would take Sambao out under the guise of scouting the path, when in reality, he aimed to ascertain the daily mileage and calculate the remaining distance needed to escape the desolate mountains and reach the verdant peaks that occupied his daughter's thoughts. After listening to Sanbao's braying, he commenced his archery practice. He disengaged the safety, aimed at a large tree, and released the arrow. This sequence had become second nature to him. However, today, upon releasing the arrow, he sensed something amiss. What lies beneath that tree, cloaked in gray? A rabbit? Yet, by the time the realization dawned, it was too late. The gray rabbit, startled, bounded away in an instant. The profound regret within Yan LaEr was immeasurable. Once, a platter of meat lay before him, and he had failed to strike it. Father, what troubles you? Yan Yu, his caring daughter, inquired. My dear, I am guilty. Yan LaEr lamented. After finally encountering a rabbit, I scarcely had a moment to discern it before it fled at the sound of my arrow. Yan Yu exclaimed, a rabbit? Did you truly spot a wild hare? Is it genuine? In this desolate mountain, can there truly be living creatures? Perhaps you mistook it? Yan LaEr retorted. I assure you, I saw it clearly. Its gray fur, crouched beneath the tree. The moment I released my arrow, it bounded away, not in a straight line, but with twists and turns. Rabbits tend to dwell in groups. Father, we must search, Yan insisted, unwilling to relinquish the prospect of meat so close to her father. Yan LaEr pondered. While he lacked the skill to capture it, perhaps someone in the village might possess such expertise. It was worth inquiring. Santai's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What? There are rabbits. Another skeptic, it seemed. Indeed, I witnessed it, though it was frightened away, gray in hue. Wait for me. Uncle, I shall gather a few individuals and procure some equipment, Santai exclaimed, darting off in a flurry. None would go empty-handed. Yan LaEr observed that 2 carried slingshots, while the others wielded rather rudimentary bows, yet they were equipped with makeshift wooden arrows. A peculiar sense of taking children to play games enveloped him. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was still ample time before their afternoon departure. The newly appointed leader of the children led them to the very tree where he had just spotted the rabbits. They all crouched down, searching intently. Found it, a young boy exclaimed as his companions gathered around. Yan LaEr, too, leaned in for a closer look and discovered it was merely rabbit droppings. The boys were exhilarated. And soon others found rabbit tracks and more droppings nearby. They deliberated on the possible direction of the rabbit's burrow before splitting up to search. At last, they had discovered it. Yan LaEr, observing the entire sequence of events, felt as though he had wasted his years. Santai tossed a handful of dry grass into the rabbit's burrow, and the companions hurriedly took their positions. Yan LaEr thought to himself that he could not remain idle. He readied his crossbow, eyes wide open, scrutinizing every inch of the terrain. It is said that crafty rabbits have multiple dens. Who knows from which hole they might emerge? Suddenly, a rabbit appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 stones flew through the air. The slingshot was unleashed, and the rabbit was struck. No one dared to move. Shortly thereafter, another rabbit dashed out. Several arrows were fired simultaneously, but due to their inexperience, the aim and force were lacking, leaving the rabbit unscathed. Once again, the slingshot sprang into action, taking down another one. The little ones leapt in excitement, following the trail of smoke to the exit, effectively blocking it. With precision, they captured 3 small rabbits alive. Santai handed one of the rabbits to Yan LaEr with a cheerful smile, saying, "This is for my sister, Arya." Yan LaEr instinctively accepted the small, trembling bundle, feeling its soft warmth. This little rabbit has hardly any meat. It would be better to let it go, Yan LaEr remarked. Santai chuckled, remarking that this little creature would undoubtedly delight the young girls. He suggested allowing them to play with it for a while, enjoying its novelty, before eventually letting it go. If they were at home, this rabbit could be fed for several days. They could observe whether it would eat, and if so, they might raise it a bit longer before ultimately preparing it for a meal. However, given the current circumstances, it was simply a matter of letting the girls enjoy their fresh find. The young boys proudly carried 2 rather slender rabbits, resembling victorious generals basking in their triumph. They resolved to gift one of the rabbits to Yan LaEr, while sharing the other among themselves. After a lively discussion, the 2 boys with slingshots, being more adept with their weapons, naturally claimed a larger portion, while the rest were distributed equally among the others. To ensure fairness, they sought the assistance of Uncle Luo-san, who was rumored to have experience in butchering pigs and would find it easy to help them with the rabbits. Luo-san skillfully skinned the rabbits and removed their innards. As he divided the meat, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret at the thought of such a scrawny creature being chopped up, yet the boys were adamant about wanting equal portions. At this age, they were particularly insistent on fairness, and he did not argue. It was merely a matter of making a few additional cuts. Yan was taken aback to receive an adorable little rabbit. She gazed at it, and it gazed back at her, hesitant to reach out. She recalled that rabbits are timid creatures. Her large hand might easily frighten it to death. "Father, I do not wish to keep a rabbit," Yan protested. "Cats are endearing and dogs obedient. If she were to have a pet, it certainly would not be a rabbit. Just a quick look, and then I'll release it." "What do you think, father? Isn't it impressive? Now I can even catch rabbits." Yan LaEr shamelessly claimed the credit for capturing the rabbit. "Impressive indeed." Yan pouted sweetly. "Father, I yearn for roasted rabbit. Your roasted rabbit is simply exquisite. The mere thought of it makes my mouth water." Unable to resist, she playfully poked at the fluffy creature. "Ah, such delightful texture." The little rabbit's breaths quickened. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Let it go. Let it go? I shall seek out Luo-san to assist with the preparations. Since I am already involved, I shall not trouble anyone else." Yan Yu dashed off to find her mother. Mother, we have rabbit to eat. Father has caught one. Li Xuemei was engaged in conversation with the village women regarding the creation of long-strapped cloth bags, which were essentially simplified versions of handbags. The women shook their heads, expressing concerns. With such long straps, who could trust that the bag won't be stolen? At least with the previous two-strap design, one could embrace it securely in front, ensuring safety and ample space for carrying while keeping hands free for work. They urged Li Xuemei to hasten her efforts, eager to see the finished product. Chapter 58. The handmade recurve bow. As Yan Yu approached, laughter erupted among the women. How amusing. Just 2 rabbits, yet everyone claims to have caught them. Ha. My lad insists he shot one. However, I remain skeptical. That little bow of his is no match for his father's. It was crafted merely to appease him, and I have observed it barely shoots 5 feet. My child is quite accurate with his slingshot. Perhaps he truly is the one. What about Arya's mother? Have the Yin brothers honed their archery skills? I suspect one of these rabbits may belong to him. Li Xuemei herself was doubtful. In just a few days, could one truly master the crossbow? Who knows? I shall go and see for myself. The 2 women, upon hearing that he had not even made a move and had effortlessly acquired the rabbit, burst into laughter. Father, you must strive harder. With such divine weaponry in your hands, it's no better than a slingshot. Ha, this is too amusing. Yan LaEr divided the rabbit in 2. Not lifting his gaze as he remarked, have I not just begun my practice? A bit more training will suffice. You must grant me some time. Moreover, everyone has their strengths. I cannot monopolize all matters. The bow. Your father is already quite capable. Should he excel further, it would leave little room for others. Just look at my cooking. Surely, what I prepare is far more delectable than what they make. He lifted his chin in a display of pride, awaiting praise. Yan Yu erupted into laughter. Father, that is undoubtedly true. How could they possibly compare to you? Ah, that insatiable desire for victory of his. Ha. The rabbit was somewhat lean, and Yan LaEr decided to roast it all in one go, one half roasted normally, the other half spiced with chili. He stripped the twigs and secured one half of the rabbit, forgoing a brush and instead applying oil directly with his hands after ensuring they were clean. He had become quite adept at assembling the roasting rack. As the flames ignited, the rabbit, glistening with oil, was placed above, slowly turning. Yan Xiangheng felt a twinge of eagerness. Uncle, could you teach me how to roast? Why not? Come here, you can turn it. Yan LaEr readily relinquished half of the rabbit, allowing him to turn it at his own pace. If you're in a hurry, bring it closer to the fire, roasting one side at a time. However, if you desire it to be truly delectable, keep it a bit further from the flames and turn it slowly. When the color changes, don't rush. Allow it to deepen further. That's when it's perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within. At this juncture, sprinkle on the seasoning. Yes, that little bag, distributed evenly. Can you smell that delightful aroma? Under our current circumstances, if we were to brush on a few more layers of oil, it would be simply exquisite. Yan Xiangheng, in a flurry of activity, concluded his inaugural attempt at roasting rabbit meat. The enticing fragrance and appealing color ignited his eagerness to sample his culinary creation. No need for a knife. Tearing it apart by hand is far more delectable. Allow me, he insisted, as Yan LaEr deftly shredded the meat in no time. The crispy skin, fragrant flesh, and tender bones. Slurp. His saliva began to betray him. Yearning to escape his mouth, ready to indulge, Yan LaEr urged his nephew to bring a portion to share with his father, while he focused intently on his own half. With solemnity, he sprinkled generous amounts of chili and cumin, 2 assertive spices that defiantly clashed, creating a harmonious yet tumultuous aroma that was utterly intoxicating. The villagers, once content with mere morsels of meat, found sheer joy even in the smallest bites, relishing every taste. Yan Xiangheng had initially believed that his uncle was imparting invaluable knowledge, and he had grasped the essence of roasting meat. However, when Yan LaEr unleashed his chili and cumin, the ordinary rabbit meat transformed into something extraordinary. With this flavor, who could possibly rival it? Yan Huaiwen caught a whiff of this enticing scent and let out a soft hum. He finally understood where the silver coins of Tianyu had been allocated. No, it was his own money that had been spent. The chili and cumin were rare spices imported from afar, not easily found, and certainly not inexpensive. His younger brother was indeed generous when it came to culinary delights. Meanwhile, on this side, the family of 3 was perspiring profusely from their meal. Yan Yu, a true carnivore, was particularly enthusiastic. Her father, concerned for her delicate constitution, carefully selected the milder edges of the meat, where the chili was sparsely sprinkled, to serve her. As she neared the end of her meal, she shamelessly licked her fingers clean. Yan LaEr even went so far as to chew on the bones, showcasing an impressive set of teeth. Li Xuemei found herself utterly defenseless against the allure of spiciness. The more she consumed, the spicier it became, and the spicier it was, the more she craved. It seemed that throughout their family's journey through the narrative, they had never experienced a meal quite as satisfying as this one. When the villagers inquired about the source of the enticing flavors, they learned it was exotic spices from distant lands, evoking quiet admiration. Much like Yan Huaiwen, they gained a deeper appreciation for Yan LaEr's culinary prowess. Not only had he mastered the art of cooking for the sake of deliciousness, but he also spared no expense in procuring premium spices. That night, the aroma of roasted rabbit lingered in the air, while the essence of chili and cumin quietly took root in the hearts of the villagers. Suddenly, Yan LaEr noticed that the men of the village had developed a keen interest in his crossbow. One borrowed it, then another, and soon they gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing their newfound fascination. The two boys, whose slingshots had reportedly been confiscated, could only play with simple wooden bows like the other children. Eventually, everything fell into place when they stumbled upon a sparse bamboo grove. Yan Huaiwen readily consented. The men rushed towards the bamboo, as if fearing it would be snatched away if they hesitated even for a moment. Yan LaEr, intrigued, followed them, watching as a group of men vigorously cut the bamboo. They carefully split 2 strips, each the width of a palm, then placed a wooden piece in between and meticulously bound the bamboo with fine hemp rope. As they prepared the so-called bowstring, Yan LaEr realized they were crafting bows, specifically reflex bows. How remarkable! The hemp rope was pulled, causing the bamboo strip to bend. Upon releasing, the arrow was propelled forth by the rebound of the bamboo. While the accuracy still required improvement, the force was undeniably sufficient. Did you figure this out yourselves? Yan LaEr inquired as he approached. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Inspired by your iron crossbow, the bow doesn't need to be excessively long. A shorter design allows for greater flex, resulting in a longer shot. The eldest son of the Hu family released arrow after arrow, increasingly attuned to the craft. The second son of the Hu family, somewhat uncertain, pointed to a section of the bow's body. I believe a groove could be carved here, allowing the arrow to pass through this way. Might it not fly straighter? Yan LaEr was left speechless, exclaiming, "Wow, you're quite clever. You even thought of this." Chi Wu, joining the conversation, suggested without hesitation, why not give it a try? Afterward, he experimented with his own bow, laboriously creating a straight groove. The second son of the Hu family tested it several times, exuberantly shouting, "It truly works. Not only does it not chafe the hand, but the accuracy is commendable as well. Everyone should give it a go." Once the novelty wore off, the second son of the Hu family expressed some regret, saying, "If only we had superior materials, we could shoot even farther." Yan LaEr felt disheartened, thinking to himself, why not just reach for the heavens? With such simple materials, you can hit the mark every time within 20 meters, each arrow piercing a single bamboo stalk. Compared to you, I am but a novice. Chapter 59. The Bamboo Crossbow. Later, Yan LaEr would learn that the Hu brothers were exceptionally skilled with slingshots. The only 2 high-quality sinew slingshots in the village belonged to them. It was said that they had exerted considerable effort to acquire them, and they treasured these implements, intending to pass them down through generations to their descendants. The men in the village swiftly mastered the art of archery. A small notch made the practice significantly easier. Now, these fellows eagerly anticipated the arrival of wild pheasants. With the presence of hares, how far could the pheasants be? The craving for their meat was secondary. What they truly needed were the feathers to craft feathered arrows. He felt that the iron crossbow in his hands had lost its allure. Yan Yu had scampered off to play with his friends, while it was rumored that the young girls intended to release 2 little rabbits, an act the children deemed momentous and deserving of solemnity. They summoned all the children under 9 in the village to collectively bid farewell to the 2 rabbits. Li Xuemei, initially feeling a bit drowsy, noticed her husband's sullen demeanor and inquired about the matter. Yan LaEr seemed to have found a confidant as he rambled on, revealing that Yan Yu resembled someone he knew quite well. So what? After listening for a while, Li Xuemei remained puzzled as to whether Yan LaEr was more troubled by his own ineptitude with the crossbow or by the fact that everyone had a bow while he alone did not, causing him to fuss more than necessary. This iron crossbow was somewhat formidable. To be honest, it was manageable when he was alone. But when it came to hunting rabbits with the group of children, he dared not shoot for fear of injuring someone with a stray arrow. Yan LaEr lamented, You have no idea how intimidating this crossbow is. When I shot at a tree, it barely penetrated. Imagine if it struck a person. Li Xiume pondered for a moment and replied, "Bring over the charcoal pencil you gave our daughter." She straightened her back and retrieved a piece of linen she had previously cut. Yan LaEr produced the pencil and handed it to her, asking, "What do you intend to draw?" Li Xiume, while drawing, explained to him, "This shorter bamboo piece should be segmented in the middle. Remove the excess, leaving 2 pieces at the top and bottom. Fasten them together using nails, not iron nails, but bamboo ones. Then, bore a hole in the center and insert a bamboo strip that is slightly tapered at both ends. You see, it forms a cross. Next, affix a small bamboo stick at this position, and at this location, carve a small notch with a knife. Take a few strands of fine hemp rope, perhaps 3 or 4, twist them together, and secure both ends. Essentially, this is the concept. This is a bamboo crossbow." Li Xiume then inquired of the astonished child's father. "Have you understood?" With a sigh, she added, "Do you remember I mentioned a student whose parent was watching videos at home? They happened to have a small patch of bamboo in their backyard, and he followed along to make one, this bamboo crossbow. They went ahead with it, even had the child help record a video. That child, being quite mischievous, brought it to school to show off, which alarmed their homeroom teacher. Later, we experimented, and this bamboo crossbow indeed functions. It is lightweight and shoots quite far. The materials are simple to obtain, just bamboo and hemp rope, and the bamboo arrows can be easily whittled." When the child's father came to school, he was so furious that he gave him a few good whacks on the spot. A few teachers, intrigued, asked to see the video, and to our surprise, it truly was quite straightforward. One viewing was enough to remember how to do it. Yan LaEr remarked, "You already know how to make it. Why should we bother with iron?" Yan LaEr looked utterly speechless, although the exchange was not a loss, having only traded a single iron pot. It must be noted that iron pots were quite expensive in ancient times. "I thought the crossbow could shoot far. You might want to stand a bit further back for safety," said Li Xiume. Yan LaEr felt a surge of emotion. His leader, though not one from many words, truly cared for him deeply. She continued, "Moreover, I had not anticipated that the people from our village possessed such remarkable craftsmanship. With this image, all their bows seem like mere trifles." Yan LaEr, eager and impatient, declared, "I must go speak with them. It is a rare opportunity to encounter bamboo groves, and who knows when we might find them again." Li Xiume smiled and nodded, watching him hurry away. After yawning, she slowly reclined, her thoughts drifting. Was it that she lacked the skill to craft a bow herself and felt too shy to seek assistance, thus missing out on camaraderie? Her daughter seemed perpetually youthful, her petite stature fitting in seamlessly. Even her husband appeared to grow smaller with each passing day. Instinctively, Li Xiume placed her hand on her belly, pondering what this little one would be like. The bamboo crossbow that Yan LaEr had brought sparked a fervor for handmade creations. Through Yan LaEr's somewhat vague explanations and numerous revisions, they successfully crafted their own crossbows. The primary advantage of the bamboo crossbow lies in its lightweight nature, customizable size, and the ease of sourcing materials, as bamboo arrows do not require pheasant feathers. After seeking further advice, Yan LaEr informed them that simply attaching a leaf behind the bamboo arrow would suffice. However, in terms of power, the bows they had previously constructed still packed a greater punch. Torn between options, they decided to keep both. The children, too, upgraded their equipment, discarding their rudimentary wooden bows in favor of smaller bamboo crossbows. Both the young and the old found their satisfaction. During their moments of respite, they could hardly remain still, scattering in groups in every direction. Remarkably, they managed to catch 2 hedgehogs, a squirrel, and 3 unidentified birds. Yan LaEr harbored serious doubts, suspecting that their luck was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, or shooting arrows haphazardly and striking their targets by mere chance. Nevertheless, the outcome was that they had developed a newfound skill in hunting, which had become rather addictive. Although the water supply was dwindling, the occasional sighting of meat morsels kept their spirits relatively high, particularly when they beheld the grand mountain that Yan Yusen had longed for, adorned with patches of green that dazzled their eyes. They could not articulate the notion of hope in eloquent terms. They simply understood that the path of their escape was becoming increasingly illuminated. To look at a mountain is to wear out a horse, Yin Yu muttered to herself, reflecting on the truth of the adage. She had spotted this mountain long ago, and after such a lengthy journey, they had finally arrived. Based on their travel distance, they were now beyond the borders of Qishan Prefecture and had likely entered the territory of Leshan Prefecture. The direction indicated by Sanbao pointed to the mountain's opposite side. They faced two choices. One was to circumvent the base of the mountain, which, although lengthy, promised safety. The other was to traverse horizontally across the mountainside, a shorter route that might also lead them to the vital water source they desperately needed. Yan Huaiwen observed the eager expressions of the group and then gazed at the vibrant mountain. "Heaven bless!" Yan Lao exclaimed. Yan Huaiwen declared, "Into the mountain we go." "Excellent," Sanbao replied, stepping forward with a steady gait to lead the way. The men trailing behind murmured among themselves, "Do you think we can find water? As long as it exists, we surely will. The creatures of the mountain also require water. We shall follow them, and surely we shall not go astray." Chapter 60. Hunting wild boar. Upon entering the mountains, everyone distinctly sensed the differing environment from that outside. The temperature within the hills was cooler, and the towering trees attempted to shield everything beyond. However, their foliage was insufficiently dense, allowing the brilliant sun to find its way through, casting down its blinding radiance. Fortunately, the group was reluctant to part with the rare bamboo grove, and they harvested a considerable amount of bamboo, though transporting it proved laborious. Yan LaEr took the initiative to suggest tying it to the back of his family's ox cart. Thus, Sanbao dragged the cart, laden with bundles of bamboo, exuding a certain grandeur reminiscent of a pioneering ox. The bamboo twigs dragged along the ground, creating a narrow path just wide enough for those behind to traverse. The noise was substantial, far more effective than startling snakes, and thus far, no serpents or insects had emerged to trouble them. As customary, they paused for a midday respite. The women found practical use for the wild vegetables they had gathered along the way. A large pot was set up without the addition of oil or water. The wild greens from the forest floor, combined with a pinch of coarse salt, created an exquisite delicacy. Yan LaEr feigned pulling Sanbao to nibble on some grass, but in truth, he aimed to coax it to expel water. The reason for their provisions lasting so long was their method of drying. However, now that they were deep in the mountains and wild vegetables were abundant, they chose not to store any further, relishing in the fresh bounty available. Yin Xiangheng had already skillfully dug a pit, ensuring a proper flue, a technique passed down from his father, now practiced by every household in the village. Naturally, he accepted the pot from her hands, placed it carefully, and then poured the water from the bamboo tube into it. As the water began to heat, he tossed in a handful of dried vegetables, which gradually unfurled in the water, regaining their youthful essence. Once the water reached a boil, he added the seasonings from his embrace. A simple wild vegetable soup transformed into a delectable dish, enhanced by the aromatic seasonings of Yan LaEr. The Yin family still maintained the tradition of consuming steamed buns, a luxury that most families could no longer afford. Steamed buns were more economical and tastier than flatbreads. Yet the dwindling water supply hindered their aspirations to emulate the Yin family. Fortunately, in their dry stir-fried wild vegetables, they could extract a modicum of moisture, rendering the coarse flatbreads less unpalatable. Apart from the Yin family, only a handful of households in the village could still enjoy steamed buns. The disparity in meals prompted everyone to deliberately refrain from moving about during mealtime, especially avoiding proximity to the Yin household. Now, at break time, the Yin family sat isolated on one side, while the others huddled together on the opposite end. It wasn't out of any particular sentiment. It was primarily due to temptation. The seasonings prepared by Yan LaEr were simply irresistible. Even a mere pinch was enough to tantalize the senses. Once everyone finished their meals, the men began to mobilize. They gathered together, nearly coming to blows over who would stay behind to guard while others ventured out in search of prey. Eventually, they procured a bundle of grass sticks, varying in length. Those who secured the longer ones would go, while those with the shorter ones remained behind. Yan LaEr ended up with the longer stick, his mouth unable to contain his delight, erupting in a series of chuckles. The ones left behind, feeling dejected, had no choice but to untie the bundled bamboo branches. They had to seize this moment to construct the bamboo bed that Yan LaEr had spoken of. "Look here," whose second son whispered, beckoning everyone closer. Upon encountering the familiar excrement, the crowd was invigorated. Only Yan LaEr, with a foolish expression, inquired, "What animal is this?" Luo Lauda, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Wild boar." "Wild boar? My heavens!" This revelation left Yan LaEr quite anxious. Clutching his bamboo crossbow, he scanned his surroundings, fearful that the forest's formidable creature might suddenly emerge. "No wonder we haven't seen any mountain chickens or hares around here. It turns out there are wild boars." Chi Si realized. Luo Laosan, suddenly animated, declared, "If we truly manage to hunt a wild boar, just watch me. I will handle it with precision." Hu Laodao interjected. Let us agree on this. If we encounter that large beast, my brother and I shall take the lead. If we miss its eye, and the wild boar goes berserk, everyone must flee, and if escape is not possible, climb the trees. Yan LaEr surveyed the trees around him, conflicted as he swallowed hard. Should he run or climb? Running seemed the wiser choice, as he felt no confidence in climbing. Yan LaEr, switch to your iron crossbow and aim for its forehead, Hu Laodao suggested. Realizing the precision required for such a target was a tall order for Yan LaEr, he added, aim for its legs or body. Feel free to shoot anywhere. After all, any shot would be worthwhile. The iron crossbow was powerful enough to induce pain wherever it struck. After contemplating, Yan LaEr replied, Hu Laodao, you should use the iron crossbow. If you hit, we can conserve our strength. Hu Laodao, not one to be overly formal, accepted without hesitation. If we truly come across that beast, we must all work together. Brother, take it. Your aim is better than mine. Hu LaEr, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and confidently proclaimed, all right. I shall take charge. Rest assured, once we encounter it, it will end up in our pot. It won't escape. Soon, they discovered an abundance of excrement. The excitement of the group was dampened. It was evident that they were not dealing with a solitary wild boar, but rather a whole pack. What should they do? Surely, there were several. Chi discarded his bamboo crossbow, wielding a piece of dry wood he had just picked up from the ground. He ventured towards the edges, preparing to use it as a club in hopes of locating a water source. Lao Luo nodded in agreement, and they proceeded onward. After a short while, the grunting of wild boars reached their ears, invigorating everyone. Although they understood that a herd of wild boars could be formidable, the mere thought of abundant meat filled them with vigor. The elder of the Hu family gestured, and the younger brother nodded in response. The two of them stealthily sought out a large tree and swiftly climbed it. Once atop, the younger Hu excitedly gestured downwards. Lao Luo whispered, 3 large ones, and some smaller ones. The Hu brothers were pleasantly surprised by their fortune. Despite the presence of 3 adult female wild boars, the more dangerous males were notably absent, leaving only the piglets, which posed little threat. Feeling emboldened, the brothers contemplated capturing 2 of them. They communicated through gestures and lip movements, each locking their sights on a specific target. The others remained vigilant at their respective trees, ready to ascend should the situation deteriorate. There was no thought of retreat. They were determined to stand their ground. The earlier notion of fleeing if the boars became aggressive was quickly forgotten. With the wild boars now in sight and their numbers at hand, they were confident in their ability to conquer them. With only 3 boars, if the Hu brothers could secure 2, they were resolute that they would overpower the last one, even if it meant overwhelming it with sheer numbers. Chapter 61. How much meat can be divided? Chi positioned himself protectively beside Yan LaEr, who was uncertain about his ability to climb trees, despite having grown up in the same village. When they were climbing to collect bird eggs, Yan LaEr had been shaking his head in confusion. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows were released almost simultaneously, although it was evident that Hu LaEr's was swifter. The anguished cries of a wild boar echoed through the air. Hu LaEr remained momentarily stunned, and the tone of Hu's eldest brother shifted dramatically. What are you dawdling for? Don't let that wild boar escape. As the words reached everyone's ears, a sense of urgency stirred within them. Could it be that the situation was in their favor? Luo Laosan was the first to dash forward, closely followed by the usually composed Luo Laodao. Chi, unable to contain his excitement, turned to Yan LaEr and urged, stay close to me, Yan LaEr. Fear not, the wild boar is coming. I shall strike it down. Yan LaEr shot him a glare, retorting, I am not afraid. If only his voice hadn't trembled, it would have been more convincing. Chi merely responded with a dismissive HM, as he sprinted towards the direction of the boar's cries. Yan LaEr followed closely behind, aware that his movements felt clumsy, as though his mind and limbs were disconnected and he was unable to exert control. Whoosh. Hu LaEr released a second arrow. Yan LaEr seemed to hear something fall to the ground. But the cacophony of the piglet's cries made it difficult for him to ascertain the accuracy of his perception. Hurry, surround it, shouted Luo Laosan with fervor. The Hu brothers leaped from the trees, indeed leaped down from a considerable height, unbothered by the risk of spraining an ankle. Chi, with his long legs, surged forward effortlessly. Yan LaEr thought to himself, although I feel clumsy, I can still run swiftly. He picked up his pace and soon spotted 2 large figures lying on the ground. There was another eye struck by an arrow, and the creature let out a frenzied howl, charging wildly in an attempt to escape. How could we allow it to succeed? Without hesitation, Chi-Si swung his heavy stick, knocking the wild boar to the ground. Luo Laosan, in a fit of desperation, lunged forward, his entire body pressing down on the boar. With a voice hoarse from exertion, he shouted, "Come quickly, hold it down, don't let it escape." Luo Laoda decisively positioned himself atop his younger brother, the combined weight of two grown men barely managing to subdue the thrashing beast. Chi-Si was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the boar's head when LaEr seized the moment and loosed a third arrow. The boar's cries were abruptly silenced. Chi-Si, caught off guard, could only bring his wooden club crashing down onto the ground with a tremendous thud, splintering the dry wood into two pieces. He tossed it aside with a flourish. Yan LaEr, heart racing, cautiously approached, glancing at the broken wood and then at Chi-Si, overwhelmed with emotion. So it was true. Chi-Si had meant it when he said he would fell the wild boar the moment it charged. Yan LaEr's gaze toward Chi-Si shifted. He had always known the Chi brothers were strong, but he had not anticipated such valor. It was so reassuring. Both fallen wild boars had succumbed to LaEr's arrows, one struck in the eye, and the other above its front leg. No, there should be three. There was still the one pinned down by Luo Laoda and Laosan. Luo Laoda stood up and pulled Luo Laosan to his feet. Luo Laosan circled around the trio of boars, grinning from ear to ear. He lifted each one, joyfully exclaiming, "This one must weigh nearly 200 pounds." Compared to domesticated fat pigs, these wild boars were indeed lean. Perhaps it was the weather. Foraging in the mountains this year was not as fruitful as in years past. The piglets had long since fled in terror, yet Yan LaEr was determined not to let them go. Who can resist the temptation of a roasted suckling pig? It is indeed a substantial dish. We must seek it out. He urged everyone, suggesting they look for those piglets. Catching one would surely lead to the delight of a roasted suckling pig. Oh, had he not made such a suggestion, they might have merely searched casually. After all, rural folk do not typically pursue total annihilation. They often leave a chance for the young ones. However, the enticing notion of roasted suckling pig ignited their imaginations, compelling them to capture several piglets. They were eager to discover just how fragrant the dish that Yan LaEr described really was. Was it more aromatic than roasted rabbit? The group dispersed, while Yan LaEr remained to watch over the pigs. Among them, 3 were dead, yet astonishingly, 1 was still alive. Chi-Si chuckled. "It didn't even run away. I caught it in a single launch." Luo Laosan had trouble extracting the arrows when he reached the 3 large pigs. "Brother, come lend me a hand." Goodness, what strength this crossbow possesses. I simply could not pull it out. The 2 brothers exerted their combined strength, finally dislodging the arrow, splattering blood all over. Luo Laosan, unperturbed, wiped his face and examined the situation, saying, "It's lodged in the bone. No wonder it was so difficult to remove." After cleaning up the bloodstains and covering the area with dirt, they joyfully carried the wild boar down the mountain. LaEr, still clutching the crossbow, was reluctant to part with it, his eyes nearly glued to it. "Yan LaEr brothers, this crossbow of yours is incredibly powerful. It took down the wild boar with a single shot. It startled me. Just look at how deeply the arrow penetrated. If it weren't for this crossbow today, we would have been fortunate to catch even 2. That wild boar we obtained was entirely thanks to this remarkable crossbow." Yan LaEr mused to himself. "Of course I know that my crossbow is excellent. Could you possibly loosen your grip?" In the end, LaEr released his hold, watching Yan LaEr depart. "Father! Father! Father!" Yan Yu exclaimed, utterly beside herself with excitement. "My dearest, most beloved father." She twirled around Yan LaEr, her little legs dancing with joy. Initially, they were concerned about the impending opening of the platform that evening, lacking any substantial goods. But now here they were. This very circumstance prompted Yan LaEr to eagerly join the hunting party, contemplating the possibility of capturing another nest of rabbits. Little did he anticipate the bountiful reward that awaited them. 3 wild boars and 4 piglets. A true windfall. Yan LaEr reveled in the adoration reflected in his daughter's eyes. Chuckling as he proclaimed, "Luo Laosan is precise in his aim. I cannot afford to be any less. Let me tell you, our iron crossbow is a perfect match. When hunting wild boars, each shot strikes true. 1 shot, 1 kill. It's remarkably effective." Indeed, the old man's words rang true. 3 wild boars met their demise beneath the might of this crossbow. "Father, are you injured?" Yan Yu asked, noticing bloodstains on him, concern etched across her face. "Wait a moment. I will speak with your uncle. We shall not depart this afternoon. Let us follow the trail of the boars and see if we can find some water." Yan LaEr raised his hand. intending to discern the odor that clung to him, nearly overwhelmed by the scent. He hesitated, staring at his daughter. "What are you looking at, father?" Yin inquired, her tone alert. "Let me see if you smell bad." With an indignant stomp, Yin bolted away. "Is it necessary to smell? Everyone is foul. If you must point it out, you aren't a good father." Chapter 62, Water Found. Cheetah replaced Luo Lao San. As they departed, Luo Lao San was sharpening his knife. 3 wild boars were suspended for bleeding, yet the butchering had yet to commence. Nearby, they discovered a foul-smelling mire, presumably a frequented haunt of the boars. As they ventured further, traces of water seemed conspicuously absent. Frustration began to mount among the group. Having traveled this far, why is there still no sign? Are we perhaps heading in the wrong direction? LaEr inquired. Luo Lao shook his head. If there is water, it should be in this direction. Observe the growth of these trees. They appear to thrive more than those in other areas. Yan LaEr took a glance, and indeed, the foliage was lush, suggesting ample moisture. He scraped the ground with his foot, noting the soil was wetter than that at the mountain's base. It seemed they had not erred in their course. "Let us press onward," Luo Lao declared. However, Huda held a contrary view. "No, look around. The trees and rocks bear deep claw marks. It's far too perilous for us to proceed." "Can you discern what animal left those tracks?" Chisi queried. Huda shook his head. "We lack proper hunters here. In these dense woods, it could be either a large cat or a bear." Yan LaEr instinctively scanned his surroundings. And then he spotted it, a beautifully patterned creature. "There, up in the tree," Yan LaEr whispered, barely daring to breathe. In a flurry, he thrust the iron crossbow into LaEr's hands. LaEr swiftly loosed an arrow, but the nimble creature darted between the branches and vanished in an instant. "A wildcat," Yan LaEr exhaled, relieved it was not a leopard, which had startled him at first glance. Noticing his tension, Chi-Si waved his wooden stick reassuringly. "Yan go, fear not. I'm here with you." Chieta, uncertain of what Chi-Si had conveyed, remained steadfastly by Yan LaEr's side, nodding insistently in reassurance. Wielding his wooden stick with fervor, Yan LaEr, brimming with elation, felt an exhilarating surge of courage. The group nodded in agreement and continued onward. Chieta gazed around in confusion and inquired, "What? Did you hear? What is it?" The air was alive with the cacophony of insects and birds, accompanied by the rustling sounds that could either be the wind brushing through the leaves or something else traversing among the foliage. Suddenly, Yan LaEr inhaled sharply a couple of times. "It's moisture. Water. It's nearby," he exclaimed, dashing forward without a second thought. At last, behind a concealing hillside, they beheld a genuine mountain stream. The gentle waters flowed serenely through the valley, soothing the life along its banks. The stream collided with the rocks, splashing droplets into the air, which then fell like glistening jewels. The water was crystal clear, revealing tiny fish, barely the length of a finger, swimming upstream against the current. Overcome with joy, the group wept tears of elation. They had finally, at long last, discovered water. Though they were all fathers now, several could not restrain themselves and rushed joyfully towards the stream. Just as Chiawu was about to scoop up a handful of water for a refreshing drink, he was abruptly interrupted by Yan LaEr's frantic calls. "Stop! Halt! Cease!" Yan LaEr, in a flurry of urgency, stammered, "Everyone, stop immediately." Everyone still shows great respect for Yan LaEr. Since leaving the village, he has transformed into a different person, abandoning books and refraining from speaking in an overly scholarly manner that they cannot comprehend. Leading the way, he ventures out to find provisions for the group, occasionally exchanging food, keeping vigil with them, raiding for supplies, and even hunting together. He has become quite likable. All eyes are fixed on him in astonishment. Yan LaEr lets out a deep breath, finally managing to halt them. "Once we have drawn the water, you may extend your hands. Otherwise, if the water gets muddied, how shall we drink?" Indeed, it is a stream, but the waterway is rather shallow. If they splash too vigorously, the entire area will be affected. He leans in closer and suggests, "How about we retrieve water from up there? Meanwhile, we can wash ourselves down here. To be honest, I can hardly tolerate the smell on my own body." Lauda Luo chuckles heartily. "Even the mother of my child finds me repugnant." Hudadao adds, "What man is without a stench? We've been on the road. Where am I to find a means to freshen up?" The issue of odor pales in comparison to the desire to immerse oneself in the cool water. LaEr's yearning to dive into the stream stirs with enthusiasm. This proposal is met with unanimous approval. They have long awaited the pleasure of using water freely. Guarding this small creek, they would willingly stay for months, if not longer. However, lingering is not an option. Would it be safe to bring people here? The villagers would surely welcome it, but what if they encounter others? Chi inquires. We can build a few campfires here, clear the surrounding area and the path. It will take some effort, but if we gather enough wood to burn throughout the day, the animals will fear the fire and keep their distance. Yan LaEr quickly identifies a suitable spot. The expanse I behold appears quite favorable. The terrain is level, and we can comfortably accommodate ourselves here. The journey thus far has proven arduous, and transporting our belongings may indeed pose a challenge, remarked the elder Luo with a furrowed brow. The second elder Yin responded, No worries, my son Sambao possesses great strength. If necessary, he can make multiple trips. What are we waiting for? The group promptly descended the mountain, clearing away the withered branches and roots along the path. Have we not found water? Yan LaEr sprinted toward his brother's location. Yan Huaiwen was standing with his hands behind his back, observing Luo Sanson at work. The villagers, both young and old, were mostly gathered here. In previous years, during the pig slaughtering festivities, the entire village would come to witness the spectacle, especially since these 3 wild boars were hunted by our own kin, imbuing the occasion with greater significance. The atmosphere among the villagers was rather extraordinary. Elder brother, we have discovered water. We have found water. Yan LaEr exclaimed joyfully, like a child. Upon hearing this, Yan Huaiwen's spirits lifted, and a smile gradually spread across his face. The villagers gazed wide-eyed, eagerly confirming with one another, Is it true? Have we truly found water? The 3 wild boars suddenly lost their allure. Luo Sanson deftly plunged his knife into the boar, joining the jubilant throng. What are we waiting for? Let us fetch the water at once. The village chief, Luo, immediately called out. Father, the water is there. It won't run away, so let us not rush, reassured the elder Luo to his father. Yan LaEr then addressed his brother and the group, saying, Transporting water in such a manner is quite inconvenient, especially with so many of us. We will require a substantial amount. Rather than struggle, why don't we ascend further and stay by the stream for a few days to rest and recuperate? Chapter 63, Refreshing Up. Elder brother, what do you think? After much effort, they finally discovered a water source. Let's take turns washing up, one of them suggested, hinting at his own odor. Yan Huaiwen cleared his throat, halting the conversation. Let us move while there is still light. Everyone, hurry and pack your things. He spoke without restraint, aware that no one was without their own scent. Yan Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration for her father. He was exceptional, handsome, and capable. They had successfully hunted a wild boar and located a water source. Dad, you're amazing. They decided to split into 2 groups. Half would depart first with their belongings, while the other half would stay behind to continue organizing. Despite the presence of Sambao leading the way, their journey encountered several challenges. The donkey cart got stuck on a large rock, requiring manual effort to free it. The mule grew obstinate and refused to move, necessitating a forceful tug. They remained vigilant, attentive to any unusual sounds, wary of unexpected encounters. The men clutched wooden sticks tightly, ready to defend themselves should anyone approach. When one has a goal, no obstacle can deter them. They pushed aside stones and trampled through the underbrush. At last, they beheld a shimmering stream illuminated by the setting sun. The group fell silent, as if any noise might scare the water away. The children, oblivious to the caution, were irresistibly drawn to the water, their playful instincts overwhelming them until their mother firmly pulled them back. They stifled their thirst, focusing first on the area Yan LaEr had marked out. Meanwhile, on the other side, they finally spotted the conspicuous Sambao they had been eagerly waiting for. After organizing their belongings, they busied themselves crafting numerous torches, which they inserted into the cart and held in their hands. The flickering flames illuminated the dimming forest. The mountains at night are far less secure than during the day, as carnivorous beasts tend to roam under the cloak of darkness. Fortunately, the journey was fraught with little peril. Upon arrival, a circle of bonfires cast a warm glow over the surrounding woods. Yan Huaiwen forbade anyone from venturing into the water after dusk. When fetching water, it was imperative that 2 individuals work together, one to draw the water, the other to hold a torch for illumination. Yet, this did not dampen their enthusiasm for cleansing. The mountain stream was somewhat chilly, and they hesitated to use it directly. Instead, they heated the water, using it to warm their bodies, the grime effortlessly sliding off without the need for scrubbing. It was quite the sight. The women began by bathing the children, seizing whichever one was closest. These little rascals had been dirty for a month, and they were wholly reluctant to be bathed. They showed no awareness of their filth. And as the murky water dripped to the ground, they would stomp on it, muddying their feet even further. Frustrated, The mothers would strike a few admonishing slaps to bring them to order, only for the children to soon resume their splashing and laughter. Don't ask. It's simply exhausting. After finally tending to the children, the mothers reiterated their instructions to avoid getting dirty and to keep their freshly changed clothes clean. Each rosy-cheeked little one scrutinized the others with curiosity, marveling at how they looked once cleaned. As the women began to discreetly tidy themselves, Yan LaEr sought out a cluster of closely growing trees and luxuriously fashioned a secluded space with coarse cloth. Having spent considerable time fetching water, he brought over a charcoal stove to heat water continuously. Observing that the stove was rather small and burning slowly, he set about digging nearby, preparing to create a more effective cooking fire. Before he could finish digging, Dia shyly approached, calling out softly, "Uncle." Yan LaEr nodded at her, remaining silent, and turned to leave. May held a basin of soap pods, which Dia had crushed and soaked for quite some time. She walked steadily, step by step, pushing both Dia and Arya into the basin, then stood guard outside the cloth curtain. Inside, she could hear her daughter protesting repeatedly, "Elder sister Dia, I can wash myself. Please don't scrub me. I can do it." Dia, however, remained silent, resolutely gripping Arya's small arm, continuing to scrub. "Elder sister Dia, I really can do it. If you don't believe me, let go and I'll show you." Dia, still pursing her lips, turned Arya around and continued scrubbing. "Elder sister Dia, could you be gentler, please? I'm in so much pain." Upon hearing this, Dia softened her movements, gently scrubbing. May listened outside, unable to contain her laughter as she handed in water, imagining just how reluctant her daughter must be. Unfortunately, being small and weak, Arya was unable to escape the scrubbing hands of her elder sister. "Elder sister Dia, let me help you wash your hair. I can do it very cleanly." "Arya, I can manage myself." "You're not in a position to do so. Let me help." "Arya, hold on. Your hair needs another wash." When Yan and elder sister Dia finally emerged, Yan appeared dazed, having washed her hair a staggering 5 times. If it hadn't been for the basin of soap pods that she had used up entirely by herself, judging by Dia's demeanor, she would likely have wanted to scrub her again. How could she be so dirty? "Mother, could you assist Dia in preparing some soap pods? I have used all of them." Her small face is flushed, making it difficult to discern whether it's due to the warmth of the water or the shyness that has finally emerged. "It is quite late today. Let us have something to eat before we retire for the night. Tomorrow, we shall wash again," May said to Dia. Dia nodded. Unlike Arya, who has already tied up her hair, she and her aunt still have theirs down, which will dry quickly by the fire. It is preferable to wash their hair during the day to avoid the headache that might follow an evening wash. Yan LaEr showcased his culinary prowess today by preparing a dish of braised pork, using the marbled cuts of meat, simmered in a rich soy sauce that turned the enticing dark red fat into a quivering greeting for Yan. Yan could not contain her saliva. Her father had even lit 2 stoves. On the other side, rice was bubbling away, soaking up the broth. Oh, the white rice. The braised pork. Tears of joy brimmed in her eyes. The white rice was perfectly cooked, each grain distinct. Her father had truly mastered the art of using the clay stove, with just the right amount of water and heat. A piece of braised pork resting atop the rice seemed worthy of a photograph. This was indeed the quintessential pairing. Alas, there was no skin, just a minor regret. Yan knew well that wild boar skin was difficult to clean and somewhat unhygienic. Removing it was the proper method. With nimble fingers, she used chopsticks to break apart the braised pork, mixing it into the rice. The fragrant aroma of the rice and the slight chewiness of each grain melded perfectly with the tender pork. However, to speak candidly, this wild boar lacked the sweetness of domestic pork, possessing a gamey flavor that even soy sauce could not mask. Perhaps this is what is referred to as wild flavor? After dinner, May brewed some honeysuckle tea to alleviate the heaviness. Except for the night watchman, the villagers gradually succumbed to slumber after a day of considerable exertion. The Yan family was no exception. Only the 3 of them stifled their drowsiness, awaiting the platform to open. Chapter 64. The third opening of the platform. Yan LaEr expressed his unease with a cautionary note. "This mountain can indeed be perilous. On our way here, we observed scratch marks on the trees and rocks, suggesting the presence of formidable creatures. You must exercise utmost caution when entering or exiting." He recounted their encounter with a wild cat, significantly larger than a domesticated kitten. At first glance, it resembled a small leopard, perched on a tree and fixated on them for an indeterminate duration. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, had he not noticed it in time. Its sudden leap could have been quite terrifying. Reflecting on the incident still left him with lingering trepidation. The wildcat was incredibly swift and agile. Had it attacked, there would be no tetanus vaccine available. Thus, one must remain vigilant, with eyes attuned to all directions and ears alert to every sound. As for those keeping the night watch, they dared not succumb to slumber. Li Xuemei peered into the distance by the firelight and asked, "Sanbao, are there any animals nearby?" Sanbao shook his head. Without Sanbao's presence, they would have been too fearful to venture close to the edge. "Sanbao, if any animals approach, let out a single moo. If a person draws near, moo twice," Yan LaEr instructed. Sanbao nodded in understanding. Only then did the family feel a sense of relief. "Father, Mother, what if we exchange for a wildcat?" Yan Yuhong's cherubic face glowed with earnestness in the flickering light. Yan LaEr, puzzled by her sudden change of heart, inquired, "Pray tell, why do you suggest that?" Having departed from Qishan Prefecture, we find ourselves still in a parched land, with not a single drop of rain gracing the earth. The terrain of Leshan Prefecture is predominantly mountainous, compelling us to traverse winding paths, where sustenance and water are often sourced from the heights. Today, fortune smiled upon us as we hunted wild boar and discovered a water source. Indeed, our luck seems quite extraordinary, yet we cannot rely on such serendipity to persist. It would be prudent to seek a bionic lynx, adept at navigating the wilderness to locate water, edible vegetation, and small, non-threatening creatures such as wild chickens and hares, as well as medicinal herbs and minerals. Above all, safety remains paramount. Li Xuemei concurred, asserting that moderation is key. What suits us best is indeed the optimal choice. The presence of an animal is far more acceptable than that of a human. Yet you continued a rational assessment. Throughout our journey, our greatest ally has been Sanbao, its strength. Swiftness, navigational prowess, capacity to store water, ability to produce jerky, and skill in scaling mountains make it indispensable. It requires no sustenance, merely labor. She reflected. How true it is that technology alters fate. Without Sanbao, one can only imagine the plight we would face, certainly not as unburdened as we are now. At this very moment, Sanbao stands vigilant, guarding our endeavors. Otherwise, each activation of the platform would expose us to immense peril. According to our mileage chart, the linear distance to our ultimate destination, Guangzhou, is comparable to our previous journey, yet when contemplating the true topography of Leshan Prefecture, we anticipate a minimum of another month and a half to arrive. This represents the most ideal scenario, should we require rest or encounter unforeseen delays. A 2-month journey to Guangzhou seems more realistic. In the past 2 months, we have been devoid of funds, unable to procure anything with money, thus relying solely on our own efforts. Consequently, I believe it is imperative to acquire a bobcat equipped with a search function. Why specifically a bobcat, you may ask? Today, Yan LaEr was quite startled, leaving him with a slight apprehension. Yin chuckled, because cats are delightful to pet. There is no need to worry about shedding fur, nor the hassle of cleaning up after them. Haha. It must be said that the aspect of safety profoundly resonated with Li Xuemei. Thus, it was decided. We shall procure one. That uncle is merely tempted by meat. Father, how much wild boar meat did we receive today? We should each get a share. And those 3 large ones are predominantly ours. I estimate they weigh around 100 pounds. We didn't divide the innards. I'm set to take the ribs. I didn't keep the offal, as it's too cumbersome to clean. I observed them using plant ash, but it's preferable to rub it with flour and salt. Besides, I'm unsure what the wild boars in these mountains consume, making it rather troublesome. We also managed to secure a few bowls of pig's blood, which I intend to simmer into porridge tomorrow morning. By the way, the villagers inquired whether we had any surplus seasonings, as they wished to barter meat with us. I initially evaded the question, intending to discuss it with you all. Let us trade. Yin Yu replied without hesitation. We can exchange our seasonings for meat, and then use that meat to obtain even more useful items, ultimately benefiting us all. All right, then I shall inform them tomorrow, I said with a grin. Such robust men, they are all yearning for a taste. Huh. Yin Yu rolled her eyes. Father, what else with your memory? I've told you before. We only have a meager 21. 4. Yan LaEr slapped his forehead, a spark of realization igniting within him. He had been troubled at the time, but the busyness of subsequent days had caused those worries to fade. Recently, he had traversed the official roads for 8 hours a day. Later, he ventured along mountain paths, walking for 6 hours daily, leaving no opportunity to step outside. The items they had available for sale were indeed scarce. Alas, what should they do? As the moment approached, what could they possibly sell? Yan LaEr found himself preoccupied with the wild boar for most of the day, while the water consumed the remainder of his thoughts. his mind brimming with concerns. What is this? Yin Yu tapped the tree root beneath him. The couple turned to look. Rotten tree root. No, Yin Yu vehemently denied. This is clearly high-quality material for root carving. Just observe the lines. Nature's exquisite craftsmanship. Look at the color, the beauty of time's sedimentation. If a connoisseur encounters this, it could fetch thousands. Yan LaEr remained silent. Li Shuemei sighed. A child's imagination should be nurtured, but your fanciful notions are misguided. Yan LaEr found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. My dear daughter, do not assume everything can be sold for a profit. Remember your last attempt? When you plucked a handful of grass, the platform confiscated it. I witnessed it myself. Yin Yu covered her small ears, unwilling to listen. This is undoubtedly a remarkably artistic tree root. As for the definition of art, anything that ordinary people cannot comprehend can be taken for a chance at fortune. Is the surrounding environment safe? Yes. Yin Yu checked her balance, momentarily disregarding the flickering free market, and boldly placed her hand upon the tree root. As the number 60 flashed before her eyes, Yin Yu was caught completely off guard and stumbled to the ground. Rubbing her posterior, she let out a series of honking laughter. Oh, life. It is the unexpected occurrences that truly bring delight. Haha. Father. Mother. Isn't this a surprise? Yan LaEr. Li Shuemei. Chapter 65. The gifted young man. How much has been sold? Li Shuemei inquired. With a cheerful tone, Yin Yu replied, 60. Li Shuemei chuckled. That is still far from the 18,000 mark. It may simply be that the wood itself is valuable. Yin Yu quickly scanned the items on the shelves. There were changes in the vegetable display: garlic sprouts 12, 8, malinu 13, 8, wild amaranth 10, mushroom fruit 8. Yin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the platform's determination to promote wild vegetables to the fullest. Thankfully, there remained the charming golden mushroom fruit. The quantities of rice, flour, and seasonings did not multiply as Yin Yu had anticipated. Instead, they had increased by just a single portion on top of the double. It seemed that each time the shelves were cleared, only an additional item would be added. There was a tinge of regret. The grains remained unchanged, while a faint yellow rock sugar 7, 8 appeared among the seasonings. Finally, bamboo woven products welcomed a new addition, bamboo fan 5. The platform truly spared no effort in catering to their needs. After reporting the prices of the newly listed items to her parents, Yin Yu accessed the free market. Hey there, young man. Yin Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening. You don't seem well at all. Although you've cleaned up, traces of blood still linger on your forehead and face. Do you have any water? Yin Yu. But now she responded, yes, how much do you need? What will you offer in exchange? The young man across the way exhaled with relief, his shoulders visibly sagging. He shifted his body slightly to allow Yin Yu a clearer view of the surrounding environment. Yin Yu, however, was utterly disinterested in the sight before her. A gruesome scene unfolding before her eyes. Oh dear, I'm still just a child. She covered her eyes, leaving only a slight gap to peer through. What on earth is that? Young man, why did you not warn me before revealing such shocking sights? Li Shuemei and Yan LaEr quickly became alert, anxiously inquiring from the side, what do you see? Xiao Yu stepped back. It was a scene filled with lifeless monsters, blood saturating the ground, more thrilling than any film. It terrified me to my core. Yin Yu exclaimed, stamping her foot. The couple let out a half sigh of relief, thankful it was nothing too disturbing. Yet, her vivid description of the dead, the monsters, and the blood was indeed quite alarming. I apologize. I did not intend to frighten you. I merely wish to show you that I am currently in a small supermarket. So what do you desire? Most of the food has already been taken, leaving behind primarily daily necessities. He truly did not mean to cause distress. Such scenes had long since become routine for him, and he had momentarily forgotten that those across from him might have only encountered such imagery in films. He glanced down, kicking away a fallen zombie. The mutated beasts were unbearable. It was best not to challenge the aftermath of witnessing such horrors. How much water can be exchanged? And, is there any food available? He inquired while traversing the supermarket, gathering empty containers for water in one spot, meticulously inspecting each one. Upon discovering any that were soiled, he unhesitatingly crushed them. Ideally, he hoped to find something edible right away. He spoke somewhat shyly, his hand brushing against his empty stomach, which had not tasted food for 2 days. Although provisions could be purchased within the platform, the current circumstances rendered cooking impractical. Yin Yu hesitated for a moment, recalling that they had left 2 bowls of rice and some braised pork for Sister Yu. A bowl of rice and some braised pork. There is a small stream nearby, so water could be obtained in abundance, provided the platform facilitated the transaction. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, feeling fortunate today. Amidst the siege of 4 mutated beasts and a horde of zombies drawn by the sounds of battle, he stood alone. Not only victorious in this conflict, but also awaiting the platform's activation. He remembered the little girl connected to him, who had mentioned her region was suffering from severe drought, making water exceedingly scarce. Unexpectedly, she had discovered a water source. It seemed they were quite fortunate. No, it should be said that their fortune stemmed from the very existence of the platform. Could we exchange for some food first? I am rather hungry, he murmured softly. Yan replied, having already decided what to trade. I want shampoo. She held the bowl of rice topped with several pieces of braised pork, keeping it warm with water. Still steaming. The young man approached the shampoo shelf, selecting a herbal, additive-free shampoo meant for children. Are you ready with your container? He asked, shaking the shampoo bottle. I'll use this, she replied, lifting a bamboo tube. And you? The young man rummaged through his backpack and produced a stainless steel lunchbox. After a moment's thought, he remarked, 1 bottle may not suffice. There are 5 bottles here. Let us see if we can negotiate a trade. Please. Let us not have them all be for children. Yan hurriedly said, please give me a few bottles for adults as well. My parents will need them. The young man, displaying a commendable willingness to assist, exchanged 3 bottles intended for adults, successfully completing the transaction. Thus, in the end, she acquired 2 bottles of shampoo for children. She secured the bamboo tube with its lid and set it aside. Across from her, the young man began to eat. As he lowered his head, the bloodstains in his hair became even more pronounced. Are you injured? She inquired. It's just a minor wound. It's nothing to worry about. Upon meeting the young girl's concerned gaze, he added, I have awakened my special abilities. Ordinary injuries will heal quickly. Special abilities? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. That is so cool. What kind of abilities do you possess? Is it gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, or time and space? Yan spoke with remarkable speed, leaving Li Xuemei beside her struggling to comprehend, casting a puzzled glance at Yan LaEr. Yan LaEr shook his head, equally bewildered. It's just the awakening of ordinary strength. Recalling the words of a fairy sister from the past, Yan eagerly asked, do you have any potions that can enhance strength? Yes, but such strength-enhancing potions are quite expensive in Hongxing Bay City. If you desire them, I can inquire about them when I reach Longdao Bay City. So, you have left your original residence and plan to go to a new place? He quickly swallowed the last few bites of his meal, not wishing to explain the changes that had occurred in his life to the young girl opposite him. I have 4 water buckets here. If they are filled, what else do you need? Shampoo, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, bath towels. Do you have any underwear? I need both adult and children's sizes. Yan profoundly recognized the significance of cleaning supplies, vowing never to endure the scrubbing of Sister Yu again. The young man commenced his stroll through the supermarket, contemplating the suitability of certain shampoos for the contemporary era. Yan nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. This is superior to regular shampoo. I shall take this one. Soap, medicinal soap, and regular soap. Let's procure a few, with soap at hand. There will be no need for laundry detergent, she added. Yan could not have agreed more. Yes, let's acquire several bars of medicinal soap. Chapter 66, Valuing Ecological Balance. As they continued, she noted that the small supermarket lacked undergarments, suggesting they could wait until next time, promising to reserve any she might encounter. Toothpaste is acceptable, but let's forego the toothbrush. It's a plastic product and beyond explanation, she stated. Understood, he replied. By the way, do you have any mosquito coils? Yan scratched her little hand, having been so engrossed that she hadn't noticed the bites, which now itched terribly. Yes, we have mosquito coils, as well as anti-mosquito and anti-itch floral spray. Yan exclaimed, I want them all. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I need some for adults as well. Please assist me in finding those without any fragrance. The young man paused, inquiring, which ones are fragrance-free? Please check the supply list and tell me. Yan hesitated. It seems I have always used those that were scented. She consulted her mother, Li Xuemei, who pondered for a moment and replied, have him search for sunscreen, if possible. Avoid creams for children and opt for a lotion instead. Given the warm weather, a lightweight lotion would be preferable. Yan gazed at her mother with admiration. Indeed. She was exceptional, always considering every detail. Is SPF 50 better than 30? Certainly, 50. In the end, a considerable amount was amassed, leaving the young gentleman utterly astonished. So much. It seems the transaction might not go through. Yan felt an immense pang of sorrow. Each item was meticulously selected by her and the young gentleman. Shampoo. Soap, medicinal soap, laundry soap, toothpaste, bath towels, mosquito coils, floral water, sunscreen, children's lotion. As he recited the list, he took away the soap. Let that one go. The medicinal soap and laundry soap are redundant. Choose one. No, young gentleman, these two are entirely different. The laundry soap is for washing clothes, while the medicinal soap is for the face and hands. How could Yan Yu explain the delicacy that girls possess? Has she fallen to the point where she is unworthy of possessing both medicinal and laundry soap simultaneously? You are in a place with a water source today. It's not as if you were here every day. Leave the medicinal soap for you. Wash whatever you wish. He then took away the laundry soap. The reason the medicinal soap prevailed was not due to his understanding of the two types, but rather because of its appealing name. The inclusion of the word medicinal gave him the impression that it was superior. As for the mosquito coils, let that go too. Find some mugwort to burn. Where am I to find mugwort? Yan Yu asked, bewildered. Surely someone knows. Ask around. I recall that ancient people would burn herbs to repel mosquitoes. Come on. Let us give it a try, the young gentleman suggested. Yan Yu called for Sambao, who approached with a wide-open mouth. The three of them then arranged numerous bamboo tubes on the ground. The transaction remained stalled. The young gentleman, expressionless, removed the floral water. Without packaging, it would likely become ineffective in a couple of days. Next was the sunscreen. Wear a hat or shield your face. He always manages to devise a solution. Ultimately, 3 bottles of shampoo, 10 pieces of medicinal soap, a tube of toothpaste, 2 bath towels, and 2 bottles of children's lotion triumph in this pragmatic evaluation. Yan Yu gazes at the unattainable items, turning her head away. Her heart aches. Why must you exchange 4 buckets of water, sobbing? Thus far, the only connections in this modern society are the extraordinary young man and Sister Yu. There is little hope from Sister Yu. Only this young man remains. And the demand is so scant, alas. I have closed it. I still need to sell something, the young man remarked. So do I, Yan Yu nodded. And they both exited simultaneously. She had just forgotten to inquire about what he had on his shelves. Yan Yu realized belatedly. Li Xiuemei responded. You can ask next time as well. Elder Yan LaEr organized the exchanged items, planning to let Sambao drink water tomorrow, estimating there is still plenty in his belly. Li Xiuemei opened the shampoo and chuckled. Look, it resembles the kind we used in our youth. Is it? Elder Yan LaEr took it, inhaling its scent. It merely looks similar. It smells better than what we used to have. Father, can the stool you had Uncle Chi make be sold? Perhaps not. We shouldn't keep discarding stools. The straw shoes and straw hat, along with the backpack made by Mother, Li Xiuemei nudged the bundle at her feet. Yan Yu felt uneasy. How could she explain selling these? There were hardly any families nearby. If items suddenly vanished, it would alarm the locals. First, sell the 2 bags I made. That is acceptable. They are our own belongings. The items were displayed. The backpack for 9, the crossbody bag for 6. Li Xiuemei pondered thoughtfully. Both of these are crafted from linen, which costs only 6 for the whole bolt. My skills, alas, are hardly commendable. Were I to refine my craft, the price would undoubtedly soar. Oh, by the way, I have also attempted to make a couple of pairs of insoles. With a hint of embarrassment, Li Xiuemei produced her rudimentary creations. A pair of insoles costs 4, totaling 8 for both. This revelation invigorated Li Xiuemei, as she realized that the gap between her work and that of the skilled family girl was merely 1. Perhaps she should sell a few more pairs of straw sandals. She rummaged through and retrieved 4 pairs, all expertly woven by Daya, tailored to their family's sizes. She reasoned that if she claimed they were worn out, it would hardly be noticeable. Yan Yu had no objections and promptly sold the 4 pairs of straw sandals. Yan LaEr silently stepped away from the illuminated area. Sell them. Yan Yu stifled a laugh, her eyes gradually sparkling with excitement. What is the number? Asked Yan LaEr. 8. Well, can even this broken wood fetch 8? Yan Yu felt she had finally discovered the proper method for selling. She stood up and walked towards 2 trees not far away. These trees grew in close proximity from their vantage point. The slightly shorter one was almost entirely obscured by the taller one in front. Taking a deep breath, she placed her small hand against it. With a swish, Yan LaEr and Li Xiuemei were momentarily blinded. The tree had indeed vanished. Yan Yu's eyes shimmered with joy in the flickering firelight. 216. Father, Mother, we sold for 216. Exclaimed Yan Yu. Li Xiuemei gasped. How could it be so valuable? The tree wasn't particularly tall. Perhaps it was due to the 2 trees being too close, competing for nutrients, that the front one thrived better. Yan LaEr spun around in excitement, his fervent gaze sweeping the surroundings. At that moment, The trees before him transformed from mere flora into a balance, a currency to be freely spent on the platform. What was there to worry about? His troubles vanished. If it weren't for the late hour, he would have shouted with joy. Suddenly, a large yellow exclamation mark appeared on Yan Yu's screen. Curiously, she clicked on it, revealing several lines of text. She read aloud, "Dear platform user 003-725-8258, to ensure the healthy and sustainable development of all dimensions, please promptly replant each tree you sell, with a minimum quantity of 2. Potted plants and those that have been repotted are not included in this category." Yan Yu remarked, "So even in this literary world, I must pay attention to ecological balance. Please confirm your acknowledgement." Confirm. Chapter 67. The Bobcat arrives. Replanting is quite convenient. Cuttings will suffice. Thus, they resolved to plant more, confident that at least one would thrive. Yan LaEr thought to himself, given the price trees fetch on the platform, he would undoubtedly pursue his tree planting endeavor to the fullest. With newfound confidence, Yan Yu also began to shop leisurely. She first cleared the fruit and vegetable shelves, followed by seasonings. When it came to rice and flour, she found herself in a quandary. Purchasing 30 pounds each of white rice and flour, along with 20 pounds each of brown rice and coarse flour, far exceeded their consumption for half a month. Acquiring such quantities posed a challenge for storage, whose pantry ever fills up as they consume more. Not emptying the shelves meant they wouldn't increase their stock next time. Yan Yu pondered. Lifeblood does not concur with this consumer mentality. The platform aids us in navigating through hardships, with the intention of enabling our survival in an unfamiliar world, without consideration for the risks we take in hoarding supplies. If we repeatedly empty the shelves merely for the sake of visual satisfaction, it is entirely unnecessary. Compared to others, we are indeed fortunate. It is commendable to ensure our own well-being while extending a helping hand to others when we have the means to do so. Yan LaEr also became serious. "Daughter, I believe your mother is right. Now that we have found water, we can sustain ourselves for another month. Everyone has learned to hunt, and we are also preparing to acquire another search cat, making it easier to find water and food. We should only purchase what we need. We cannot traverse this journey without any provisions for our family. So, we won't buy any grain this time?" Yan Yu inquired. Lifeblood and Yan LaEr exchanged a glance and nodded. "No, we won't buy it." Yan Yu readily accepted this. "Let us buy some eggs as well. We have 4 hens at home. We can arrange for them to lay eggs. 1 hen lays an egg each day, so in 6 days, we will have enough." Yan LaEr also planned to steam some egg custard, relishing the opportunity to utilize water so freely. As father said, we should arrange for our hens to lay eggs, and next time, we can increase the quantity as needed. With a swift motion, she purchased the eggs and meat. Yan LaEr cheerfully selected the eggs, setting the meat aside to be dealt with after it thawed. The free market shimmered. Upon checking the time, Yan Yu quickly clicked open a message. It was from her uncle. "My goodness! Look at your inventory list, little sister. You are truly thriving. Wild boar meat. Ah, so abundant. Well, I shall indulge a little. Please add some rice and flour, and I will exchange them for the exploration and collection robot. Additionally, wild vegetables and mushrooms. Oh, how I long to savor them. Should I pair them with some eggs and fish? Oh dear, what a difficult choice. Such a delightful dilemma." The uncle was salivating in front of the screen. Yan Yu had to interrupt his daydreaming. "Uncle, I've made my decision. I wish to exchange for a downgraded search lynx. Are you familiar with the lynx?" The uncle, taken aback, exclaimed, "Why are you lowering your demands? Did you not express a desire for a humanoid model? It can search, collect, and is extremely convenient." Yan Yu replied gently, "But I must consider the practical situation. Right now, I urgently need the search functionality. We have ventured into the mountains, and finding water today has taken a considerable amount of time. The paths are treacherous and fraught with danger. There could be large wild beasts lurking in the woods. What if we encounter one? The reason I prefer the lynx form is that my father encountered one today. Its appearance would not be too conspicuous." "Uncle, you know what a lynx looks like, right? Can it be done?" Customer satisfaction is paramount, and although he felt regret, he maintained his professionalism. Yan Yu reiterated, "It has a spotted coat, resembling a small leopard." "Ah, that would be the ocelot," the uncle replied, understanding her request. He then began to work earnestly. The ocelot measures approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a tail that is about half that length. Have I mentioned that due to the inherent dangers of operating in the wild, search robots are equipped with a defense module? Yes, I shall retain that feature for you. Cognitive morphology, species simulation. Let us reduce the search range somewhat, Approximately 100 kilometers should suffice. The speed need not diminish too significantly, as long as it is paired with intelligent recognition. As for the collection function, alas, eliminating it entirely would be a pity. Therefore, it should not exceed its size parameters. The gentleman, amidst a myriad of virtual screens, busily engaged in both verbal and keyboard outputs, seemed quite occupied. Yin felt her head spinning from the flurry of activity. Finally, he paused and triumphantly declared, "It's done." Before long, an adorably large-eyed robot emerged, cradling what appeared to be a slumbering feline. Yin held her breath, leaning in for a clearer view. "Ah, look at this. What do you think? This little form, this fur, quite a remarkable imitation, isn't it?" The gentleman boasted. "Sister, you won't regret this purchase. This design is not only a charming pet, but also a functional search beast, boasting immense practicality." He chuckled heartily. "Release it, and finding water will be a mere trifle. Capturing rabbits and chickens will be child's play. If you do not set it free, it remains merely a wildcat subdued by humanity." Rubbing his hands together, he excitedly proclaimed, "Now, the exhilarating moment has arrived. Let us discuss the price. What would you like in exchange, dear uncle?" Yin inquired. "Naturally, meat. It need not be exclusively wild boar heads. A selection of the frozen meats from your shelves would suffice." Previously, he hesitated to make such a request. But now that the young lady is so affluent, having more choices should pose no problem. Eating solely meat can become rather monotonous. "Let us include rice and flour as well. And various seasonings. Do you not require those?" "The seasonings are unnecessary. I can create substitutes myself. However, if you have an abundance of rice and flour, I would gladly exchange some." The elder man continuously contemplated various combinations in his mind. "You could also trade for some wild vegetables. After all, a light meal now and then wouldn't hurt, would it?" Yin kindly suggested. "Ha, I see through your cleverness. Little rascal, with this bionic bobcat, foraging for wild vegetables will become a breeze for you, won't it?" "Excellent. Add that to my list. I haven't indulged in that for quite some time, and I must admit, I'm rather longing for it." The elder man was overjoyed. Food, meat, and vegetables. This is what it means to truly live. Chapter 68. Hidden Settings Hiss. "You now possess the charm I once had," he exclaimed. "Sometimes, individuals have no idea what they genuinely require. Is it merely the basic need for sustenance? Not quite. The platform ensures we are not starved, while the free market serves as the fountain of joy and hope. Let us make some exchanges. The last time I traded rice, I realized it consumed quite a bit of water, which pained me greatly. And considering the little sister, it's not easy being near a water source when the weather is so dry on your end, is it?" "Indeed. We have all departed from Chishan Prefecture to another grand estate, and yet, the situation remains the same." Yin pointed to Sambao and said, "Sambao still has plenty of water in its belly. If it's insufficient, we can let it drink more." She suddenly smiled with squinted eyes. "Uncle, you must admit, Sambao has truly been a tremendous help to my family. Not only does it effortlessly pull our double-decker cart, but it can also process jerky, store water, and plant roots. Oh, and it can climb mountains too." The uncle dryly remarked, "Let us name it Sambao. I never anticipated you would develop so many features. As long as they are useful, that is what matters." The enhancement of transport capacity and route planning were within expectations. But what on earth was the processed jerky and water storage for? Forcing the cattle to climb mountains. Well, it is indeed feasible. But do you not think you are pushing the cows too far? This family truly makes the most of everything. The two of them reached an agreement based on the remaining water in Sambao, 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 2 types of wild vegetables, malantu and wild amaranth, 3 pounds each of frozen chicken, fish, and pork, along with a substantial piece of wild boar meat and 2 racks of ribs. At Yin Yu's request, several bottles of fruit and vegetable juice were also provided as gifts. The taste of the nutrient solution was, to put it mildly, passable. But whether corn or banana flavored, it strayed quite far from the label's promise. On the other hand, the fruit and vegetable juices were well received by Li Xiueme, who, during her pregnancy, experienced fluctuating cravings, generally leaning towards lighter flavors. While Yin Yu busily engaged in transactions, Yan LaEr happily washed the mushrooms. He tasted one for himself, smacking his lips in approval before dividing them into 2 portions, one for his superior and the other for his eldest brother. Watching as the little sister fed one mushroom after another into her mouth, the uncle could no longer bear it and hurriedly ended the call. The plethora of items before him vanished, replaced by a languid cat, seemingly just awakened from slumber. He sighed deeply, resignedly muttering, "It has been decided. You shall be called Machine Cat." The cat's ears twitched, its round eyes fixed on her as it tilted its head, its long tail swaying lazily. Yenyu thought to herself, "I am doomed. I am doomed." With a sly glance, she softly whispered to the cat, "I am Xiaojing." The cat regarded her for 3 seconds before giving a subtle nod. Li Xuemei then introduced herself, saying, "I am the mother who makes little round cakes." The cat observed her for 5 seconds and nodded in acknowledgement. Yan LaEr, with a stoic expression, declared, "I am Daxiong." The cat looked at him for 3 seconds and nodded once more. In an instant, with astonishing agility, it leaped onto Yan LaEr's shoulder, then onto his head, and with a swift motion, ascended to the tree, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The family of 3 stood in stunned silence. Noticing there was still time, she hastily made a call. On the other end, the uncle answered immediately, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" His tone revealed more shock than surprise. Yenyu inquired further, "Also, why did it just leap onto my father's shoulders? Is there something amiss with this cat?" The uncle urged her to consider the ownership command. He systematically explained, "It is a robotic cat, and according to your specifications, it recognizes that the mother of little round cakes, Daxiong's mother, holds the highest authority, which is you. You and your father hold secondary authority, followed by Xiaoying and Daxiong." Though this was indeed the case, she expressed concern about its sudden leaps. What if it unexpectedly jumped onto my mother? That would startle her, especially since she is pregnant. It was precisely because of her condition that Yenyu decided to grant primary authority to Li Xuemei, solely for the self-defense function the uncle had mentioned. The uncle, however, shook his head vehemently, his demeanor grave. "That is absolutely impossible. How could the robotic cat dare to challenge Daxiong's mother's authority? Does it not wish to enjoy little round cakes anymore? As for Daxiong, there exists an underlying premise. How could the nature of a cat ever fully submit and obey? Surely, it must possess a mischievous and proud side, necessitating someone to engage with it. Daxiong embodies that role. It will heed commands, but will also occasionally tease him." Yenyu glanced at her father with a tinge of sympathy. "So, will the cat's relationship with her father be characterized by both affection and playful torment? Furthermore, it didn't simply run away. It was a narrative necessity. Surely, you must have a reason for the sudden appearance of another cat, and I have already devised one for you. Once dawn breaks, the performance will officially commence. I suggest you all coordinate, for the time has come to showcase your family's acting prowess." The uncle waved his fist and decisively ended the call. Yan LaEr found himself at a loss for words. Why must he play to Xiong when Xiaojing could suffice? Li Xuemei, still with a smile, cleared her throat. "I was pondering whether we should purchase some bamboo slips to examine, as well as hand-copied books. Bamboo slip 3 pertains to the method of charcoal burning, which may not be evident now, but will prove exceedingly useful in the north. Moreover, it is remarkably simple to operate, a skill easily acquired." "I share that sentiment." Yenyu pointed toward the inky darkness outside. "However, we are still far from our points quota, so we can only—" Yan LaEr immediately interjected. "Let us go. Father will carry the torch while you ride Sand Bow. Under the cover of night, let us sell a few more saplings." Yenyu eagerly nodded, relishing the elevated treatment from her father. The two soon vanished into the shadows, while Li Xuemei anxiously glanced around. Of course, taking advantage of the fact that everyone was new to this place and still unfamiliar with their surroundings, Yenyu felt emboldened to sell trees. Had she not deliberately sought out those with less vigorous growth and confined living space, she could have sold even more. However, one must not be overly greedy. At present, these sales were sufficiently ample. Observing the 4-figure balance, Yenyu confidently purchased Bamboo Scroll 1 and Manuscript 2. Why not Manuscript 1? Ahem, it was simply too joyous. And in her excitement, she mislicked. In the final 20 minutes, the icon for the free market flickered once more. Chapter 69, After the Rain Disaster is. Rain's sister. A broad smile spread across Yenyu's face. The woman opposite her was equally delighted to see her. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the disheveled hair being abruptly pulled to one side. Rain's sister's gaunt face was buffeted by the fierce wind, causing her skin to quiver. Her mouth, which had been slightly agape, quickly shut as she endeavored to stabilize her facial muscles, striving to prevent any distortion. Yenyu pondered, vaguely recalling that they had previously discussed the wind. She wondered if this gust was perhaps a tad too powerful. She gestured for her to wait. Yenyu comprehended and nodded vigorously. Subsequently, she followed the screen, observing as Rain's sister adeptly twisted the black plastic bags. securing them tightly with tape before stuffing them into the window frames devoid of glass. As she worked, she held the tape in her mouth, straining to seal the gaps. Once the last bundle was in place, she swiftly applied tape haphazardly across the openings. Finally, her hair was able to settle down. Yan remarked, "No need for thanks. As long as the medicine proves effective, I had been concerned it might take longer to show results." Yan pondered. Perhaps it is primarily the warmth of the stove and the comforting meals and water that play the most crucial role. "Sister, why is the wind so strong over there?" Yan inquired with curiosity. "The rain has stopped." When she shared this piece of news, there was no trace of joy on her face. Rather, a hint of bitterness lingered. Yet, the wind continues to blow fiercely. Yan acknowledged this. Having just witnessed it herself, what could she possibly say? Any words of comfort seemed utterly inadequate in the face of such extreme weather. Originally, she had intended to journey inland once she regained her health, but venturing out in such strong winds was indeed perilous. Fortunately, her residence was elevated and sturdy. For the time being, it appeared to be holding up well, though the windows struggled against the gusts, often, just as you witnessed moments ago. The woman appeared markedly more open-minded than before. Human resilience is truly remarkable, and the more one is pressed, the more latent potential emerges. "Thank goodness for plastic bags," Yan remarked. The woman smiled in response. "Indeed, I couldn't think of anything to seal those drafty windows, but fortunately, I had purchased quite a few plastic bags beforehand. Initially intended to wrap our belongings for protection against moisture. This time, the newly acquired tape has proven invaluable. Otherwise, even if we managed to affix the plastic bags, the strong winds would surely displace them." "Little sister, do we have any charcoal this time?" the woman asked hopefully. Yan replied, slightly embarrassed, "We've been on the road and just settled down today, planning to rest for a few days. We haven't had the chance to prepare any yet." Observing the woman's disappointment, she hurriedly added, "However, we are in the mountains now, and there is plenty of firewood. I shall ask my father to gather some for you. If not, it is of no consequence. I shall wait until next time," she replied. The woman pulled over a bag containing charcoal and smiled, saying, "There is still some left. It should last until our next meeting." She recalled that she had sold a considerable amount of deadwood earlier and continued, "Sister, I just discovered today that the platform offers a better price for trees. Even dead branches and roots can be sold. Haha, I inadvertently sold quite a bit just now. If you wish to exchange for firewood, you might have to wait a little longer. It will require a longer journey." She recounted the platform's additional requirements for selling trees. The woman across from her seemed enlightened, realizing, that explains it. Perhaps it was due to the soaking. The prices for the wooden items I sold previously were not very high. Compared to charcoal, she did not have a pressing need for firewood. Now that the rain had ceased, the strong wind had its advantages, as it dried things remarkably quickly. "Your surrounding environment is quite convenient, allowing for a profitable exchange." Yan smiled with great delight. "So, sister, if there is anything you desire from my shelf, do not hesitate to ask." The woman pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, I believe there is. I recall that you have both fabric and clothing on your shelf, correct?" Yan flipped through her notebook, locating the page that recorded the items on her shelf, and quickly noted them down. The woman sighed deeply. "Then I would like to exchange for fabric. Yes. The coarse cloth, if you please. Additionally, I would like cotton clothes, quilts, and shoes." Just the thought of it brings warmth. Though she already possessed a quilt from the Yan family, it was old, with the cotton inside compressed, lacking the warmth of a new one. However, a dilemma arose. What could she offer in exchange? The coarse cloth was manageable, given its low price. Yet the quilt and the cotton padded jacket were priced at $196 and $198 respectively. According to the platform's trading principles, without an item of equivalent value, a transaction would be impossible. She contemplated exchanging water, but upon inquiry, the young girl had just discovered a water source. It left her feeling rather impoverished. Thus, she reluctantly set aside these two high-value items and opted to trade coarse cloth and cotton shoes instead. The coarse cloth was valued at 15, while the cotton shoes were 18. The value of items exchanged on the platform was easily quantifiable as long as the difference was not too great. They would each receive half of their desired items. Yan then said, "By the way, sister, I saved some rice and braised pork for you." She hurriedly brought out the bowl that had been kept warm. The woman felt her heart swell with warmth. "What would you like to exchange for?" "I have a self-heating pot." "How about that?" "It's a spicy hot pot, with both meat and vegetables, and it tastes quite good." Yan pondered seriously for a moment. "No, I would rather exchange for ham sausages. She thought to herself. Hot pot, especially spicy hot pot, had too strong a flavor. Regardless of the time, it was always a focal point. The self-heating aspect seemed unnecessary. Unlike Sister Yu, she found it cumbersome to start a fire. Ham sausages were a splendid choice, being inexpensive and allowing for a generous exchange, particularly the starch sausages, which could be simply seasoned and grilled for an irresistible aroma. A bowl of braised pork rice was exchanged for 12 ham sausages, quite a substantial amount. Yan LaEr used the wooden skewers left from the grilled snake meat to skewer the ham sausages, meticulously scoring them with a knife. Yan Yu engaged in casual conversation with the woman across from her, playfully suggesting that she should be called Sister Yu, which elicited delightful laughter from the woman. Very well. Then what should I call you? Drought treasure? She jested, finding her own quip amusing to the point of nearly choking, prompting her to hastily sip water to swallow her mirth. Yan Yu, her expression clouded with discontent, sought to shift the topic, inquiring, Sister, what do you plan to do with the coarse cloth? Sister Yu took a moment to collect her thoughts before responding. I wish to craft a sail. I have observed that although the wind's direction is unpredictable, it tends to weaken each time it shifts. With a sail, during moments when the wind aligns favorably, we could journey further. Yan Yu understood her intentions clearly but disagreed, stating, the rainwater accumulated over the past few months, combined with this chaotic wind, makes traveling a reckless endeavor. What is wrong with the current situation? We have food and drink, and a relatively safe place to stay. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a little longer. Soon, the platform will offer more useful items. Sister Yu shook her head resolutely. We cannot remain stagnant. When it rained, the downpour varied in intensity, and I hesitated to leave, which ultimately led to my illness and further delays. Now, after the flood, we faced the threat of winds. During the rain, one could simply seek refuge on higher ground, but with winds this fierce, who knows how long these tall buildings can withstand it? A few days ago, I witnessed people crafting a rudimentary boat from waterlogged wood. It was quite basic. And to carry more, they had to cling to the vessel while swimming through the water. I believe if they were not compelled to leave, they would not take such risks. What compels them to depart? Perhaps it is the loss of their original dwelling. Rather than passively waiting and being forced to leave, it is surely preferable to seize the moment and prepare as thoroughly as possible before embarking on the journey. Yan Yu was persuaded. Sister, you make a valid point. Much like the villagers fleeing from famine, we milled our wheat and pooled our resources to purchase mules and donkeys for transportation, which has indeed lightened our burden significantly. Far better than those who hurriedly abandoned their homes. The matters that occupied their minds today, both purchases and sales, had come to an end. It was a rare opportunity for such leisurely conversation. However, when Yan Yu mentioned the price of the trees she sold, Rangia sensed something amiss. Did you say you sold each tree for around 200 to 300? Yet, I sold ornamental plants for a full 700. Yan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she misheard? Those were towering trees from nature. How could they be valued less than a mere potted plant? The difference was staggering, almost threefold. Rangia pondered, could it be that the value is determined by the accessibility of resources in each region? In your area, trees are ubiquitous, reflecting only their inherent worth, while here, green plants, let alone trees, are exceedingly rare. Yan Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If I were to exchange my trees for your goods, how much could you sell them on the platform? I might be reluctant to part with them after seeing someone else's wooden boat. If the opportunity arises, I would truly consider trading timber with you. Yan Yu's thoughts began to diverge. If you wish to exchange timber, you must undertake the task yourself. In fact, acquiring a new vessel would be more advantageous, as it would be immediately functional, akin to the bionic cow and exploratory cat that the elder traded to me. My desire is to leave this place swiftly, for only upon arriving in a new locale will I uncover fresh commodities for trade. Aside from you, the individuals in other realms connected to me exhibit little interest in engaging in transactions. I comprehend that there is little of utility for them. Sustenance and drink are resources they are all striving to procure from their respective worlds. After all, the items exchanged lack packaging, making them difficult to store and their origins hard to elucidate. Moreover, their marketplaces will also stock provisions and water. Sister Yu pressed her lips together, troubled by the inability to provide useful trading goods. Yan Yu empathized with her sentiment. She too felt that the merchandise from Sister Yu's side did not encompass anything urgently necessary or indispensable for her. She pondered briefly and remarked, the elder primarily deals in trading intelligent mechanical creations. Sister Fairy has but one commodity, snakes. The young man possesses a potion capable of augmenting strength. Each has its distinctive traits from their respective worlds. I believe you must have something as well, though it remains undeveloped. Sister, you nodded. I share the same sentiment. Which is why I resolved to venture forth, to explore widely. Having already experienced the sensation of teetering on the brink of death, I refuse to merely exist. I wish to live with some flavor and significance. As the time elapsed, the video call was abruptly severed. Yin shook her head. Attempting to dispel Sister used motivational words. Each individual's aspirations are distinct. She simply desires the tranquility of a modest life spent behind closed doors with her parents, and, of course, with her yet-to-be-born sibling. Perhaps, if circumstances permit, she would also welcome the presence of her uncle, elder brother, and elder sister. Yan LaEr first presented the freshly grilled sausages to the two women, followed by his own serving. The sausages, when seared, curled into delightful shapes, while the spices were artfully sprinkled within the crevices. A bite revealed a crispy, tender aroma. Canned fruit was also on the table. The trio shared it joyfully. It was a mixed fruit can, quite delightful, containing a little bit of everything. Yan LaEr expressed his satisfaction. Li Xuemei was reluctant to part with the handwritten manuscript she had just acquired. Do you know what this is? In the eyes of the two men, there was only the grilled sausages and fruit cans. This late-night snack was utterly delightful. One shook his head nonchalantly, claiming ignorance, while the other inquired, "What is it?" "This is Qianjin Fong." "What?" Yin quickly swallowed his morsel, incredulous. "Is the handwritten manuscript truly so exceptional? It must be worth its price. It is incredibly useful." Li Xuemei explained. The second volume of the manuscript contains not the original text, but a modern, meticulously compiled version with detailed illustrations. Unlike the obscure terminology found in bamboo slips, this manuscript is straightforward and comprehensible, instilling a sense of confidence that, armed with knowledge of the ailment, one could also prescribe remedies. Yan swiftly flipped through the pages, filled with admiration. The minuscule script was remarkably clear and well organized, and the accompanying illustrations, adorned with color, were indeed a rarity. This volume, titled Women, is further divided into 9 sections. The first concerns the quest for children, the second addresses morning sickness during pregnancy. The third pertains to nurturing the fetus, the fourth discusses various ailments during gestation, the fifth deals with complications during childbirth, the sixth is about stillbirths. The seventh focuses on breech births, the eighth involves retained placenta, and the ninth relates to feeding infants. Upon examining this, Yin realized its profound relevance. As if it had been tailored specifically for her family. It couldn't be more useful. She had previously worried about the competence of Dr. Chui, but now, with this volume in hand, they could exercise greater caution, ensuring a safe pregnancy. Filled with joy, Yin eagerly explained the contents of this manuscript to her father. Yan LaEr, who was equally astonished. Knowing that it was Qianjin Fong, he recognized the immense value of each volume. Yin contemplated, this collection must be acquired in its entirety. However, they could not be overly extravagant with their tree sales. In the next transaction, they would complete the first and the third volume, and if funds permitted, procure the fourth as well. As for the bamboo slip, Li Xuemei paused. Can you guess what it describes? Chapter 71, Bamboo Slip 1, Fragrant Gallbladder. Yan LaEr immediately recalled the dark, round balls once used long ago. Despite their unappealing appearance and indescribable taste, they were remarkably effective at removing grease and stains. Yin blinked. I know what fragrant gallbladder is. With it, why would I need to switch to medicinal soap? My mosquito-repellent floral spray. My sunscreen. Li Xuemei chided. Lower your voice. Do you wish to wake the entire village? Yan LaEr, feeling a pang of compassion, retrieved the medicinal soap, scraped a bit with his nail, and gently applied it for her, continuously blowing on the area. Whether it was a psychological effect or genuinely effective, Yin felt a notable reduction in the itchiness. Li Xuemei, the simplest method requires only pig pancreas and wood ash. For a more refined version, one could add lard, wood ash, soap pods, sugar, and spices. Yin counted. We have all of that. We just slaughtered 3 wild boars, so we have the pig pancreas and lard. Lard is indeed pig fat, right? We also have beans, which can be ground into bean flour. As for sugar, would it be acceptable to substitute rock sugar? We can grind that too. Spices. We truly lack those, but the fragrance is not of utmost importance. She yearned for the ability to create cleaning supplies herself. Given the current circumstances, the aroma is secondary. Yin Laojiu chuckled. All right, first thing tomorrow, I'll inquire with Luo Laos and to see if the pig pancreas is still available. The fragrance is not the priority? Daughter. Once you've made it, you will understand the distinction. He prepared a pot of pig blood porridge, garnished with wild garlic leaves. He called his brother, nephew, and niece to join him for the porridge. After savoring a hearty bowl himself, he began his tasks. First, he meticulously cleaned the pig pancreas, removing all the white fat and connective tissue, then diced it into small pieces and placed them into a wooden basin. Using a pestle, he crushed it thoroughly. With the pancreases from 3 wild boars, there was quite a quantity. After some contemplation, Yan LaEr decided to set aside a small portion to experiment with. He found a small jar to store it, and after a while of pounding, he beckoned his nephew to continue the task while he ventured to the village to collect a basketful of wood ash. Though he had never witnessed the process firsthand, he had indeed utilized it before. He perceived that the wood ash was inadequate and too coarse, so he borrowed a sieve from a neighbor, sifting it meticulously. Yanyu was roused by her older sister's call. She was utterly fatigued, and apart from her beloved parents, no one comprehended the depths of her distress. Reluctantly, she rose from her stupor. After sitting vacantly for a moment, she gradually regained her composure. Glancing down, she noticed her father diligently pounding a small jar of dark substance, while her mother was busy sought mung beans. A broader view revealed villagers bustling about, drawing and boiling water. Indeed, it was yet another day battling the filth. Everyone was imbued with determination. Old Yin and his eldest nephew intended to enter the makeshift bathing area crafted by Yan LaEr, assisting each other in fetching and boiling water. Diyu was preparing soap bean water for them. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Yan LaEr extracted a few pieces of rock sugar, pounding them vigorously. He then took a handful of soap beans and continued to mash. Li Xuemei, sensing that the mung beans were nearly done and the moisture had evaporated, poured them out. Yan LaEr persisted in his task, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Daya, filled with curiosity, kept glancing over, pondering what exactly her second uncle was concocting. Various powders were indiscriminately mixed into the slurry of pig's pancreas. Satisfied with the amalgamation, Yan LaEr closed his eyes, relying solely on tactile sensation to stir. After this flurry of activity, the Yin father and son emerged, just as he completed his task. Yin Yu, with trembling fingers, tentatively prodded the mixture. The texture felt peculiar. Is this it? Yin Yu inquired of her father. Yan LaEr shook his head. Not yet. It requires lard. Allow me to add it. The lard they had rendered previously had largely gone untouched, and in the sweltering heat, it had begun to spoil. Thus, it was prudent to incorporate it into the mixture rather than waste it. Once the yellow, solid lard was added, the concoction gained a glossy, viscous sheen. Yan LaEr grinned widely, rolling the mixture into neat spheres and setting them aside to dry. He did not waste the remnants in the basin. Instead, he applied them directly to his hands, mixing them with water and rubbing. Although it was still not sufficiently refined, with a noticeable coarse texture, it lathered adequately. After rinsing with water, Yan LaEr raised his hands to examine them closely. Remarkably, they appeared quite clean. Li Xuemei inquired, does this count as a success? Yan Yu no longer minded the soft, sticky sensation. She used her small hands to dab a few times, attempting to wash. Mother, look. She rubbed her hands vigorously, producing even more bubbles than her father. Yan Huaiwen approached, his long hair cascading down. His fingers gently traced the well-formed sphere, and although it was posed as a question, there was a tone of certainty in his voice. Fragrant lard? Elder brother, what do you think of my creation? Yan LaEr asked, somewhat apprehensively. Yan Huaiwen's response was rather ordinary. He nodded in approval, saying, not bad. Just add a bit of dried floral powder, sandalwood powder, or perhaps some white atractylodes, white peony, white jujube, and white silkworm. He paused and continued, this is already quite good. Your use of lard demonstrates clever ingenuity. Yan LaEr seized the moment to reply. I thought lard was slippery, so I tried adding a little to see if it would work, not daring to use too much. So, I unintentionally got it right? He asked tentatively. Yan Huaiwen nodded. The recipes for this fragrant lard vary among families. A slight difference in ingredients results in different sensory experiences and prices. Lard is one of those ingredients. It adds a delicate smoothness. Those who know do not speak, and those who do not understand cannot fathom that such a simple item holds such significance. He glanced at the pig's pancreas in the wooden basin and rolled up his sleeves, saying, this ingredient cannot be stored for long. Allow me to assist you. Upon concluding his words, he seized the pestle and commenced his diligent pounding. Yan LaEr protested, no, I wish to rest. I can no longer continue. What else could be done? Old Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, had begun to toil. Thus, the brothers immersed themselves in their labor, their heads bowed in concentration. Curious villagers approached, drawn nearer to observe the brothers' industriousness. Cheetah, noting that the scholar and his brother hardly seemed like laborers, beckoned his sibling to assist. Once the Chi brothers joined in. Whether it was pig's pancreas, mung beans, or soap pods, everything obediently succumbed to their efforts. What was meant to be paste transformed into paste. What was destined to become powder turned into powder. Seeing that there was insufficient lard, Yan LaEr rendered some more. As all the ingredients coalesced into round balls, the long-awaited feline made its entrance. It approached, bending one of its paws to the ground. Upon nearing, it let out a pitiful meow, as if utterly spent. Collapsing onto the earth. With its round, glistening eyes, it gazed imploringly at them. The family stood in silence. Is this the performance? As supporting characters, they certainly had to play along. Yanyu, startled, exclaimed and scampered over with her short legs. Upon getting closer, she refrained from reaching out immediately, instead observing the hapless creature from a distance. Chapter 72. The whole village smells divine. Yan LaEr displayed a natural demeanor, inching closer while anxiously lifting Yanyu. Area. You mustn't approach, it may scratch you. Li Shuimei pondered what she could contribute, slicing a thin strip of wild boar meat and tossing it over. Her face stern as she commanded, "Begone." The two men turned in unison to regard her. Li Shuimei raised an eyebrow in confusion, questioning, "What is the matter? Is my demeanor insufficiently natural? Is it not instinctual to drive away a bobcat when encountered in the wild?" The cat twitched its ears and struggled to rise to its feet. Grasping a piece of meat in its mouth, it surprisingly walked away. The family of three was left in confusion, pondering the nature of the unfolding drama. Was it not supposed to be a heartwarming tale of rescuing an injured animal? At noon, the Yan family savored a dish of scrambled eggs with wild garlic shoots, accompanied by a delightful mix of white and coarse flour steamed buns. The aroma wafted through the air. The cat returned to its antics, this time appearing bolder, drawing nearer and meowing more insistently. Its fractured paw was persistently bent. Yan LaEr sighed and cut another piece of meat for it, waving his hand dismissively. The cat walked away, thoroughly content. After lunch, Li Shuimei ushered Dia and Arya into the bathroom. Seizing a moment when Dia was distracted, she smeared a hefty dollop of shampoo onto her head, then discreetly applied a piece of fragrant pig's fat. Dia was captivated by the delightful scent. When she attempted to look up, Li Shuimei mercilessly pressed her down. Assisting in lathering and rinsing, they repeated the process 3 times. Dia, watching the water trickle down, felt too embarrassed to lift her head. Yan Yumian, with a sullen expression, was similarly dragged into the wash. Do not inquire why. The answer lies in the fact that the soap pods used previously were odorous, prompting the women of the entire village to take action. They encircled them, asking endless questions. Li Shuimei remarked, "A long time ago, her father bought it, and we never dared to use it. We had no idea what was inside, but it smells so delightful. Surely, it must have cost quite a bit?" I inquired. Yet he remained tight-lipped. It seemed rather expensive. Thus, they endeavored to replicate the fragrant pig's fat, and while they managed to create something, it lacked that exquisite aroma. "What?" Sister Chui exclaimed. "My second brother can also make fragrant pig's fat?" Li Shuimei was taken aback. "Did you not see each other this morning? Those are." She pointed at the neatly arranged round balls drying in the sun. "Oh, they are round. Unlike what I used before, I didn't even recognize them." Sister Chui leaned in, hesitated to touch them, took a deep breath to savor the aroma, and her eyes lit up. "Indeed, this is the scent. It's rich and lustrous, looking even better than what is sold in town." My uncle also remarked that the quality was decent. If only they could add some fragrance. It would probably be akin to the expensive goods that the child's father purchased before. My uncle suggested adding dried floral powder and sandalwood powder. Yanyu, a small figure, exclaimed loudly, and upon noticing everyone's gaze upon her, her smile became even more radiant. "I know, I heard it all." Everyone was taken aback. This child, how could she so brazenly reveal their family recipe? A group of women lingered, some assisting Sister Chui, while others remained to converse with Li Shuimei. With such a fragrant individual around, who would not wish to draw closer? Wild chrysanthemum possesses a slightly cold nature, which helps soothe the liver, reduce swelling, and clear heat and detoxify. It was an impeccable addition to the fragrant balls. Li Shuimei sought out the last round ball she had shaped and kneaded in the wild chrysanthemum powder. She leaned in for a whiff, and indeed there was a faint floral scent. It was truly that simple. Her face radiated joy. The women passed the word along, examining and inhaling, their faces filled with astonishment. Sister Chui was the most excited. Arya's mother, why not ask Yan LaEr how he plans to sell this fragrant ball? So what? This fragrant ball is made from the liver of those 3 wild boars. It's for the folks in the village. Just take it and use it. Yan LaEr pretended to be generous. In reality, he was merely talking. In the village, the inhabitants are increasingly attentive to matters of wealth, particularly in their small community where various surnames coexist. A single misstep can lead to widespread gossip that spreads from one end of the village to the other. Take, for instance, Yan LaEr, whose mere presence causes the villagers to cast down their eyes in disdain. Such a situation is intolerable. As Sister Chui remarked with a stern expression, if we were to rely on the goodwill of our neighbors and not charge for our services, my family would be left to languish on the winds of the northwest. Yan LaEr found himself in a difficult predicament, given our current circumstances. Money would be of no use to me. Sister Chui pondered for a moment, glancing at the jar in her hand. How about this, Brother Yan? The wild chrysanthemums from my home are also medicinal herbs. I can spare some for you. Would 2 pieces of fragrant pork suffice? Please take what you need, replied Yan LaEr, speaking candidly. In the future, should anyone wish to procure some, feel free to come and collect. If it weighs on your conscience, you may exchange it for fragrant wildflowers, mugwort, medicinal herbs, or even soap pots. Is it truly possible to exchange for those? Even mugwort? Some villagers brought forth large bundles of mugwort, others offered soap pots, and those who had nothing to spare but desperately desired the goods even brought strips of meat. Yan LaEr accepted all without hesitation. To his surprise, he discovered that there were families with nets. This ingenuity was indeed resourceful. Thus, it is often said that a family's worth is measured not solely in wealth, but in the potential utility of every possession. One never knows when it might prove advantageous. A trend emerged among the women as they eagerly exchanged for fragrant pork, while the men remained fixated on the allure of spices. Gradually, inquiries arose regarding the possibility of exchanging for seasonings. Yan LaEr nodded slightly, and the entire village erupted with excitement. They had long yearned for this moment. In the past, opportunities were scarce, but now every household possessed meat, and they were willing to trade for some indulgences. Yan LaEr instructed them to prepare 2 bags, one filled with salt, Sichuan pepper, and chicken essence, and the other containing chili powder and cumin. The former could be used to enhance the flavor of stir-fries and stews, while the latter was designated for grilling. He had already mixed the seasonings, and there was no need for precision. When people brought items to exchange, he simply measured out a portion, ensuring fairness without allowing anyone to feel shortchanged. Chapter 73. Exploring the cat. Throughout the day, the villagers busied themselves with cleaning. First, they washed themselves, followed by their clothes. Using a fragrant soap infused with wild chrysanthemum, they found it cleaner and more radiant than soap pots, making them intolerant of the filthy garments they had worn for nearly a month. It wasn't just the clothes. Bedding and mats also required thorough washing. Everywhere in the woods, ropes were strung up, with freshly laundered items hanging to dry, gently kissed by the sunlight filtering through the trees, gradually dispelling the moisture. Yan LaEr lay comfortably on the upper bunk, skillfully turning over, resting her head to one side, and stretching her limbs. After basking in the sun for a while, she decided to change positions. Li Shuamei approached, and, upon seeing her daughter sprawled out like this, felt a playful urge and lightly patted her. The second pat transformed into a gentle rub, kneading her daughter's back and calves, especially her calves, as Li Shuamei had heard from the villagers that her little girl was already 7 years old. Yet, concerning her height, it would be dishonest not to feel worried. Yan Yu responded with soft grunts, reminiscent of a piglet. Li Shuamei's gaze was filled with affection, and a tender smile graced her lips. Pig mama, oink oink oink. The little piglet has taken 6 baths in just 2 days. Oh dear. It's almost worn its skin thin. As a baby, bathing is quite exhausting for her. Yan Yu wishes to express her dissatisfaction. Li Shuamei teasingly remarks, hasn't she transformed from a little dirty pig into a little fragrant pig? Yan Yu snorts in response, choosing not to retort. Mother, when shall we plant the trees? Yan Yu is preoccupied with the matter of replanting. Li Shuamei replies, there's no rush. We'll wait until nightfall when no one is around. Otherwise, the villagers might think something peculiar is afoot. Your father has taken Sanbao out to find not only cuttings but also suitable locations, lest we plant them only for the little saplings to wither away. As they converse, their cat approaches once more. Li Shuamei is both amused and exasperated, descending to await its laborious arrival, dragging its injured leg. Indeed, the cat's condition has worsened. Previously, it could manage to place its paws on the ground. But now it appears entirely numb, dragging itself along. She attempts to draw near, yet the cat does not flee. Understanding the situation, she ties together the prepared peeled twigs with cloth strips. Then, she gently offers a small fish sent by a villager, patting its head in the process. The cat instinctively flinches but ultimately allows her to touch it, its little ears pressed back slightly. It emits a soft meow, clutching the fish as it ambles away. For instance, there's Yan insistence on the peeled twigs, and the cat's hesitant, yet inviting demeanor. Yan LaEr has broken numerous branches, temporarily inserting them into the woods and watering them to preserve their vitality. Then, he and the ox arrive at the stream, where Sanbao drinks. And he uses a small stick to dig for worms on the bank. He must prepare the hens for laying eggs tomorrow morning, ensuring they receive some nourishing treats in advance. A cat and a snake suddenly rolled out from the thicket, startling him greatly. Upon closer inspection, Yan LaEr's expression turned peculiar. Had he been unaware of the truth, he might have genuinely fallen for this cunning feline. The snake struck. But the cat did not evade. After receiving a blow, it collapsed limply to the ground, letting out a wretched cry. The snake held the advantage, coiling around it. Yet the cat swiftly escaped and retaliated with a fierce swipe. After a prolonged struggle with no resolution, the snake attempted to flee, but the cat, relentless, clawed and bit in pursuit. Ultimately, justice prevailed as the valiant cat emerged victorious, with the snake retreating and the cat triumphant, panting with its tongue out. It turned to its brother and said, "Elder brother, this cat is injured. I wish to care for it for a while." Yan Huaiwen could not help but notice the wild cat that persistently sought attention. Wild creatures are notoriously difficult to tame. Once its wounds heal, it should be set free. Implicitly, he consented to the temporary presence of the cat, adding, "Moreover, be cautious. Do not allow it to harm anyone." Yan Huaiwen's intentions were noble. Yet wild creatures cannot be easily domesticated. Their stay amidst the streams teeming with water and fish would be brief. Once the wildcat's injuries healed, he feared they would depart, and it would not be able to follow them like a domesticated cat or dog might. He entrusted the cat to his daughter. Yan LaEr then indulged in a refreshing bath. His long hair, however, proved somewhat bothersome. It took considerable effort to clean his flowing locks thoroughly. Bathing consumed time, and so did drying off. Aware of the need to adapt, he declined his wife's assistance and resolved to start anew. Yan wore a serious expression and inquired of the cat, "Having roamed outside all day, have you picked up any pests?" The cat adorably shook its head in response. Yan was filled with joy, prompting her to beckon the cat closer for a gentle caress. The feline, still dragging its leg, obediently lay before her. With a tender hand, she stroked its fur from head to tail, finding satisfaction in the act, and attempted to pull the cat closer, oblivious to her own strength, which momentarily hindered her efforts. The cat, in harmonious compliance, rolled over, exposing its little belly to its master's gaze. Yan let out a delighted honk. She retrieved her small notebook, extracting a charcoal pencil, and began her inquiry. "Can you locate a water source?" The cat nodded in affirmation. "Is it applicable to both animals and plants?" Another nod followed. Yan pondered for a moment before quietly asking, "Is your exploration limited to the ground? What about underground?" The cat's tiny paws tapped thoughtfully, followed by a nod of agreement. Tilting its head, the cat seemed to contemplate how best to communicate. It glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and swiftly darted to the ground. From the mugwort sent by villagers for the exchange of fragrant offerings, it seized a sprig and leapt back up to the loft, placing the mugwort before Yan. With a soft meow, it began to rub its little head, particularly its eyes, against the herb. In an instant, Yan comprehended. "You mean to say, you must see, know, recognize something before venturing out to find it, correct?" The cat meowed softly in agreement, nodding once more. Yan diligently noted this down, mumbling to herself, "Indeed, every world must have its peculiarities. It seems that to enable your endeavors outside, I must first update your database." She suddenly felt the weight of the task at hand. Closing her notebook decisively, she gracefully descended and called to the cat, "Come down now, there's no one around." Chapter 74. The Essence of Human Existence. The cat nestled down, concealing its petite paws beneath its body. It was evident that it had no intention of moving. Yan pondered whether it felt that such behavior contradicted its wild feline persona. With a pitiful meow, it remained utterly still. "Ah, understood." Yan resignedly poured a glass of water, gently swaying it before the cat. Subsequently, she began to present various items for its inspection. as if striving to win the favor of the feline master. "Dinner time," called Yan LaEr. Yan Huaiwen approached with a deliberate slowness, taking his place at the table. Yin Xiangheng now always hovered around his uncle during meal preparations, eagerly assisting in setting the table as soon as the food was ready. Li Xuemei and Daya had just finished hanging the clothes and quilts out to dry. They had washed later than usual, while others had already dried their laundry in the sun. With the work done, a meal awaited them, and Li Xuemei felt quite cheerful, especially with the enticing aroma of braised fish wafting through the air. The fish from the stream were rather small, and they would have preferred deep frying them in a crispy batter. However, after a long day of eating dry rations, Yan LaEr decided to indulge in a braised preparation. The fish was tender and springy, imbued with flavorful broth. Though the small fish contained numerous bones, they did not detract from the overall taste. Perhaps due to the quality of the water, the fish was exceptionally fresh, with a subtle hint of sweetness. Li Xuemei was adept at eating fish, expertly extracting every single bone. Yin Yu, much like her father, struggled in this regard. Both of them seemed oblivious to the smaller bones, often eating while simultaneously spitting out the larger ones. Yan LaEr has developed a robust voice, able to chew and swallow small fish bones with ease. Yin Yu, who could barely manage this feat before, now finds herself reliant on her mother for assistance due to her small stature and delicate voice. She gazes eagerly at her mother, who deftly removes the bones from a small fish, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment, her eyes brimming with anticipation. When she finally savors the dish, the spicy, savory broth mingling with the fish flesh brings a blissful squint to her eyes. Accompanying the braised fish is a staple of homemade steamed bean cakes, filled with tender red beans sweetened with a touch of syrup, a delightful flavor that uplifts the spirit. Even Yan Huaiwen indulges in an extra serving. After the meal, a leisurely stroll nearby is deemed necessary for digestion. The eldest nephew eagerly offers to assist with the cleanup, prompting Yan LaEr to lead the ox outside, citing the ready excuse of feeding the animal. Yin Yu, as usual, follows closely behind. Seizing the twilight hours, the duo retrieves the branches Yan LaEr had prepared earlier, digging them from the earth to plant throughout the woods. Fearing a low survival rate, they work diligently, managing to plant over 50 saplings. After a while, Yan LaEr brushes the dirt from his hands and inquires, "Did we sell a dozen trees?" 12, replies Yin Yu, her memory sharp from just recording the day's accounts. Yan LaEr calculates mentally, recalling that what they purchased has left little remainder. "At least it's over 100. How much exactly?" 113. 5, she answers. Yan LaEr grins, acknowledging the importance of better preparation in the future to avoid yesterday's hurriedness. "Father, did you know? Our cat needs to familiarize itself with its surroundings before it can venture out to explore," Yin Yudao remarked. "It should pertain to the disparities between species across two distinct worlds. Finding something for it can indeed be quite a challenge." Yan LaEr raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Let us first procure the essentials, and the three of us shall take turns accompanying it. When the opportunity arises, I shall take it to visit Dr. Cui." As for the reason behind their tardiness, it was rather down to earth. They feared that the clothing left to dry would absorb the aroma of barbecued meat. The Yin family had little to worry about. Their location was somewhat distant, and the forest was still, allowing the smoke to rise straight into the air. From afar, one could see the dense white smoke illuminated by the flickering flames, casting a warm glow over the area. The villagers' faces radiated a straightforward, palpable satisfaction. The elders, though aged, found the spicy allure irresistible, yet dared not indulge excessively. After savoring a couple of pieces of meat, they would pass their skewers to the children at home. The youngsters, oblivious to the complexities of taste, relished the meat, especially the barbecued variety. They devoured it ravenously, but the spiciness was not easily tolerated by all, particularly not by the little ones, who inevitably cried out, sticking out their tongues in search of water. Once the heat subsided, their faces streaked with tears. They remained unwilling to cease their feasting, continuing to eat and drink. The children's mother, concerned, offered gentle advice, while the father, chuckling heartily, seized the chance to hand over another skewer. The mother turned, glaring disapprovingly. The father and son exchanged secretive, playful glances. From a distance, Li Xuemei observed, feeling a profound sense of tranquility in that moment. She tenderly caressed her belly, reflecting upon the unease of arriving in this world, the apprehension of being shaped by fate, and the arduous journey of fleeing from hardship, all compounded by the unexpected arrival of the little one. Her inner turmoil, anxiety, and pressures were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. At this very moment, The tangible warmth of human existence appears to be a balm for the soul, soothing her sensitive and contemplative nature, providing solace to her troubled spirit. Beside her lies a small bundle containing 2 rolls of bamboo slips and a handwritten manuscript. Li Xuemei tenderly caresses them, keenly perceiving their form. She has perused the contents of the bamboo slips extensively, and although she does not know them by heart, she can recount them with considerable accuracy. Having deciphered the intricate characters within, whether it be charcoal or fragrant incense, they hold the potential to elevate her family from poverty once they establish stability in the north. This embodies the power of knowledge, a gift from the platform, akin to teaching one to fish. The handwritten manuscript, in particular, is essential for enhancing their survival and health security. After much contemplation, she realizes that she is the only one suited to study and delve into this booklet, provided that her daughter first transcribes it once more. The original illustrations are not to be displayed lightly. Should there be a copy, she could freely consult it without reservation. However, her ability to read and write seems to rest solely on her husband's shoulders. It is a hardship for Yan LaEr, who failed to pursue his studies while his wife and daughter advance ahead. Yan Yu climbs to the upper bunk. The first thing he does is to pet the cat. Yan Huaiwen, catching a glimpse of his younger brother, notices him whispering with their mother and sister, leaving him speechless. His brother's romantic inclinations seem excessive. While others share affectionate bonds, he refrains from commenting too much. Yet, his own children occasionally exhibit hints of envy, placing him in a rather awkward position as a father. After years of separation from his children, he feels somewhat lost, uncertain of how to engage with them. Should he adopt the role of a strict father? That may be excessively harsh. Alternatively, should he be a nurturing father? He himself was at a loss, confronting the most perplexing dilemma of his life thus far. At times, he would attempt to emulate Tianyu, but he found it utterly impossible to match the silly grin adorning Erya's face. However, he could manage a gentle smile. Alas, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Not only was Hunger seemingly startled, but even Dio approached cautiously, as though he were not smiling at them, but weeping instead. "Oh, mother, I too wish to learn. You are the doctor, and I shall be your humble apprentice. Together, we shall heal the world. Ha ha." Yan Yu enthusiastically applauded her mother, believing her to be truly remarkable. Chapter 75. The calligraphy of old. Yan Xuemei chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. I do not harbor such grand ambitions. Take pulse diagnosis, for instance, without a master to guide me. Relying solely on my own understanding would be futile. I think it is imperative not to waste this book. At the very least, I should comprehend the various types of medicinal herbs and their uses, understand which symptoms correspond to which prescriptions, and be aware of any contraindications, as well as dietary considerations." Upon a cursory glance at the book, I noticed that for a single ailment, there are often multiple prescriptions, perhaps due to the severity of the condition or the interchangeable efficacy of the remedies. The medical conditions of ancient times were woefully inadequate. There were no sophisticated diagnostic instruments or scientific methods for validation. Knowledge was transmitted solely through the master-disciple relationship, with effective prescriptions held by a select few. Moreover, we seldom had access to competent physicians. If I do not exert myself, entrusting the lives of my family to an unfamiliar doctor fills me with trepidation. Li Xuemei voiced her concerns, and though she held back on certain points, there was no denying the existence of social stratification among people in this world. Regardless of how high Lao Yin might ascend in the future, they remained, for now, mere commoners at the bottom of the societal hierarchy. Cui Longzhong's medical skills were adequate for treating minor ailments, yet when faced with more complex conditions, he might hesitate even to prescribe a remedy. Without delving into distant matters, consider her current state of pregnancy. Modern cesarean sections have significantly improved the survival rates of both mother and child, but here, her only recourse was to rely upon a midwife. How could she not be fearful? What if the fetus was in the wrong position? Or if the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck? Or if there was insufficient amniotic fluid? Having experienced childbirth herself, she was acutely aware of the perils involved. Yan Yu's demeanor turned serious. Humans consume grains, and it is only natural to fall ill. Her mother was right. Even a little knowledge was better than ignorance. In the event of encountering a less skilled physician, at least they would be somewhat prepared, whether to seek another doctor or to consult multiple practitioners. The 4 diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation were beyond their grasp, and finding someone to teach them was not an easy task. It would be prudent to memorize a few prescriptions, Should illness arise, they could assess the pulse and compare the prescribed remedies to discern any discrepancies. Engaging in discussions with the doctor, they did not expect to profit from this knowledge, as healing was a noble endeavor that ought to be shared widely. The two women resolved to adopt a serious approach to their studies, planning to find an opportunity to copy the book twice, one for Li Xuemei and one for Yan Yu to keep for her own reference. As Yan Yu stared at the densely packed small characters and realized the enormity of the task, she lamented, "Mother, is it permissible for us to copy our own work? The text is excessively lengthy. Wouldn't it be more efficient for two individuals to transcribe together? If she were to do it alone, it would be a challenge for her." Li Xuemei glanced at Yan LaEr, who instantly comprehended her intent. "Daughter, come join me in study. Starting today, the three of us shall progress together. You two assist me in mastering reading and writing, and I shall provide you with cover." Such a man, indeed, demonstrates responsibility. Li Xuemei smiled subtly. Her eyes curved with joy as she placed his hand on her abdomen. "This little one should be about 3 months along, and our eldest is merely 7. With the children still so young, if we wish to lead a good life in our little family, both of us as parents must strive diligently." Yan Lao appeared invigorated and promptly sought out Lao Yin for a calligraphy copybook. "Brother, would you be so kind as to create a copybook for me? I shall practice by following it." He harbored his own little schemes, believing that imitating the original's handwriting would be less effective than learning Lao Yan's style. This way, he could avoid the pitfall of differing handwriting. Moreover, if his writing were subpar, he would have an excuse, a mere change in font, still unfamiliar. Yan Huaiwen was taken aback. How could it be that his son Tianyu had proactively sought him out for a copybook to practice calligraphy? Yan Huaiwen solemnly agreed. Watching his younger brother's departing figure, he wore a grave expression, summoning his son to fetch water and set the table. He personally washed the brushes and ground the ink, meticulously laying out the treasured white mulberry paper he was reluctant to use. He dared not breathe too heavily, focused solely on folding the paper with precision. Once folded, he unfolded it to reveal evenly sized and squared writing grids. Yan Xiangheng's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Was he truly to create a calligraphy copybook using white mulberry paper? In affluent households, this piece of paper may not hold much significance. However, within their family, they typically utilize the most economical bamboo and hemp paper. He distinctly remembers this particular sheet, gifted as a token of respect when the child of a wealthy family in town commenced studies under a minor. After contemplating for a while, Yan Huaiwen resolved to inscribe in the second style he was adept at, the official script. As for the cursive script, which he excelled in, he set it aside. He was still hopeful that Tianyu would embark on an official career. Although the official script lacks distinctive flair, it is widely employed. Should he diligently hone his calligraphy skills, it would serve him well as a scribe in the future. With this determination, Yan Huaiwen's brush danced on the paper as if guided by divine inspiration. Throughout his life, this official script would likely be the style he practiced the most. Once completed, he scrutinized the work and nodded to himself in satisfaction. Indeed, his skill had not diminished over the years. Yan Xiangheng was filled with joy upon seeing it. This calligraphic piece encapsulated the essence of the official script, elegant, refined, and harmoniously balanced. He earnestly requested, "Father, may I keep this piece? I promise to practice diligently and honor your work." Yan Huaiwen glanced at him, contemplating that since his son desired it, he could simply create another. Yet, he felt this piece was not meant for that purpose. It was destined for Tianyu. He nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." With great care, he set the piece aside and laid out another sheet of paper. Using the same type of paper, this time he did not hesitate but proceeded to write with fervor. Upon finishing, he laid down the brush and declared, "You may take this piece instead." Yan Xiangheng felt a slight discomfort within him. Although both pieces were penned by his father, featuring identical characters, content, and paper, he sensed that this one lacked the heartfelt dedication of the previous work. He could not help but inquire, "Father, what is the inscription written ahead?" Yan Huaiwen sighed softly, filled with sentiment. "It is what Tianyu has sought. Your second uncle has squandered many years neglecting the pursuit of knowledge. Unexpectedly, today he has taken the initiative to seek a calligraphy piece. As your father, I am sincerely comforted. As long as one has the will, it is never too late to delve into the classics." Yan Xiangheng was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed his second uncle's request. With this understanding, the slight discomfort in his heart dissipated like smoke. Instead, he felt a surge of joy. It is inappropriate for a younger generation to speak ill of their elders, yet his second uncle had truly. Now, He was improving and had rekindled his aspiration for learning. He could not blame his father for treating the matter with such gravity. In fact, he felt a profound sense of happiness. His second uncle had finally embarked on the right path. Yan LaEr was unaware that merely asking old Yin to write a calligraphy piece had led to such a significant misunderstanding between the father and son regarding him. He first sought out the Chi brothers, intending to take advantage of the next few leisurely days to prepare some charcoal. He then sought out Dr. Chui, requesting him to visit and check on his wife's condition. After a tiring journey, he felt reassured by having a doctor's examination. Chapter 76. A change of perspective. Dr. Chui arrived promptly. After examining Li Xiuemei's pulse and observing her complexion, he posed a few questions before stating, "The weather is hot," which can lead to irritability. Avoid consuming spicy foods. Otherwise, everything appears satisfactory. If you feel drowsy, simply sleep. There is no need to force yourself. He reassured Li Xiuemei with a few comforting words, declaring that the fetus was thriving and healthy, urging her not to worry. The child was quite considerate, remaining calm despite the bumpy journey. Is it due to the heat, Brother Chui? Yan LaEr deliberately sidestepped the matter of spicy foods. He was uncertain about his wife's preferences. If he advised her against spicy dishes, she might find it hard to resist. Indeed, with such sweltering weather and the burden of pregnancy, it is only natural to crave indulgence. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Chui remarked, "There is no need for medicine. Simply drink more water. Both honeysuckle and wild chrysanthemum can be brewed. If that is insufficient, feel free to come to my place for more." Yan LaEr nodded with a peculiar expression, realizing that Dr. Chui was well aware of the age-old wisdom of hydration as a remedy for various ailments. "Since we have some beans at home, how about I prepare a 3-bean soup for her?" Yan LaEr belatedly thought of this delightful summer delicacy. Glancing at the ingredients, he noted that he had all that was needed: red beans, green beans, black beans, and rock sugar, all perfectly prepared. How could he have been so slow to realize? 3-bean drink, you say? Dr. Chui exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. Indeed, it is excellent for clearing heat, detoxifying, and strengthening the spleen while alleviating dampness. His gaze towards Yan LaEr transformed entirely as he considered the incessant advice his wife had been imparting to him, and he could not help but commend Brother Yan. "You are truly well informed." Yan LaEr replied, "What does this amount to in terms of knowledge?" The experts on television discuss health and wellness daily. With a handful of red beans, green beans, and black beans, along with rock sugar and water, he brought it to a boil over high heat. After approximately 15 minutes, he removed it from the fire and allowed it to cool before serving. He prepared a large pot, ensuring everyone in the household could partake. Indeed, after sipping the mildly sweet 3-bean soup, he felt a refreshing calmness wash over him. That evening, Yan LaEr and the 4 brothers of the Chi family regrouped and resumed their work. Learning from their previous experience, they engaged in thorough discussions with their wives and daughters. This time, Yan LaEr's method for burning charcoal was notably different. He arranged the other firewood around a large wooden pillar to form a conical shape, enhancing the stability and concentration of the entire structure. Upon the neatly stacked firewood, a layer of dry hay and leaves is spread until the wood is completely concealed, after which mud is applied on top. A large opening is left at the top, while 8 small vents are excavated at the bottom. Once a fire is ignited within the large opening, wisps of blue smoke begin to rise from the earthen mound. At this juncture, the fundamental procedures have been accomplished. Yan LaEr and the Chi brothers take turns to guard the site. He advises the 3, if the earthen mound dries and cracks, additional mud should be applied. The 8 air vents at the bottom require close attention. When the fire reaches a particular vent, it must be sealed with mud. Once all the bottom vents are blocked, the large opening at the top should also be sealed. The Chi brothers display a sense of anxiety, expressing their willingness to follow instructions but questioning the necessity of being informed as they have no desire to learn. The charcoal-making process stretches late into the evening, and they fear it may take all night. Yan LaEr has been tirelessly working without proper rest, feeling utterly exhausted and in need of a break. Yet, none of the Chi brothers dare to leave. "Let us 3 keep watch," suggests Chi to Chi Si adds. Yan LaEr spoke rather quickly. "Let us converse and ensure we have all the details." Chi Wu, taking advantage of his youth, interjects, I'll go first. Yan LaEr said, followed by Cheetah, and finally Chi Si. The 3 brothers listen intently, feeling satisfied that they have all remembered the instructions accurately, without any omissions. Before they can revel in their success, Luo Da, who is responsible for the night watch, approaches. "What are you 3 doing?" he inquires. observing them gathered around an earthen mound that resembles a grave. In the dead of night, it is rather eerie. Luo De is relieved by his own boldness, thinking that had a timid person been present, it might have led to panic. The reason Yan LaEr was so pressed for time to make another batch was his concern about the potential distance from the water source in the future, which would render the task inconvenient. Luo De readily accepted this explanation. Yan LaEr displayed considerable foresight. The brothers were indeed trustworthy and would never divulge his intentions. Of course, Chi Dehan chuckled, delighted by Luo De's commendation. How could we possibly speak of it? We confide in no one. Since brother Yan holds us in esteem, we shall lend him our assistance, Chi Wu added. Luo De nodded and departed. Upon returning, he sought out his father. Father, Yan LaEr has enlisted the Chi brothers' help in charcoal production. He relayed the matter. Village Chief Luo rubbed his hands together, remaining silent for quite some time. Father? What of it? You need not call me. I am well aware of my role, Village Chief Luo replied curtly. This interruption disrupted his train of thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, Scholar Gong is quite astute. The first challenge we shall face when heading north is the cold. If only we could produce our own charcoal, how much we would save. Luo De exclaimed with great anticipation. Be quiet. Who are you including in that we? That is Yan's family business. Old man Luo retorted, his eyes narrowing. Oh dear father, that is not my intention, Luo De hastily clarified. The Yan family can produce charcoal. Aside from its convenience, once we arrive in the north, being newcomers, we must avoid being taken advantage of as outsiders, paying exorbitant prices. Village Chief Luo nodded slowly, saying, It is commendable that you can grasp this reasoning. Although our ancestors hailed from the north, we must be wary of how others perceive us. Observing the actions of the Yin family, it is evident that it is Yan LaEr who orchestrates affairs outside. I am of a different generation than he, and I urge you brothers to engage more with him. In matters of significance, let us emulate the Chi brothers, offering assistance and contributing our efforts without hesitation. If the Yin family intends to establish charcoal production as a long-term endeavor, they will undoubtedly seek the Chi family's help first. As for Yan LaEr, he should be addressed as Brother Yan LaEr. Village Chief Luo shot him a disapproving glance and added, It appears that Brother Yan LaEr has been properly acknowledged by his elder sibling. Not only does he assist our fellow villagers in exchange for sustenance, but he also does not shy away from genuine responsibilities. He eagerly volunteers for night watch duties, drives carts, tends to cattle, and prepares meals. Once, when families kept to themselves, I was unaware of his character. However, I have observed that he cares deeply for his wife and daughter. Upon reflection, he has not committed any wrongs within the village. The negative tales circulating are baseless. The only thing that stands out is his tendency to spend freely, particularly on those extravagant spices. Oh, how much he has purchased. Luo De remarked, Do not call him Yan LaEr. Yet you, father, seem to enjoy doing so yourself. Chapter 77. The brothers who came through deception. His brother resignedly set aside the calligraphy scroll, contemplating that he would give it to him in the morning, while feeling concerned for Tianyu, who had been tirelessly busy of late, fearing he might be worn out. Meanwhile, by the bonfire, the Chi brothers had diligently sealed all the holes, yet they found themselves at a loss for what to do next. Chido instructed his two brothers to maintain their vigil while he went in search of Yan LaEr. Before he could approach, he was met with the unmistakable sound of Yan LaEr's snoring, causing him to pause, a look of conflict crossing his face. Crouching in place, I pondered for a while, unable to decide whether it would be better to rouse Yan LaEr or let him continue his slumber, despite having done nothing. I found myself drenched in sweat from anxiety. Chi Si also squatted for a time, followed by Chi Wu. The three brothers took turns squatting until Yan LaEr finally arose. Upon waking, Yan LaEr felt invigorated. Youth indeed has its merits. For a single night's rest can banish all fatigue. When he learned that the Chi brothers had stayed awake the entire night to guard him and had even taken turns watching over him, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. He cherished the companionship of the Chi brothers, who were sincere and unwavering in their loyalty. Though they had agreed to take turns, the three brothers, concerned for his well-being, had sacrificed their own comfort, keeping their eyes open throughout the night. Cheetah chuckled heartily. No worries, Yan LaEr, go. We're all alert and ready. Come, take a look at how the charcoal is turning out. Oh, right, we should leave first. You can manage on your own. Chi Si recalled the need for confidentiality regarding their methods and hurriedly signaled to his brothers to depart. Leave? Why would we leave? Let us uncover it together, Yan LaEr declared as he began to dig. Seeing this, Cheetah quickly lent a hand. Chi Si and Chi Wu felt it inappropriate to remain idle. But since Chi had already begun, they couldn't simply stand by. They joined in as well. Perhaps there were other processes to attend to? They thought as they continued digging through the mound of earth. Eventually, they uncovered a heap of charcoal. The Chi brothers exchanged glances. Is this not already finished? They were not foolish, but their reactions were perhaps a tad delayed. Yan LaEr, this. Chi Si found himself at a loss for words. Chi Wu, in a subdued tone, remarked, Yan LaEr, why didn't you let us help you carry some? Even if we're not the brightest, we could have learned a thing or two. Moreover, the trio was quite anxious last night, double-checking with one another to avoid any mistakes. This has certainly provided a method for the Yin family to learn from. As the three brothers exchanged glances in their predicament, one might wonder what course of action they ought to take. Who will impart this knowledge to them? Why should they conceal their efforts from one another? Once we arrive in Guangzhou, we will rely on the charcoal business to sustain our families. Can I manage this burden alone? There is wealth to be gained collectively, and prosperity to be shared among us as brothers. Let us not dally. It is imperative to agree that when our charcoal enterprise commences, I shall take the lion's share. And you must not harbor any resentment. Yan LaEr deliberately stated this to alleviate any potential discomfort the three might feel. Such a straightforward method. Can he truly keep it to himself? Unless he refrains from producing charcoal altogether, the moment he begins, any attempt to hide the process is futile. Those with a keen mind can learn the craft after only a couple of observations. It is clear that brother Yan LaEr is looking out for us. And how fortunate we are that even before reaching Guangzhou, we already have prospects ahead. Chi Si was overjoyed. This is no morbid task. Free from the worry of any superstitions. Cheetah nodded vigorously, affirming that they would indeed work diligently. The matter of the fourth brother's marriage had remained unresolved, partly due to concerns regarding his work in the coffin shop and the perceived burden of family obligations. Wouldn't it be easier for him to pursue a marriage proposal now that they would all be earning through Yan LaEr's charcoal business? The three brothers would be gainfully employed. This thought ignited a fervor within Chi Wu as he gazed eagerly at Yan LaEr. Yan LaEr remarked, those who are genuine and straightforward are truly commendable. They do not engage in empty pleasantries. Observing the delight of these three siblings, one might mistakenly believe I have struck a fortune, and they are already basking in its glow. In truth, he merely sketched an enticing prospect, yet not a single coin had materialized. If one were to hasten, it could take merely a month. Should they be slower, 2 months would suffice. Yan LaEr replied, scrutinizing the charcoal produced this time. The form of the charcoal had remained largely unchanged, suggesting that there was little fragmentation. He casually picked one up and struck it against the ground, pleased to hear a crisp sound. If it had produced a dull thud, it would have indicated that it had not been thoroughly burned. Breakfast was still prepared by Yan LaEr. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he made his way to his own hens and returned with 4 eggs in hand. Using the new charcoal to ignite the fire, he felt compelled to test its efficiency. Yan LaEr proceeded to make an egg custard. With many mouths to feed and few eggs available, he added a bit too much water. The custard emerged a delicate shade of yellow. The fragrant millet rice was complemented by a few drops of soy sauce and vinegar atop the silky custard, allowing it to be effortlessly mixed with the rice. Consumed without the need for chewing, simply slurped down with ease. Such was the manner of the Chi family brothers. Yan LaEr observed the neatly aligned Chi relatives, eagerly devouring their meals, and thought to herself, these are indeed the brothers her father had enticed. Yan LaEr shared the details of the charcoal production with old Yan, who had no objections. After all, it was a method bestowed by Providence, and he could decide for himself. As for hiring the Chi brothers for labor, he still trusted the character of the villagers. However, had the Chi brothers perhaps prematurely assumed the role of helpers? Glancing at the nearly empty pot, it was evident that the three had not satiated their hunger. He exchanged a knowing glance with his daughter, who promptly fetched 10 steamed buns. The moment the large buns appeared, the Chi brothers paused, sensing something amiss. They were no longer in the village, nor was it the same as in years past. They were assisting Yan LaEr with his work, yet it hardly warranted a hearty meal during this barren year. The faces of the 3 honest men gradually flushed with warmth, their cheeks on the verge of turning crimson. Yan LaEr, noticing this, placed 2 steamed buns into each of their bowls. Chapter 78. Practicing calligraphy. You trust me and are willing to work alongside me, so I shall be forthright with you. The charcoal in the north will undoubtedly sell. Consider how cold it is there. As for the quantity sold, I believe we can certainly earn a modest sum. But fret not, for we also have the fragrant pork belly. Together, These two ventures should allow us to amass some capital for settling down. Initially, we shall tackle the work ourselves, and if business flourishes and proves too overwhelming, we shall hire more hands. Yan LaEr left his thoughts unfinished. Their family was indeed planning to expand their business in the future, employing villagers to assist. He was beginning to understand why old Yan was so intent on leading the villagers away from the famine. It was evident that this village was filled with good-hearted, diligent people. Grant them a piece of land suitable for spring planting and autumn harvesting, and they could thrive anywhere. The more he interacted with them, the more vibrant they appeared. He found himself reluctant to part from this increasingly familiar collective. Let us work together, he thought. First, let us see if we can earn some money. If all goes well, we can scale up and involve the villagers, not to boast of lifting ourselves out of poverty, but at the very least to provide some additional income for each household. The Chi brothers were thoroughly engaged by Yan LaEr's words. The two large buns disappeared into their stomachs in no time. Dia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her father, who nodded slightly. Turning, he fetched several more buns and placed them before his second uncle. With a swift glance, Yan LaEr naturally handed each of the three brothers another two, remarking, "Having too much is inconvenient. Let us first prepare a few bags. We can replenish them on the way, and once we arrive at our destination, we shall assess the prices and marketability before deciding whether to undertake a larger endeavor." The Chi brothers nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves that Yan LaEr certainly had a strategic mind, and aligning with him was undoubtedly a wise choice. They labored diligently to produce 2 more steamed buns. Their stomachs protested, "I am full." Reluctant to overstay, the Chi brothers hurriedly took their leave. Upon returning home and recounting the tale to their mother, Chi Laonyang was so incensed that she removed her shoes, prepared to chastise them with the sawls. Yet, her vision was somewhat blurred, and the 3 brothers had to position themselves to ensure her strikes were effective. "Why are you so gluttonous? When did you dare to indulge like this? What you did is hardly work. That scarcely qualifies as labor. How can you shamelessly take food from others?" Chi Si, with a distressed expression, protested, "But mother, I delivered the flour to the Yan family to cover their breakfast deficit. What about the eggs and rice? They only accepted wheat." Hearing the commotion, Chi Laonyang swung her shoe in their direction, her vision still clouded. "We are grateful, dear mother. We shall certainly work hard," Chi Wu fervently explained. "Brother Yan holds us in esteem and is willing to have us assist in charcoal production and making incense. Although we may be simple-minded, Brother Yan is astute. Henceforth, we shall heed his guidance and labor diligently. Once he pays us our wages, you can save it to find a bride for Chi Si." Chiesazeo's face flushed crimson. "Mother, I never intended to," he stammered. Chieda nodded earnestly, affirming, "Mother, Xiaowu is correct." Chia Laonyang closed her eyes for a moment, fumbling to put her shoes back on. "If you must work for others, then work. You are not to partake of their meals. The Yan family has not earned a single copper coin, and you are not to mention money. If there is a task at hand, contribute whatever you can." She urged her 3 sons to retire for the night. With a sigh, Chia Laonyang lamented, "Who can one blame? Initially, I thought their father was honest. Who would have foreseen that I would bear such 3 simpletons?" She called softly for her eldest. Chieda's wife responded promptly, hurrying over, "Mother." As for Yan Lanyo's wife, "When you have a moment, go and check on her. Lend a hand. Advise her to minimize her sewing. If there's anything she needs done, lend your skills." Chia Laonyang instructed. Chieda's wife did not hesitate to comply. She had been listening intently. "Do not worry, mother. There isn't much work at the Yan household, and I can manage." Chia Laonyang felt helpless. Her daughter-in-law was indeed earnest. The bond forged by Yan Laonyo bringing their brothers to work was one of friendship. Do not misconstrue it as them trying to curry favor with the Yan family. In matters of the heart, kindness begets kindness. If you approach warmly, they will surely feel it. Chieda's wife pondered her mother-in-law's words thoughtfully. What does warmth truly mean? The bond of siblings is the warmest of all. All right then, let us proceed. Soon, Li Shueme noticed something peculiar about Chieda's wife. The affection in her gaze was unmistakable. She advised her to refrain from sewing during her pregnancy, offering assistance with any task she wished to undertake. There was nothing else amiss. She did not overstep. Yet, every time their eyes met, Chieda's wife greeted her with a warm smile. It brings a certain joy to behold. She understands that it is due to the charcoal burning, which has fostered a sense of closeness with the Chi family. This arrangement is quite pleasant. They express their gratitude without being overly enthusiastic, creating a comfortable distance for Li Shueme. Yan Lao exchanged water noodles for steamed buns. Goodness! The 3 brothers of the Chi family have quite the appetite, consuming nearly half of his family's reserves. Upon returning, he witnessed his elder brother pulling out the prepared calligraphy practice sheets. "Here is the calligraphy you requested." Yan LaEr hurriedly set down the buns, contemplated for a moment, and then washed his hands before taking a closer look. "Wow, just look at this handwriting. It is exquisite. The horizontal strokes are truly horizontal, and the vertical strokes are perfectly vertical. The characters are uniformly sized, and the thickness of the strokes is consistent. It appears remarkably even. How could one write so neatly? Truly worthy of old Yan's reputation." "Elder brother, this handwriting is exceptional," he exclaimed sincerely. Yan Huaiwen felt a swell of pride, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Mastering calligraphy is not an endeavor achieved in a day. One must be patient and steadfast, Yan Huaiwen remarked. Yan LaEr nodded vigorously. "Elder brother, I am certain my initial attempts will be lacking. Please refrain from judging my work just yet. Allow me some time to practice until I feel my skills are presentable, and then you may offer your guidance." The joy within Yan Huaiwen was ineffable. Recognizing one's shortcomings and striving for improvement. How splendid! How wonderful! When the day comes that Tianyu truly begins to grasp the pen and practice calligraphy. Yan Huaiwen's eyes grew misty. He looked up at the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun shining down upon the mountains, the day clear and bright. His heart soared, reaching the heights of the skies. Yanyu struggled to hold the kitten and approached, placing it down to curiously observe her father's writing. Her little hands quickly covered her mouth, her body shaking with laughter, her small shoulders quivering. After a great effort to suppress her laughter, her eyes sparkled with mirth. "Father, your writing is quite commendable, meticulously aligned both horizontally and vertically." Chapter 79, The Script. Yan LaEr is genuinely earnest. He takes the practice of calligraphy to heart. He is so engrossed that he fails to notice his daughter approaching, wholly focused on his task. At this moment, hearing his daughter praise him fills him with a sense of pride. "Indeed, when I commit to something, I dedicate myself entirely, without a hint of carelessness. Look at this character. I believe I have captured it quite well, particularly the final stroke. Do you see the finesse? To conserve paper and avoid leaving traces." Yan LaEr has chosen a large stone on which to practice his writing. Dipping his brush in clear water, it dries swiftly after he completes his strokes, perfectly executed. "Father, if you were to inscribe this on paper, it would undoubtedly penetrate through the sheet," Yanyu remarked seriously. Yan LaEr sensed something amiss. Pondering its meaning, "Is my pressure too heavy?" Yanyu erupted into delightful laughter, stopping only when she noticed her father was about to become indignant. "Fortunately, Uncle didn't come this way. Otherwise, your penmanship would not pass muster. I have made an agreement with him that he shall not inspect my work until I have sufficiently practiced," Yan LaEr declared proudly. Yanyu sighed in admiration. "Father, I realize you have a firm grasp on Uncle's disposition." Yan LaEr sighed. "I rely on your uncle's affection for his younger brother. That Yan LaEr truly does not appreciate the fortune he possesses. With such a wonderful older brother, what else is there to desire? He considers every detail for you. And with even the slightest improvement, old Yan's heart brims with joy. However, old Yan, embodying the demeanor of an ancient patriarch, conceals his happiness. And one must observe closely to uncover the profound love hidden beneath his stoic exterior." Yan LaEr questioned, "How did you know this?" Before Yanyu could speak, he interjected, "I know, you must have read it in some novel." Yanyu, undeterred by the interruption, smiled and replied, "Correct. But there's no reward. Haha. Father, let me first teach you how to hold a pen." Skillfully, Yanyu demonstrated the proper grip, correcting Yan LaEr several times until he finally managed to hold the pen adequately. "And then?" inquired Yan LaEr. Yanyu then retrieved an inkstone, an ink stick, and some clean water from her small backpack. "You can practice writing on a large stone for now, but if you write on paper, you will need to grind the ink and control the water ratio. Just call me whenever you want to practice writing. Uncle 1T be coming over anyway, and I can teach you while completing the assignment he gave me. I still have my daily writing tasks to do." Yan LaEr nodded in agreement. Before long, Li Shuame also arrived. Bringing her own small stool, she took out her handwritten notes and began to read quietly. Knowing that old Yan would not come to check on them, Yan Huaiwen watched the trio from a distance as they engaged in reading and practicing writing together, fostering mutual growth. His nose tinged with sorrow, he pressed his sleeve against his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he advised his children, "You two should not disturb them. It is quite rare for your second uncle to focus on practicing his writing. As for his younger siblings and Arya, They likely accompanied him out of concern for his ability to persist. At noon, Dia prepared the meal, noticing that her second uncle seemed to enjoy porridge. She followed suit, chopping meat and adding wild greens along with some seasonings that her uncle had set aside, while others found it acceptable. Yan Huaiwen thought today's porridge lacked flavor. Dia's culinary skills were no match for Tianyu. After lunch, Yinyu's family continued their diligent studies. Rarely did her uncle summon her for lessons, so Yinyu hastily seized the opportunity to transcribe the 1,000 gold prescriptions from her handwritten notes. Yan LaEr generously offered half of his large stone to her. After writing for a spell, Yinyu paused to rest, allowing Li Shuimei to take over. The mother and daughter worked in tandem, finding it not overly exhausting. The three brothers from the Qi family awoke, but did not immediately seek out Yan LaEr. Instead, they scoured the vicinity for suitable firewood. Having eaten their fill and replenished their strength, they soon gathered 3 full baskets before approaching. However, as they drew near, they hesitated. Indeed, scholars like Yan LaEr commanded a certain reverence. It was Yinyu's keen eyes that first spotted them, and she called out with a clear voice, "Uncle Qi." "Uncle Qi Si." "Uncle Qi Wu." The Qi brothers, busy with their tasks, responded after a moment's pause, managing to utter, "Arya is truly obedient." Upon seeing this, Yan LaEr felt a wave of relief. He had been somewhat vexed while writing. "Here they come, splendid. They've prepared so much. Let us head to the same spot as yesterday." Rising, he instructed his daughter, "Daughter, be sure to take care of this calligraphy exercise for your father." "Rest assured, father," Yinyu replied. Once her father had wandered off, she picked up the clear water brush and, guided by her uncle's calligraphy, inscribed 2 characters on the large stone. "Mother, who do you think writes better, father or I?" Yinyu inquired. Li Shuimei glanced at the work and remarked, "Your father's handwriting is superior." Noticing her daughter's surprise, she added, "Your father possesses a gentle demeanor, approaches tasks with diligence, and has the patience suited for this style of writing. You, being young, lack the strength in your strokes, and your spirited nature resists the constraints of this form, leading to an inevitable lack of refinement in your penmanship. Is that so?" Yinyu reflected, unconvinced. "Mother, how am I spirited?" she retorted, feeling defiant. Li Shuimei lifted her eyelids and thought to herself, "Do you even know how old you truly are? You pretend to be a child every day, soon you shall become one. Your cursive script is quite commendable. Your uncle likely recognized this, hence he encourages you to practice regular script more often." Yinyu interjected, "Shouldn't I be practicing cursive instead?" Cursive script, being a blend of regular and grass script, is notably more practical. Your uncle writes in this style, while the freehand cursive is often chaotic. How many can truly comprehend it? In any case, your parents would hardly appreciate it. If you end up writing incomprehensible symbols, what a sight it would be for them. Ah, Yinyu comprehended. In truth, it mattered little what she practiced, as long as she could write. "Then, mother, what script do you intend to practice?" "None," Li Shuimei replied swiftly. Yinyu, wide-eyed, protested, "Mother, how can you be so unreasonable? Both father and I toil over our calligraphy. Can't you at least make an effort? It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality. If something truly needs to be written, is it not sufficient to rely on you and father?" This retort left Yinyu utterly defeated. The 3 brothers of the Qi family had already mastered it, yet with Yan LaEr present, they felt reassured. "Listen," they exclaimed in unison. "Very well, I shall team up with Brother Qi, while the 4th and 5th brothers Qi shall partner with each other. We will take turns." Yan LaEr and Qi Daju awaited the arrival of Qi Si and Qi Wu to switch. Upon reaching their home, they overheard his elder brother conversing with the village elders. "We have rested sufficiently. Tomorrow at dawn we shall set forth to Guangzhou, for peace of mind." Chapter 80. Yan LaEr. As soon as the departure was announced, every household busied themselves with filling containers with water. Any vessel capable of holding water was filled to the brim for the journey. The brook was teeming with people drawing water incessantly. The freshly burned charcoal piles were quite successful. Yan LaEr and the Qi brothers packed the charcoal and began to gather their belongings. On Yan's side, there was little to attend to. Yan LaEr had long filled their possessions with all that could be salvaged. Even the treasured sambo had its belly full. Not to mention setting out early the following morning. Even if they departed now, they were ready to move. He took the initiative to handle the steaming of buns, allowing the 3 ants to busily attend to their own tasks, tirelessly kneading the dough and steaming the buns. Those who finished their chores earlier gradually joined in to assist. The group toiled from dawn until dusk, with the steamer never resting. It was only when all households had sufficiently prepared their provisions and water that they seemed to relax, succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. On the following morning, The group set forth under the rising sun, continuing their journey. The ascent was arduous, and the descent proved no easier. The livestock led the way, while the people trudged behind, careful to prevent any hasty movements that might send the carts sliding down the slope. Much of their water had spilled out, causing great distress among them. But there was little to be done. They could only salvage what remained. When they finally descended from the mountain, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. After 3 more days of travel, they emerged from the vast mountain range, revealing the path ahead. Nestled between 2 peaks lay a narrow valley. The steep cliffs flanked either side, yet fortunately, this passage was quite spacious, accommodating several carts side by side with ease. This route appeared passable. Yan LaEr observed the ground, noting the distinct tracks of others who had traversed this way. With the assurance of prior travelers, they could proceed without concern for obstacles ahead, and without hesitation. They ventured forth. Uncle Yan, more people are entering the gorge. A lad, clutching a long staff, flashed a bright smile, his joy palpable from afar. The man known as Uncle Yan paused his mortar and pestle work, straightened his back, and leisurely rose to inquire, how many have truly seen? Indeed, there were several beasts pulling carts, men, women, and children, all appearing quite similar to us. He chuckled. Uncle Yan, this is a grand venture. Nonsense. What grand venture? Uncle Yan, feeling apprehensive, resolved to inspect the situation himself. If there were indeed so many people, he wondered whether they could be managed, ensuring their compliance. Would they traverse our mountains without consequence? If they were to pluck a blade of grass or snap a branch, or partake in the wild bounty of these hills, we would suffer a loss in sustenance and resources. Surely, compensation is warranted? Dear lad, we are not like those from the other peaks. Do not speak recklessly. I understand. Just feeling jubilant. He tugged at the grass rope atop his head and, with keen perception, handed over the staff that stood beside him. Uncle Yan accepted it, pondering. Then said, Go summon everyone, one and all. Let us investigate together. With an eager response, he dashed away like a gust of wind, his steps light, truly resembling a fawn frolicking through the woods. Upon entering the valley, Yan LaEr felt a growing unease. Uncle, Yan had just completed the assigned tasks. Yet her uncle remained unresponsive, lost in thought. Yan LaEr glanced at her and the obedient bobcat squatting nearby. With a wave of his hand, he declared, That will be all for today. Internally, Yan cheered, though her exterior remained composed, as she embraced the feline and leapt from the cart. The feline, just before their departure, performed its final act. Just when everyone believed the matter was concluded, as they reached the foot of the mountain, they were pursued by the bobcat, which then nestled in Yan's home, refusing to leave. It seemed intent on accompanying them. The villagers began to chatter, speculating about Yan's kindness in rescuing the cat, suggesting it was grateful and had recognized its master, and so forth. Mother, what do you think has happened to Uncle? Yan inquired, seeking the company of LaEr, who lagged behind. LaEr was now alternating between walking and resting, occasionally taking a break in the vehicle. Her appetite had waned over the past few days, and only with physical exertion could she manage to eat. The path grew narrower, prompting LaEr to ponder. Are you worried that the vehicle might not pass through ahead? It shouldn't be a concern. Uncle mentioned before entering the valley that this route has been traversed. Yan replied, gently stroking the cat's head. What if we let the cat scout ahead? LaEr shot her a disapproving glance. How can you expect your cat to be so capable? It has only been with us for a few days and is already accustomed to our home. Can it truly scout the path? Yan smiled mischievously. Then shall we pause for a moment, allowing father to ride Sanbao, and check the way ahead? You little schemer, worry not. With your uncle and father here, you should put your mind at ease, LaEr retorted. Mother, look around. The perilous peaks on either side are difficult to navigate. Such terrain is most conducive to ambushes, akin to being wrapped in dumplings, she asserted with conviction. I am merely taking precautions, expressing wisdom beyond my years. Then go tell your uncle and let him hear your sage advice, LaEr responded. Yan wore a distressed expression on her face and said, Mother, you are the one who insists that I am 7 years old, which led to me making a fool of myself in front of Uncle. Yan had claimed to her uncle that she was indeed 7, as she desired to secure more autonomy, only to be promptly refuted by him, who accurately recounted her birth date. After some calculation, it was revealed that she was merely 5 years and 8 months old. It was puzzling how the villagers had miscalculated her age by 2 years. Thank goodness you are only 5, otherwise, I would genuinely worry. If you were 7, you would be quite short, Li Shuime remarked with relief. Oh, if only I were a little older. Just look at the village boys. They run about freely without anyone keeping an eye on them, Yin Yu said enviously. Gazing at the exuberant group of children, Li Shuime, feeling fatigued, quickly took a few steps and gracefully leaped onto the cart. This sequence of actions had become second nature to her, executed with great ease. Presently, the village children could be roughly divided into two groups. Excluding those under 3, who were still clumsy in their movements, the boys aged 9 and 10 fancied themselves as nearly grown, often trailing behind the grandson of village chief Luo, Erdi. Bold and often indulging in remarkable antics, he was revered by his peers, serving as their leader. Yin Yu, however, mingled with a different crowd. The only older child among them was the eldest son of Dr. Cui, who had joined this group of youngsters out of concern for his younger brother, thus earning the title of the true child king. There were few girls in the village. Those who were a bit older tended to shy away from mingling with these two groups. Yin Yu, with her lively disposition and boyish attire, gradually earned the playful nickname Yan LaEr from the mischievous children, as they viewed her as the second son of the Yin family, following her elder brother, Yan Xiangheng. Chapter 81. Yan LaEr, may I pet your cat? Little Guzzi and Yin Yu were engaged in a discussion. Go ahead, I'm holding it, so don't be afraid, she replied generously. She added with a note of caution, however, if I'm not around, do not touch it. This cat is still shy and might scratch you. Her concern stemmed from the fear that some mischievous child might tug on its fur. If it were to lose its hair, it would take quite some time for it to regrow. The children nodded obediently, their small hands all vying for a chance to caress the feline. They thoroughly enjoyed the experience, their laughter blooming like flowers in spring. Yin Yu was also moved by their innocent, radiant smiles, and she grinned widely, suggesting, let us run ahead and see who is the fastest. I'm the fastest. Yin LaEr, you will definitely be last, she teased, lifting her chin slightly. Who needs your help? To ensure fairness, De Guzzi refrained from participating and stood aside to officiate. Go. With De Guzzi's commanding shout, 7 or 8 children dashed forward. Yin Yu, fueled by determination, sprinted ahead. Her little legs moved swiftly, and with each child she overtook, her spirits soared. Possessing the resilience of an adult, she could withstand the fatigue of her body. Most children in such races lacked a specific goal. They simply ran until exhaustion dictated a halt, with the order of stopping determining their final ranking. Yin Yu believed she could move from second to last to third place. Look, my older sister, Xiaoxi, is about to give in. Ah ha ha ha. Erdi, shall we join the race? The young lads observed the little ones frolicking with delight, a hint of envy flickering in their eyes. Even the adults hastened a few steps forward, eager to glimpse the whereabouts of their own children. Chuckling as they pointed with amusement, Erdi, unperturbed, called out to his companions, gesturing towards the faintly discernible exit, let us race to the end, and the last 2 shall play the role of donkeys. Do you all agree? The game of jumping the donkey involved one person bending down while another leaped over their back. In their variation, the challenge was doubled, requiring 2 participants to act as donkeys. They were all of similar age, having grown up in the village, their stamina and speed comparable. Who would lag behind depended entirely on the day's condition and fortune. As expected, it was De Gu who issued the command. With another shout of run, 10 or so boys erupted in a cacophony of cheers, dashing forward. Yin Yu swiftly sensed the commotion behind her. Turning back, she gasped, oh dear. The main force is rushing up. The boys quickly caught up to her, surpassing her, and some, lacking in consideration, circled around her, laughing boisterously, which infuriated Yin Yu to no end. These mischievous rascals, she thought, choosing to cease her running. With the race disrupted by these rowdy boys, she found it impossible to continue. Glancing ahead, she noticed that the leading little dog had also been affected. The children had all halted, panting heavily as they stood still, watching a group of older kids run farther away. Erdi and Santai were the fastest. Previously, Erdi had always been unrivaled, but since stepping out of his home, Santai had been eating well and sleeping soundly, keeping pace with the adults for long hours daily, his endurance flourishing, now able to match Erdi stride for stride. The 2 brothers had already distanced themselves from the others by several yards. However, the further they ran, the more something felt amiss. As they approached the exit ahead, it appeared that a considerable number of individuals were gathered there. The 2 brothers instinctively slowed their pace. Elder brother, something seems amiss up ahead, the second brother remarked. Upon hearing this, Santai felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the unsettling incident they had encountered on the official road. This world had a way of turning good people into villains. He did not trust that those blocking the exit, armed with clubs, harbored benign intentions. At this revelation, everyone swiftly turned back. When they next encountered Yan Yu and her group of children, they saw these young lads, one after another, bending down to hoist the smaller ones onto their backs and flee. Yan Yu, in a daze, found herself placed upon Santai's back, bouncing along the way, unable to utter a word. Once reunited with the adults, Ertai and Santai finally caught their breath and recounted what they had witnessed. It became clear to everyone that a group of individuals had indeed blocked the exit, brandishing clubs, which did not bode well. Yin Xiangheng, observing the exhaustion etched on Ertai and Santai's faces, handed them several bamboo tubes filled with water. The thirsty boys gratefully gulped down the contents, each taking turns to quench their thirst. Yan Yu's cheeks flushed, her hair tousled, as her mother pulled her aside, whispering, "Did you see what happened? How could you not be tired? You're still just a child." Li Xuemei acknowledged the situation, suggesting that expressing gratitude could wait. The pressing concern was the individuals obstructing the exit ahead. "Scholar Gong, should we send someone ahead to investigate?" Village Chief Luo inquired. The village's robust men stepped forward, each wielding a club and carrying bows and crossbows on their backs. Without uttering a word, their actions clearly conveyed their readiness to confront whatever awaited them. Yan Huaiwen cast a sweeping glance around, noticing that even his family member Tianyu was clad in a similar attire, engaged in unloading the ox cart. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. The pace was impressively swift. After some contemplation, he declared, "Let half of the people accompany me to the front for a closer inspection." The village elders grew anxious, exclaiming, "Scholar, we cannot take such risks. Let them go." "It is of no concern. My family's ox runs swiftly," Yan Huaiwen asserted, and his words met no rebuttal. For it was indeed acknowledged that the Yin family's oxen were remarkably robust. Yan Huaiwen mused to himself that this was merely a comforting statement meant for the villagers. Observing the natural terrain of the gorge, one could discern that it was a path fraught with peril. The sheer cliffs on either side posed a formidable challenge for ascent. In stark contrast, the opposite side presented an opportunity for any ill-intentioned individual to pursue swiftly, gaining the high ground to rain down stones. Yan LaEr said nothing. Assisting his brother onto the back of the ox, and along with the village men, they strode purposefully forward. Chapter 82. The cunning villagers of the mountains. The blush on Yan Yu's face gradually faded as she promptly placed the kitten into her mother's embrace. Swiftly, she climbed to the upper bunk, retrieving the small bow and bamboo crossbow that her father had crafted with assistance. She took the small bow for herself and handed the bamboo crossbow to her elder sister, calling out to her brother to detach the hoe and rake tied to the cart. The villagers, initially in a state of confusion, were galvanized into action by her spirited antics. They hurriedly gathered their own implements. The children mimicked her zeal, wielding small bows and bamboo crossbows, which had become standard equipment for the village's youth. Meanwhile, the older boys like Ertie brandished crossbows as large as those of the adults. With the addition of weapons, the entire group's morale shifted dramatically. Sambao maintained a steady pace, allowing the men to stride forward in order to keep up. Yin Laodong, feeling uneasy about his brother, contemplated for a moment and said, "Elder brother, hold back for now. Let us first ascertain whether they possess any ranged weapons such as bows or crossbows. The lethality of long-range arms is considerable, especially with you mounted on the ox, rendering you a conspicuous target. Heaven's grace, aside from us, it is likely that only the regular army wields such an arsenal of bows and crossbows." Yin Huaiwen remained unperturbed. The contrivances his brother and the villagers had fashioned were the source of his calm assurance. "Do not panic." Noticing his brother's anxiety, Yin Huaiwen gently reassured him, "Most likely, they are merely rustic folk. If they were truly bandits, they would wield blades, not mere clubs." As they drew nearer, the two groups encountered one another. Realizing their cover had been compromised, neither party displayed fear. The narrow passage favored their numbers, enabling them to hold their ground. It would be a futile endeavor otherwise. Once both sides discerned each other's features, the individuals blocking the valley's mouth began to stir restlessly. What are they holding in their hands? Weapons made of bamboo. And bows. Good heavens. Could they be soldiers sent by the court to eliminate us? What nonsense are you spouting? We are not bandits. Why would they come for us? These individuals hardly resembled soldiers, their attire suggesting they were mere common folk. Could they be deliberately disguised? What are you thinking? Do you truly believe soldiers would ride oxen? Shouldn't they be on horseback? What shall we do, Uncle Lin? How shall we proceed? Uncle Yan, having seen his fair share of the world, remained composed. He noticed that the figure on the ox's back resembled a scholar, and thus mustered the courage to inquire. Might I ask if you intend to traverse the mountains from this point? Yan LaEr focused his gaze, his mind slightly at ease. Indeed, they were to pass this way. This mountain belongs to us. If you wish to cross, you must leave something behind. A group of individuals behind him, emboldened, proclaimed, "No outsiders are permitted to enter our mountain. Indeed, one cannot traverse the mountain for free. Leave behind a toll for passage. If you lack coin, provisions will suffice. We charge per head, half for children." Both Yan LaEr and Yan LaEr comprehended the situation. They were confronted by a band of unscrupulous marauders, armed only with sticks, lacking even a hint of iron. With such meager armament, they dared to emulate highwaymen? You claim this mountain is yours. Do you possess any deed? Yan LaEr now grasped the reality. Merely residing within the mountains does not grant ownership without proper documentation regarding land and forest rights. These individuals were not the malevolent bandits of lore. They never inflicted harm. Without a deed, your claims hold no weight. Shout to the mountain, and how would it respond? Step aside promptly. We are many, and you lot are insufficient to challenge us. I see how many of you there are. Who are you attempting to intimidate? We are numerous, and this is merely a fraction of our group. A youth brandished a wooden stick, making a ruckus. Shi Wu positioned himself protectively in front of Yan LaEr, sweeping his stick through the air, conjuring a gust of wind that caused their adversaries to retract. Shi Da and Shi Si also stepped forward, followed by the Luo brothers and the Hu brothers, forming an impenetrable barrier around Yan LaEr and Yan LaEr. This group of individuals stood at least half a head taller than the others, particularly the first three who emerged, resembling formidable giants. Their swagger was palpable, as if they commanded the very winds. If one of those staffs were to strike a person, the pain would be excruciating. Yan LaEr leaned back, observing their imposing demeanor, and his heart began to strategize. Fellow villagers across the way, I urge you to contemplate carefully. Should a confrontation arise, you will find yourselves no match for our brethren. Do you see this bamboo crossbow in our possession? You wouldn't even be able to approach us before we turn you into a pincushion. We face wild boars in the mountains without fear. What do you have to counter that? We are merely passing through, not vying for your territory. What harm is there in allowing us to pass? You insist on engaging, correct? LaEr, show them a lesson. With a grim expression, LaEr raised his hand and released an arrow. In a flash, the bamboo arrow embedded itself into the crown of the young man who had just spoken. He stood there, utterly stunned. It was astonishingly swift, too swift to react. Lu Xiaozai, are you all right? Why are you silent? The crowd clamored. I am fine, he managed to stammer, though even he could not ascertain the truth of his own condition. His trembling hands reached up to extract the bamboo arrow, his face paling in fear, rendering him mute. The arrow had deflated the bravado of the opposing group entirely. All were accustomed to the harshness of mountain life, where digging traps and shooting arrows were commonplace. Thus, the accuracy displayed in that moment was not without merit. They wielded wooden staffs, yet their adversaries possessed bows and, moreover, the bamboo crossbow, which was significantly swifter. There was no evasion possible. How could they possibly prevail? Numbers alone would not suffice. Moreover, all their strong men are gathered here. Uncle Yan sighed, intending to suggest that they pass. However, the scholar across from him spoke up. Fellow townsmen, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to inquire about the path and gather some information. What information? Uncle Yan replied. We have heard of the numerous bandits in Lesan Prefecture. As we journey north, we fear the road may be perilous, and we kindly ask for your guidance. Yan LaEr interjected. Uncle Yan thought to himself, knowing that there are many bandits yet still venturing into the mountains, are they not a bit foolish? Yan LaEr smiled slightly and asked, is the official road truly safe? Uncle Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly assert that the official road was safe. The official road in Lesan Prefecture was likely even more chaotic than the mountains themselves. What is your name, sir? Uncle Yan inquired. My surname is Yan. Yan LaEr replied nonchalantly. Mr. Yan. Uncle Yan sighed. One can only say that these are hard times. The matters you wish to inquire about are not known to us in detail. Yan LaEr interrupted. Might we be allowed to pass first? He gestured towards the blocked exit. Uncle Yan quickly responded, everyone, please make way. A group of people stepped back, clearing the path. Big Brother Luo, the elder said, Scholar, please wait here while we investigate. A few individuals wielding wooden sticks pushed the obstructing crowd even further away. Only then did Yan Huaiwen and his companions proceed slowly. The positions of both parties had reversed, with them now blocking the exit of the canyon. Yan LaEr nodded. "Brother, be cautious." He tugged at his elder brother's robe. Yan Huaiwen curled the corners of his lips in a reassuring manner, saying, "There is nothing to fear." Upon hearing the term scholar, Uncle Yan immediately realized that this individual was not only an educated man, but also possessed a title, causing a sense of trepidation to arise within him. Nearby, someone whispered, "Uncle Yan, they are exceedingly rude. We have already stepped aside, yet they still push us so far away. And that fellow riding the cow." When you politely inquired his name, he merely mentioned his surname. "Lower your voice. Did you not hear the others calling him? He is a scholar. Have we already forgotten what we have just done? Blocking the road for money and grain. They surely do not regard us as good people. It is already a blessing that he even shared his surname with us. Yan the scholar, we have a villager from our vicinity. Would you and your companions care to rest with us?" Uncle Yan ventured to ask, fully aware that pressing too hard would yield no results, as this scholar likely harbored some grievances against them. This gesture indeed softened the expressions of the men guarding the valley entrance. Village Chief Luo and several elders pondered for a moment, considering Yan the Second's words to hold merit. They displayed their stance, letting the others weigh their situation. They had both the elderly and the young, and they were not to be trifled with. Yan Yu, of course, wanted to uphold his father's honor, his weapon still firmly in hand. The children, seeing that Yan the Second had not relinquished his weapon, naturally held on to theirs as well. Thus, this group arrived at the valley entrance, where the presence of the remaining mountain dwellers was palpable. Even the children wielded bows. The elderly and women were not empty-handed either, each brandishing either a hoe or a rake. Glancing back at their own side, armed only with bare wooden sticks, it seemed, somewhat lacking in comparison. A few of the younger men felt their faces flush with embarrassment, while Uncle Yan gazed longingly at the farming tools. For 2 or 3 generations, they have resided in the mountains, evolving into mountain dwellers, gradually forming a quaint little village. Although they are exempt from taxes and manage to sustain themselves through the bounty of the mountain, their interaction with the outside world is severely limited. Accessing towns is a daunting task, and acquiring iron tools necessitates one having a household registration. Life in the mountains does not solely hinge on hunting. They have cultivated several fields, growing crops that rely on the whims of nature for their yield. This year, due to a drought, life has become particularly arduous, with wild game scarce and emaciated. It is only now that they have turned their attention to the passers-by at the valley's entrance, contemplating. After all, once you reach the front, you are likely to be accosted by those mountain bandits. It would be wiser to offer us something first, as those bandits might see that you hold little value and let you pass without incident. Santai hurried over, eagerly assisting Yan LaEr with his cow. Sanbao turned his head away, refusing to let him touch it. With a cheerful grin, Santai paused his efforts, patiently waiting nearby. Yan LaEr released the cow and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Why the flattery?" Santai's expression was brimming with pride as he exclaimed, "Uncle Yan, did you not notice? Those people are looking at us differently now. Ha ha ha." What a relief. He and Ertai had seen the group blocking their path, and while it did not send them fleeing in terror, it certainly startled them. Uncle Yan had instructed them not to arm themselves, simply to approach as they were. Observing the expressions on those people's faces now, eyes wide and mouths agape, was truly gratifying for him. Yan LaEr cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "I thought it was something significant. This is indeed refreshing. Just moments ago, there were so many of them, and we stood in a standoff. If you, Uncle Hu, had shot an arrow, it would have surely hit its mark." They were all rendered speechless, and upon learning that Uncle Yan was an esteemed scholar, their astonishment deepened. His words were imbued with remarkable politeness. "Santai, do you know what this means?" "What?" Santai responded, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "One must either possess strength or intelligence. One must excel in some aspect for their words to carry weight," Uncle Yan remarked. This was not mere bluster. Rather, it was a commendable effort to instill a proper value system in the youth. Santai was momentarily taken aback, and the more he contemplated, the more he felt that Uncle Yan's insights were profoundly accurate. Uncle Hu was adept with both a slingshot and a bow, and the Hu family's 2 sons had certainly benefited from this skill. Take, for instance, the hunting of wild boars. Apart from the Yan family, the Hu family received the largest share of the spoils. The esteemed scholar was revered by the entire village, and none among the elders, including his grandfather, ever disregarded the scholar's counsel. In Santai's eyes, Uncle Yin was also a person of remarkable capability, perhaps possessing a touch of that intelligence as well. He noticed Uncle Yin conversing with the mountain folk and stealthily approached, eager to absorb more knowledge. He was uncertain of what exactly he wished to learn. Yet he instinctively felt the need to stay close to these capable individuals, to observe and listen intently. Just as he prepared to draw nearer, a sudden hissing sound caught his attention. He turned to find himself face to face with Yan LaEr. Yin, you gestured for him to come over. Santai approached. Santai, would you like to hear what they're discussing? Yin Yu inquired softly. Santai nodded in affirmation. With a cheerful smile, Yin Yu replied, Then hold my hand and walk over confidently. Once we arrive, you must remain silent while I speak. Chapter 84, Rural Chicken Feast Today. Santai has finally realized that Yan's second daughter, or rather, Yan LaEr, is quite the spirited little imp. Truly, she embodies the essence of a scholar's child, distinctly different from the other children in the village. Just moments ago, he brought Yan LaEr over, and he witnessed this little one, with a serious expression and a poised demeanor, performing her greetings to the elders before inquiring, Uncle, Father, Brother has sent me to ask if we shall rest here today? Yan Huaiwen was momentarily taken aback. While the second daughter's manner of greeting her elders was commendable, he had no idea that this niece of his had learned and executed it so well. He glanced at the sky and replied, Let us rest here today. Yan Huaiwen, Yan LaEr, Santai. Then, the two of them brazenly eavesdropped. Yan LaEr nudged him with her eyebrows, prompting him to imitate her. And Santai complied, straightening his posture and lowering his gaze slightly initially. Yan LaEr was distracted by his daughter, thinking to himself that she truly is his daughter, possessing an audacious spirit. Unable to eavesdrop discreetly, he allowed Santai to bring her along to listen openly, in front of outsiders. They would certainly not expose her as a mere girl. If it were just her, it would be easy to send her away, but with Santai involved, it became a challenge to dismiss them. After all, Santai is a child of the Luo family. Perhaps even his grandfather, the village head, felt it inappropriate to intervene, allowing him to listen in on matters instead. The further we go, the less we know. All we are aware of is that 3 or 4 groups of formidable individuals have claimed the mountains nearby. Approximately 20 miles ahead lies a towering peak we call Chuanyun Mountain, and the settlement atop it is known as Chuanyun Village, home to dozens of individuals, all rumored to have blood on their hands. As we are situated at a distance, they seldom venture here, leaving the mountain folk in surrounding areas to suffer, barely scraping by, and compelled to supply their grain on time. This year, the drought has intensified, leading to an influx of refugees. Several mountain villages have converged upon the official roads, creating blockades. Thus, if you intend to head north, traversing either the mountains or the outer regions will prove treacherous. Uncle sighed, stating that among the groups of bandits, those from Chuanyun Village are the most ruthless. If you encounter them, he was about to suggest abandoning your belongings and fleeing, but reconsidered, realizing that this band is formidable in their own right, not to be underestimated. He advised, exercise caution. I have heard they have set traps within the mountains. Old Yan LaEr inquired, have all the bandit groups converged upon the official road? In that direction, there is indeed a narrow path leading to the official road. Upon reflection, taking the route through the mountains seems prudent. Should we stick to the official road? Encountering bandits would certainly spell trouble for us. Seizing the opportunity while their numbers are few, we must make haste. If we evade them, it shall be deemed good fortune. Should we cross paths, we shall face them head-on. Yan LaEr spoke with resolve. Yin Yu silently nodded in agreement. Father was right. Should we truly encounter them, we are not without the means to defend ourselves. The advantage of bows and crossbows lies in their ability to maintain distance. Provided we are not caught in close quarters with the bandits, our accuracy will render them nothing more than living targets. At present, there exists but one dilemma. The uncles in the village are honest and diligent farmers, devoid of the audacity to confront the mountain bandits. This venture is distinctly different from hunting wild boars. Yin Yu discreetly took note of this and pondered the necessity of discussing it with her father, urging him to instruct the uncles and prepare them for the challenge ahead. Yan Huaiwen inquired, Heaven bless us, where is the route map? Yan LaEr replied, I have it with me. He then requested Uncle Yin to elucidate the topography of the surrounding mountains. Uncle Yin readily obliged, certainly. As Yan LaEr produced the charcoal pencil he carried, Uncle Yin straightened his demeanor, surprised to discover that this young gentleman was indeed well educated. Yan Huaiwen, accompanied by Santai, sought out his grandfather, leaving Yan LaEr and Yan Yu to sketch the mountainous terrain based on the villagers' descriptions. Uncle and praised. I had not anticipated that the young master could draw so splendidly. In truth, Yan Yu merely outlined the general contours of the mountains, encircling the peaks, with the higher mountains receiving more circles, thus conveying their meaning in a vivid manner. Yan LaEr, adept at engaging with others, humbly exchanged pleasantries before seamlessly transitioning into conversation, discussing family, the weather, and harvests, while also lamenting about the unscrupulous mountain bandits. Before long, he had forged a camaraderie with the villagers. By the time Yan Yu completed her drawing, the villagers had already begun cheerfully inviting her father to visit their mountain village, even offering to kill a chicken in his honor. Yan Yu exclaimed, I must accompany you. Tonight, we shall feast on chicken. She then implored, Father, will you take me along? To which he responded, Of course. How could I possibly leave my treasured daughter behind? Old Yan was at his wits' end with his daughter, whose incessant chatter was unrelenting. She even resorted to frightening him, claiming that if he did not take her along, she would persuade Old Yan to join them. If Old Yan went, how could he proceed with his plans for the mountain village? It was essential to bring more people. It couldn't just be the two of them. Along with Uncle Chi, Uncle Chi Si, Uncle Chi Wu, and Uncle Luo. Yan Yu insisted on naming more people, but was promptly silenced by Old Yan. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he exclaimed, My dear daughter, are we going merely to feast upon their resources? With the appetite of the Chi brothers, it would be unwise to take them along, lest they think we have come seeking vengeance. We must arrive well fed, with Uncle Chi and the others present. I feel immensely secure. Yan Yu remained resolute in her stance. Old Yan mused to himself, I feel the same way. Very well, he finally conceded. I shall seek out your Uncle Chi Si and Uncle Chi Wu, but let's leave Uncle Chi out of this. I'll also invite your Uncle Hu. It would be rather inconsiderate to summon the Chi brothers every single time. After all, they had their own families to tend to. The impressive arrow shot by Hu LaEr had indeed left a lasting impression on the group, making it unwise to bring him along. Though Huda could join, he was quite accurate as well. Furthermore, the presence of San Tai was essential. It wouldn't do to have only one child in their company. Yan Yu then contemplated, Father, let us bring something with us. It seems rather inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. It was true that they had only met by chance. Despite some previous unpleasantness, there were no lasting repercussions, and it wouldn't be right to appear merely to partake in their hospitality. During bountiful years, it might be acceptable, but in lean times, it was simply unfeasible. The father and daughter set out to gather their companions. When Yan Yu approached San Tai, he was engaged in learning from Er Tai about the words of Yan LaEr's Shu, expressing his astonishment at the surprises brought by Yan LaEr and his intention to closely follow Yan LaEr's Shu in the future. The reason he is not referred to as Scholar Gong is that he speaks too little, unlike Uncle Yan, who is exceedingly loquacious. He would never admit to feeling somewhat anxious in front of Scholar Gong, far from being as carefree as the diminutive Yan LaEr. San Tai, the mountain folk have invited my father into the village. Would you accompany me? Yan Yu approached with a lively gait and spoke cheerfully. Absolutely. San Tai responded with enthusiasm, appearing quite delighted. Chapter 85. The respectable guest Yan LaEr. Why not summon your brother Er Tai? Er Tai feigned a stern expression to tease her. Yan Yu's eyes twinkled mischievously. Er Tai is coming too. Let us see what the villages in the mountains are like. Upon hearing this, Er Tai's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, Am I allowed to join? Is that feasible? Why not? However, we must bring along some equipment, Yan Yu stated with utmost seriousness. During the day, it is to pacify them, but should they remain unyielding, it is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. We are guests in their village, yet we consider bringing bows and crossbows. San Tai felt a twinge of discomfort at this notion. Yan Yu looked at him with an expression of bewilderment. San Tai, won't you think a bit? Father mentioned that these mountain dwellers lack household registration. They seldom venture into the town. To exchange for salt or cloth, they must rely on the audacious peddlers or other villagers. They hunt wild game, but sell it for a pittance. They cultivate grains in the mountains without paying taxes, and with the plentiful water, they might barter for some goods. Surely, father and several uncles will carry some items with them. They will bring their possessions, and we shall bring ours. This will not interfere. When the time comes, we can conceal our bows and crossbows within, and no one will notice. To enter a mountain village unarmed is utterly out of the question. One must always be vigilant against potential threats. The people of their village held a dominant position, yet they managed to retain their simplicity and kindness. However, Should the circumstances shift, with her being the weaker party, she could not gamble on whether the other side would remain amicable. Today, Santai gained a new understanding of Yan LaEr, as she was at a pivotal moment of reconstructing her impression of her. Rather than viewing her as a naive child from the village, it felt more akin to conferring with a half-grown, sensible companion. "What shall Uncle Yan bring?" asked Santai. "Should we align with them, or maintain our distance?" Yan replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with my father for now. Let us ponder what the people in the mountains might lack or desire, and prepare accordingly." This suggestion invigorated both Ertai and Santai. The village's young boys, barely in their teenage years, had already begun to shoulder the burdens of their households, embracing the simplistic notion of working to support their families. Yet, they often found themselves lacking the recognition and trust they sought in both trivial and significant matters. They found Yan LaEr's proposal quite appealing and responded with enthusiasm. "What might the mountains offer?" pondered Santai. "Wild game, the grains they cultivate, wild vegetables, medicinal herbs." He reflected deeply before declaring, "It should be these." "Then they are certainly lacking in many essentials." Ertai chimed in, brainstorming: food, oil, salt, and spices, clothing, pots, bowls, and farming tools. Once Yan felt they had exhausted their thoughts, she interjected, "We can forage for wild vegetables ourselves, and we can hunt for wild game. We do not covet what they offer. Therefore, what is truly beneficial to us consists solely of the grains and medicinal herbs they cultivate. However, the scattered herbs are of little use. They have lived in the mountains for years and must know how to combine them to ward off snakes and insects. If we are to trade, let it be for these two items." LaEr and Santai nodded in agreement. She thoughtfully considered that what the mountain folk lacked most were iron tools. Whether it be farming implements or iron pots, these items were indeed rare commodities in the mountains. They carried iron pots, as well as clothing for both adults and children, and hair ties for young girls. The aunties brought along needles and threads for their crafting, and they even took a couple of unscented fragrant pork slices. With a clear objective, they each set off to gather supplies. Yan LaEr, being resourceful, found that once the locals learned of their visit to the mountain village, the women were quite eager to part with their belongings. However, contrary to Yan's expectations, the sewing supplies, especially threads, were limited among the households. There was not much mending done along the way, but the backpacks crafted by LaEr were well received, prompting others to create similar ones. The thread was continuously used without means for replenishment, and some frugal wives even unraveled the threads from old garments for reuse. Yan possessed her own small backpack, stitched from coarse fabric and remarkably sturdy. Inside, she stored fragrant pork slices, a small pouch of salt, hair ties, several small square cloths, and a few larger ones. Ertai carried a bamboo basket filled with an iron pot and a backpack, predominantly comprising children's clothing. While a significant portion of the adults' clothing had been appropriated by Yan LaEr, who had arrived earlier, Santai bore a large bag, fashioned similarly to Yan's, filled to the brim with handcrafted items from the village women, including tiny shoes, socks, insoles, delicately adorned grass shoes, small straw hats, fabric pouches for children, and several pieces of wrapping cloth. The bamboo crossbows belonging to both of them, along with Yan's smaller bow, were tucked away in the bottom of Ertai's bamboo basket. Yan LaEr, Chi-Si, Chi-Wu, and Hudo were also laden with supplies. The father and daughter silently divided the marketplace of goods between them. One focuses on adults while the other attends to women and children. The individual sent to welcome them into the village was momentarily taken aback before responding with enthusiasm. "Brothers Yan, our village is not far. It lies halfway up the hill, and the paths are well trodden, making for an easy journey." With a smile, Yan LaEr replied, "We've brought some wheat we harvested ourselves, ground into flour. Please don't mind its coarseness. It's a taste of what our Chishan estate has to offer." How could one possibly find fault with such a gesture? In these times, arriving with one's own provisions when visiting is the most considerate of gestures. The villager who had come to greet them was quite perceptive. He quickly instructed his companion, "Go tell Uncle and that our guests have arrived." He was concerned that his companion might not grasp the urgency of the message, so he gestured emphatically. Fortunately, the other understood and swiftly ran off. Life in the mountains unfolds in a certain manner. Since they had earnestly invited guests, they had prepared a bountiful welcome. However, they were taken aback by the decorum exhibited by the Yan brothers, who had brought along food, which made their own preparations seem rather meager by comparison. A cat trailed closely behind Yan, occasionally climbing trees and leaping ahead, only to suddenly land on Yan LaEr's shoulder. Yan LaEr remained unfazed, steady as a rock. He merely wished for the cat not to leap onto his head or face. For grooming that hair was quite the endeavor, and his face, well, it was presentable enough. The cat readily agreed, and from that moment on, Yan LaEr's shoulder became its favorite perch. Over the days that followed, he had grown accustomed to it. It was certainly preferable to the cat leaping up from below. Yan LaEr's thin clothing could scarcely endure the cat's playful antics. Should it tear audibly in an inappropriate place, how would he face others then? As the mountain dweller observed the cat with unwavering curiosity, he smiled and explained, "This cat was rescued by chance. Having healed, it chose to stay and gradually became a part of our lives. These wild creatures possess a certain spirit. They are acutely aware of who harbors kindness. The mountain folk are somewhat superstitious, believing that a creature with such sensitivity to its owner signifies great fortune for that individual." Upon entering the so-called village, they were met with a warm and enthusiastic welcome from all. In a clearing, several wooden huts stood, and it was said that more families resided further up the slope. Visitors to this remote mountain village were a rarity, and thus, the old and young alike gathered to partake in the festivities. A large vat simmered with chicken, while rabbits roasted over an open fire, accompanied by sorghum porridge. Not a single vegetable graced the table. This was the pinnacle of hospitality for their village. Chapter 86. Trade in the mountain village. Everyone was handed a bowl of egg water, and Yan LaEr led the way in drinking it. After savoring the flavor, he raised an eyebrow, noting the addition of honey. Yan sit delicately, her small eyes darting around, and when she made eye contact with others, she subtly nodded and smiled. She needed to maintain her composure, for she was now a well-mannered young gentleman. The chicken stewed in the vat was enhanced with wild ginger and wild onions, with a few mountain dates floating atop. Yan received a chicken leg along with a bowl of broth. The wild chicken was leaner than its domesticated counterpart, making the leg just perfect for her. The flavors of ginger and onion effectively masked the earthy taste of the wild fowl, and the broth was not only delicious but also bore a hint of sweetness. While the roasted rabbit could not compare to the dishes seasoned with her family's spices, the mere presence of meat was enough to quell any complaints. Though Yan relished fine cuisine, she could easily subsist on the ordinary fare. The sorghum porridge was prepared by boiling the grains into a creamy consistency, repeatedly rinsed with mountain spring water. Refreshing and delightful, each spoonful of porridge paired with meat was an exquisite pleasure. Even if Yan were to indulge herself, she would not consume much, while the others remained quite reserved, concealing their true appetites. The mountain folk repeatedly urged Uncle Chi Si and Uncle Chi Wu, who eventually managed to eat 3 generous bowls of rice and several pieces of roasted meat, which was quite an achievement for them. Soon, Yan LaEr inquired with Uncle An about snake and insect repellents, casually mentioning his barter trade. The villagers expressed keen interest, surrounding him eagerly. Several uncles began to rummage through their belongings. Airtai and Santai glanced at her, but Yan waved her hand, exhibiting remarkable composure. For the moment was not yet ripe. Once the initial transaction was successfully negotiated, Yan beckoned the 2 men over and spread a cloth on the ground. She began to display an array of small items, little straw sandals, socks, insoles, and hair ties, each laid out meticulously. The delicate objects immediately captured the attention of women and children, particularly the mothers, who beamed with delight upon discovering garments for their little ones. They examined them closely, and although some bore patches, they were impeccably clean and seemed to carry a faint fragrance. One mother inhaled deeply, convinced she was not mistaken, and inquired of the young master squatting behind her, "How is it that this little garment retains such a scent?" Yan, unhurried, turned her backpack to the front and produced a fragrant soap. Garments washed with this aromatic soap would retain a subtle scent, which dissipated after a few days. She also had a non-fragrant variety. She handed over both types of soap, one scented and one unscented, having made the impromptu decision to bring both. Anticipating the presence of discerning mountain women, the mothers continued to examine the clothing, measuring it against their daughters. How does one exchange this little garment? She has taken a fancy to it and desires it in return for the herbs that ward off snakes and insects. Upon hearing this, the woman is intrigued by such a promising proposition. The garment she possesses bears the fewest patches and is meant for a little girl, making it a rare find among the heap of children's clothing. Those nearby, upon learning that they could trade herbs for it, are suddenly filled with a fervent desire to shop. One desires shoes, another wishes for socks, hair ties, and little straw hats, even prettier straw sandals than those they could craft themselves. As the herbs for repelling snakes and insects are nearly all exchanged, Yan ceases to impose restrictions on the types of herbs accepted, allowing any medicinal herb to be offered in trade. Air Tai and San Tai are busily engaged in their task. The value of each item varies, and Yan Yu uses the herbs brought by the first woman who exchanged for the little garment as a benchmark, adjusting the quantity of the 3 bundles of herbs accordingly. The various pieces of fabric captivate the group of women, as these are cut from her family's bolts of cotton cloth, deep blue, soft in texture, and exquisitely delicate. They have never encountered such a soft fabric before, their eyes brimming with longing. Yan Yu intends to trade these fabrics for grain. However, when the subject of grain arises, the women become reluctant, lacking the same fervor they had displayed for the herbs. In response, Yan Yu produces her prized item, a cast iron pot. Yan LaEr also possesses a pot, larger than hers, though it remains uncertain if he has traded it successfully. An iron pot, living in the mountains. They are acutely aware of the value of ironware. This is undoubtedly worth a substantial amount of grain. Young master, how much grain do you require for this iron pot? Someone eagerly inquires. Yan Yu has already calculated that trading this pot for 2 bags of grain is fair, while 3 bags would yield a profit. However, the matter of prices has always been contingent upon local conditions. Even if a merchant were to venture into the mountains, he would not carry expensive items such as iron pots. Thus, she extended her small hand, fingers raised, 4 in total. 4 bags. Each bag of grain weighed approximately 100 pounds, amounting to over 400 pounds in total. Yan Yu calculated the selling price at the granary, a figure she deemed acceptable. The women, however, were focused on the price for receiving grain. Unable to comprehend the calculations, they hurriedly sought out the men in their households. Yan Yu cast a glance at San Tai, who wisely departed to inquire with Yan LaEr about the exchange rate for his large iron pot. Yan LaEr had yet to sell the pot. His strategy differed from Yan Yu's. He preferred to sell in batches. He had been selling clothes for quite some time, followed by bowls, which marked his first exchanged commodity of notable significance. While wooden bowls were serviceable, they could not compare to those made of clay or porcelain. Yan LaEr had an assortment of goods, grain, herbs, wild fruits, honey, and cured meats, though negotiations regarding quantities were necessary, making transactions somewhat sluggish. After hearing San Tai relay Yan Yu's asking price, Yan LaEr had a clearer idea. When he later produced the iron pot, he insisted on exchanging it solely for grain, demanding 6 bags. Good heavens! Even if your pot is larger, it cannot possibly warrant such an excess. Those desiring the iron pot quickly flocked to Yan Yu, enlisting Uncle In to assist in calculating whether 4 bags of grain could suffice for the exchange. Uncle In, too, based his calculations on the price of sorghum, recalling that in years of bountiful harvests, they had sold some for as low as 2 or 3-1. The identity of mountain dwellers placed them at a disadvantage, both in buying and selling. Though this year has been marked by drought, the harvest of the previous year was bountiful. They still possess last year's stored grain. And while it may be painful to part with some, exchanging a portion for an iron pot is not an unfeasible option. He motioned for a few individuals to step aside and whispered, "If your families pool together, the burden will be lightened." For bags of grain may seem substantial, yet converted to silver, there will scarcely be anything left for purchasing an iron pot. Moreover, everything that enters the mountains is costly, as you well know. Indeed, we understand. The others concurred. See if you can negotiate for a lower price. Uncle In suggested. Ahem, the young master is quite young. Perhaps he can be persuaded. However, when it comes to Yan Yu, he does not yield a single coin. The group came and went repeatedly, for those who bargain are indeed the buyers. She kept a keen eye on them. Chapter 87. Mountain Bandits. Oh, what a commotion! The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A group of robust men approached swiftly, brandishing torches. Most of them carried clubs, while a few wielded blades. Each man had a gleaming dagger strapped to his thigh, reflecting a chilling light. The hearts of the mountain dwellers tightened. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Uncle In felt a pang of unease and hurried to greet them with a smile. Ah, it is the 3rd leader. You need only send word if there is something amiss. There is no need for you to come in person. It is quite exhausting. The villagers noticed his gestures behind him, and the men surged forward, appearing to welcome the newcomers while effectively blocking Yan LaEr and his group. Just as Chi Si and Chi Wu were about to rise to observe, they were swiftly pulled back by Yan LaEr. He whispered urgently, "Do not stand up. Quickly gather your belongings. Huda and I will go to the children. Once you are ready, come find us." He anxiously reiterated, "Please do not rise. Your heads are too conspicuous. You must remain seated." Yan Yu reacted swiftly. Upon hearing the term 3rd master, he hurriedly packed the medicinal herbs he had obtained. Air Tai and San Tai sprang into action, and by the time Yan LaEr arrived, they had already organized themselves efficiently. Chi Si and Chi Wu were equally swift. The group convened, daring not to stand, and strained their ears to catch the sounds ahead. Olden, there have been quite a few people entering the mountains from that canyon recently, haven't there? I've heard you've taken up the trade of waylaying travelers. Quite commendable. In these times where the bold thrive while the timid perish. Everything going smoothly? If any foolhardy individuals cross your path, feel free to bring them in and send word to us at Chuan Yunjai. We will ensure they are dealt with promptly. This year has been harsh. We are also left with no choice but to resort to this, Uncle stammered with palpable anxiety. TSK, what are you afraid of? I am not a government official. What we engage in is a perilous trade. I truly look down upon your trifling skirmishes. However, he paused, casting a scrutinizing glance around, his eyes narrowing slightly. The mountain folk felt a chill at his gaze, uncertain of the intentions of this group. My elder brother says that even bandits have their rules. You cannot simply establish a stronghold without so much as a greeting. This is unacceptable. Uncle N's eyes widened in disbelief. We establish a stronghold? The third master spoke to himself, considering our long-standing neighborly relationship and in light of your understanding. My elder brother has suggested that if you are willing to join us, we shall speak as one family. All the nearby hills will have to heed the countenance of our Chuan Yunjai. They would not dare to voice any objections. However, should you choose to decline. His voice turned cold. Then we shall adhere to the rules of the road. One hill after another, you will pay your respects and unveil your names, allowing the brothers of the road to become acquainted with your presence. Uncle N, in a state of anxiety, interjected, Third Master, we have erred. We were ignorant and truly did not comprehend. You know our limitations. We are simple and dull, only capable of scraping a living from the earth. How could we engage in any other pursuits? Rest assured, we shall remain honest and steadfast on the mountain from now on, and we shall not dare to descend again. The path forward is limited to these two options. Reflect carefully and reach a decision promptly, lest my elder brother be kept waiting too long. He scoffed. Were it not for the recent shortage of manpower in our village, such an opportunity would never have fallen into your laps. Go and inquire. Our Chuan Yunjai is a renowned name throughout the entire Lesan region. Do not overstep your bounds. As he concluded, his expression darkened, and the threats woven into his words sent shivers down the spines of those present. He took a few steps forward, causing the assembly to retreat hastily. Unbeknownst to them, several individuals were crouched behind, and in their unpreparedness, they nearly stumbled, eliciting startled exclamations that drew attention. The third master approached with a composed demeanor, his gaze scrutinizing. He tilted his head and impatiently gestured to the villagers blocking his path. Step aside. They dared not yield, yet could not bear to relent, jostling against each other, lingering in indecision, making no progress. The third master grew increasingly agitated, beckoning with a gesture, and a few men armed with sticks surged forward, clearing the crowd. Yan LaEr, burdened with several bundles, was exposed before them. He forced a sheepish smile, having originally collapsed to the ground, now struggling to rise. Unsteady on his feet, he stumbled once more. Yan LaEr's face was a mask of obsequiousness as he nodded and bowed. Where do you hail from? You appear unfamiliar. Are you not from our mountain? The third master inquired, his brow furrowed, scrutinizing him closely. I am but a humble peddler from the mountain trails, seldom graced with the opportunity to behold your esteemed presence, Yan LaEr replied, his wrinkles deepening with his smile. Just as he attempted to take a few steps forward, he tripped over himself, causing the bundles to topple and herbs to scatter across the ground. His legs numb, he chuckled awkwardly, aware of the laughter from his companions, hurrying to gather the herbs as if fearing someone might seize them. The third master scoffed. What value do those mountain goods hold? He feigned casual curiosity. Pray tell, what treasures have you brought? Uncle N promptly urged, why not show the third master what you've exchanged for? The crowd hastily produced their meager trinkets, tattered clothes, straw sandals, coarse porcelain bowls, hair ties, earthenware jars, insoles, small straw hats. What rubbish is this? The third master exclaimed, surveying the pitiful offerings. He mused inwardly, perceiving that they were quite aware of the conditions of the mountains. Were these truly valuable items, these impoverished souls would not be able to afford them. Did you hear what I just said? Yan LaEr bent his body like a large shrimp, and the young one didn't catch it clearly. What did you say? Even if I heard it, it doesn't matter. Just don't spread it outside. If I catch wind of it out there, no matter how deeply you hide, I will unearth you. He snorted coldly, And Yan LaEr lowered his head even further, repeatedly saying, I understand, I understand, I will keep my mouth shut. To dare venture into the mountains for goods, you possess a modicum of courage. Henceforth, should you come across any rare treasures, let Olden lead you to the village. He gestured to the people beside him. Several individuals surrounded Yan LaEr, shaking out his bundle and searching him thoroughly. Yan LaEr trembled all over. His shivering was distinct from others. While others quivered chaotically, he shook his head slightly, continuously. His gaze did not dare to stray sideways. He could only hope that his daughter would comprehend his extraordinary physical gestures. Indeed, Yan Yu understood, nodding to Erdi and Santai. Then taking the initiative to embrace Uncle Hu's thigh. Erdi and Santai exchanged glances, grimacing as they each clung to Uncle Chi-Si and Uncle Chi-Wu. The three adults were ensnared by the three children, rendered immobile. Chapter 88. Let us embark together over there. After Yan LaEr was thoroughly searched, he collapsed onto the ground. Half of his fright was genuine, while the other half was merely a dizzying shake of his head. Dazed, bewildered, the third master gestured towards Yan LaEr and inquired of Uncle Lin, what is the source of this? The third master observed him carrying something with the belief that he had unraveled the underlying intricacies, chuckling. Olden, you have grown wiser with age. These trinkets hold little value in our mountains. How much can they fetch outside? Your nephew must have shown you considerable filial piety. Uncle Lin's face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. Well, in the future, you might find even this paltry sum a hassle to earn. He gestured to the individuals accompanying him, and off they went. Their arrival was swift, and their departure even swifter. All eyes were fixed on the fading glow of the fire, slowly dissipating in the woods, stirring a bittersweet ache in their hearts, nearly bringing them to tears. Uncle Lin, a villager murmured, his face etched with sorrow, I do not wish to become a bandit. I do not wish to become a bandit. Uncle Lin, what shall we do? Must we truly join their ranks? Alas, the women were even more despondent. Their heads bowed in tears, clutching their children tightly, lost in despair. Third master, what are we waiting for? For the peddler. Do you not trust him? Nonsense. How can one believe the words of an outsider? Is he truly Olden's nephew? When it comes to family, they share meals of chicken and rabbit. How precious could that stomach be? Yet, we, his brothers, searched him thoroughly and found not a single coin on him. Just think about those items. Could one person carry them all? Hiss. One cannot manage to transport such a multitude alone. Individually, each piece may seem insignificant, but collectively, those burdens are far too great. The third master is indeed impressive. We brothers failed to see through it. Moreover, have you observed his hands? He is clearly not a person accustomed to tilling the soil, possessing delicate and soft skin. The third master let out a cold laugh, remarking, he certainly plays the part well and can even stoop low, yet in our line of work, one must possess keen discernment. If he wishes to deceive me, he would need several more years of practice. He gestured towards his neck, leaving the rest unspoken, but the implication was clear to all. Should he fail to recognize the situation, this forest would become his eternal resting place. Dad. Yan Yu tugged at her father's sleeve, whispering, we brought a bamboo crossbow. Yan LaEr patted her small hand reassuringly. Fear not. I am here. Apologies were expressed by Uncle Lin. I am truly sorry for the fright you all experienced. I shall arrange for someone to escort you down the mountain immediately. Alas, Yan LaEr sighed. No one wishes to encounter such events. And I am grateful for your assistance in concealing our predicament. However, if that third master inquires about me in the future, what shall you say? Uncle Lin wore a bitter expression, responding, just say. Say that you fled from the famine. Yan LaEr pressed further. What do you think of his proposal to join the gang? The nearby mountain villagers stirred restlessly at these words. Uncle Lin, let us flee. I do not wish to become a bandit. My father fell victim to bandits. My aunt's sister was taken away by bandits and has not been heard from since. Her fate remains unknown. We must escape, uncle. Indeed, let us descend the mountain and leave this place. We cannot possibly join them. Uncle Lin, scratching his head in frustration, shouted, enough of the noise. To the south lies Chishan Prefecture, suffering greatly from drought. Otherwise, how could so many people have fled to our land? To the north, he hesitated, stating that reaching the north would require traversing several mountain peaks. And with families in tow, we cannot hope to escape. Then we shall confront them. A young mountain dweller shouted defiantly. Several young men echoed his sentiment. While the older generation remained silent, their expressions filled with sorrow. They possess knives. Uncle Lin lamented. When those blades fall, our clubs will be of no defense. Brother Yan, Is the drought in Chishan Prefecture truly that dire? Inquired a hopeful voice. If it weren't severe, why would our entire village flee? We simply cannot survive. You may fare better in the mountains, but along our journey, we have not encountered a single drop of water. The group fell into silence. Uncle, if you truly wish to refrain from joining us, it may be wiser to accompany us instead, Brother Yan spoke gravely. He had initially intended to persuade a few guides to assist them, ideally to avoid those mountain bandits, offering iron pots and salt as incentives. Little did he know that before he could implement this plan, the bandits arrived seeking recruits. It can only be said that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes, and these changes come swiftly. We are not without numbers, and we possess bows and crossbows. If we journey together, supporting one another, even if we encounter bandits, they will have to reconsider whether they can afford to detain us. Upon hearing this, the young mountain dweller's eyes sparkled with fervor. Yan LaEr and his group appeared formidable. If they could indeed travel together, the chances of safely reaching their destination would significantly increase. Uncle, too, began to contemplate. The cloud-piercing stronghold had offered them two paths, both leading to certain doom, while Yan LaEr's route remained the only viable escape. What are your thoughts? Do you all wish to leave? We have resided in this mountain for quite some time, and the houses, the land, have all been painstakingly built and cultivated by us. Can you truly bear to part with it? Uncle, those mountain bandits are ruthless. What fate awaits us in their hands is too dreadful to contemplate. Indeed, Uncle, let us accompany Brother Yan LaEr. They are good people. I trust Brother Yan LaEr completely. Since everyone feels this way, then, he resolved decisively, pack your belongings. Be swift. We must prioritize water and provisions. And you may take what you deem necessary, but be prepared to leave behind what must be left. The villagers all rushed home. Uncle watched them. Letting out a long sigh, he felt immensely grateful. Thank you so much. It is because of us that you are drawn into this. Yan LaEr interrupted him. What are you saying? Even without this incident, we would have to face this ordeal. There are several bands of mountain bandits in these hills. Not just the Chuanyu tribe, but others as well. To speak honestly, I would feel more at ease if you accompanied us. After all, your families have lived in these mountains for generations, and you know this place well, which is far more convenient. Chapter 89. Fear breeds courage. Yan did not exchange her iron pot. At present, her mind was preoccupied with the ferocious mountain bandits she had just encountered. Initially, she had thought that with weapons, they could maintain a safe distance with their bows and crossbows. It seemed straightforward. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized that the so-called aura of menace was perhaps something more profound. It was an indescribable sensation, an attitude from the adversary that demonstrated utter indifference to your existence. They acted with reckless abandon, looking down upon others as if they were mere ants beneath their feet, instilling fear within. When Yan LaEr pushed them aside, facing those mountain bandits alone, Yan felt her heart leap to her throat. She could not predict how others would react. All she knew was that in that moment, she was filled with terror and trembled, her mind a void. At the pinnacle of her fear, she yearned to draw her bamboo crossbow and engage them in a life-or-death struggle. Must one be driven to the utmost limit to summon courage? Would it still be timely then? Clutching her cat tightly, she sought warmth and strength in that embrace. Little one, it's all right, do not be afraid. Yan LaEr noticed her distress and bent down, saying, Come, climb up. Let father carry you. Yan ascended, wrapping her arms around her father's neck. Resting her small head on his not-so-broad shoulder, her cat meowing incessantly. Suddenly, Yan's body tensed. Father, she whispered rapidly, stop. We cannot proceed. Halt, father. She was unaware that her voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. Yan LaEr held unwavering trust in his daughter. He immediately ceased his steps, and the others, seeing him stop, followed suit. Brother Yan LaEr, why have we halted? They inquired. Yan leaned closer to her father's ear and whispered, I want the cat to remember those bandits. If they approach within a kilometer, it will alert us. Father, let me down. I need to ask it if it's true. Yan was already 80% certain in her heart, for they had not issued any other commands to the cat. Yan LaEr shuddered slightly as he crouched down, and Yan Yuxian leaped down. The cat hurried over, incessantly meowing at Yan. She gently cradled it and whispered, Is it those mountain bandits? The cat ceased its cries and nodded. Are they right in front of us? Yan inquired, and the cat continued to nod. 1 kilometer, which is equivalent to 1,000 meters, was the distance she had carefully deliberated upon. If they were too close, there would be no time to react. If they were too far, it would be challenging to ascertain the bandits' exact position. They might be a straight 1,000 meters away, But in the mountains, one might need to traverse 2 or 3 times that distance to encounter them. If they walked, it should take about 10 to 15 minutes. If they ran, it would be quicker, perhaps around 5 minutes. That would provide ample time for them to respond. I will take shower over there. You all wait here for a moment, Yan LaEr instructed as he led his daughter into the nearby woods. Everyone suddenly realized that Yan showered and needed to relieve herself. Cat, have those people been stationary all this time? Yan Yu asked. The cat nodded. Father, they must be waiting for us, she asserted with unwavering conviction. Perhaps they are not disguising themselves well enough. Raising suspicions, pondered Yan LaEr. Should we take a detour? It should be possible, right? We need to send someone ahead to scout the path before proceeding. After a moment's reflection, Yan LaEr concluded, I can't trust anyone else to scout. It has to be me. He was concerned that anyone sent to scout might be careless and reveal their whereabouts. Who would have thought that a band of mountain bandits would be lying in ambush on the road? Yan Yu understood that there was no one more suitable for this task than Yan LaEr at this moment. She pressed her lips together and handed the cat to her father. Take it with you. Yan LaEr did not refuse, though a sense of unease crept into his heart. Chi-Chi and Kiwa shook their heads. At that moment, their attention was entirely fixed on Brother Yan. However, Buddha, being more meticulous, furrowed his brow and remarked, that group appeared suddenly, and we were unprepared. Did they spot us at first glance? The thought was unsettling. Upon reflection, it revealed numerous flaws. The table where we dined had yet to be cleared. The aroma of the meat broth and roasted meat would not dissipate so swiftly. It would be cumbersome for one person to carry all of this back into the mountains. Brother Yin suggested, let us entertain a hypothesis. If the mountain bandits noticed us but said nothing and simply departed, do you think that is possible? Everyone shook their heads. After all, they were bandits, bearing the weight of lives on their shoulders. How could they so easily let us go? Yet, they had left. He feigned casualness and asked, did they truly leave? This notion startled everyone, prompting them to ponder the frightening possibility. If they had not departed, where could they be? Lu Xiaozai looked around. Uncertainty etched on his face. Having lost his parents at a young age, he lived a simple life with few possessions. Uncle An had arranged for some men to escort Brother Yin and the others down the mountain, and he thought of him first. I shall venture ahead to scout the path, Brother Yin declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-Chi and Kiwu instinctively replied, Brother Yin, we shall accompany you. Huda glanced at Yan LaEr and took a couple of steps closer, saying, I will keep an eye on LaEr. You all should exercise caution. The mountain villagers exchanged glances. Lu Xiaozai spoke up. We are more familiar with these mountains. If anyone should go, it ought to be us. Indeed, if you are uneasy, we shall proceed ahead to take a look. Yan LaEr expressed his concern, fearing that their half-hearted skepticism might lead to misfortune. He insisted that they could not afford to delay in speaking, especially as they hastened along with Chi-Si and Chi-Wu. Listen to me, Chi-Si and Chi-Wu. The third master is likely lying in wait ahead to ambush us, Yan LaEr declared through gritted teeth. That scoundrel certainly harbors no good intentions. In this dark and perilous night, we are in great danger. Chi-Si and Chi-Wu had been led astray, contemplating the possibility of encountering someone ahead and how they would respond upon such an encounter. The brainwashing continued. If anyone inadvertently revealed even the slightest hint of their plans, it would be disastrous. No matter how swiftly they fled, they would still be within the mountains, where their adversaries were far more familiar with the terrain. Therefore, they could not afford to remain passive. They had to take the initiative. As Yan LaEr drew nearer, his anxiety intensified, his cerebral cortex unusually active, and his speech flowed in sync with his thoughts, scarcely pausing to reflect. In stark contrast, Chi-Si and Chi-Wu listened with utmost seriousness. Chapter 90. Growth. It was exceedingly easy to conceal themselves among the mountains at night. The third master and his cohorts had chosen a sparsely wooded area, extinguishing their torches while awaiting Yan LaEr and the outsiders to unwittingly walk into their trap. They were too indifferent to hide, making it simple for the three seekers to spot them. The group lay sprawled on the ground, weapons cast aside. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness. The 9 men sprang to their feet, 2 of them wielding clubs and sweeping them aggressively. The low brush was knocked askew, startling a wildcat that let out a cry. The third master was indeed the wildcat. Sandongsha nodded, and a few individuals resumed their previous relaxed demeanor. Chi-Si and Chi-Wu exchanged glances, confirming that Yan LaEr's words were indeed true. This band of mountain bandits was evidently preparing to ambush travelers on the road. Yan LaEr was somewhat taken aback. These brigands were startlingly vigilant. Their alertness was excessive. He had merely released a small creature as a test. creating a slight disturbance that could easily be overlooked if one were not particularly attentive. Wildlife is more active at night, and certain sounds are entirely normal. He had not anticipated such heightened awareness from them. The three slowly retreated, but Yan LaEr was resolute. "I shall go. I can find the way," he insisted. With the cat in hand, he was certain he would not lose his direction in the woods. "There is no one with you. We brothers are concerned." Chiwu nodded emphatically. "I can." "Chi-si, let us depart." Yan LaEr did not linger in discussion, and the three separated into two paths. One route was fraught with difficulties, but when Yan LaEr finally spotted his brother Yan Huaiwen, who had been waiting for them and had not slept a wink, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. "Elder brother," he exclaimed with excitement. Yan Huaiwen looked up to see his brother, appearing as if he had just rolled out of a pile of grass, wearing a woeful expression. "Tianyu, what has transpired?" he asked, rising abruptly, his voice tense. "Elder brother, we visited the mountain village, and the bandits from Chuanyun Mountain suddenly appeared." Yan LaEr quickly recounted the events. Yan Huaiwen immediately grasped the crux of the matter. If the bandits had waited long without encountering anyone, they would surely return to the mountain village. Yan LaEr's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Will they wait for me until morning?" Yan Huaiwen was speechless. "Do you think they possess such patience?" "Listening to your words and observing your actions, it appears that the Chuan Yunjai genuinely intends to unite the mountain dwellers. Uncle Lin and the others are reluctant, which is why I wish to persuade them to join us. Their familiarity with the mountains and their considerable numbers would ensure our safety," Yan LaEr remarked. Yan Huaiwen nodded in agreement. "Your thoughts are astute. Since their character is commendable and they refuse to align with bandits, departing is indeed the wisest choice." Yan LaEr, in a state of urgency, urged, "Elder brother, let us set aside the matter of the mountain folk for now and hasten to retrieve our people. How do you propose we accomplish this? Have you devised a plan?" Yan Huaiwen gazed intently at him, his words laden with significance. Yet, Yan LaEr, in his current state of mind, was oblivious to the intricacies. "We are merely 9 individuals. With our numbers, even if they wield blades, we cannot be intimidated." Yan Huaiwen cast a penetrating glance at him, remaining silent. Chi-si ventured to seek out Luoda. His words were far more straightforward than those of Yan LaEr. "We must eliminate that group of mountain bandits. We cannot allow even one to escape. Should news of our intentions leak, we would surely meet our demise." The elderly, who naturally sleep lightly, heard Chi-si's words with utmost clarity. He understood well that these thoughts could not have originated solely from Chi-si. Lives are exceedingly cheap on the road of hardship. Those younger ones, untested and having followed the Yin family without suffering, lack the resolve of their elder counterparts. Luo village head, unable to linger any longer, promptly rose to summon several village elders. By the time the village's elders and youths stood before the Yin brothers, they had undoubtedly been admonished by the elders countless times. The eyes blazed with fervor, as if poised to charge into the battlefield and confront the enemy in a fight to the death. Those fiends were the wolves of the mountains. They treated human lives with utter disregard, resorting even to cannibalism in their desperation. The elderly were ruthlessly slain, women were ravaged and killed, and the tender flesh of children was consumed for sustenance. If you relax your grip even slightly, sparing the lives of those brutes, it would mean sealing the fate of your own elders, women, and children. Do you comprehend this? Have you grasped the severity of the situation? Those who cannot bear this truth should speak up now, lest they lead us all to ruin in a critical moment. Yan LaEr was utterly astonished. What barbaric rhetoric was this? He turned to his elder brother. Yan Huaiwen nodded in affirmation. Yan LaEr fell silent. Suddenly, Li Shuame grasped his hand tightly, clenching it desperately to stave off her trembling. Those were beasts, not humans. Do not hold back. Be ruthless. Be resolute. For the sake of safety. Yan LaEr gazed at his wife's pallid visage and found his fear dissipating. Rest assured, we shall be fine. Have faith. Yan LaEr nodded solemnly. And under the unwavering gaze of Li Shuame, he retrieved his iron crossbow and nodded toward her. Yan Huaiwen joined him, along with the adolescent Yan Xiangfeng. The other families observed and emulated their resolve. Young boys, no older than children, picked up their bows and crossbows, striding forward with determination. Their mothers wept tears of joy and sorrow, fully aware of the peril their children were about to face. In these trying times, childhood was fleeting. They needed to mature swiftly, ever more swiftly. Village Chief Luo insisted on accompanying them. He was unsettled, needing to witness the demise of those mountain bandits with his own eyes. The broader truths eluded him. All he knew was that as long as the bandits drew breath, they could not live in peace. Chapter 91. The battle commanded by Yan LaEr upon hearing that the third master had stationed men to block the descent from the mountain. Uncle Yan was momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized that the mountain bandits did not trust his words. If their party were to be caught off guard by the bandits, Yan LaEr and his companions would be in peril. His deceit would yield no better outcome, and it could potentially implicate the entire mountain village. Contrary to Chi Si's personal assessment, Chi Wu had nearly parroted Yan LaEr's words. Observing their preparations to flee, what would the bandits do? They certainly could not be allowed to escape unharmed. The ruthlessness of the bandits from Chuanyunzhai was no idle threat. The later they discovered their departure, the more advantageous it would be for them. They had to take the initiative, to strike first. Uncle Yan steadied himself. At this juncture, it was imperative to take a bold stand. He hastily summoned the men from each household to assemble, armed with wooden clubs. This time the mountain folk exuded a spirit markedly different from that of when they were merely blocking the road. The bandits loomed over them like an oppressive mountain, suffocating their very breath. They were being coerced into abandoning their homes and the lands cultivated by generations. Did they wish to leave? No, they did not wish to. Yet the stark reality was that if they did not depart, they would have to join the ranks of the bandits in Chuanyunzhai, becoming despicable marauders themselves. Surely, even their ancestors would rise in protest. Uncle Yan, what do you propose we do? We must flee, and if we fear offending them no longer, I ask you, are we daring enough to confront them? Dare. We dare. We've long desired to do this. Once they step onto our mountain, they shall never think to leave. Uncle Yan raised a torch, illuminating the faces of each man present. They do not possess torches, nor shall we light any. Let us stealthily approach and encircle them, ensuring they do not escape. The seasoned elders are in perfect accord. Take, for instance, Village Chief Luo and Uncle Yan. Third Master, surely we cannot remain here for an entire night? The mountain bandits indeed lack patience. What is the haste? Let us wait a little longer. Although this canyon path is remote, it is easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The chief has set his sights on this place. As the people in these mountains still possess some utility, we must allow them to descend the mountain on their own, without startling them and jeopardizing the chief's plans. Third Master, do you believe those from the neighboring hills will obediently comply? We must not let them undermine us. They could seek out patrons on their own, and our village cannot compete with their numbers. Third Master scoffed. Huh? They must find them first. This line is not easily forged in years of scarcity. The most worthless commodity is indeed manpower. We have avenues to sell this most inexpensive resource in exchange for glittering silver. If they refuse to cooperate, let them be gone. Many wish to partake. Such a bargain only requires them to provide a few hands to assist, were it not for our village's lack of manpower. Would we even consider them? Not even a bowl of soup will be offered to them. There are indeed many people in these mountains, yet their utility remains uncertain. There are ways to utilize the obedient, just as there are methods for the disobedient. Third Master, in an unusual display of enthusiasm, elaborated to these individuals, the chief is inclined to employ them. Their familiarity with the mountains is one reason, but more importantly, they are unregistered in the official records, classified as black households. Even if they wished to report to the authorities, they would not even gain entry to the county's gates. Disobedience bears little consequence. When one holds sway over their homes, who would dare oppose? Once they ascend our mountain, join our ranks, and partake in the blood-stained bread, they will naturally pledge their allegiance. Do you think the inhabitants of those nearby peaks arrived by mere happenstance? Only those from the Chuanyan stronghold, who bear the weight of legal troubles and are wanted, sought refuge here. The others did not come by choice. Many were forcibly taken by the mountain bandits to join their ranks. Thus, in this region, the bandits of Chuanyun are the fiercest, and none dare provoke them. A disturbance. Everyone rises, first facing the mountain, only to swiftly turn in unison. How could it be that individuals descend from the mountain? The third chief suddenly crouches, pressing his ear to the ground to listen intently. Something is amiss. This sound is unusual. He furrows his brow, contemplating. There are many approaching. In the dead of night. Who could bring such a multitude to our doorstep? Third chief, could it be from another mountain? Are they here to steal from us? To secure this lucrative venture? Chuanyun has united all the nearby strongholds, not for naught, but for their considerable numbers. If the aim is to gain greater profit, subjugating the local mountain dwellers is the quickest and most convenient route. What they conceive, others would surely also imagine. The third chief ponders, asserting, regardless of which mountain they hail from, we must avoid conflict. We are all in this together. Let us not engage in a bloody clash before we have even earned a profit. The bandits nod in agreement. The newcomers approach with remarkable speed, the sound resembling dozens of feet pounding the ground. The third chief grows increasingly uneasy, until a throng bursts into view before them, leaving the band of bandits utterly astonished. Their expressions are unfamiliar, completely unrecognizable. Yan LaEr has remarkably improved his physical strength. After running for such an extended period, not only has he managed to keep up, but he is also leading the pack. Yet, his breathing is labored, and his face contorts into a fierce grimace as he exerts himself. It is them. He bellows at the top of his lungs. Shoot! Shoot! His excited voice cracking under the strain. This group of bandits possesses a commendable level of professionalism. Their reactions are swift. Upon realizing that this group does not resemble the mountain folk, they tightly gripped their weapons and quickly huddled together. Faced with overwhelming numbers, a sense of foreboding washed over them, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. These bandits adhere to the ruthless creed of survival at any cost, carving a bloody path through their foes. However, their blunder lay in misinterpreting Yan LaEr's fervent shout. Did he say snake? Snake. Instinctively, they scanned their surroundings, with some even swinging their clubs aimlessly in the air. On the ground, they had scattered snake-repellent powder. Should a snake truly appear, it would likely be nestled in the trees. But they encountered no snake. Instead, arrows were unleashed. The power of bamboo arrows is limited, yet it greatly depends on the force propelling them. The closer the distance, the greater the damage inflicted by arrows shot from a bamboo crossbow. The first volley of arrows failed to showcase the true might of the crossbow. 1. Due to Yan LaEr's hurried command, and 2. Those at the back were obstructed from seeing and had to veer sideways to find an unobstructed view. The damage inflicted was not substantial, but the intimidation was undeniable. What is happening? A flurry of arrows surged toward them. Even swinging their blades could not stave off the onslaught. The speed was overwhelming. Each arrow struck with precision, piercing through flesh, some barely breaking the skin, while others fell loosely, swaying as they did. The pain was bearable, and the blood loss was minimal. Yet, the sheer number of arrows was staggering. It is truly terrifying. Such weapons, wielded by these individuals, with even the young children blushing and beckoning at them. Chapter 92. The Marksman. The bandits felt a chill in their hearts. Third Master, let us retreat. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to voice this thought. The man, shouting shoot, shoot, had just taken his stance, but he could barely see and lacked confidence in his aim. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Just shoot. Yan LaEr's crossbow was a lethal instrument, the unrivaled monarch of its era. Of course, it could not be compared to the large siege crossbows, but within its size category, it was undoubtedly the leader. Shoot the pigs dead, shoot the men to their demise. By sheer luck, Yan LaEr managed to hit his target. Yet even he was unaware of this achievement. He felt a sense of urgency, for there were still several standing across from him. Could he succeed? It was imperative that he knock them all down to claim victory. Yan LaEr shouted again, his voice piercing the heavens. Closer, closer, heed my command. He drew all his strength, bellowing, shoot him. The villagers, one and all, had never engaged in battle with bandits. They merely hid their heads and acted as if they were unaware. At this moment, only Yan LaEr's voice resonated. If they would not listen to him, to whom would they listen? This round was a coordinated effort, each finding their position. There were even clever children who, without any guidance, had intuitively understood the half-crouch stance. This overwhelming assault, with double digits attacking a single figure while employing ranged lethal weaponry, was egregiously unfair. The bandits, filled with rage and red-eyed, yearned to rush closer, determined to take at least one down with them in death. He was only halfway through his charge when he was felled by a barrage of bamboo arrows. His agonizing cries echoed through the valley. The third leader was drenched in a cold sweat, grateful for the men in front who had shielded him from the initial volley. Yet, arrows rained down from all sides, piercing his flesh. Ignoring the pain, he plucked the obstructive shafts from his body and turned to flee. Someone's trying to escape, Yan LaEr exclaimed, hastily loosing an arrow. A distinct thud followed, along with a sharp intake of breath. Through Yan LaEr's eyes, he saw everyone fall. He breathed a sigh of relief, wondering where his arrow had struck. Probably the leg, preventing escape. He had aimed for the upper body. Yet what mattered was that he had hit his mark. The villagers were now a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension. The bandit had fallen, but was he dead? And what were they to do now? Why wasn't Yan LaEr giving orders? At that moment, village chief Luo's voice cut through the air. Surround them. Surround them. Almost simultaneously, another voice, equally urgent, cried out, encircle them. Don't let them escape. Village Chief Luo was taken aback. Who was that? Uncle An was equally perplexed. Who was this? The two groups swiftly converged, forming an impenetrable ring around the fallen bandits. The villagers gazed upon the bandits, now resembling hedgehogs from the arrows, and felt a chill of fear. They were fortunate that the battle hadn't erupted at the canyon's entrance. Otherwise, they would have been the ones subjected to this chaotic volley. There are still survivors, Village Chief Luo stated solemnly. He glanced at Uncle An's group of villagers, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, as if by some unspoken understanding. Uncle An seemed to interpret his look. The mountain bandits, upon joining, expressed a desire for blood bonds, and they intended to align themselves with the villagers of Yan LaEr. Surely, they needed to take some actions to instill a sense of trust and security among the locals. If it were him in their position, he would undoubtedly be consumed by the fear of being exposed at any moment. They had slain bandits, which was justifiable. Yet those unaware of the circumstances would only focus on the fact that they had taken lives. Uncle An proactively approached, his demeanor earnest and sincere. You may rest for now. We shall handle the remainder. Villager Luo, wise and seasoned, squinted at them for a moment and then readily agreed. Very well. The mountain folk surged forward, dragging the bodies away. Not far off, a cacophony of clattering sticks could be heard as the villagers began to dig graves. While this side remained still, lost in a daze. Was it truly over? Had they killed the bandits? Time would affirm that Uncle An's decision was indeed sound. Through shared experiences, the villagers quickly embraced these mountain folk. Villager Luo organized the clearing of 2 donkey carts and 3 hand carts, which were laden with bulging sacks of grain, presenting a truly impressive sight. Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he questioned Uncle An. With such an abundance of grain, why resort to banditry? Uncle An chuckled awkwardly. We still need to offer tributes to the bandits. While this may appear considerable, it constitutes our entire supply, spanning several peaks. We dare not refuse any demands they might make. The remaining morsels would hardly suffice, leading to unsavory thoughts. This is unacceptable, Villager Luo asserted. Such actions must not be repeated in the future. Certainly, regarding Brother Luo, I initially felt quite distressed about his decision to descend the mountain. However, upon taking that step, the thought of no longer living in fear under the threats of that ruthless gang brings a remarkable sense of relief. Uncle An's face radiated with joy, and the villagers exhibited an undeniable sense of vindication. Look at our village. These timid souls have yet to recover from the shock. Brother Luo sighed. Uncle An followed his gaze and noted that those who participated in the collective shooting last night remained notably silent. What is there to ponder? They are unaware of the true malice of those individuals. Uncle An quickly discerned the crux of the matter. They are free from such worries. To have vanquished the mountain bandits only brings them exhilaration. Observe that fellow over there. Brother Luo pointed at Yan LaEr, who seemed even worse off, shouting louder than anyone else. I had hoped he might be capable, yet unexpectedly, he collapsed first after the ordeal. It is truly our scholar who has exhibited such composure, unlike those inexperienced youngsters, bringing shame upon themselves. Brother Luo expressed his disdain with a dismissive pout. The scholar has been exceptionally kind to his brother, steadfastly remaining by his side, while Yan LaEr appears genuinely rattled. Uncle An expressed a tinge of regret. This situation is my fault for having handed him the arrow and boasting about his marksmanship. Do you believe we might encounter bandits again? Brother Luo inquired suddenly. Uncle An replied earnestly, I am not attempting to instill fear, but within these mountains, there are indeed numerous bandit dens. They remain vigilant amongst themselves, often conducting patrols. As soon as we make a move, we will surely attract their attention. It is merely a matter of whether they choose to reveal themselves. Village Chief Luo nodded solemnly. Then it is settled. These individuals simply lack experience and need more practice. Meanwhile, Yan LaEr felt increasingly anxious. He was aware that he had acted rightly, indeed, decisively, yet he found himself unable to move on, continually preoccupied with thoughts of the arrow he had released. At this moment, dawn was approaching. They awaited the final group of mountain villagers to descend before they could commence their journey. Traditionally, such miscellaneous tasks invariably fell to him. He remained huddled in his vehicle, doing nothing but staring blankly. Chapter 93. Reflections post-battle. Upon seeing his sister-in-law arrive with his niece, Yan Huaiwen pondered for a moment before yielding his spot. Yan Yu climbed onto the vehicle, sitting side by side with her father, while Li Xiume took a seat on the opposite side. With the wife and daughter positioned on either flank, Yan LaEr visibly relaxed. Regardless of their current identities, The bond of family remained their most profound connection. "Father, you frightened me today," Yinyu exclaimed, leaning against her father, her small head burrowing repeatedly as she sought a comfortable nook. Instinctively, Yan LaEr wrapped his arms around her, affectionately stroking her little head again and again. "How could you be so brave? You pushed us aside and faced those bandits alone." My heart nearly leapt from my chest at that moment. Yinyu spoke to herself, in that fleeting moment. "I truly wished to draw forth the concealed bamboo crossbow and eliminate them all, yet I ultimately lacked the courage. Father, am I truly so ineffectual? Merely standing by and witnessing your torment at the hands of the mountain bandits?" Upon reflection, it dawned on her that their odds had been relatively favorable. Cat could handle one, and Uncle Chi Si and Uncle Chi Wu could deal with two. As for Uncle Hu, if armed with a bamboo crossbow, he could likely take on three. Moreover, there were numerous villagers present. Surely, the remaining three could be managed. Why had she felt fear? The bandits wielded knives, and they were perilously close. Should they inflict even a minor wound in such sweltering heat, lacking alcohol, iodine, or bandages, devoid of any means for proper wound care, the likelihood of infection was grave. Lives could be lost. Yan LaEr paused, evidently absorbing her words. Yinyu admired her mother, recognizing her as the astute matriarch who had recently taken to studying medical texts. She had astutely identified the crux of the matter, thus opening up the dialogue. "Should we encounter bandits again, we must adopt the same strategy as today, engaging from a distance with arrows, never allowing them to close in. Our villagers and those mountain folk appear quite formidable, yet they pale in comparison to the ferocity of the bandits. Being drawn too close makes one vulnerable to injury." Yinyu expressed her concerns. The two women engaged in a spirited discussion about how to address the issue of external wounds. Yan LaEr's thoughts began to wander. Following their conversation, "Have any of us sustained injuries?" he asked, belatedly grasping the situation. Upon hearing him finally speak, Li Xueme and Yinyu exhaled in relief. "There should be none," Yinyu replied. Yan LaEr, feeling uneasy, decided to check on the families despite his days. "Where are you going?" asked Li Xueme. "I'm just going for a stroll to see how they are doing. You should focus on our second treasure first." Li Xueme gently touched her belly. Instantly, Yan LaEr grew anxious. "Are you unwell? I'll go find Brother Chui." "I'm not unwell," Li Xueme said earnestly, her tone soft. "I'm just a little scared and want you to stay with me." She took his other hand and placed it on her belly. "The second treasure is scared too. So you, as the father, must take good care of us. We're all counting on you." The bewilderment in Yan LaEr's eyes vanished, and a smile began to grace his lips. "I'm fine, our family is fine, and we are all well." It seemed he was reassuring both his wife and daughter, as well as himself. "Isn't this wonderful? If it weren't for the time and place, we should celebrate properly. Those ruffians, forcing Uncle In and others to become bandits, what wretches they are. The fewer of them, the better. Are bandits even human? They are less than human. Not even worthy of being called things. What would this be called in modern terms? Acts of heroism. I should be awarded a good citizen prize, right?" With a banner and a reward, he slapped his thigh, feeling invigorated. "If a banner were to hang in the store, wouldn't those children from your school come flocking in? Ha. In the future, they could write about learning from someone, and they could just write about me. Ha. That prize must be given. This is a true story, absolutely not fabricated, and you can even write about the daughter of a hero." Li Xueme stifled a laugh, caressing her belly and taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from Yinyu, who cackled like a goose. The more Yan LaEr pondered, the more amused he became. With his silly daughter, one cackling and the other chuckling, they laughed until tears streamed down their faces, drawing the attention of everyone around, who wondered what had befallen Yan LaEr. "Father, are you all right?" Yinyu inquired with a smile. "All is well," he replied. "Do not shoulder the mistakes of others. We are innocent and thriving. Indeed, we are splendid. Now, dear father, you must go and check on the uncles and brothers in the village. They are utterly terrified. Watch and learn," Yan LaEr declared, revitalized. Yinyu trailed closely behind him like a little shadow. "Why are you following me? Stay with your mother." "No. I wish to hear how you charm them. Speak only the unvarnished truth, and do not undermine your father's authority." "I shall remain silent and merely listen." "Very well then. Keep your distance and do not hinder my performance." "Understood." Once Yan LaEr had summoned everyone, it was clear that not only the village head and elders had gathered, but also the women from each household were eager to listen. This incident was momentous for the entire village. Like Yan LaEr, they were bewildered, unsure of how to confront the situation. Upon seeing the crowd before him, Yan LaEr realized. Goodness, the entire village, young and old, is here. He noted that their formation was inadequate. Those in the front were blocking the view for those behind, causing the latter to scatter sideways. Thus, after 2 attempts, their alignment was still not perfect, yet the second attempt proved to be an improvement over the first. Indeed. The children have exhibited commendable performance and deserve praise. They surpass us adults in agility of thought. They understand the art of crouching low to shoot, which is truly impressive. Not only have they identified openings, but their balance remains steady. We must take this as a lesson. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. No one anticipated that Yan LaEr would express such sentiments. Shouldn't he be offering them comfort instead? Yan Yu pondered, my father's evolution is remarkably swift. Is he already engaging in post-war reflections? Chapter 94, A Grave Danger. Logically speaking, there are merely 9 of them, and with our numbers, we should be able to overwhelm them effortlessly. Yet, our accuracy is lacking and our attacks are too scattered, lacking a clear target. Let us first address accuracy. I must confess, I am not very proficient either. The Hu brothers from our village possess exceptional skills. We should seek their guidance to enhance our aim collectively. We must strive to ensure that in the future, we can take them down in one decisive volley. Moreover, regarding the issue of targeting, it is imperative that we allocate our efforts wisely. We cannot afford to shoot haphazardly. One individual on the left may be riddled with arrows, while another on the right remains unscathed. What sort of strategy is that? In the future, we must learn to cooperate. Whether we encounter bandits in the mountains or engage in hunting, each person must understand their role and identify their target to avoid chaos. Additionally, there is a crucial point that everyone must remember and keep at the forefront of their minds. We cannot afford to sustain any injuries, not even the slightest. Consider the toll taken by those bandits' blades. How many lives have they claimed? They have also slain wild creatures, mixing various bloodstains that remain unsanitary over the years. Just imagine the filth. To have such contaminants inflicted upon us would be disastrous. It is laced with poison. A grave poison. Listen carefully. Regardless of who we are, we must ensure that the bandits do not come near us. I propose a standard. They must be brought down from at least 10 paces away. Moreover, we must keep a vigilant watch. If they still possess the strength to wield a knife, they must not be allowed to approach. Shoot them, shoot them, shoot them. Ensure they are utterly incapacitated. For if one of them were to hurl a knife at us, who among us could possibly defend against such an attack? This is the reasoning behind our caution. The crowd erupted in a cacophony, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Oh dear, how ruthless these bandits are. Their blades are poisoned. Such heartless fiends. May they be cursed 1,000 times. Yan LaEr, is it true that the bandits' knives are indeed poisoned? Yan LaEr, with a grave demeanor, nodded affirmatively, without a doubt. After using those knives, did they not wash them clean with water and then wipe them down with strong liquor multiple times? Have you heard of those who were wounded by iron implements, their injuries swelling alarmingly, accompanied by fever, rambling incoherently, ultimately succumbing to the poison? That is the nature of this venom. Chui, do you know about this poison? The crowd grew even more raucous. If they advance, and I attempt to block with my hand, heavens, wouldn't my hand be lost? Indeed, no wonder they say the bandits possess wicked hearts. Any encounter with them leads to either death or disfigurement. It is perilous. Today, we almost allowed them to close in on us. The thought of a knife being thrown our way is terrifying. Who could evade such a strike? Yan LaEr is right. We must shoot them down from afar. My son, heed your brother Yan LaEr's advice. Do not draw near. Shoot them down thoroughly. Do you hear? Rest assured, mother. I have committed Yan LaEr's words to memory and shall not forget. Dear father of the child, what will become of our family if misfortune befalls you? We rely on you. Nonsense. I am perfectly well. It's merely 3 zhang. With diligent practice, I shall strive to ensure that those beyond 5 zhang shall fall and be unable to rise. With this bold declaration, the atmosphere grew charged with determination. Yan LaEr raised an eyebrow at his daughter, and Yan Yu responded with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. For a man, what need is there for comfort? As long as the enemy remains standing, they too must stand resolute. Seizing this fervor, Yan LaEr conferred with the Hu brothers, deciding that the practice of archery would henceforth be treated as a paramount endeavor. He faced a dilemma regarding the organization of groups. As the number of men in the village was still woefully insufficient, even with the inclusion of young boys, he felt compelled to consider the mountain folk. Yet he harbored concerns that equipping them with similar crossbows might pose a threat to their own village. Thus, he sought counsel from his elder brother. Yan Huaiwen inquired, What do you believe motivates those mountain dwellers to follow us so readily? They do not wish to remain bandits, Yan LaEr replied without hesitation. And what else? Yan Huaiwen pressed. Yan LaEr faltered, unable to provide an answer. They seek stability, to become law-abiding citizens with registered households, Yan Huaiwen stated matter-of-factly. Suddenly enlightened, Yan LaEr realized that transforming from unregistered to registered citizens was indeed significant. When the time came to establish a registry, if verification was stringent, it would greatly benefit their village. Especially with his presence, the officials would pay closer attention to him, a scholar, and inadvertently overlook others. If you remain apprehensive, summon Uncle and I shall speak with him, Yan Huaiwen suggested. No need, I will go find him. Hearing you say this, I feel reassured, Yan Huaiwen nodded. Not insisting further, Yan LaEr turned and immediately spotted his daughter once again squatting with her hands tucked away. Upon noticing him glance over, she squinted her eyes and grinned widely, her smile revealing teeth but not eyes. Swiftly, she stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes, and scampered over with an endearing eagerness. She extended her small hand into her father's large one. Dad, let us go. Well then, what more could he do but continue to pamper his beloved daughter? Just as Yan LaEr was about to speak, Uncle An anticipated the purpose of his visit. He hurriedly said, Do not laugh at us. We have lived on the mountain for several generations. Coming down, not to mention entering the county or town. Even stepping into a village makes us apprehensive. The prospect of walking with you all fills us with immense joy. If we could secure a household registration and be acknowledged as good citizens, we would certainly toil diligently in the fields. As long as we have enough to eat, we would never wish to return to the mountains. We must consider the future of our children, ensuring they can thrive on the grains of the land, or soft garments, and sleep in sturdy brick houses, free from the threat of snakes and insects, and without the fear of wild animals snatching them away. We listened to your speech earlier. It was truly inspiring. You and the scholar have both seen the world and possess great talents. As mountain folk, we lack experience and understanding. Yet we know one thing, aligning ourselves with capable individuals is always a prudent choice. We have all agreed, from now on, we will heed your guidance. Following your instructions without hesitation, Yan LaEr was impressed. These mountain dwellers had made their intentions exceedingly clear. We seek assistance, and thus we must humble ourselves, command us. And we shall comply willingly. There is no pretense here, only sincere words from the heart. Our sole desire is to be law-abiding citizens, to live a tranquil life. Such a simple wish brings comfort to Yan LaEr. Uncle An, the journey ahead is long. For safety's sake, please select some individuals to practice archery with us. Upon hearing this, Uncle An's eyebrows shot up in delight. His smile was so wide it seemed uncontainable. All right, rest assured, leave it to me. I will ensure they are all fine lads. Chapter 95. Yan Yu's small squad Uncle An was quite astute in his selections. He chose predominantly young individuals, mostly adolescents. These youngsters were sprightly, with keen eyes, quick to learn, and exuberant in spirit, quickly forming bonds with one another. The bamboo crossbow differs somewhat from the traditional bow. Yet once one grasps the essential techniques, it proves to be simpler than shooting with a bow. These youths quickly adapted, and during breaks, they would often venture into the mountains in groups. They also imparted survival skills to the villagers, such as setting traps, digging simple pits, identifying toxic plants, avoiding certain snakes and insects, and discerning directions. Among the Yan family, Yan LaEr was the busiest, practicing calligraphy and crossbow skills while consistently preparing meals. Their household boasted the finest cuisine, with meat and vegetables served daily, and occasionally, their hen would even lay a couple of eggs. Everyone was aware that Yan LaEr's wife was with child, and the entire Yan family, from the scholar to the younger children, placed great importance on this. Chiwu crafted a wooden frame for Yan LaEr's brother's calligraphy practice sheets, preventing them from being folded and damaged. Thus, whenever Yan LaEr lifted the wooden frame and settled himself upon the flat stone, a tacit understanding emerged among the group, refraining from disturbing him. The procession moved at a leisurely pace, accommodating the speed of the mountain folk. The villagers were astounded by the swiftness with which these outsiders traversed the rugged paths. Not only did the people advance with alacrity, but even their livestock had become quite adept. Particularly notable was the Yan family's ox cart, which ascended and descended the slopes with the ease of traversing level ground. On the evening of the third day on the road, Uncle An sought out Yan LaEr. The nearby mountain villages had been vacated. Yan LaEr quickly deduced. Had they all entered the bandits' lair? Most likely, Uncle An silently rejoiced. They had narrowly escaped. Yan Huaiwen then inquired. How many individuals were there in those villages? The smallest had a few dozen, while the largest scarcely numbered 100. Their own village was presumably the most populous and robust in the vicinity. The other villages, despite residing in more formidable mountains, had fewer inhabitants due to the relentless plundering by the bandits. Yan Huaiwen calculated, his mind beginning to grasp the situation. Why did the bandits suddenly require so many individuals? He pondered. Uncle En and his companions had been recruited primarily due to the geographical advantage of guarding the gorge's exit, a crucial thoroughfare for this mountainous region, and also because of the dense population, as Chuan Yunzhai sought to bolster its ranks. However, to ensnare all the mountain villages was rather peculiar. These individuals venturing into the mountains would require substantial provisions daily. The bandits would not engage in unprofitable ventures, indicating there must be grander motives at play. They needed a considerable workforce. For what reason? Drought, banditry, private mines. The Shizhou prefecture lies adjacent to the Lesan prefecture. Following the failure of the rebellion led by the Prince of Xi, the imperial court seized several private mines, which were filled with the remains of those who perished in the calamities, as the prince had plundered the disaster-stricken populace from various prefectures. There were still several years before the prince would raise his army. The means of insurrection were primarily limited to arms, funds, and provisions. The prince held several private mines, thus lacking neither money nor weaponry. However, he was deficient in manpower. Both Shizhou and Guangzhou served as crucial border strongholds, bearing the responsibility of defense, and the conscription within their jurisdictions was notably stringent. Should the prince desire to establish a private army, he would find himself bereft of suitable individuals within his fief. Mining and smelting iron required labor, and insurrection necessitated personnel. Upon grasping this crucial insight, Yan Huaiwen sighed inwardly. Natural disasters and man-made calamities, either of which could render the populace destitute. The coexistence of both breeds suffering. As an official, he could scarcely bring peace to the realm. How could he hope to do so now? Yan LaEr soon discerned that something was amiss with old Yan. Ever since Uncle En had mentioned the abandonment of several mountain villages, old Yan had taken his children to practice archery. He also joined the fray, wielding swords and staffs alongside the others. At the very least, their movements appeared much more fluid. Under his influence, the entire troop was swept up in a fervor for martial training. Not only the children, but even the women from various households, when idle, would take to shooting arrows at targets. Yan LaEr distinguished herself with her remarkable skill in archery. Among the group of children, de Guzi sensed that his status as the leader was in jeopardy, so he opted to align himself with the older boys led by Erdi and Santai. Unbeknownst to them, Yan LaEr had no intention of usurping their ranks, and soon she too joined the company of older boys. Given her impressive accuracy, none dared to dismiss her. The village children were unaware of her gender, perceiving Yan LaEr merely as the second son of the Yan family, and they were quite competitive with her. Yan LaEr, shall we have a contest to see who can shoot more accurately? Yan Yu felt a twinge of impatience. These boys, whether from her village or the mountain hamlets, all coveted her father's crossbow, eagerly seeking to challenge her daily, which greatly troubled her. To refuse would imply social exclusion, and she had only just managed to integrate into this youthful cohort. Yet, to agree felt equally daunting. The formidable power of the crossbow left her genuinely concerned about their safety. It was truly the body of a child but the worries of an adult. You may go ahead, but first, win against Erdi and Santai, Yan Yu said, expertly pushing someone forward. Erdi and Santai seemed to have been spurred by some unseen motivation, holding themselves to the same rigorous standards as adults, practicing diligently each day. Among this group were also two brothers from the Hu family, while the rest were primarily boys from the mountains. In terms of vision and precision, the mountain dwellers, accustomed to their rugged environment, indeed had the upper hand. Are you afraid to compete? I have no time. I must practice my calligraphy, Yan Yu retorted, swiftly putting away her small crossbow and turning decisively. Engaging in a dispute seemed utterly unnecessary. At her age, winning a quarrel would be undignified, and losing would be even more humiliating. Claiming she was off to practice calligraphy, she lingered near her ox cart for a moment, pretending to be occupied, before quietly departing with her cat. Erdi, Santai, let us go, she whispered. Erdi and Santai glanced around, nonchalantly leaving the scene. Remarkably, few had noticed their departure. Under the cover of night, the three moved slowly through the woods, with the cat serving as their guiding light. Yan Yu had already coordinated well with her feline companion several times. She wore her backpack turned around to the front, with the cat's head and paws protruding. The left paw moved slightly to indicate left, while the right paw did the same to signify right. Together, they resembled a person. Their pace was leisurely, and they could not venture far during their explorations. Nonetheless, the trio remained undeterred. Suddenly, Yin came to a halt, and the cat's two paws gently converged. She squeezed the left side, prompting the cat to extend two claws, and then pinch the right side, eliciting the extension of one claw. 5 kilometers away, 21 individuals. Chapter 96, The Scouts. She focused her gaze ahead. The nocturnal forest was engulfed in darkness, yet sporadically. She discerned faint glimmers of light. Her spirits lifted. "Ertai, Santai, do you see over there? Is that the glow of torches?" Upon hearing this, Ertai swiftly ascended a tree, while Santai stretched his neck to peer in that direction. "It resembles it somewhat. Ertai, can you confirm?" He inquired of Ertai, who had a clearer view from above. Ertai remained silent for a moment. Yin and Santai exchanged glances and simultaneously looked up at Ertai. "Ertai?" Yin called softly. Ertai descended nimbly, furrowing his brow as he stated, "Indeed, it's torches, and there are quite a few people." Yin thought to herself. Of course, the cat has detected 21 individuals. A mix of urgency and excitement coursed through her. Their late-night excursion had not been in vain, and they were about to achieve something significant. After a brief hesitation, Ertai nodded. He hoisted Yin onto his back, and the two youths swiftly dashed through the forest. Yin remained remarkably composed. "My legs are short. To avoid delaying our mission, why don't Ertai and Santai take turns carrying me?" Ertai's words startled Yin as he mentioned finding her father. Uncle Yan LaEr, neither old nor young, gathered an extensive crowd, surely no fewer than several dozen people. Yin blinked her eyes, clutching her cat as she sought refuge in a secluded corner. She inquired, "Did you not mention there were only 21 individuals? Why does Brother Erty claim there are so many more?" The cat tilted its head, inspecting its own paws. It licked its left paw once, then its right paw twice, and returned to licking its left paw again. Yin seemed to grasp the situation. Her perspective remained limited. How could she confine it to merely 2 digits? "Are you implying there are 121 people?" The cat nodded and softly meowed, as if affirming her realization. In light of this newfound understanding, Yin rushed to her father, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Father, there are 121 people." Yan LaEr was taken aback by this revelation. "You three hurry. Summon everyone. No time for slumber." With that, he hastily set off to gather others. Just as Yin was about to dash away, she was seized by Li. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to rouse everyone, mother. Please, let go of me. I'm in a hurry." Li, exasperated, pinched her ear. "You could simply release the cat and not run about aimlessly. It's perilous to traverse the mountain paths at night. Can't you allow me a moment of peace? If I do not accompany you, how will I explain to everyone the source of this news?" Yin, with her small face gleaming with determination, remarked, "Mother, you must broaden your perspective. Your daughter is no longer a mere child. She understands what is appropriate and what is not, and she knows how to safeguard herself. We have plunged headfirst into the den of bandits, with over 100 of them surrounding us. We cannot afford to differentiate between the young and the old. The male and the female, we must all arm ourselves. Let your remarkable precision shine forth, my dear mother. My father possesses an open heart and a generous spirit. I am certain he would not be displeased." Li archery skills were indeed extraordinary, yet she was currently unfit to draw a bow and could merely practice with a bamboo crossbow. The idea that she never missed her target. Who would dare to believe such a claim? This was the very skill her father had longed to possess in his dreams. It was utterly beyond reason. Her accuracy stemmed from the limitations of the small crossbow she employed, which had a short range. As long as she found the right aiming point, hitting the target was not particularly difficult. Additionally, on this day, the wind was almost negligible, allowing for minimal external influence. Her mother could casually shoot with her hand raised, relying solely on her instinct. While it wasn't quite as dramatic as hitting the same spot each time, every arrow struck true upon the target. This was still done with little care. One wonders if a longer aiming time would yield even greater accuracy. Oh, how she yearned for such a gift. Li continued, "You claim to have matured and are now occupied with serious matters. I shall not hinder you. However, you must promise me that you will take good care of yourself. Keep the cat close at hand, for it may serve as a scout. But you must not approach it." Yin nodded vigorously in agreement. "Also, bring me your father's bamboo crossbow." Li felt a twinge of desire to preserve her husband's pride. He was diligently practicing his calligraphy and crossbow skills, yet the results were rather disappointing. Had it not been for his sole reliance on the iron crossbow and iron arrows, few would have believed him capable of striking down a mountain bandit. Yan responded with a smile and dashed away in a flash. The adults were gathering, and the children were equally occupied. They began by tidying up their homes before arming themselves and congregating. The older boys were swiftly chosen by the adults, while Yan LaEr, buoyed by the support of Erdi and Santai, shamelessly vied for command over the younger children, leveraging the advantages of the Yan family. Naturally, dissent arose among the children. "Why should we listen to you?" they questioned. "Is it merely because you and Erdi and Santai have gathered some intelligence? And because you know how your father has arranged the positions?" She lifted her small head, gazing proudly at the other children. "If we let you lead, do you even know how to avoid causing trouble for the adults? The adults from various families are positioned and have their targets arranged. We cannot possibly reach them. Even if we could, it would only distract the adults. Then if we can't go over, what do you want us to do?" They retorted. "We cannot cross now. But as we grow older and stronger, won't we be able to in the future?" Why were the two brothers chosen to accompany the adults? It is simply because they are formidable. If we become equally skilled, won't we be able to do the same? It is not only essential to practice archery and improve our aim. We must also train in cooperation. Furthermore, we must cultivate our courage. We cannot afford to be so frightened by the sight of bandits that we lose our nerve. What a disgrace that would be. Upon hearing her words, the children considered her reasoning and reluctantly agreed. "For now, we shall heed your counsel, but should you prove wrong, we shall not follow you any longer." Yan smiled and said, "As long as you follow my lead, we will surpass those adults in no time." In her heart, she mused that despite her father's seemingly well-structured arrangements for their uncles and aunts, the flaws were glaringly apparent. The habits of adults were firmly entrenched and difficult to alter. Thus, she turned her attention to this group of young ones. "So, what shall we do now?" Forming groups of 3, she instructed, "Whoever finds a partner first, come to me." In truth, she preferred to arrange them by height, but she recognized that this would prove to be a monumental task. The contention over who was taller could lead to prolonged disputes among the children. The older kids swiftly sought out peers of their own age, while the younger ones gravitated towards familiar faces. Little girls paired with little girls. Once everyone had found their partners, some even suggested improvements. Adults form groups of 6. We should do the same. 3 children are simply too few. We 3 can match their 6 adults. Who do you think is more formidable? Yan inquired with a smile. Her companions had no objections. With a twinkle in her eye, Yan declared, "This is our first assembly, as well as the inaugural task of our scouts. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" A chorus of excitement erupted from the children, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Scouts? We are scouts," they shouted, filled with fervor. "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 97. The fierce dragon crossing the river at Chiyun village. Having established their bearings and estimated the distance, the group resolved to forge ahead and seize advantageous terrain. It was akin to laying traps for wild game. The glow of the torches drew ever closer. They lay in ambush along the sides of the narrow path. 6 individuals forming staggered ranks in 2 rows, their faces etched with panic. Uncle Yan LaEr, a refugee fleeing from disaster, was being herded this way by mountain bandits. Refugees? No one had anticipated the presence of such individuals here. Were they not on the official road? Uncle Yan exclaimed anxiously. Could it be that the bandits are conscripting people? Young Lu hastily shook his head. There are men, women, and even children among them. This was a calamity. Yan LaEr was at a loss for what to do. Yet, Yan Huaiwen remained remarkably composed, stating, "If they are accompanied by refugees, then we are not the target. However, if they proceed further, they will inevitably encounter the caravan. We must detain them here." "Brother, there are still refugees inside." Yan LaEr began to feel anxious again. "I understand. So we must wait until they draw nearer. Armed and brandishing torches, they are undoubtedly bandits. We will adhere to the sequence we have arranged and each lock onto our respective targets." He fixed his gaze on his brother and asked earnestly, "Tianyu, are you capable?" Yan LaEr gritted his teeth and replied, "I can manage, brother." "Excellent. We shall follow your lead." As the group of approximately 100 approached, those concealed in the underbrush dared not move. Yan LaEr silently measured the distance, 50 meters, 30 meters, closer still. No, they needed to wait a little longer. In that moment, Yan LaEr shouted, "First round, fire." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bamboo arrows shot forth from the grass on either side of the path. Second round, fire. The 2 lines were nearly seamless, 6 individuals fixated on a singular target. At such a close range, had it been daylight with clear visibility, they would have nearly been face to face. However, shrouded in the cloak of night and with the bandits unprepared, hidden figures lurked within the brush by the roadside. Some unfortunate bandits were swiftly captured, while others, fortunate enough, evaded fatal blows. Among them, the bandits at the rear remained unscathed. An ambush? Who goes there? Yan LaEr, summoning all his strength, shouted, "These individuals belong to our Chiyun stronghold. You'd best depart swiftly. Delay further, and I shall not hesitate to paint your faces with blood." A particularly ferocious bandit, poised to drag a victim forward as a shield, was momentarily taken aback. They were not officials, but rivals. "Chiyun stronghold, I shall remember you. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternal. We shall have ample time in the future." With that, the bandits spat out their venomous words and fled. "Yan LaEr, will you not even engage in some banter or parley? You leave so easily." Yan Huaiwen gazed in astonishment at his younger brother. "My brother Tianyu possesses remarkable wit." The remaining victims dared not flee, trembling as they awaited the arrival of another group of bandits. A child's mouth was tightly covered by their mother, leaving only a pair of terrified eyes exposed, their face flushed crimson. Yan LaEr remarked, "I say, good mother, loosen your grip. If you hold on that tightly, the child may suffocate." Rising to his feet, everyone followed suit. The mother, witnessing the multitude, not only did not loosen her hold, but instead tightened her grip in trepidation. Yan LaEr, realizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly assumed a fierce demeanor. Shaking the iron crossbow in my hand, I commanded, "Release your grip. Do you hear me?" The mother trembled, nearly losing her footing, and gradually loosened her hold. The child could breathe again, yet fear overcame him, and he began to wail. As one child cried, the others followed suit, creating a cacophony of distress. The parents, torn between instinctively covering their mouths and their apprehension of intervening, knelt in desperation, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Please, sir, we will comply. I can soothe the child. I implore you, spare him. Strike us instead, good sir." The pleas were unending. Chiyun village? I had never heard of it before. I found this situation rather unsettling, the cries of the little ones echoing eerily in the dead of night. We must depart swiftly. What if they are untrustworthy and pursue us? Did you see how the people ahead perished? They were shot down. This group is numerous and skilled in archery, proving to be quite formidable. Who are they to encroach upon our territory? What is there to seize in these desolate mountains? Perhaps a business opportunity at best. Yan LaEr felt his ears ringing from the cries. Yan Huaiwen stepped forward, urging the villagers to lead the victims aside. In a hushed tone, he reassured them, "We are not bandits." As old Yan comforted the distressed, Uncle N, with a stern expression, approached the few bandits who had miraculously survived the onslaught. Observing this, Yan LaEr called out, "Uncle N, wait." Uncle N, taken aback, inquired, "Yan LaEr, do you intend to take matters into your own hands?" No. Yan LaEr hastily denied. "I merely wish to ask them a few questions." After a moment's contemplation, Uncle N replied, "Very well, wait a moment." Accompanied by a few villagers wielding sticks, they first swept away the bandits' weapons and then proceeded to deliver a sound thrashing. When the bandits could no longer endure the relentless onslaught and began to plead for mercy, they finally ceased their assault and turned to Yan LaEr, saying, "All right, you may ask your questions." Yan LaEr found a suitable distance, stood firm, and commenced his inquiry. "Which mountain do you hail from?" The bandit glared at him, his eyes glinting with malice. Uncle N interjected from the side, "Old Song Mountain." Old Song's stronghold boasts over 100 men, making it the largest bandit nest in the vicinity. "Olden, that information is outdated," Yan LaEr countered. "Currently, we estimate that Old Song's stronghold harbors several hundred men. Just wait, the leaders will undoubtedly seek vengeance for our brothers." Several hundred men. Yan LaEr gestured for Uncle and to withhold further comments. "Have the local villagers all been taken to your stronghold?" "Indeed. Our leader possesses great resolve and has already bound everyone and brought them to the mountain. You arrived too late and can only scavenge the remnants." They, Yan LaEr pointed at Uncle N and his group, were seized from the hands of the third leader of Chuanyan stronghold. "I see you possess some merit. Would you consider joining us at Chiyun stronghold?" He continued to boast, "Despite being outsiders, we embody the spirit of a dragon crossing the river." Chiyun stronghold is indeed a formidable force. The bandit fixated on him, remaining silent. "Your wounds are treatable. We require someone knowledgeable about the various mountain factions. You, Or perhaps one of the other two, still gasping for breath. The three men exchanged glances, sparks flying between them. Chapter 98. Old Yan remarked. Interrogating the three bandits separately is a trivial yet effective technique. How many victims are there among your mountain dwellers? Yan LaEr inquired of the first bandit. How many people do you have in total, including adults and children? The bandit replied, there are around 400 to 500. Our leaders have deemed it too noisy and have confined them to the back mountain, awaiting correspondence from Chuan Yunjai to come and collect them. When Yan LaEr turned to the third bandit, he fell into a contemplative silence, pondering how to extract further information from him. However, the third bandit, noticing Yan's silence and the flickering light casting shadows upon his face, began to speculate wildly. Yan LaEr raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him closely, and remarked, Xiao San. That's not what Xiao Yi and Xiao Er said. I heard them mention that you all are quite useful over at Lao Songjai. The bandit, taken aback by the unexpected reference to his name, fixated on the word useful, wearing an expression that seemed to convey a sense of pride in knowing a secret. Yan LaEr swiftly grasped two critical pieces of information. The bandits were capturing disaster victims for profit, and someone was paying for these captives. Connecting this with what Xiao Er had mentioned about Chuan Yunjai, a thread began to form in his mind, one that he was on the verge of weaving together. You know about this too? Yan LaEr asked nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Oh, Xiao San, even your leader may not be aware of the true value, he continued leisurely. So many hands have passed through this matter that you, Lao Songshan, are merely the final stop, receiving only this much, he said, contemptuously gesturing with his fingernail against his pinky. In the realm of Qi Yunjai, our intentions diverge significantly. The reason we have traversed such a considerable distance to this desolate place is solely for the sake of this lucrative venture, as our superiors have designated this amount for us. He swiftly gestured with his hand, indicating figures that resembled 3, 4, or even 5. The mountain bandit, Xiao San, momentarily lost his train of thought, muttering, a mere penny for each head. Yan LaEr feigned a sudden interest in their base-level pricing, eagerly inquiring, how much do you receive for the children? Xiao San, taken aback, raised his head in astonishment. Do the children also fetch a price? Yan LaEr chuckled merrily. Oh dear, are you truly that Navi? If the children do not bring in any money, why would we bother to exploit them? Do we cherish their cries or their inability to endure punishment? Xiao San, in a daze, responded. It said that we should use the little ones to control the adults, ensuring their compliance and preventing their escape. Yan LaEr, with an expression of disbelief, mocked, who told you such nonsense? Surely, the bounty for the little ones has been concealed from you. Xiao San, realizing the implications, erupted with indignation. Those scoundrels from Chuan Yunjai, they had promised that we would all profit, sharing the wealth together. They, having established contact with the buyers, are already taking their cut. Yet they still deceive us out of such a substantial sum. Yan LaEr ambled over to Xiao Yi and Xiao Er, subtly relaying Xiao San's words. Given their rate of capturing individuals, they could easily apprehend 100 or 200 each day. Had they not been preoccupied with plundering, the numbers would surely be higher. Every 10 days, a shipment occurs. Yan Huaiwen furrowed his brow, pondering, with so many individuals, it is quite conspicuous. How do they manage the transportation? It was said that several vehicles were dispatched from Chuan Yunjai, specifically to transport children. With the little ones aboard, their parents naturally followed. The displaced individuals kept a watchful eye on one another. If one managed to escape, the others would suffer. The adults remained unscathed. Yet they took their frustrations out on the children. At this point, Yan LaEr's fury surged within him. These mountain bandits were utterly inhumane. In this year of calamity, as refugees rose in numbers, their method of transporting people was indeed insidious. Yan Huaiwen lowered his eyes and softly inquired, what are those 3 bandits? Are they Xiao Yi, Xiao Er, and Xiao San? Yan Huaiwen lifted his gaze to meet his. Tianyu was compelled to confront the harsh realities of this chaotic world. Tianyu, are you afraid? His tone was gentle, the lines of his face appearing deliberately softened. Do not fear. The stars in his eyes sparkled, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. As your brother, my ambition is to bring peace and aid to the people. Today, we face bandits. Tomorrow, political adversaries. Open and hidden threats abound. Whether we march side by side as brothers, or if you choose to hide behind me, I shall protect you at all costs. We shall act with dignity, unafraid of the lurking dangers. Tianyu, as long as I am here, you need not fear anything. Yan LaEr remained silent. The greatest shield for Yan LaEr was his elder brother, who, through his actions, consistently embodied the qualities of a devoted sibling. Why did the original owner fail to cherish such a brother? At this moment, a mix of bitterness and sorrow welled up within him. He felt jealousy towards the original Yan LaEr and pain for his elder brother's misplaced affections. With reddened eyes, Yan LaEr plaintively asked, "Brother, did you blame me for my past ignorance? I wish to hear the truth, the honest truth." He emphasized his request. Old Yin gazed at him with a hint of gentle amusement, saying, "It is indeed strange. It is my fault for not having taught you well. No, it is my own shortcomings. I am aware of my mistakes, and I am striving to amend them. Brother, do you think I am acceptable now?" Yan LaEr inquired anxiously. Yan Huaiwen's smile blossomed radiantly. "Heaven has favored you. You have won my heart." Yan LaEr felt as if he had been invigorated, filled with excitement and agitation, his body trembling uncontrollably with exhilaration. "Allow me to dash about for a few laps first." And with that, Yan LaEr darted away, leaving the Chi brothers in his wake, unable to catch up. His inexplicable shouts echoed from a distance. Yan Huaiwen, too, felt a surge of joy within. All past sorrows seemed to dissolve into mere wisps of smoke, effortlessly dispelled with a wave of his hand. He prayed for divine favor, hoping for heavenly protection. Today is good, tomorrow will be good, every day shall be good. Chapter 99. Pursuing justice in one's heart. Old Yin possessed a compelling aura that commanded belief. The disaster-stricken populace found solace in his words, recognizing their shared plight as refugees, their hearts heavy with sorrow. In their desperate quest for survival, they had left their homes, yet they had not even reached a place where they could live. Friends and family were scattered. Parents either met a tragic end or were lost to uncertainty. Those with multiple children could only keep one small child by their side, leaving the fates of the others unknown. The anguish of separation from flesh and blood was deeply moving, resonating with everyone present. Yan LaEr wept the most heart-wrenchingly, tears mingling with snot. He was aware of his humiliation, yet he could not contain himself. How tragic. A tragedy writ large. This was more sorrowful than any melodramatic television show. Luo De whispered, "Yan LaEr, do not speak carelessly. The official roads are rife with mountain bandits." Yan LaEr responded in bewilderment, overcome with emotion. He momentarily forgot the matter at hand. As he listened to Luo's voice, something seemed amiss, prompting him to gaze over in confusion. The usually steadfast man had tears welling in his eyes, glancing at the others, while they did not display their feelings as openly. Their faces bore the weight of suppressed sorrow. Yan LaEr fell silent, contemplating what to say, yet at a loss for words. Should he urge everyone to risk their lives to rescue the victims? He lacked the audacity for such a proposal, with his own safety precarious and a family to protect. How could he even consider such a venture? It was then that Yan Huaiwen spoke up. "There are over 100 bandits at Laosansai, with the remainder being villagers recently captured and taken up the mountain. There is a path at the back, though arduous. It can bypass the bandits in front and lead directly to the location where the victims are held." He paused, surveying the crowd. All eyes were fixed upon him, their gazes aflame with fervor. "No way, brother. I will go and rescue them." Yan LaEr immediately interjected without a second thought. "Heaven help us." Yan Huaiwen raised his voice, his expression grave. "Listen to me. It was inappropriate for Tianyu to go. He feared taking a life, holding a deep reverence for existence. This was not a flaw, but rather a testament to his innate kindness. As an elder brother, he felt compelled not only to safeguard Tianyu's safety, but also to protect the brilliance of his humanity. Such benevolence is immensely precious in chaotic times. "But brother, you're hopelessly directionally challenged. How will you guide anyone up the back mountain?" He glanced down at the cat, which was intermittently nibbling at his straw sandals. The cat, sensing his gaze, promptly looked up at him. "No way. What kind of cat can lead the way?" Just as Yan LaEr found himself in a quandary, Uncle Lin stepped forward. Afterward, all the villagers emerged from their respective groups. Uncle Lin inquired, "Scholar, how do we ascend the rear mountain of Laosong? We have all heard the tales. Shall we send the young lads from our village to scout for any signs of life? The inhabitants of the nearby mountains are known to us. They are, like ourselves, honest folk devoid of malevolence. Otherwise, they would have long since allied with the bandits. If they were aware of our intentions to rescue those in peril, they would undoubtedly assist us. Aiding us would also serve their own interests." Yan LaEr perceived this as a prudent strategy. A collaboration from within and without would be even more advantageous. However, his brother did not hesitate for even a moment and decisively shook his head. "These mountain dwellers are unlike you. They have endured oppression from bandits for far too long and have lost their spirit. Otherwise, How could a few hundred individuals be subjugated by merely 100 bandits from Laosong? Moreover, the latter routinely descends in multiple groups to plunder and abduct. Yet we see no signs of rebellion among them. Perhaps, like the group of disaster victims we aim to rescue, their families have been taken hostage, rendering them unable to defy the oppressors. If that is the case, we must not take the risk of contacting them. The men from the village, including the Luo brothers, who brothers in the Wang family stood resolutely together. Only the 3 from the chief family remained by Yan LaEr's side. It was not that they were unwilling to join. Rather, their mother had repeatedly urged them to safeguard Yan LaEr. The matriarch of the chief family understood well that while the scholar had the support of the entire village, her son had only these 3 loyal guardians to watch over him. Though her eyesight may have waned, her insight remained sharp. She discerned the scholar's affections towards his brother with great acuity. Concern for Yan LaEr likely brought even greater joy to the scholar's heart, for he had protected his younger sibling for over 20 years. Several men among the disaster victims suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "Count me in." And me as well. Yan LaEr felt a surge of despair. Our common folk possess such kind hearts. Even while enduring our own grief, we are willing to extend a helping hand to others. With each individual contributing a modest effort, collectively, we can achieve great things, transforming mere grains of sand into towering structures. When we unite as one, all evildoers shall tremble in fear. Yan LaEr sniffled and began to plead incessantly beside his older brother. "Brother, please allow me to join. Look at me. Just take a glance." Yan Huaiwen evaded him, focusing on arranging everyone else. Though many stood ready, it was impossible to take them all. To safeguard their own families was paramount. Only then could they pursue righteous endeavors without worry. "Brother," Yan LaEr, growing anxious, shouted before quickly moving closer to whisper. "Do not forget, if you lose your way, what will you do if you become lost in the mountains?" Yan Huaiwen was amused by his younger brother's antics. This quirk of his had persisted through lifetimes. Yan LaEr gazed at the pitiful women and children nearby and sighed. Very well, he too bore significant responsibility. Yan Huaiwen's previous life, where he held the position of a senior official, was not merely a product of fortune. Rather, he had learned that in the face of danger, one must think thoroughly and prepare adequately. This wisdom stemmed from the losses he endured in familial ties. At that moment, with their numbers, bamboo crossbows in hand, and the element of surprise on their side, the timing and circumstances were favorable. Would they not dare to fight? Before Yan LaEr and his companions could reach their destination, they spotted a group of small figures emerging from behind the great trees and tumbling out of the bushes. Yan Yufu sighed. The entrance effect was somewhat amusing. "Who goes there? State your name," she called, holding a small bamboo crossbow. Yan LaEr, with a hint of mischief, replied, "I am your father." Yan Yu laughed heartily. "Aha. I didn't see clearly just now. It truly is you, father." "Yan LaEr, do you expect me to believe that? Just how poor is your eyesight?" The scouts also noticed and rushed over to seek out their own fathers and uncles. "Father, where is my uncle? Where has he gone?" Chapter 100. Rescuing others. Once they heard the origins of the women and children, a wave of sorrow washed over everyone. Li Shuomei stepped up, gathering the straw mats from each household to lay them out in a single area, surrounding them with herbs to repel snakes and insects, allowing the weary to rest. The children, being quite young, were terrified and slept fitfully, crying intermittently and shivering unexpectedly, appearing utterly pitiable. The mothers could only hold them close, soothing and rocking them, offering gentle reassurances, while casting grateful glances at the women who had provided shelter. Village Chief Luo pulled Yan LaEr aside. Before uttering a word, he let out a heavy sigh. Yan LaEr said, "My brother mentioned we should discuss things once the matter is resolved." He glanced at the grain stored in his home, gaining an understanding of the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Li Shuomei approached. "Let us provide some grains to cook porridge for them. I see those children are not well." As a mother herself, Li Shuomei could hardly bear to see the children suffer. Witnessing their fright, she felt a pang of worry. Children were delicate, easily falling ill at the slightest disturbance. Yan LaEr had no objections. Cooking porridge required little rice, and the rice broth was nourishing, making it quite suitable. After discussing the matter, Li Shuomei sought assistance from several sisters-in-law, preparing a thin rice soup instead of a slightly viscous porridge, due to their strong objections. Their notion of helping did not align with such a method. Villager Luo, observing the couple's actions with a furrowed brow, secretly wished to aid them, which explained his keen gaze upon his own grain supply. It was only when he discerned the watery rice soup that he finally exhaled in relief. This arrangement was satisfactory. It provided assistance without incurring excessive expense. The women, holding bowls of rice contributed from their households, wept profusely, some unable to restrain themselves, breaking into quiet sobs. They gently roused their children, cooling the soup before feeding it to the little ones. After consuming the majority of the bowl, they ultimately finished the remnants at the bottom. Li Xuemei and the sisters-in-law averted their gaze, unwilling to witness more. Meanwhile, Yan Huaiwen and his companions stealthily approached the rear mountain of Laosong Mountain. The stench intensified as they ascended. Yan remained calm, aware that they had arrived at the correct location. He doubted that the mountain bandits would properly care for their captives, merely hoping that they would not starve. With lodging and sustenance in close proximity, the unpleasant odor was mitigated by the mountain's ventilation. The guarding bandits yawned as they conversed. Isn't Qiyan village supposed to be formidable? Are we merely heading there to meet our demise? One questioned. Did you not hear the second-in-command mention a way to deal with them? Another responded. I caught a snippet, but I was too drowsy to comprehend, came the reply. Hey, you there. Stop rambling. If you know something, speak quickly. It would help alleviate my fatigue. The second-in-command remarked that they were using bamboo arrows, which only proved effective at close range. Were they to be farther away, these arrows would scarcely penetrate. Isn't that absurd? Even if they do not penetrate deeply, they still cause pain. Furthermore, if we stand at a distance, we are equally powerless against them. Why the urgency? Allow me to finish. The second-in-command has already ordered the villagers to cut wood and weave vines overnight. With obstacles in front of them, do we still fear their arrows? Once we close the distance, let them experience the swiftness of our blades. Your words have indeed dispelled my fatigue. The second-in-command also mentioned that this group would not appear without reason. They must possess some knowledge to have come after our heads. It would be best to leave a few alive to extract information from them regarding what they know. If we could establish a connection with the higher-ups of the cloud-piercing stronghold, our old pine stronghold could reap significant rewards. Huda and LaEr approached from two directions, silently signaling one another. Just the two of them guarding? Such a small number. After confirming several times, they divided their targets, and with a swift motion, two arrows flew forth, striking simultaneously into the necks of the two mountain bandits. A cacophony of cries erupted but was swiftly silenced. Others emerged, striking down a figure who was then dragged into the woods by those behind. Some vigilant disaster victims rushed to the cave's barricade, peering out anxiously. Under the moonlight, robust men approached, causing him to retreat in fear. Huda and LaEr retrieved the torches that had fallen to the ground, igniting them to illuminate the path. The flickering light revealed Yan Huaiwen drawing nearer step by step. He quietly inquired, Are there only two bandits watching over you? The man suddenly comprehended something, and the light in his eyes shone brighter than that of a torch. Tonight, there are indeed only two. The others have been summoned to the front, seemingly for a significant discussion. Yan Huaiwen pondered for a moment and asked, If you create a disturbance, will anyone come to investigate? The man responded swiftly. There are patrollers in the mountains. However, traversing the night paths is perilous. They tend to be rather lax, only making 2 rounds throughout the night. If we cause a considerable uproar, they will likely hear us, and at least 4 patrollers will definitely come, though the ones in front may not. Yan Huaiwen smiled slightly. A scholar, you say? My surname is Liang Manshan. May I inquire your name? Yan Huaiwen. Are you here to rescue us? That is indeed my intention. Liang Manshan, though anxious as he witnessed the delay in the release of his companions, understood the concerns of Yan Huaiwen. In truth, there were only about 100 genuine bandits in this area. The rest were villagers abducted from the mountains, who were not to be trusted. These villagers were unarmed and easily identifiable. Yan Huaiwen nodded and spoke a few words to the men behind him. Several sturdy fellows nimbly climbed over the fence and jumped inside. Yan Huaiwen clasped his hands in salute to Liang Manshan, saying, Brother Liang, please wait a moment. Liang Manshan felt a surge of emotions. The sudden appearance of several strong men caused a commotion among the villagers. One villager, having grasped the situation, began to call out to those he recognized. The noise grew louder. Liang Manshan quickly rallied his family, instructing them, Hurry, shout along with me. Though his family was bewildered, they complied obediently. Imitating his actions, they incessantly struck the fence, vociferously calling out, Help. Someone, please. The informed victims echoed their cries, their voices hoarse and desperate. The bewildered onlookers stared, slowly realizing that the guards at the entrance appeared to be absent. Restlessness began to stir among them. The 2 bandits are gone. Let us flee. Yet fear held them back. If we are caught, our children will suffer. If we all run, the bandits cannot pursue us. Mother, quickly hand me the child. One man, stirred by emotion, lifted a child onto his back. Chapter 101. The bull's strength soars. For patrollers rushed over. Upon noticing the absence of guards, they cursed under their breath, advancing to investigate the trapped victims. Suddenly, several bamboo arrows whizzed through the air, striking true at close range, and the men fell lifelessly to the ground. The victims gasped in horror, caught off guard by this abrupt turn of events. From the thicket emerged several figures, dragging the 4 bandits away. Soon, reinforcements arrived to inspect the situation, numbering around 7 or 8. Another volley of arrows flew forth. The victims within the enclosure stood in stunned silence. After a moment of shock, a surge of frenzied shouting erupted, their excitement rendering them incoherent, merely seeking to make noise. The sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. From a distance, a commanding voice boomed, "What are you shouting for?" Followed by the swift flight of arrows. Yan LaEr calculated the numbers discreetly, remaining cautious. He ordered several fires to be lit, scattering wild grass and leaves generously, producing billowing clouds of smoke. The leader, noticing the barren expanse before the cave, with only the fire burning and no one in sight, suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Though the desire to retreat was palpable, it was already too late. The bamboo crossbows wielded by the group had become increasingly proficient, and their arrows flew with remarkable swiftness. A few bandits attempting to flee were intercepted by Uncle In and his men, who swiftly brought them down with a flurry of blows. Only then did Yan LaEr order the enclosure to be opened. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "Dear fellow villagers, there lies a narrow path nearby that leads down the mountain. The terrain is treacherous, so please proceed with caution and refrain from pushing, lest we invite calamity." Luoda and his companions echoed the call, urging, "Do not shove one another. To tumble down the mountain would be a futile end." The distressed villagers surged forth, some hastily following Luoda's guidance while others remained, jostling closely together at the side, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. Liang Manshan had already instructed his family to huddle against the cave wall, while he himself maneuvered through the throng, finally managing to break free. Without the chance to exchange a word with Yan LaEr, he raised his voice, "Villagers, the bandits are merciless and cruel, wreaking havoc upon our loved ones and forcing us to abandon our young. Such deeds provoke the wrath of both gods and men." The crowd erupted in fervor. Their spirits ignited as they shouted in unison, "Slay the bandits! Avenge our kin! We seek to survive." Meanwhile, the scouts were beginning to falter, their small heads nodding sleepily as if on the verge of slumber. Yan Yu too struggled against fatigue, her eyelids engaging in a relentless battle. In the grass, a mottled cat darted swiftly, meowing incessantly as it scurried along. Instantly invigorated, Yan Yu felt her drowsiness dissipate. This was her command: to explore the vicinity within a 5-kilometer radius, prompting the cat to report back to her without delay. She turned to greet it and swiftly scooped the feline into her arms, jogging to a nearby spot. With alternating claws, the cat's sharp nails swiftly extended. 34 individuals. This figure is incorrect. She called out to her companions one by one. "Quickly, rise and tighten the formation. Move swiftly, let us get going." For the moment, Yan Yu disregarded them and rushed to find her father. "Father, there are 34 people. To the southwest. Is it from the Chuanyan stronghold?" Yan LaEr took off running. Chi Si, seeing him dash out, followed closely behind. Chida and Chi Wu lagged slightly, halted by Yan Yu's voice. "Uncle Chi, Uncle Wu, my father calculates that by now, Chuanyan stronghold should have realized something happened to their third leader and will surely send people to investigate. He fears they might arrive just in time, so he insists we must take a look from a distance to feel secure." Chi Wu inquired, "All right, let us go together." Chida nodded. The two were about to depart. "Conserve your strength. Who knows, we might need to fight soon." Chida and Chi Wu, being rather single-minded, were not easily deterred by Yan Yu, who was adamant in her resolve, and the two swiftly took off with their long strides. Yan Yu stomped her little feet. Thankfully, the scouts were quite obedient to her, particularly since she often introduced fresh terminology. For instance, she explained that tightening the formation meant surrounding our resting place to protect the elders at home. This was splendid. The earlier lethargy had dissipated as Yan Yu dashed about. Chi Wu shouted loudly, "Bandits are approaching." If one were to ask him if he had seen them, the answer would undoubtedly be no. Yan LaEr, however, insisted he had seen them, and the 3 brothers believed him without a doubt. Yan LaEr gasped, "Grab your weapons and follow me." In a flurry, the men, without hesitation, slung their bows and crossbows over their shoulders, picked up their long staffs, and followed Yan LaEr out. Yan LaEr instructed his men to disperse slightly and crouch in the grass. He took a deep breath, gripping the iron crossbow tightly in his hands. The number of returning men was few. They hadn't anticipated that such a late hour would see bandits roaming outside their stronghold. 34 men. He wondered if they could hold their ground. Suddenly, he caught sight of something approaching. Someone was riding a horse. Yan LaEr felt a surge of panic wash over him. How outrageous. A bandit riding a horse. In the mountains, horses could only crash into walls. They were hardly as useful as donkeys. The rider had initially matched the speed of the others, but upon spotting their group from a distance, he accelerated towards them. The men behind followed suit. Yan LaEr seized the moment. Shoot. The sudden attack startled the horse. It whinnied and bolted, breaking through their ambush. Yan LaEr was taken aback. He hadn't expected the horse to be so skittish. Shoot, shoot, shoot. He commanded repeatedly. The fleeing bandits suffered greatly under the barrage. Chiwu, come with me to pursue the horse. The rest of you stay here and intercept them. He cried. Oh dear. He had run far too much today. Seeing Yan LaEr struggling to keep pace, Chiwu quickly offered, Brother Yan, let me carry you. Yan LaEr rolled his eyes in exasperation. Get lost. I don't need you to carry me. As he watched the horse charge towards the convoy, flames of urgency ignited in his throat. Get out of the way. The horse is startled. Move aside. He shouted. Sanbao, hurry, block that horse. Don't let it pass. Sanbao, with his robust physique, swiftly turned and dashed forward. Moo. Everyone was in a frenzy, scrambling to dodge and make way. Yu Guangzhong caught sight of the Yin family's bull, which charged at the horse's side, halted, and with a powerful thrust, flipped its hooves and twisted its rear, sending both horse and rider tumbling far away. Truly, the strength of the bull was astonishing. Everyone stood in awe. Chapter 102. Are the mountain bandits here for amusement? While others were taken aback, Yin Yu was not so easily stunned. She thought to herself, this is a golden opportunity. Here it comes. Scouts, charge with me. The children, initially slow to react, soon followed Yin Yu in a frenzy of laughter and excitement. Despite their mother's desperate cries, their enthusiasm could not be curbed. Those who were afraid, stay back. Those unafraid, follow me. Yin Yu's resolve hardened. She was no longer a child. She was a capable adult capable of independent thought. The motivations for strength vary among individuals. Yin Yu had